The wedding venue was adorned with an abundance of white roses flown in from abroad, surrounded by sheer white drapery and accompanied by a hired violin ensemble. It was evidently an extravagant affair, with guests impeccably dressed and exuding elegance. As the bride and groom made their entrance, the guests rose in unison to pay their respects, clearly recognizing the striking compatibility of the couple, who stood together like a perfect pair. Among the guests, a handsome man gazed at the blissful woman, his expression tinged with bittersweetness. While he harbored genuine affection for her, his paramount wish was for her happiness. Seeing her radiant joy was enough to satisfy him. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of someone who should never have been present, Yu Jiu. Today, Yu Jiu was clad in a champagne-colored dress that had a slight puff, her makeup exquisitely done, and a handbag in hand, blending seamlessly with the other guests. Yet, how could she possibly be here? He was certain he had not sent her an invitation. Upon hearing her name, the bride and groom's classmates widened their eyes in disbelief, all thinking the same thing. Was she here to cause trouble? The bride, Yu Jiu, was the cherished daughter of the Yu family, known for her talents and beauty, enjoying a stellar reputation with few adversaries. The only person with whom she had a contentious relationship was Yu Jiu. Their past altercations had been rather public, resulting in Yu Jiu's reputation being irreparably damaged and her subsequent transfer to another school. It was rumored that Yu Jiu had even hired delinquents to harass Yu Jiu, and had it not been for Shi Jinyan passing by, the situation could have escalated further. After that incident, Yu Jiu was scorned by the entire school, and no one had heard of her since. Now, she appeared here? Given her history with Yu Jiu, none of the guests believed she had come to offer congratulations. A note of wariness flickered in Yu Jiu's beautiful eyes as she grasped Shi Jinyan's arm. The groom, who had been somewhat aloof, finally reacted, casting a look of disdain towards Yu Jiu. Seemingly oblivious to the hostile gazes, Yu Jiu approached with a charming smile. "How thoughtless of you not to inform an old classmate about your wedding." Yu Jiu, usually gracious, replied without hesitation, "I believe it is unnecessary." At that moment, Yu Jiu had closed the distance between them to merely 2 steps. A sudden wave of danger washed over Yu Jiu, overpowering her distaste. Her delicate brows knitted tighter as she prepared to speak, only to see Yu Jiu's face twist into a sinister smile. "Why is it unnecessary? How could I not bring you a grand gift?" With that, a dagger appeared in her hand, aimed directly at Yu Jiu's heart. No one anticipated Yu Jiu's sudden attempt on her life. Screams erupted throughout the venue. The handsome man's eyes flared with anger as he rushed towards her, but he was too far away. The dagger flew swiftly, poised to pierce Yu Jiu's chest. Just as it was about to strike, a hand seized Yu Jiu's wrist. Shi Jinyan had intervened. Yu Jiu was unfazed, looking up at him with a beguiling smile, her fair skin and rosy lips creating a moment of distraction that ensnared all onlookers. Shi Jinyan found himself momentarily entranced by the dark glimmer in her eyes, which seemed to harbor countless secrets. That brief hesitation was all Yu Jiu needed. She broke free from his grasp and lunged at Yu Jiu. Yu Jiu, still reeling from the earlier shock, could only watch in horror as Yu Jiu lunged at her again. It was too late. An explosion erupted from Yu Jiu's body, showering them both in a spray of blood. "Shi!" A voice filled with rage and despair came too late, sending the already panicked guests into further disarray. This madwoman, Yu Jiu, had detonated herself. What instilled even greater terror was the sight of Yu Jiu, drenched in blood, reaching into Yu Jiu's chest as if to retrieve something. This gruesome scene made many onlookers feel nauseous, and Shi Jinyan was left in shock. Yu Jiu's expression had frozen, her chest no longer rising and falling. It was evident she had succumbed, while Yu Jiu appeared to have finally found what she sought, her face wearing an expression of satisfaction as she faced death. In the void, Yu Jiu gazed at the item she had just acquired, a palm-sized mirror engraved with landscapes and mythical beasts. It appeared somewhat dim at the moment, and no one would have anticipated it to be one of the treasures of the heavenly realm. the Kunlun mirror. She had been searching for this Kunlun mirror. With a flick of her wrist, another mirror appeared in her other hand, nearly identical to the Kunlun mirror. This was a replica. Her ability to traverse various worlds relied entirely on it. As a seasoned spirit who had cultivated for a millennium, Yu Jiu had witnessed much and was unimpressed by wealth or power. The only aspiration that held significance for her was achieving immortality. With her heavenly tribulation approaching, she realized the need for careful planning. She had intended to hide in the mountains until the tribulation passed, but upon hearing news that the heavenly prince was descending to undergo his trial, she found herself embroiled in a situation that was initially irrelevant to her. However, she soon learned that the ethereal fairy, Lian Yan, was accompanying the prince with the Kunlun mirror, both having sealed their memories and powers. Harboring a deep-seated vendetta against Lian Yan, Yu Jiu was determined not to miss this opportunity. Yet, with countless timelines and dimensions, pinpointing her target was nearly impossible. Just then, the informant provided her with a replica of the Kunlun mirror, allowing this nascent spirit to traverse time and space. Yu Jiu was aware that the informant had ulterior motives, but she was unwilling to let this chance slip away. Despite her meticulous precautions, fate was not in her favor. The original Kunlun mirror possessed immense fortune, and no matter her intentions, unforeseen circumstances inevitably thwarted her. Each world's heroine harbored a profound aversion towards her, leading to her often tragic downfall. She finally comprehended that without the Kunlun mirror, she could not contend against the worlds. After traversing several realms, she finally seized an opportunity and succeeded. Holding the Kunlun mirror, she smirked disdainfully. Lian Yan, you rely on shortcuts. Let us see how you fare without the Kunlun mirror and your fortune against me. Upon reopening her eyes, Yu Jiu beheld a mottled ceiling. Glancing at her wrist, she noticed a faint mark, and as her thoughts stirred, information from this world surged towards her. The Kunlun mirror, after all, was a divine artifact, not to be employed lightly. The sealed memories within were merely a means to augment her fortune, yet Yu Jiu refrained from utilizing the Kunlun mirror for such purposes, deeming the enhancement too ethereal and uncertain. Moreover, considering her current predicament, it felt akin to smuggling. Any ensuing troubles could prove disastrous. Rather than such intangible benefits, she preferred something more tangible. Fleeting glimpses of the world's hazy future unfurled in her mind. This body was also named Yu Jiu, due to frequent transfers throughout her childhood. She had grown exceedingly sensitive and introverted. Even now, as she entered university, speaking to boys rendered her blushing for an eternity, her words often failing to convey her thoughts clearly. Few could endure such a temperament, and she had become accustomed to solitude. Yet, her mother's sudden remarriage shattered this fragile existence. In stark contrast to Yu Jiu, her mother was a stunning beauty, appearing not a day over 30 despite her 40 years. Suitors were ever present, yet she seemed disinclined to settle down. Remarkably, within days, she announced her intention to marry her new husband, a wealthy man. As Yu Jiu approached university, her mother's remarriage left her with a sense of unease and loss. However, being of a gentle disposition, she acquiesced. Yet, her mother appeared to feel a sense of indebtedness toward her, arranging for her stepbrother to look after her. A curious twist of fate. As they attended the same university, with him 2 years her senior. Unfamiliar with navigating such complexities, Yu Jiu sought her stepbrother for answers, only to inadvertently become intoxicated and engage in an intimate encounter. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself unable to accept the reality, contemplating suicide by jumping from a height. After sorting through these revelations, a grimace involuntarily crossed her lips as she pondered who truly was the shimmering figure and who the prince. Indeed, just days later, Yu Yan confronted Yu Jiu directly. Observing her daughter's familiar nod, Yu Yan felt unsurprised, though she anticipated Yu Jiu would soon retreat to her room, burdened by her emotions. Thus, she said, "Little Jiu, now that you're in university, it's time to enhance your appearance. Let us replace those glasses with contact lenses, and I'll take you shopping for clothes and skincare products, perhaps even a new hairstyle." In the previous timeline, this news had unsettled Yu Jiu, leading her to decline Yu Yan's suggestion. Yet now, she nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Mom. Yu Yen, taken aback by her daughter's affirmative response, was elated. What had been intended as a brief shopping excursion stretched into a lengthy outing, and by the time they returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Yu Jiu emerged transformed. Although still wearing glasses, she exuded an aura far removed from the bookish image she once portrayed. Her hair had been styled, adding a fashionable flair, and she now possessed a commanding presence. Once the wedding festivities concluded, Yu Jiu finally encountered her stepbrother. Bo Luan-ning possessed striking features, narrow, alluring eyes and thin lips that evoked notions of charm and fickleness. His reputation matched his appearance. From the second floor, Yu Jiu observed his arrival, a faint smile gracing her lips as she shed her clothing and retreated to the shower. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed through the house. Upon entering the villa, Bo Luan-ning noted the emptiness and frowned in impatience. He shrugged off his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt, calling out, "Where is everyone?" Just then, footsteps echoed from the second floor, deepening his frown. "Do you really need to make such a ruckus while walking? Uncle Lu, the shower in my room seems to be broken. Could you take a look?" A melodious, youthful voice floated down from above. Bo Luan-ning glanced up to see a girl, no more than 16 or 17, standing at the staircase, dripping wet. Her hair cascaded down her cheeks, and her slender neck appeared fragile. Her eyes squinted slightly, as if attempting to discern her surroundings, rendering her delicate features even smaller. Clad in a thin bathrobe that barely concealed her form, she was a vision of innocent allure, akin to a ripe peach awaiting harvest. He couldn't help but remark, "Be cautious inviting a man into your room dressed like that." His gaze lingered on her form as he rose from the sofa, approaching her. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he towered over her, casting a shadow that made her appear even more petite and delicate. He caught a whiff of a fragrance distinct from the typical scent of bath products, and as he neared, he was tempted to wipe away the droplets of water from her skin. Yet, before he could bridge the distance, a sudden force pushed against his chest, causing him to stumble back. The girl, now resembling a startled rabbit, darted away. A handprint marked his shirt, leaving a cool, uncomfortable sensation. Yet a playful smirk graced his lips as he gazed down the now empty hallway. This little rabbit had unexpectedly stirred his appetite. Just a touch too shy. But that only added to the intrigue. Yu Jiu closed her door, locking it, and once her flushed face regained its composure, she dried her hair with a towel, thinking, "Bo Luan-ning, do not let me down." At a gathering, Bo Luan-ning found himself unusually preoccupied, indifferent to the advances of the beautiful women around him, his thoughts drifting to the girl. Despite her seemingly delectable appearance, he questioned why she lingered in his mind. As he swirled his drink, he abruptly pushed the woman attempting to sit on his lap away and stood, declaring, "I'm leaving." The woman stumbled, her smile faltering as she feared she had offended him, while his friends stared in disbelief. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of Bo Luan-ning. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Jiu stood outside, her heart racing as she observed him. After finishing his performance, he appeared in high spirits, speaking softly to his instrument, his eyes crinkling in delight. The crystal chandelier behind her made her seem to glow. Bo Luan-ning felt his heartbeat quicken. Initially intending to enter, he hesitated, watching her bounce up the stairs barefoot, her steps barely making a sound on the dark wood floor. He fancied holding her in his hands, kneading her like dough. The following morning, as Yu Jiu descended for breakfast, she unexpectedly encountered Bo Luan-ning, her face radiating surprise. Miss, this is the young master. You haven't met before. But now's a perfect opportunity, as you both attend the same university," Uncle Lu explained. Bo Luan-ning interjected, "She's attending university? I thought she was at most 17. His words, directed at Uncle Lu, soon shifted to Yu Jiu, showcasing his charm. "How serendipitous. With the new school year approaching, would you like me to show you around?" Uncle Lu, astonished, glanced at Bo Luan-ning. Had he truly made such an offer? Before Yu Jiu could decline, Bo Luan-ning continued, "She is now part of our family, and it's essential for her to familiarize herself with certain social circles. It's only natural that I guide her into these realms. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I will take good care of her. After all, she is my sister, and I would never allow anyone to mistreat her." Having initially sought approval, He swiftly took charge, leaving no room for Yu Jiu or Uncle Liu to refuse. This was even more incorrect. Uncle Liu recalled his notorious reputation for flirtation, and a sudden ache struck his head. Could it be that he was actually going to make a move on Yu Jiu? After all, she was his sister. However, Yu Jiu was far from surprised. Bo Luning was precisely the kind of exceedingly arrogant individual, utterly self-centered. Were it not for his remarkable intelligence and strikingly handsome appearance, such a personality would hardly garner him any friends. Yet, this very trait added a peculiar charm, rendering him all the more alluring. Yu Jiu's suspicion towards him lessened somewhat. The aloof prince from previous realms had been quite indifferent, even towards the enchanting fairy, displaying minimal emotion. She found it difficult to associate him with the Bo Luning before her. Nevertheless, this realization brought her a sense of relief. Knowing that when the time came to dismiss him, she would feel no pressure. Her heart brimmed with joy, almost bursting into song. Yet her face betrayed a sense of resistance, clearly opposed to his decision, especially since their initial encounter had been rather unpleasant. She cast a look of desperation towards Uncle Liu, hoping he might interject. Yet Bo Luning inquired, "Xiao Jiu, do you not enjoy my company? Your mother wishes for us to get along." His words held a certain intimidation, and under his gaze, she reluctantly nodded. Bo Luning, feeling pleased, decided against breakfast, dismissing the food. "What's so delectable about this? I'll take you somewhere far better." He led her to a familiar restaurant, ordering several dishes with ease. Bo Luning was notoriously picky. He wouldn't touch anything he disliked. And he had a strong sense of personal space, having reserved a seat for himself that no one could encroach upon. Those who knew him were aware of this quirk, so one could imagine the shock of onlookers witnessing him seated with a young lady in his exclusive territory. "Bo Xiao, is that really you?" One of his friends, sporting dark circles under his eyes from a night of revelry, approached, eyes nearly bulging. After bringing Yu Jiu, Bo Luning felt a twinge of regret. He hadn't anticipated bringing her along. His earlier exuberance faded as he observed his friend's astonishment, yet he quickly cast aside any lingering regret. "What's the matter?" Bo Xiao could easily guess his friend's impending remarks, which made him slightly uneasy. However, turning to see Yu Jiu daintily consuming a pea cake, her petite pink tongue peeking out, and with cheeks puffed and eyes round as a hamster, he felt a strange sense of warmth. "Why the rush? If it's delightful, order another plate. I'll bring you some another day." Yu Jiu, feeling shy, turned her head, revealing her translucent earlobes. Bo Luning felt a sudden thirst. Lifting his glass and downing the water, the movement accentuated his throat, leaving a glistening mark on his lips, undeniably alluring. Yu Jiu conceded that he was indeed exceptional. Bo Luning pondered that he might genuinely be developing an interest in her, one that was rather significant. Yet, she appeared quite obedient, displaying resistance towards him, making it somewhat challenging to entice her. He twirled the porcelain cup in his hand, finding that difficulty only heightened his interest. He smiled subtly at Yu Jiu, who cast her gaze downwards. Their expressions diverged, yet their thoughts aligned in a rare moment of synchronicity. Hook her early. Yu Jiu adeptly played the role of an innocent little rabbit, occasionally flirting with ulterior motives, only to feign ignorance when confronted with critical questions. Dissolving her defenses to foster a closer bond was a lengthy endeavor, but, regrettably, Bo Luning was not a patient man. Fortunately, the opportunity soon presented itself. He felt his thoughts increasingly consumed by her, resulting in neglect towards his usual circle of friends. Adding to this was the gossip that spread like wildfire, proclaiming that the notoriously fickle Bo Luning had finally found his true match, marking the end of his previous escapades. His friends grew increasingly curious about this mysterious beauty. The day before school commenced, they finally seized the chance to invite Bo Luning out, insisting on the necessity of bringing a female companion. Once the call concluded, Bo Luning immediately sought out Yu Jiu, exasperatedly stating, "I can't fathom why they insist on a female companion. Where am I supposed to find one? Xiao Jiu, considering I've spent these past few days with you, would you accompany me?" Seeing her still hesitating, he stepped closer, suddenly lowering his head. Yu Jiu felt darkness envelop her, the scent of a man drawing nearer. She wanted to retreat, yet Bo Luning firmly grasped her shoulder, his presence intensifying. Uncertain of his intentions, she looked up, locking eyes with him, one pair bright and innocent, the other veiled in a dreamy pink haze. After their gaze lingered, the pink mist thickened. Bo Luning lowered his voice, the last syllable rising. I'm asking you so earnestly. Will you not agree? Do you think I would devour you? Your reluctance saddens me. He clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak, a look that could shatter the hearts of most women. Yu Jiu remained in a daze. But as he leaned in closer, she finally stammered, All right, fine. She tilted her neck, her delicate, fair skin exposed, wearing a round-neck t-shirt that allowed Bo Luning to glimpse the subtle shadow of her collarbone. He could almost hear the pulse in her veins. What began as a pretense now left him genuinely parched. Instinctively, he desired to draw her even closer, to envelop her petite form in his embrace. Yet, in the next moment, she hastily stepped back, her profile flushed, her ears tinged with red from anxiety. In her nervousness, her lips were slightly dry, and she instinctively licked her pink tongue over them.
Boom.
Bo Luning felt as though his veins were about to burst. Remarkably, she seemed oblivious, licking her lips again, her eyes darting away. Unable to bear her gaze any longer, he awkwardly turned and ascended the stairs, his gait slightly unsteady. Yu Jiu, concealing her face, managed a subtle smile. How could Bo Luning's friends have chosen an ordinary venue for their gathering? It was, in fact, the most renowned bar. And although the guest of honor had yet to arrive, the venue was already alive with revelers. Despite not being the birthday celebrant, Bo Luning drew attention wherever he went. The true intent of the gathering was not merely to indulge in drinks. As soon as he and Yu Jiu made their entrance, all eyes converged upon them. One individual exaggeratedly approached, attempting to embrace Bo Luning, only to be rebuffed. Unfazed, he leaned closer to Yu Jiu, inquiring, Where did such a lovely sister come from? Might I know your name? He even made a move to kiss her hand, intending it as jest. However, upon merely brushing her delicate hand, he felt a jolt of unexpected electricity, so soft, so fragile, akin to exquisite jade. When she withdrew her hand from his grasp, a sense of regret washed over him. His momentary distraction did not go unnoticed by Bo Luning, stirring a wave of irritation within him. After all, she was his little rabbit, yet to be claimed. Who dared to intrude? Yu Jiu, however, remained oblivious to the tension brewing between them. His casual touch had already set her nerves aflame, and disregarding her previous discomfort, she instinctively grasped his wrist, looking at him with a mix of urgency and anticipation. Bo Luning, fully aware of her desires, replied, What would you like to drink? I'll get it for you. Just relax and enjoy yourself. He gently guided her back to the bar and snapped his fingers, ordering a Long Island iced tea. The remaining wine, untouched by cosmetics, is worn with the utmost simplicity. Ever since arriving here, I have felt exceedingly out of place. Akin to a lamb that has misinterpreted the intentions of a pack of wolves, tender and delectable, evoking the desire to consume it in one swift motion. Upon hearing Bo Luning refer to this cocktail, a group of acquaintances silently cursed under their breaths, acknowledging that he was still as beastly as ever. Surely this young lady had never indulged in alcohol before. Such a potent drink could surely intoxicate her with just a single sip, fulfilling Bo Luning's desires. Those surrounding me exchanged glances, speculating whether Bo Luning had grown tired of seafood and was now pursuing a different taste, while none dared to warn me. I reflected on the truth of the saying that like attracts like, and I became increasingly convinced that Bo Luning was not the prince I had imagined. From my limited understanding of royalty in previous lives, he was simply not that type of person. I bit my lip gently, observing the handsome bartender as he poured the drink into a glass and slid it across the table, presenting it as the bar's signature offering. Renowned and worthy of a taste. Not long after Bo Luning departed, a stunning young woman approached and took the seat he had vacated, scrutinizing me with a critical eye. So, you are Luning's new flame? Ever since he had left, I had sat upright, my gaze fixated on the cocktail before me, embodying the essence of a well-behaved girl. Upon hearing her words, my eyes widened in disbelief, and a blush swiftly crept across my cheeks, rendering me as red as a boiled shrimp. I pressed my lips together, seemingly wanting to explain but held back by some unseen force, further inciting the lady's derision. How could Luning possibly fancy you? She had intended to deliver a few harsh words, but my reaction diminished her interest. Bo Luan-ning had always favored alluring beauties. And this time, I was merely a fleeting novelty. Soon, he would undoubtedly lose interest, and I would be forgotten. With that, she took her drink and departed, clearly eager to leave the scene behind. Bo Luan-ning's expression darkened. It was evident he held a keen interest in me, yet I seemed indifferent to his charms. A fact he found intolerable. In matters of romance, he had always triumphed, and never had he faced such a setback. "What's the rush?" he remarked coolly. Sensing his underlying meaning, a flicker of urgency crossed my brow. The atmosphere here felt decidedly unwelcoming. Without a moment's hesitation, I lifted the cocktail before me and downed it in one bold gulp. In my haste, the liquid trickled down the corner of my lips and vanished beneath my collar, leaving a glistening sheen that caught the seductive light, rendering my gaze similarly entranced as I stared at Bo Luan-ning. Suddenly, I collapsed into his embrace. My body a soft, fragrant weight against him. This unexpected closeness stirred something within him, the restraint he had previously maintained shattering in an instant as his hand instinctively clasped my waist, drawing me closer still, my form nestled against him. Bo Luan-ning effortlessly lifted me and exited the bar. Throughout the journey, I remained remarkably docile, neither shouting nor retching, as if I had truly fallen into slumber. As he approached his sports car, my languid arm moved, resting gently on his shoulder. I stirred awake, my eyes fluttering open in a hazy state, seemingly oblivious to my surroundings. With a delicate touch, I leaned closer, my lips barely grazing his throat, soft breaths warming his skin. "Who are you?" As I spoke, my lips brushed against him, igniting a warmth within Bo Luan-ning, prompting him to quicken his pace. He placed me in the driver's seat and kissed my lips, an act that only intensified the fire between us. He had not intended to act on those impulses, merely to create a misunderstanding that would facilitate his next move. Yet, with a gentle tug, he found himself yearning to possess me entirely. Having leaned against him due to weakness, I now clung to his neck as he bent closer. Our lips were mere centimeters apart, the faint scent of alcohol enveloping him. The allure was further heightened as my attire shifted, revealing a hint of lace beneath my t-shirt, an enticing sight that left him breathless. "Who are you?" I repeated, my clarity returning. Bo Luan-ning's expression darkened as he realized his interest in me had been piqued, his body responding accordingly, craving an intimate encounter. Yet, the very moment I seemed to reject him, he found himself in a tumult of frustration. Just then, a timid voice interrupted. "Sir, do you need assistance?" A patrol had approached, curious about his prolonged presence. After dealing with the situation, Bo Luan-ning reclined next to me, stretching lazily. The following morning, I awoke in his embrace, his form draped over me like an octopus. My ear rested against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart while my gaze wandered. Bo Luan-ning, with his charming features and fair skin, could easily be mistaken for a frivolous dandy, yet he possessed a sculpted physique. I found the moment ripe for action, closing my eyes before reopening them, flushing crimson. Suddenly, I leapt from his arms, my face ablaze, biting my lip to suppress the urge to cry as I tugged the lone blanket closer. The sudden movement startled Bo Luan-ning awake, the chill of the air snapping him to attention. Unfazed by his shamelessness, I was determined to confront him, my eyes glistening with unshed tears. Waking up nestled against a man, especially one who was my stepbrother, shattered my worldview. Yet before I could voice my indignation, he boldly declared, "What do you mean this is impossible?" "Impossible?" he retorted, incredulous. "Do you think I am lying to you? How could you question my integrity? Bo Luan, have never cared for a drunken individual. I spent the night tending to you, and you dare deny it?" In the clash of our energies, his assertive and mine hesitant, I felt the weight of his gaze, and doubt began to creep in. I stammered, my cheeks aflame, my tear-filled eyes searching his. Bo Luan-ning, captivated by my gaze, felt his resolve waver as his heart raced anew. He initially intended to capitalize on the moment, having put considerable thought into this scenario to bridge the gap between them. Otherwise, what could be made of Yu Jiu's perpetual expression of unfamiliarity towards him? Once they were closer, it would be much easier for Bo Luan-ning to take further action. He observed her, wrapped tightly in the covers, leaving only her head exposed. The The morning light filtered through the loosely drawn curtains, casting a translucent glow on her earlobe, and suddenly, he found himself lost in thought. Recalling a jelly he had once tasted that had been quite delightful.
What was she pondering now?
Was she deliberating on whether to believe his words? She had no recollection of the events from the previous night, and with their proximity, the warmth emanating from him seemed to envelop her as well. Her fingers, exposed outside the blanket, trembled slightly, intensifying the sense of her inner turmoil. By nature, she was reluctant to doubt others, and she truly had no idea what actions she might take while intoxicated. She never anticipated that a single incident would lead them to their current predicament. As she looked at Bo Luan-ning, whose face reflected sorrow and indignation, as if he would reprimand her at any moment, she felt her resolve weakening again. Ultimately, she steeled herself and courageously declared, "I will take responsibility for you." This bold proclamation left Bo Luan-ning momentarily stunned, his expression rigid, as if he were a rusty automaton. Yu Jiu, with her head bowed, seemed oblivious to his shattered demeanor and repeated, I will take responsibility for you." A flicker of struggle crossed her face, followed by a heavy sigh. Although the events of last night had caught her off guard, she resolved not to deny what had transpired. Wait a moment, Bo Luan-ning thought. He could hardly keep up with the turn of events. He shifted his neck slightly. "Of course, I'm just a freshman, and I plan to pursue graduate studies. If we were to inadvertently have a child today, we cannot keep it. We still have school to finish, and marrying before graduation is out of the question. Moreover, being together would be quite a shock for Uncle Bo and my mother. We should gradually break the news to them." "Hold on, a child?" Bo Luan-ning recalled vividly that aside from wrinkling her clothes, he had not undressed her. He hadn't even removed his own pants. Why would she think they were expecting a child? He twisted his head again, suddenly struck by a ludicrous thought. Could it be that she was unaware of what love truly entailed? Although it seemed absurd, looking into her clear, expressive eyes made him believe it. After all, weren't there still doctoral students who believed that one could conceive a child merely by lying in bed? He swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips and suddenly had a revelation as Yu Jiu reached the climax of her speech. "Do you want to date me?" This question shortened the distance between them significantly, and Bo Luan-ning had no intention of correcting her. A smirk tugged at his lips. "Well, at least you have a conscience." Yu Jiu scoffed internally, knowing he would never let this opportunity slip by. Bo Luan-ning was pleasantly surprised by her unexpected response. He had assumed she was merely an innocent girl, likely to be flustered upon waking to such a scenario and his performance. Yet, to his astonishment, after a moment of hesitation, she spoke with surprising rationality. He couldn't help but glance at her, seeing the innocent facade she maintained, truly a pristine little rabbit. Bo Luan-ning felt a rush of interest, knowing that what was lost was easily forgotten, and past experiences served as a cautionary tale. She thought to herself, "Rest assured, I have many more surprises in store for you." Bo Luan-ning had previously tried various methods to flirt with Yu Jiu, but she remained oblivious and unresponsive, failing to draw them closer. To break the stalemate, he had gone so far as to intoxicate her. Although there had been minor missteps along the way, he was ultimately satisfied with the outcome, yet he had not anticipated that Yu Jiu had another side to her. In the midst of this tumult, everything else faded into obscurity, including the arrival of a rare genius in their cohort who, in less than 3 months, had gained the recognition of the formidable Professor C, becoming his protege. This genius was none other than Yu Jiu, a reputed academic prodigy with an exceptionally high IQ, sought after by numerous professors. Was he merely playing a supporting role beside her? Yu Jiu, now immersed in her work, was strikingly different from her former self. The previous shyness and restraint had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming intellect and focus as she gazed intently at the test tube. The determination and seriousness in her expression were almost intoxicating, exuding an allure that set her apart. Despite his presence, she did not spare him a glance. Observing her in this state, Bo Luan-ning felt all his previous frustrations dissipate, as if his heart were lightly brushed by a feather. This moment was unlike their first encounter, which had been purely driven by primal male instincts towards an appealing object. He recalled the night he had watched her play the piano, ethereal as a moonlit sprite. Since that evening, He had not witnessed such a side of her until now, and he wondered just how many facets of her remained undiscovered. As he lost himself in thought, Yu Jiu swiftly grasped the test tube before her movements fluid and graceful, akin to playing the piano. Bo Luan-ning had been observing her fingers, but upon hearing her words, irritation bubbled within him. Was she attempting to flirt with him? He cleared his throat softly, leaning against the door. "Xiao Jiu, I've come to pick you up." He feigned annoyance. "You've been here for quite some time, and yet you haven't noticed me." Upon seeing him, Yu Jiu quickly shed her previous demeanor. Before she could greet him, he interrupted her. She froze momentarily, then gently coughed. "I'm sorry. I lost track of time." To Bo Luan-ning's surprise, instead of feeling shy about his abrupt revelation of their relationship, Yu Jiu responded with unexpected candor. The boy felt a tinge of disappointment. He harbored vague feelings for her, but before he could progress further, he discovered that she was already taken. A subtle smile graced Bo Luan-ning's lips. He couldn't deny that witnessing her reaction had briefly lifted his spirits. Yet he also felt a sense of caution. If he could encounter one such person, who was to say there weren't others? Should he let them know this flower was already claimed? With that thought, he made no attempt to hide his intentions, boldly wrapping an arm around Yu Jiu's waist as they descended, eliciting astonished stares from those around them. In their 3-month relationship, they had shared very few intimate moments. Bo Luan-ning exhibited rare patience, and as he held her close, a blush finally crept onto Yu Jiu's cheeks. Today, Bo Luan-ning sought to seize the opportunity to deepen their connection, determined not to remain stagnant. With his resolve strengthened, once they were in the car, he seized the moment while fastening her seatbelt to whisper, "My birthday is the day after tomorrow." Yu Jiu found herself at a loss for words under his gaze. "I will prepare a gift." Bo Luan-ning placed a finger gently on her lips, interrupting her. "That's not what I meant." He lowered his voice. "Xiao Jiu, we've been together for 3 months. We've merely held hands. We've certainly shared more intimate moments before, shall we take that step again?" Such shamelessness. How brazenly he sought intimacy. Was it necessary to be so eager after just 3 months? Naturally, Yu Jiu would not acquiesce. Satisfying him would only lead to the downfall of her plans. His intimate gesture rendered her flustered, the blush on her face deepening to her neck, even creeping beneath her collar. An enticing pink that invoked thoughts of how alluring she would appear in bed, a notion that tantalized Bo Luan-ning. Desire was evident in his eyes. He yearned for her. He wished to uncover the 4th facet of her he had yet to see. As Yu Jiu gazed blankly, she pondered, "What are we doing? Are we to repeat what we have done before?" Bo Luan-ning responded with silence. Yu Jiu continued, "The day after tomorrow? My advisor has asked me to conduct several more experiments, and I cannot spare the time in the coming days." Doused with a bucket of cold water, the previous flirtation vanished, leaving Bo Luan-ning feeling as if he had been struck, questioning whether this was intentional. To his dismay, it was a double blow. Even though her birthday served merely as an excuse, hearing that she would be occupied with experiments on that day stung. "Is the experiment more important than me?" he uttered, a tone of grievance lacing his words. The moment he spoke, he felt a pang of disbelief at his own utterance, glancing at Yu Jiu, who seemed unfazed by his words, even finding them reasonable. In the first year of their relationship, it felt inappropriate to stand her boyfriend up on her birthday. After a moment's hesitation, she readily declared, "I will ask my advisor for leave. I will finish more experiments tomorrow so that I can free up the day after." She sincerely stated, "It's our first birthday since we started dating. How could I possibly miss it?" Bo Luan-ning replied, "Thank you." Struggling to find words beyond those two, he was astonished that he had reached such a point. His heart felt constricted, and he suddenly realized that his attentiveness towards Yu Jiu had intensified, while her focus on him remained unaltered. She had mentioned it was their first birthday together, implying she would not skip it, not out of concern for his feelings, but out of her own commitment to her aspirations. The distinction was significant. Bo Luan-ning felt an inkling of dread. It appeared he had encountered a formidable challenge. Observing Yu Jiu's contemplative profile, he thought it was time to introduce some obstacles into his previously smooth journey. Without any setbacks, how could he remain invested? Without investment, the eventual pain of separation would be dulled. He soon discovered that Yu Jiu was a workaholic, dedicating most of her time to the university. a considerable portion of which was devoted to the laboratory. Given their past experiences, he paid attention and recognized she was even more capable than he had initially perceived. At Sea University, where brilliance abounded, merely tossing a brick could yield 3 top scholars. Yu Jiu's admission scores were commendable, yet merely adequate at Sea University. However, once enrolled, she showcased extraordinary talent in chemistry, earning her professor's special mentorship. Many of her experiments were executed with remarkable proficiency, demonstrating her extensive theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Her mentor was keen on nurturing her, and she met expectations by devoting nearly all her time to the laboratory. What once was merely tardiness had now escalated to an inability to meet. While Bo Luan-ning yearned to cultivate their relationship, he found himself bereft of time. Each phone call resulted in a cold response. "I'm sorry, I still have an experiment to finish. Let's talk later." Later. But that required actual availability. He felt increasingly like a neglected partner, overshadowed by experiments that had stolen his girlfriend away. The conclusion was clear. He had become a casualty of her academic pursuits, her indifference to him gnawing at his heart. Yet, relinquishing her was not an option after investing so much time and effort. He had prepared a candlelit dinner for her birthday, along with a bottle of wine, ready to adapt as needed. Yet, their conversation inexplicably veered towards her field of study, and there was no further development. Although he later found the thought rather ridiculous, it did not hinder his resolve to persevere. Bo Luan-ning planned to seek out Yu Jiu for a discussion, just as she intended to approach him. "Xiao Jiu," he began. "Bo Luan-ning," she interrupted, her expression serious, reminiscent of the morning she had awakened in his bed. His heart skipped a beat. "I've made up my mind. Let us break up." The sting of rejection hit Bo Luan-ning, and he inhaled deeply. "What did I do wrong?" Yu Jiu noted his evident displeasure, yet maintained an air of composure that secretly delighted her, though her face bore a semblance of guilt. "My dream is to become like my mentor." As she mentioned her mentor and profession, her eyes sparkled with passion. Although her attire seemed somewhat incongruous in the upscale restaurant, it did not diminish her beauty. Bo Luan-ning suddenly realized how much Yu Jiu had transformed since their first encounter. Her features had become more refined, her aura had shifted, exuding a newfound confidence and unique charm. He should have found it amusing that she was discussing dreams with him, a topic often treated with disdain, yet he listened intently, devoid of mockery. "So what does that mean? What does breaking up have to do with them?" He had been drawn in, ensnared by her allure, yet remained unsated. "I have always felt sorry. I initiated our relationship, yet I have not fulfilled my role as a girlfriend properly. This is merely the first semester. Next semester will be even busier. I will dedicate more time to my studies, so we should break up." At this point, she displayed a hint of shyness. Yet, Bo Luan-ning could only think of her demeanor at the experimental station, her eyes lighting up when discussing her field. Initially captivated by her actions, he now found himself more intrigued by her scholarly fervor. He had always thought that her glasses and lab coat exuded an alluring restraint, making him yearn to strip her bare at the lab, pushing her to the edge of her limits. Before he could indulge in such fantasies, Yu Jiu delivered another blow. "Bo Luan-ning, you're a good person, but we truly are not suited for each other. The past is behind us. There is no need to dwell on it." Being rejected again and handed a good person card, Bo Luan-ning nearly choked on his own frustration. In contrast to his turmoil, Yu Jiu seemed resolute. As the second semester commenced, she made her mark, publishing a paper in a prestigious journal in collaboration with her professor, joining a research project led by him. As the sole undergraduate among mostly master's students, she stood out, a rarity even at Sea University, which was brimming with talent. Yu Jiu quickly ascended to prominence within the institution. Bo Luan-ning contemplated giving up. If this trend continued, he would merely be wasting his time. Yet, everywhere he turned at school, he heard her name, leaving him torn between career aspirations and love. Yu Jiu had almost effortlessly chosen her career, and if her professional path faltered, it would reflect poorly on her judgment. However, her swift rise to fame within the school only underscored the wisdom of her choices. Bo Luan-ning could not swallow his frustration. At this moment, his circle of friends seemed intent on driving the knife deeper. "Bo Xiao, that little sister of yours is quite impressive. She's a scientist." Their tone carried an unintentional note of admiration. Her IQ must be around 120, right? Why didn't I shake her hand before? Once she becomes a scientist at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I can brag about it. To flaunt or to feel diminished, this is indeed a man who has cast aside a future scientist, which is quite regrettable. Such high intellect could have had a significant impact on genetics. Little did he know that this was yet another stab to Lu Ning's heart. He was not the one who ended the relationship, but rather, he was the one discarded. Upon returning home, his father struck him with a knowing blow. Lu Ning, how can you call yourself a brother? Little Jiu has already published a paper, and you didn't even mention it to me, leaving me unprepared for a gift. Clearly, his father was elated by this news. Scientists tend to carry an air of distinction, enhancing one's reputation. Having such a stepdaughter brings honor wherever one goes. Although it was late, Father Bo still presented Yu Jiu with a generous red envelope. Lu Ning thought to himself, how is it that she appears everywhere? Moreover, if this trend continues, once their tumultuous relationship is exposed, they will likely express relief that Yu Jiu had the wisdom to reconsider, thus avoiding further waste of time on him. They might even criticize him for luring a talented young woman, almost leading to a significant loss. Just the thought made Lu Dashao feel a pang of frustration. Yu Jiu, of course, sensed Lu Ning's desire to meet her. Initially, she was deliberate in her avoidance, but as time progressed and her schedule became increasingly packed, he was truly cast from her thoughts. She was thriving, leveraging her previous experiences to excel, but it was not without effort. She dedicated considerable energy to establish herself professionally, and her mentors regarded her as a true genius, though she knew herself to be anything but. To maintain this persona required even more exertion. Lu Ning was merely an inconsequential figure. She needed to secure a position in her field within a few years to stand a chance against Lian Yan. Compared to Lian Yan, Lu Ning was insignificant. Lu Ning had tried to catch a glimpse of Yu Jiu for an entire semester and had not seen her once, as she had taken up residence in the laboratory, rarely stepping outside. The entrance was manned with various security personnel and identity verification measures, making it impossible for Lu Ning to enter, and Yu Jiu's phone was perpetually unreachable. Never had Lu Ning felt so stifled. He was on the verge of exploding the laboratory. Fine. He refused to believe that Yu Jiu could remain hidden forever. Though he could not ascertain specific details about the experiment, he managed to glean some trivial information. They were nearing the conclusion of their work, and by the end of summer, they would likely finish. Having endured an entire semester, he could certainly withstand a summer. However, nearly a year without female companionship, coupled with his fixation on Yu Jiu, had caused him to lose weight, and rumors began circulating that Lu Shao had finally encountered his true love, though she did not reciprocate his feelings. In despair, Lu Ning contemplated renouncing worldly ties. Initially, it was merely a baseless rumor, but as Lu Ning's disappearance continued, it began to feel somewhat plausible, prompting his friends to reach out for confirmation. Fortunately, the summer break was not excessively long. As the days dragged on for Lu Ning, freshmen had begun to report back, and he paid little attention to his surroundings. He drove directly to the base of Yu Jiu's laboratory and, perhaps out of some divine compassion, spotted her standing there before he arrived. He parked by the roadside, opened the door, and rushed towards her, fearing she might vanish again. To his surprise, she stood still, her gaze fixed on a distant point, her expression dark and foreboding. Though the atmosphere was silent, it felt as if something lurked beneath, waiting to break free. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. What was she staring at so intently, completely oblivious to his approach? Following her line of sight, he discovered that she was observing a striking couple, a beautiful woman and a tall, handsome man. At this moment, Lu Ning had no interest in anything but Yu Jiu. Did she know these two? Lian Yan. At last, I have awaited your arrival.
What is it?
Lu Ning, forsaking all pretense, waved his hand before her, successfully drawing the attention of the couple nearby. Shun Lian's eyes brightened at the sight, glancing briefly at Yu Jiu before settling on Lu Ning. In contrast, Lu Ning merely cast a sidelong glance at her before his focus returned to Yu Jiu. It's been so long since we last met, and you haven't uttered a word to me? The normally smooth-sailing Lu Ning found himself stumbling for the first time, having fallen for Yu Jiu. Initially, He was drawn to her physical allure, but by the time they parted ways, he had not even tasted her sweetness. Though the process seemed to align with his expectations, the outcome was utterly disheartening. His resentment only grew. Just as his interest in Yu Jiu escalated, she had cast him aside. Now, after months of waiting, he longed to fixate solely on her, leaving no room for others. Yu Jiu blinked and submerged her troubled gaze. I thought I saw someone I knew. But I was mistaken. How did you know I was coming out of the laboratory today? What a coincidence. Coincidence? Not at all. Lu Ning felt a pang in his chest. It was getting late. Let us dine first. We can discuss matters over meal. Zhou Xian looked at Shen Lian in surprise. She was not one to show interest in strangers. Shen Lian noticed as well but offered no explanation, her gaze drawn back to the direction the car had just vanished into. Yu Jiu felt his stare, surprise washing over her. After all these months, had this young master not yet changed his perspective? You were the one who proposed the relationship, and you are the one who ended it. Have you ever considered my feelings? In any case, I do not agree to the breakup. Lu Ning, unabashed, declared that he was determined to win her back. Yu Jiu's lashes fluttered, and she hesitated. You saw the truth. I will be spending even more time in the laboratory, and it will be a long time before we can meet. Under Lu Ning's relentless pursuit, Yu Jiu finally nodded, her face filled with remorse. If you ever feel we are unsuitable, you can propose a breakup at any time. Confirming that Yu Jiu was still discussing her next experiment with her advisor, Lu Ning seized the opportunity to nurture their relationship. However, at that moment, the organizing committee for the welcome event arrived. Yu Jiu, could you represent the second and third years to speak and welcome the new freshmen? The paper Yu Jiu published was of exceptional quality and had been cited numerous times over the past 6 months, making her a prominent figure in the second year. It was only natural for them to want her to speak, and Yu Jiu would not decline. Lu Ning was driven to madness. Could he not enjoy a simple romantic moment? Are you upset? Yu Jiu asked nervously, explaining. The minister kept insisting, and I felt too guilty to refuse. Having neglected her boyfriend for over half a year, now that she finally had time to spare, she had to divide it again. She felt genuinely apologetic, but was not adept at turning others down, so she approached her boyfriend with caution. Lu Ning's lips twitched. He thought to himself that he was beyond angry. Yet, seeing her anxious face, he feigned nonchalance. Why would I be angry? I have yet to see you play the piano. I am quite looking forward to it. The thought of many eyes watching her perform only deepened his discontent, leaving him uncertain about the source of his frustration. What was he truly seeking? He felt as if he had been stabbed only to comfort the other party. You'll need a gown for your performance, one TU? I see you don't have one. Allow me to take you to get ready. Lu Ning, initially prepared to take a different approach, found himself reverting to his old ways. However, as they approached the most luxurious shopping street, his spirits lifted. Why did Yu Jiu adore the laboratory so much? It was simply because she had yet to experience the vibrant world outside. He seldom visited this place, his visage unfamiliar to the sales associates here. Yet, his limitless credit card granted him unhindered access. He first instructed the sales associate to acquire numerous suitable garments, in both large and small bags, before escorting her to a premier stylist. A dozen individuals surrounded Yu Jiu, bestowing upon her a princess-like experience. Although she appeared engrossed in the moment, she did not forget about Shen Lian. Upon learning Shen Lian's name, she felt a sense of familiarity. Eventually recalling that she had indeed heard of her, she was to be Bo Luning's future girlfriend. If Shen Lian was the shimmering water, then Bo Luning's prospects of being a prince were considerably heightened. Alas, she had passed away too early, leaving the question of whether he ended up with Shen Lian unanswered. And it was also possible that he had chosen another. After contemplating for a while, the group concluded their tasks, prompting her to rise and change into another room. Bo Luning sat with his legs crossed, a hint of anticipation evident on his face. However, after languishing outside for an entire afternoon, he found her emerging still clad in the same outfit, her hair unaltered. He immediately turned his gaze toward the stylist. Yu Jiu remarked, I need to enter the laboratory next month. Perming would be difficult to manage. I can wear the formal dress during the orientation. Not only her hair, but she had also declined a manicure, reiterating the same reason. She needed to prepare for her experiments. The stylist, standing stiffly behind her, was perplexed. They could enhance her beauty further, yet she had insisted on removing all their work before appearing. Why, one might wonder, was she unwilling for the gentleman outside to gaze upon her? Bo Luning, too, was taken aback. He had spent the entire afternoon idly waiting. Yet she had not even granted him a glance. "How can I inform you of what requires improvement if you won't allow me to see?" he questioned. "I believe their choices are remarkable. Everything they selected is exquisite." She blinked innocently. "You brought me here. Did you not trust their professional judgment?" He could hardly assert that he was more adept than these experienced stylists. Since they had already undone their work, could he possibly put her through that ordeal again? Bo Luning acquiesced. With that incident behind them, he lost interest in accompanying Yu Jiu on her shopping excursion. In the blink of an eye, the orientation event arrived. Bo Luning had never participated before, but with Yu Jiu in mind, he decided to attend, arriving just in time for her speech. Her makeup was already applied, though she had not donned her formal dress, which did little to conceal her beauty. Yu Jiu had previously made a strong impression, ensuring that even those outside her field recognized her as an exceptional sophomore. However, few had truly seen her, adding to her air of mystery. They had never imagined that such a genius could possess such striking beauty. Her petite face, no larger than a palm, complemented her overall delicate stature. Her features were exquisitely refined, and her innate temperament exuded tranquility and grace. Every gesture was imbued with elegance. Not just the newcomers, but even some seniors were momentarily stunned. C University was not lacking in beauty. They had seen countless images of school flowers and beauties over the past year, leading to a certain desensitization. Yet, Yu Jiu not only matched their allure but arguably surpassed it. Many were witnessing her for the first time, providing a refreshing surprise. Such beauty, coupled with her exceptionally high intelligence, was enough to drive anyone to distraction. As her speech concluded, the applause resonated long and loud. Those who had been captivated turned their attention to Yu Jiu, exclaiming, "Yu Jiu, the genius from the chemistry department in her sophomore year. Who would have thought she would be so stunning? Was she famous? Previously, perhaps not, but after tonight, her notoriety would surely increase." He had just scrolled through the forum, where her photographs had begun circulating, and the comments were filled with lamentations over having missed such a beauty. Meanwhile, Shun Lian felt a pang of discontent. Having heard of Yu Jiu's genius, she was prepared to check her phone for more information, but before she could even open the webpage, someone called her to prepare. Shun Lian was well known among the newcomers, possessing both beauty and a friendly demeanor. During military training, she had already begun to stand out, being recognized as one of the strong contenders for the title of school beauty. When she appeared in a flowing classical gown, she was breathtaking, her movements graceful, with features that were enchanting. Her debut had captured a significant amount of applause, as such naturally graceful classical beauties were a rarity. People were already inquiring about her major. Shun Lian performed a self-choreographed classical dance on the expansive stage, illuminated by a single spotlight, with music accompanying her that was soft and delicate. Her long sleeves flowed as she moved gracefully, every difficult maneuver executed with fluidity, a testament to her deep-rooted heritage and her dedication to the art of dance. Yu Jiu observed from the shadows, recognizing that Shun Lian possessed a level of skill worthy of professional acclaim, her performance undeniably captivating. Without Yu Jiu, Shun Lian would have undoubtedly risen to prominence as the school's classical goddess, gaining numerous admirers. After her performance, a slight blush adorned Shun Lian's cheeks as the applause continued to resonate. She silently rejoiced at not having faltered. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, a figure brushed past her. Instinctively, she turned to look, catching a glimpse of a familiar profile, Yu Jiu. While the audience remained entranced by the tranquility that Shun Lian had conjured, Yu Jiu made her entrance. The enchanting atmosphere lingered, but the lights that had dimmed for Shun Lian now illuminated the stage once more, revealing Yu Jiu in a flowing white gown. Having changed her attire, she appeared even more ethereal and otherworldly, reminiscent of the stunning scene that had left Bo Luning in awe. If Shun Lian's beauty was rooted in classical restraint, Yu Jiu radiated an essence that seemed to transcend the mundane. A gentle smile graced her face, not one of disinterest, but rather a shy, innocent expression. akin to a pampered princess stepping into a new world, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Yet, every movement was executed with grace. Bo Luning's eyes were fixed upon her. His teeth clenched in frustration. She had not revealed this talent to him, nor had she mentioned her ability to play the piano. Now, she was captivating an entire audience. The others were less preoccupied with Shen Lian. Yu Jiu's reputation had already overshadowed that of a mere newcomer, especially considering the ethereal beauty she exuded, as if she had just stepped out of a painting. The mere sight of her left many in admiration. As she gracefully took her place at the piano, first-time spectators finally relaxed, realizing the contrast that made her captivating. Yu Jiu had successfully built her reputation throughout her time at the university, and now, with this remarkable reveal, she astonished countless individuals. Who would have expected such a girl to produce world-class research results? As the audience anticipated her to play pieces like F. Arliss or Claire de Lune, her fingers suddenly struck the keys with force, unleashing a powerful rendition of fate. No one expected such strength to emanate from her petite frame. The music conveyed an intensity of emotion, a relentless forward momentum that swept over the audience like a tidal wave, engulfing them entirely in the grandeur of her performance. Bo Luning was no exception. He held his breath, entranced by the music that poured forth from her fingertips. The notes seemed to materialize, each one striking his heart with a pang, compelling him to lean forward, eager to witness her brilliance more clearly. Sitting before the piano, the young lady became the center of attention for all. Those in the front row could clearly discern her expression, utterly absorbed, her focus entirely on the instrument. The sanctity of her demeanor, combined with the fervent, soaring music, exuded an astonishing allure, a contrast and passion that left everyone utterly entranced by her. As this magnificent and grand composition drew to a close amidst the audience's reluctant applause, the girl gracefully lifted her skirt to acknowledge the applause. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, with those in the back rising to their feet in wild enthusiasm.
Senior.
I love you. Be my girlfriend. At that moment, Yu Jiu was undoubtedly the focal point of attention, but Bo Luning, who initially felt a sense of pride, felt his expression darken upon hearing the raucous shouts from the oblivious youths behind him. Did they not realize she was his girlfriend? Bo Luning was taken aback. Perhaps indeed no one knew. He had deliberately let those in the experimental building see them together, yet days later, there had been no whispers at all. Did none of them indulge in gossip? The applause was more fervent and enduring than ever before. Upon reaching the backstage, someone murmured as they watched Yu Jiu, who was now backstage removing her makeup. You are truly remarkable. Not only is your intelligence outstanding, but you are also stunningly beautiful, and your grace is unparalleled. How can one be so perfect? Originally, Shen Lian, who was set to gain fame from this welcoming event and capture Bo Luning's attention, had now become just another supporting character. Her previous captivating dance was overshadowed by an even more stunning performance. As soon as Yu Jiu entered the car, a hand swiftly grasped hers and pulled her forward, while another hand encircled her waist, spinning her around until he was atop her. She gasped in surprise, but before she could utter more, a fervent, impatient kiss fell upon her lips. His hand that held her waist moved upward, capturing her chin, his heated breath brushing against her cheek, igniting a fire within her. His agile tongue breached her closed lips, coaxing her to dance along with him, her eyes shimmering in the darkness, the heat in her gaze surpassing mere breath. Yu Jiu trembled under his intense onslaught, succumbing to his fervor. Her hands yielded to her chest, obediently accepting him, which only emboldened him further. The flames in his eyes intensified as his hand ventured up her leg, ready to lift her skirt at any moment. Bo Luning had never desired someone so fervently.
The very thought made his body ache.
His gaze bore into her. I want you. Yu Jiu reclined in the seat, her hair disheveled, her eyes dazed. Her lips reddened from his kisses. This scene was no different for him than a euphoric high, as if he had been injected with hormones. Just as he was about to continue, his phone, nestled in the code on the driver's seat, rang. Bo Luning froze, yearning to proceed, yet the relentless ringing continued. Damn it. Yu Jiu had regained her senses, hastily pushing him away. She had never encountered such a situation, still dazed, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. She licked her lips, extending a soft hand to push him away, the phone. The sound was like cotton candy, sweet and soft. Bo Luan-ning realized her lips were as sweet as her voice, enticingly delicious. The fire within him surged, refusing to subside. The phone continued to ring, and the veins on his forehead throbbed as he reached for his coat, retrieving his phone. Just as he accepted the call, the familiar voices of his friends erupted on the other end. Bo Xiao. Have you seen the forum? Your ex-girlfriend is on fire. Really? Unaware of his friend's unusual calmness, he was urged to check it out, only to hear Bo Luan-ning's icy voice respond, Wang Yao.
Ha!
I'll be damned. This incident ignited all the pent-up frustration within him. Even as he was interrupted, he was unwilling to relent, his hand reaching for her shoulder, his body leaning in to create an intimate atmosphere. Yet Guyan's phone rang again. She picked it up, Mom. Bo Luan-ning's hand froze in midair, his body suspended in a moment of indecision. The arrival of the welcoming party's aftermath stirred a frenzy as more and more suitors emerged, presenting flowers to Yu Jiu, including not only sophomores and juniors but also freshmen. Bo Luan-ning's stomach churned with frustration. He longed to declare Yu Jiu as his girlfriend, yet the opportunity eluded him. As her mentor summoned her, Yu Jiu waved and entered the laboratory without seeking his opinion. At that moment, Bo Luan-ning felt less like a resentful lover and more like a widower, enduring a lingering solitude.
Senior?
The unexpected voice broke through his thoughts. Raising his gaze, he saw a strikingly beautiful girl who seemed vaguely familiar. Had it been any other time, he would not have let such beauty slip by, but his mood was sour. And he coldly replied, "Do I know you?" Shun Lian's beauty was indeed remarkable, radiating an innate classic charm. In the bar, her white t-shirt and fitted jeans glimmered under the kaleidoscopic lights, exuding both innocence and allure. Tall and slender, she resembled a robust bamboo, drawing the attention of many.
Yet,
her gaze remained fixed on Bo Luan-ning, imbued with a seemingly profound affection. Faced with such beauty, refusing was a daunting task. Yet Bo Luan-ning merely spat out a single word, scram. Shun Lian had never been dismissed so bluntly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, though she fought to maintain her composure, evoking a sense of sympathy. Unfortunately, Bo Luan-ning's gaze was devoid of interest. He was consumed by irritation, wondering if Yu Jiu would remain in the laboratory for nearly a year. Would he really endure such a torment for another year? Shun Lian approached merely for a game, and her companions exchanged glances, one girl smirking with a hint of disdain, believing herself invincible. However, she never anticipated Bo Luan-ning's utter disregard today. Amid the ridicule, Shun Lian stood tall. "Senior, I only wish to obtain your phone number. If you do not wish to share it, a simple refusal would suffice." There is no need for such humiliation. In the face of such mockery, her calm demeanor sparked admiration. Even Bo Luan-ning spared her a fleeting glance. In the original timeline, he would have been intrigued by Shun Lian, leading to deeper affections later. Now, however, he felt a flicker of interest as his phone rang unexpectedly, prompting him to sit up straight and answer it. Rising, he exited without acknowledging Shun Lian, who only heard him say, "Hello?" His tone was entirely different from how he had addressed her. The embarrassment level skyrocketed. Even Shun Lian felt a twinge of awkwardness. Her earlier request for a phone number had led her to Bo Luan-ning, who had turned out to be such an unpleasant character. Raised in a scholarly family, she was accustomed to the gentlemanly demeanor of the men around her, and her fondness for Bo Luan-ning evaporated in an instant. Before Shun Lian, it was inappropriate to speak openly in front of the group members. Now, in the presence of just the two of them, she calmly retorted, "Classmate Liu, the votes were cast by everyone. We are engaged in fair competition. Your failure to become the league secretary is a reflection of your own inadequacy. Why must you further humiliate yourself?" Upon hearing this, the girl's slight inebriation evaporated instantly. Her brows furrowed in anger, ready to retaliate, when she unexpectedly spotted an individual who should not have been there, Bo Luan-ning. Before Shun Lian could gather her thoughts, a slender figure emerged from the entrance. Both Shun Lian and the girl were quite familiar with this person. Shun Lian was reminded of the first day of school, when she initially assumed they were a couple, only to dismiss that notion upon reviewing Yu Jiu's background later. Now, it seemed they truly were together. Leaning against the car, Bo Luning approached without a moment's hesitation, draping his jacket over her shoulders and wrapping his arm around her waist, whispering sweet words, his smile radiating warmth from afar. Observing his tender demeanor towards the girl in his embrace, one would hardly believe he had once been arrogant and unkind. So, Bo Luning's girlfriend is Yu Jiu. No wonder he looked down on you, you pale in comparison to her. It would be surprising if Bo Luning even cast you a glance. As the car drove away, the girl stifled her laughter, recalling how she had been overshadowed on stage earlier. Shen Lian, still pondering Bo Luning's recently revealed gentleness, chuckled at the girl's mockery. I may not measure up to you, Jiu, but you were still defeated by me, weren't you? If you deem her inferior, what does that make you? At this moment, Bo Luning's expression was one of genuine delight, his eyes sparkling with joy. He had previously worried about not seeing Yu Jiu for a year and a half, but now she had just emerged. There had been a minor issue with an experiment that required his professor to ask her to redo it. She had rushed over without preparing everything she needed, leaving no time to rest. Now that it was completed, she could only rely on him for a ride. Did I interrupt anything? Bo Luning wished she would continue to interrupt him indefinitely. Nothing else could rival her importance. He casually inquired, after completing this experiment, how long until the next one? Yu Jiu replied, about 20 days. 20 days. While it may seem brief, it was certainly sufficient for nurturing their budding relationship. However, Yu Jiu added, but my professor is taking me abroad for an exchange conference. I probably won't have time. Such joy and sorrow condensed into mere 20 days without conducting experiments. She still had to shine in her field. Yu Jiu's words were delivered with a nonchalance that belied their significance. Bo Luning pondered, was it merely an exchange conference? Isn't research all about attending one conference after another? After a moment of disheartenment, he reassured himself, it's all right, we will have another opportunity. His considerate demeanor made Yu Jiu regard him with newfound admiration. From the genius girl of Huaxia, a future star praised by Nobel laureates, talented and beautiful, a prodigious young lady from a prestigious institution. Bo Luning then realized that the exchange conference Yu Jiu was attending was not just any ordinary conference, but rather a globally renowned event where the world's top scholars converged, including numerous Nobel laureates who had achieved the pinnacle of academic success. As she stood on stage, eloquently addressing the audience, countless scholars gathered below, captivated by her brilliance. In her prime, she radiated vitality and charm on this truly prestigious platform, shining like a jewel that commanded everyone's admiration. Her mentor, unfazed by the spotlight, openly acknowledged Yu Jiu's irreplaceable role in their previously sensational paper, crediting her for the swift completion of the research that had caused a stir in the industry. The pride and admiration were evident in his words as he fiercely defended her. One could only imagine a bright future ahead for her, even without her mentor's protection. Numerous laboratories would vie for her talents. As for C University, the pride of having her as an alumnus and classmate was palpable among them. Bo Luning gazed at the photograph of her, feeling an ache within him as he thought, how could you be so extraordinary? Wang Yao, previously quite talkative and jesting with Yu Jiu, now felt a sense of trepidation upon encountering Bo Luning. To him, she seemed to embody the essence of a scientist, illuminated by the lingering glow of a Nobel Prize, invoking a sense of awe. They appeared to inhabit entirely different realms. Shen Lian was also perusing newspaper articles, as the rare gossip from forums had been swept away, leaving only the myriad of news surrounding Yu Jiu. Everyone in her field was discussing Yu Jiu, not to mention those within her own discipline. All around her were conversations centered on Yu Jiu. She acknowledged Yu Jiu's brilliance, yet simultaneously felt a surge of competitive spirit. Having grown up amidst constant praise, Shen Lian had grown weary of compliments. Although she had gained admission to C University, she felt dissatisfied, as an unexpected illness had hindered her performance in 3 subjects during the entrance examinations, relegating her to the chemistry department, which did not particularly interest her. She had intended to apply for a major change next semester, but now her resolve had shifted. Bo Luning remarked, I have prepared for quite some time, yet you have not met with me. Apologies, Yu Jiu replied softly, her voice somewhat hoarse. During the previous conference, we gleaned much inspiration, and my mentor and I are eager to validate our findings promptly. Bo Luning frequently visited the experimental building, becoming almost a fixture there. His repeated appearances sparked rumors. Had the elusive Bo Xiao taken a romantic interest? Was his new girlfriend among those within? Few connected the dots to Yu Jiu. For one was a rising star in the scientific community while the other was a carefree scion, immersed in revelry. Yu Jiu spent her days in the lab. What common ground could they share? Instead, speculations gravitated towards Shen Lian, who was indeed exceptionally intelligent. Having previously dismissed chemistry, she now dedicated herself wholeheartedly, leveraging her newfound determination to forge connections with professors, increasingly appearing at the lab. Unbeknownst to Bo Luning, he had unwittingly been paired with Shen Lian in the eyes of others. Shen Lian, are you truly dating Bo Luning? It's hard to believe. He seems so smitten to be seen here so often. Listening to such gossip, Shen Lian felt perplexed. Lu Shui, with ulterior motives, suggested that it was no surprise she had sought Bo Luning's number at the bar, insinuating her interest. Lu Shui, if others are unaware, I certainly am not. We witnessed it together, Shen Lian retorted, observing the confusion etched on her peers' faces. Please do not misunderstand. I have no connection with Bo Luning whatsoever.
Yet,
Who would believe her? Especially with Lu Shui fanning the flames of gossip, spreading tales of their encounter at the bar. Lu Shui, what exactly do you want? She could easily reveal the rumored relationship between Bo Luning and Yu Jiu, confident that no one would misconstrue it, but she hesitated, uncertain if they wished for such exposure. Though Bo Luning might be amenable, she was eager to assist in the lab, and the potential displeasure of Yu Jiu weighed heavily on her mind. If this continued unclarified, the rumors would inevitably reach Yu Jiu's ears, complicating matters further. Frustrated with Lu Shui for creating such turmoil, she snapped, Isn't your aim to become the class representative? I want to be doing it next semester. Isn't that sufficient? What is your problem? Lu Shui shot back. Did I hit you or insult you? What would others think? That I have wronged you? Her eyes flashed with indignation. She found Shen Lian's pretentious demeanor infuriating. If Shen Lian believed she could match Yu Jiu's brilliance, she was mistaken. Their conversation ended on a sour note, leaving Shen Lian seeking an opportunity to clarify with Yu Jiu. Senior, I assure you, there is nothing between me and Bo Luning. It's all mere speculation. Seizing the moment, she scrutinized Yu Jiu, who still wore her lab coat, her face pale from prolonged experimentation, lips devoid of color, yet she bore an air of contemplation. Upon hearing Shen Lian's words, Yu Jiu paused, then smiled gently. I understand. I believe you. Her simple forward affirmation resonated with an unexpected strength, leaving Shen Lian momentarily taken aback. Quickly, she added, Senior, beyond this, I've heard you are seeking an assistant. I have a keen interest in chemistry. Might I have a chance to assist? Having previously gained access to the professor's office through her connections, Shen Lian had encountered Yu Jiu's mentor on several occasions. While University's chemistry department was not particularly renowned, they aspired to elevate it into a prestigious program, investing significant effort to recruit Yu Jiu as a student, and Shen Lian yearned to follow suit. However, the professor, already captivated by Yu Jiu's remarkable talent, had set the bar exceedingly high and showed little interest in Shen Lian. Nonetheless, she was undeterred. She longed to join this professor's laboratory. Standing side by side, Shen Lian appeared slightly older, never having envisioned a day when she would humble herself before a peer. Although she maintained a smile, her heart was a tumult of emotions. She considered that Yu Jiu might not acquiesce to her request, but to her surprise, Yu Jiu readily agreed. Professor Liang mentioned you have been assisting her diligently and are quite meticulous. You seem to be familiar with basic experiments. Professor Liang was indeed the intermediary through whom Shen Lian had conveyed her interest to Yu Jiu. I find myself in an awkward position. All my seniors are in the lab, and I hesitate to impose on them. Junior, I will need your assistance in the lab moving forward, Yu Jiu said, her smile deepening as she observed Shen Lian's evident excitement. Shen Lian's entry into the lab caused a modest stir within her class. Yet it paled in comparison to Yu Jiu's brilliance. In her shadow, Shen Lian felt like a mere firefly. Had she chosen a different major, perhaps she would have escaped the constant comparisons. After all, many deemed Yu Jiu to exist in a realm far beyond the ordinary. Though Shen Lian was acknowledged as a goddess of sorts, she was not regarded as the belle of the campus. However, by being in the same field as Yu Jiu, sharing similar beauty and garnering professors' favor, her early foray into the lab only served to highlight the disparity between her and the already radiant Yu Jiu. While classmates speculated that Shun Lian could be another Yu Jiu, only Lu Shui scoffed, glancing at her phone, dismissing the unknown number's messages without hesitation, erasing all trace of her past dealings with its owner. Only by being with Yu Jiu can one truly comprehend her terrifying nature. Shun Lian, a freshman, had previously engaged in the most rudimentary tasks in Professor Liang's laboratory, believing herself to be quite adept. It was only when she began to entertain thoughts of challenging the formidable Yu Jiu that she realized how naive she had been. Her progress was swift, and her capacity to learn remarkable, having received generous praise from Professor Liang. However, after assisting Yu Jiu, she found herself struggling to keep pace. The experiments Yu Jiu was conducting were far beyond the grasp of an undergraduate. Even in her basic responsibilities, she often fell behind, unable to comprehend most of the conversations between Yu Jiu and the other lab members. As a novice who had only been exposed to specialized experiments for less than 2 months, her skills paled in comparison to those of her seasoned peers, who had honed their techniques through relentless practice. The intensity of the experiments was overwhelming, and the pressure she faced was immense, compounded by a sense of frustration. How could you make that mistake again?
Didn't I tell you?
Xiao Jiu, perhaps you should find someone else. This is wasting too much time. They were indifferent to her presence. In the lab, every experiment was crucial, and during tight schedules, they could ill afford to accommodate amateur errors. Faced with someone who hindered their progress, they would not expend time or energy belittling her. They would simply replace her, as their time was far too valuable to squander on someone irrelevant. If you can do it, then do it. If you cannot, then leave. Shun Lian's reputation at school meant nothing to them. I really thought she was as capable as Xiao Jiu, she overheard someone remark. This caused her to clench her fists in determination. Eager to close the gap between herself and her peers, she devoted herself to intensive study, reducing her mistakes significantly. As a freshman, she was undoubtedly talented, yet her standard was Yu Jiu. Compared to Yu Jiu, who could perform various experiments with ease and proficiency in her first year, Shun Lian's performance fell short. She was intelligent, possessing a high IQ, but intelligence alone could not foster research capabilities. The reality was that everyone in the laboratory was astute. They had battled their way into this environment, while Shun Lian struggled to keep up even with their level. They were justified in their disdain for her. Shun Lian understood this. Upon hearing such remarks, she merely bowed her head and continued her work. There is a saying in the scientific community: if you aspire to win a Nobel Prize, you must first recognize the distance between yourself and that accolade. Ordinary researchers seldom contemplate grasping such a gem. A single attempt reveals the overwhelming despair of the endeavor. Likewise, having worked alongside individuals who are genuinely dedicated to research, one must recognize the disparity between oneself and them, between ordinary talent and extraordinary genius. Shun Lian faced a profound blow, one she had previously dared not contemplate. But now the question arose increasingly: had she truly been foolish? Was she genuinely unsuited for research? Was the chasm between her and Yu Jiu wider than she had imagined? Having always held herself in high regard, she never anticipated a day would come when she would doubt her own abilities. In this environment, she was no longer the favored one, but rather the most despised. She overheard whispers questioning how she had managed to enter the laboratory. Such comments left her feeling utterly disheveled. Yu Jiu remarked, "She is only a freshman. Achieving this much is already commendable." This was an objective truth, known to others as well, yet with Yu Jiu as a benchmark, her performance was undeniably disappointing. Now, confronted with such disdain, a sense of defiance surged within her. While she could not measure up to Yu Jiu, she was certainly comparable to the others. Why did they treat her with such contempt? After some contemplation, Yu Jiu proposed, "Let us finish this experiment, then we'll take a few days off. I will help you with your studies." Despite Shun Lian's previous mistakes, Yu Jiu had never chastised her, merely rectifying her oversights in silence. After a grueling series of experiments, when rest was finally within reach, Yu Jiu chose to forego her own downtime to assist Shun Lian. In that moment, Shun Lian felt a wave of shame wash over her for her earlier trivial concerns. "Senior, thank you so much. she said, both touched and exhilarated. Yu Jiu found Shun Lian's reaction amusing. She had never envisioned a day when Shun Lian would display such vulnerability. This stark contrast highlighted the magnitude of Shun Lian's struggles. Standing out among the mediocre only serves to inflate one's pride, but when surrounded by brilliance in the realm of scientific research, that pride quickly dissipates.
Yet,
this was not enough for Shun Lian. While she felt gratitude towards Yu Jiu for ballooning, it was far from a favorable development. A couple of days prior, Yu Jiu had informed him of an upcoming break, which had brought him joy. However, before he could plan for those days, Yu Jiu announced the cancellation of the holiday. Ballooning was left reeling. What's going on? If you hadn't given me hope, my disappointment wouldn't be this profound. He felt utterly frustrated. Yu Jiu was reluctant to elaborate, but ballooning took matters into his own hands, contacting one of her acquaintances. Upon hearing ballooning's inquiries, the individual was taken aback, but eventually relayed the entire situation to him. After hanging up, ballooning was furious. For the sake of this little imp, their meetings had turned sparse, almost akin to a long-distance relationship, and now this was her true love? He had tolerated it, but what was Shun Lian to him? Who was she to intrude upon their lives? Ballooning stormed into the laboratory once more. Xiao Jiu, he asserted, taking the initiative. It's been a while since we last met. Don't you miss me? His gaze fell upon Shun Lian, and the warmth faded. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Classmate, if you need tutoring, you can hire a private tutor if all else fails. Just leave to avoid wasting our time." Self-awareness is paramount. He made no effort to conceal his disdain, as if he genuinely believed anyone could be like Yu Jiu. If rare gems were so easily attainable, they wouldn't be so scarce. Shun Lian felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, along with an inexplicable sense of deep grievance. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and in a moment, she felt overwhelmed, covering her mouth and rushing outside. "Shun Lian," someone called out. She looked up to see a man leaning against the railing, his handsome features somewhat distorted in the sunlight. "Do you intend to pursue her? Is she more important than I am?" Ballooning tightened his grip around Yu Jiu's waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, determined not to let go. "You could help her once, but can you do so every time?" The lingering remnants of wine were merely a pretense, yet Ballooning's grip tightened inexorably, rendering her breathless. She struck his hand in a bid for release, exclaiming, "I can hardly breathe." "Isn't that just perfect?" Ballooning chuckled softly, unexpectedly lowering his head. "Allow me to administer artificial respiration." As 12 lingered momentarily on her lips, the long tongue boldly penetrated, encountering no formidable resistance, and commenced its conquest. Ballooning felt an overwhelming desire to keep her forever locked in his embrace, for she was a unique treasure in the world. After the kiss, he murmured, "I truly like you, more than mere affection." What lies beyond mere affection? He dared not ponder further. Embarrassment washed over him. He could not comprehend why his mind had succumbed to such foolishness. In an effort to atone, he devoted himself tirelessly at her bedside, although he could hardly articulate his thoughts. When the residual alcohol ignited within him, his speech faltered. He had issued a gag order to the doctor. Yet he could not escape Wang Yao's keen ears. "Bo Xiao, I've heard you've indulged in too many escapades in bed, nearly causing someone to demise?" The distorted words struck Ballooning like a blow, nearly causing him to spit blood. "Have you taken up a side gig as a paparazzo?" Wang Yao chuckled. "Isn't it that Bo Xiao has been too ascetic for too long, that upon hearing such news, he was utterly astonished?" Not only was he astonished, but he also approached, leading Ballooning to think the delivery had arrived. Opening the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. Yu Jiu, unsteadily emerging from the room, her face flushed, clad in Ballooning's oversized bathrobe that slipped off her shoulder, revealing too much skin. He barely had a moment to glance before he kicked Wang Yao away and rushed to cover her. "What's the matter?" Yu Jiu replied, "I need to bathe." She glanced disdainfully at her hair, feeling itchy and unkempt. Ballooning suddenly grew wary. "I advise you to refrain from harboring any intentions." Had she been an ordinary girl, his jealousy might not have flared, but this was Yu Jiu, an exceptional talent, a destined star, intelligent, beautiful, and multifaceted. How could someone like her belong to Ballooning? Yu Jiu felt a familiar discomfort, akin to past injuries, rendering her weak and powerless. Everything was proceeding as planned. She could afford a moment of relaxation. When Bo Luning returned, she lay beneath the covers, her slight form barely disturbing the bed surface, her eyes shimmering with myriad emotions. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Jiu suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, her warmth freezing him in place. "What's wrong?" he stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment for having such thoughts about a patient. In a hoarse voice, Yu Jiu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for being here with me. I've always been alone when I was sick before, and it means a lot." She pulled his head down, her defenseless allure palpable, a petite, beautiful girl confiding her feelings, knowing she wore nothing beneath her robe. Bo Luning's desire surged, strong yet suppressed, and now he felt Yu Jiu was playing with fire.
You.
He barely uttered a word before Yu Jiu nestled her head into the crook of his neck, causing his pulse to race. "Please don't leave today. Stay with me."
Would you?
"I was genuinely worried you might slip away without a word." Listening to her raspy voice, filled with concern, he felt a nerve snap within him. If he continued to endure, he feared he would become utterly impotent. He squeezed out a response, "Just don't regret it." At this point, regret was futile. He unleashed all his skills for the foreplay, feeling an unfamiliar warmth within himself, uncertain if it was the fever in his body or the intimacy with someone ill. As he entered her, it felt as though he might melt away. He whispered sweetly, "Darling, you're incredible." The pleasure was overwhelming, and Yu Jiu, too, reveled in the experience. Bo Luning, intending to be considerate, thought one encounter would suffice. However, he found himself lost in the moment, losing track of time for several hours before they finally attended to their hygiene. He cautiously checked Yu Jiu's temperature, relieved it hadn't risen. Bo Luning was uncertain if his expression appeared particularly savage. His thoughts were consumed by the urge to silence anyone who might threaten their secret. After a meal, would he resume a monk-like existence? Yet, he felt ill-prepared to contend with that enchanting little vixen. He took a deep breath and, bearing the weight of his feelings, declared, "I'll take you to school." Shun Lian observed him, sensing his distraction. Yu Jiu gently patted her shoulder, startling her. Upon seeing Yu Jiu, a flicker of guilt crossed Shun Lian's face.
Senior.
Yu Jiu spoke, "I'm truly sorry for what happened before. I had promised you, but then." Before she could finish, Shun Lian quickly interjected, "Senior. It was my fault.
I'm really sorry.
You've always been so kind to me. Please don't say that. Otherwise, I would feel utterly ashamed." From every angle, Yu Jiu had no fault to bear. Even if she had erred, it mattered little. Yu Jiu outshone Shun Lian in every regard. And if there were any mistakes, the lab members would undoubtedly side with her, leaving Shun Lian to retreat in disgrace. At that moment, the mentor entered, holding a stack of experimental records. As Shun Lian opened her mouth to call out, he didn't even glance her way. "Yu Jiu, come here." After a brief discussion, the mentor's brow furrowed, then brightened. "Yes, you're right."
How did I not think of that?
He exclaimed, pulling Yu Jiu along. "Let us go validate this now. If successful, we could save a month's time." Watching this unfold, Yu Jiu recalled the man's words. Do you know why Yu Jiu is favored by the mentor? She understood well. Yet the man seemed to see through her thoughts. It was not due to her practical skills or exceptional intelligence. The field was rife with talents. No matter how skilled she was, could she rival a master's abilities? Even with her high IQ, could she compete with those whose mental calculations rivaled computers? It was because she was inherently suited for research. With a professor like O guiding her, it was evident her future path would far exceed that of her peers. Shun Lian, lost in thought, realized the truth. As Yu Jiu was pulled toward the door, she suddenly remembered, "Shun Lian, my notebook is still on the desk. Could you please grab it for me?" The mention of the notebook ignited a spark in Shun Lian's eyes. Shun Lian served as an assistant to Yu Jiu, naturally becoming well acquainted with her habits. Yu Jiu had a tendency to jot down notes in her notebook, recording various errors encountered during experiments along with serendipitous inspirations. However, these notes were chaotic and intertwined, rendering them nearly incomprehensible to anyone but herself. Shun Lian had perused these notes before, more than once, but never with the electric thrill she felt this time. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Although she was aware that no one was watching her at that moment, a sense of guilt gnawed at her. The words of that individual echoed in her mind. She lacked Yu Jiu's innate talent, and her foundational knowledge was inadequate. The most likely outcome for her was dismissal. Was the arduous effort she had made to enter this field merely for such a fate? What she desperately needed was an opportunity to establish herself. If she could demonstrate even a fraction of Yu Jiu's capabilities, even if only a few times, she could avoid the fear of being expelled. But how could she showcase her abilities? She glanced at the notebook, filled with Yu Jiu's myriad inspirations, so many that even Yu Jiu might not recall them all. If she could just grasp one. Her eyes flickered to the unremarkable notebook, which, at that moment, resembled the fabled golden apple that tempted Eve, igniting a fervor within her. In the laboratory, capability was paramount. Shen Lian finally understood the weight of the statement. When she faltered, no one showed her pity based on her appearance or extended any leniency. The gazes directed at her felt akin to those reserved for a useless object. After she validated her worth, their attitudes towards her shifted seamlessly. How did you conceive this idea? A senior stared incredulously at the experiment. I've conducted countless trials, yet I never thought of this. Don't say that. None of us anticipated it. Who would have guessed that the previous failures were due to such a minor oversight? Shen Lian, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Even professors, who had previously overlooked her, became intrigued enough to examine her experimental records. Previous attempts had ended in failure until the most recent success, which was achieved based on Shen Lian's casual remark. He casually complimented her, well done. Yu Jiu casually picked up the notebook. And while Shen Lian initially felt exhilarated by this turn of events, it was not her pride but rather the stark contrast to her prior situation that overwhelmed her. Surrounded by praise, her cheeks flushed, but upon witnessing Yu Jiu's action, her expression paled. She stared intently at Yu Jiu, as if she had truly forgotten what she had previously inscribed in the notebook. Indeed, it was impressive. Hearing her agreement, Shen Lian felt as if she had been rejuvenated, albeit with a hint of fragility, overshadowed by her senior. While she displayed humility, the others in attendance regarded it as a matter of course. A genius like Yu Jiu was certainly not to be compared with ordinary individuals. Shen Lian was uncertain of her emotions, feeling that her previously boundless joy had diminished. When one fixates solely on comparing oneself to another, one's focus narrows to that individual, leaving their world confined to that singular presence. Shen Lian found herself ensnared in a mental quagmire, oblivious to the deeper turmoil she was sinking into. To maintain this illusion of honor, she could only tread the same path as before. Meanwhile, Yu Jiu, who had opened numerous doors for her, was preoccupied with her own substantial workload, focusing on core projects and neglecting minor experiments, often forgetting details. Shen Lian clung to Yu Jiu's notes to solidify her position in the laboratory, previously devoid of strength. Her beauty had garnered no recognition. Now, having proved her capabilities, her appearance became an asset. Following Yu Jiu's completion of yet another experiment, Shen Lian had already positioned herself as one of the core members of the laboratory. Moreover, Shen Lian believed wholeheartedly that one day she would return everything to Yu Jiu. Senior sister. This wasn't the first time she had addressed her this way, but it was the most resolute declaration in recent days. Yet, Yu Jiu seemed distracted, as were the professors, all appearing preoccupied. Shen Lian overheard Yu Jiu murmuring to herself, despite preparing everything, why did it still fail? The professor, though still slightly disheartened, quickly regained composure, muttering, it was merely one experiment. Do not dwell on it too much. Yu Jiu sat alone in a corner, scribbling fervently, filled with chemical formulas and symbols, densely writing on a page. As Shen Lian passed by several times, she heard Yu Jiu mumbling, what could possibly be amiss? Deep in thought, Yu Jiu was furrowed in concentration, and everyone was aware that they were encountering a challenge. The laboratory fell silent, footsteps softened. As Yu Jiu's discarded papers piled up, filled with increasingly complex formulas, Shen Lian felt overwhelmed, yet Yu Jiu grew more animated. How could I have missed this? It's so obvious. The only difference in the previous experiments was the production date. The catalyst I used before was expired, while the others were fresh. The degradation of the catalyst must have resulted in a new compound she arrived, unaware of when Yu Jiu would finish writing, anxiously sharing her conjectures. I had previously reviewed the experimental records and noticed that the catalyst used in the first experiment had expired by merely a day. The record suggested that no new chemical changes might have occurred. Could it be possible that the expired catalyst induced a new chemical reaction, resulting in the successful outcome of the first experiment? Shen Lian was acutely aware of her position in the professor's mind, which was starkly inferior to Yu Jiu's. If she did not voice her thoughts promptly, she risked losing this opportunity when Yu Jiu finished and sought to speak with him. Thankfully, before she could finish speaking, Yu Jiu had not yet arrived. What set her heart racing was the professor's contemplative expression, as if he had grasped a crucial point. He disregarded the current experiment, picked up the materials on the table, and began to experiment. Within a few minutes, a look of delight spread across his face. It truly was the case. Unable to contain her excitement, Shen Lian felt a tinge of disappointment when the professor merely encouraged her to continue striving. This encouragement would have sufficed for the former Shen Lian, yet now, she could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. However, the professor's next words reignited her hope. You've only been in the lab for a short time, yet you're quite impressive and meticulous. You may assist in the next experiment. This was an implicit approval for her to join the core experimental project. Shen Lian's face flushed with exhilaration, her lips quivering as she stammered, I will do my best. Gaining entry into the core experiment implied that the professor had recognized her potential, although further observation was needed before he could officially accept her as a disciple. Others cast envious glances her way. Though many had spent more time under the professor's tutelage, they were merely students and not disciples. They had all strived for this recognition, with Yu Jiu leading the way, followed by Shen Lian, making the others feel insignificant in comparison. One could not resist joking, ISNTR lab fortunate? The two gems of the experimental building have joined us. Both talented and beautiful. Professor, will you be besieged by other professors in the future? Having resolved the most significant challenge, the professor was in good spirits and unbothered by the jest. Yu Jiu interjected with a smile. Besieged?
Who would want to fight?
The professor, in a jovial mood, replied. It's all been resolved. We can proceed. Surprised, Yu Jiu pointed to Shen Lian, acknowledging her meticulousness. We initially thought we had made a misstep somewhere, not realizing it was an issue with the catalyst. As Yu Jiu's gaze shifted towards her, Shen Lian clenched her fists in silence, attributing her insights to the guidance of her senior. She mentally reminded herself that even if Yu Jiu had just passed by her, it did not matter. There was no evidence against her. After contemplating for a long while, Yu Jiu's smile returned, her petite figure and delicate features commanding respect during experiments. Rarely did anyone dare to adopt a senior's demeanor in her presence, nor tease her lightly. Now, with a smile that softened her features, she remarked, You've made remarkable progress. There's no need for modesty. It's astonishing how we often think alike. I was just contemplating the catalyst issue myself. It seems if I don't work harder, I might be outpaced. After Shen Lian had already mentioned the catalyst, Yu Jiu's subsequent acknowledgement could be perceived as an attempt to claim credit. However, no one around seemed to think this way. The playful banter continued, so it turns out that little Jiu was onto it as well. I suppose beauty has its own intuition. The others chimed in, indeed. I used to make errors in my experiments, but Jiu offered me advice before she was called away for her own work. As they joked, Shen Lian was drenched in cold sweat, her smile barely maintained. She felt as though her face had turned ghostly pale, wishing to swiftly change the subject. Utterly disinterested in continuing this line of discussion. Perhaps it was her own guilty conscience, but she felt Yu Jiu's gaze occasionally flicker towards her, laden with unspoken doubts. Within mere seconds, all color drained from her face, her lips quivering. Fortunately, Yu Jiu remained oblivious to her unease. A sense of relief washed over her. Reminiscent of that first moment, she glimpsed Yu Jiu's notes. Now, apart from relief and secret delight, an indescribable feeling lingered. Wasn't she supposed to be incredibly clever?
Why?
Then, could she not perceive this? Perhaps it was all not as grand as she imagined. She even felt as if a great weight had momentarily lifted from her shoulders. She believed her thoughts were well concealed. No one, apart from herself, could comprehend this intricate and hidden turmoil. Yet, in Yu Jiu's eyes, her emotions were laid bare. Having traversed numerous worlds over a millennium, she was not without her own gains, despite being unable to rival the fortunate Shen Lian. Yu Jiu smiled gently at Shen Lian, exuding a harmless aura akin to a magnolia swaying in the sunlight, soft and beautiful, devoid of any aggression. This only served to highlight the ugliness of Shen Lian's own secretive thoughts. Her gaze flickered away from Yu Jiu, but she had overestimated her own significance while underestimating Yu Jiu. In her mind, Yu Jiu was merely a year her senior, possessing a bit more specialized knowledge, perhaps comparable to a master's student, who shone at conferences due to sheer luck, as the professor seemed intent on promoting her. What she did not realize was that Yu Jiu held more than 10 doctoral degrees. Their discussions often transitioned from topics she could barely comprehend to ones that left her entirely lost. The intricate experiments seemed effortless in Yu Jiu's hands. What took others dozens of steps, she completed flawlessly in mere minutes. Regardless of how abstract the professor's thoughts were, Yu Jiu always managed to connect the dots. Upon reviewing her notes, Shen Lian discovered that part of their conversation revolved around optics, knowledge typically reserved for master's students, yet Yu Jiu spoke of it as though it were second nature. Could she truly compete with such a person? The thoughts she had when she first entered the lab resurfaced, clinging to her like a parasite, instilling a sense of panic. She suddenly realized that her prior insights gleaned from Yu Jiu's notes were trivial. Voicing her thoughts about the catalyst was of no consequence. She could effortlessly conduct experiments of greater significance if she chose to. What could she possibly do to catch up to such an individual? She sensed the professor's frustration, evident in his unwillingness to scold her, as if he deemed her so dull that he lacked the interest to guide her. Shen Lian's complexion drained of color. The professor's expression was terrifying, devoid of the kindness he had once shown. His icy gaze made her feel no different from the instruments around her, and she found herself unable to utter a single word. Ultimately, it was Yu Jiu who interceded on her behalf, suggesting, "She just arrived and is still adjusting." The professor, still seething, replied dismissively, "I thought she was capable, at least attentive enough to handle the basics." Who knew? He did not complete his sentence. But Shen Lian understood all too well what he meant. Who knew she couldn't even measure up to a fraction of your abilities? No further words could wound her pride more deeply. She felt like a complete joke. Completely dejected, after the professor departed, Yu Jiu pulled her aside and said, "Junior, now that you are in the lab, you must concentrate. There may not be a next time. Passing the professor's scrutiny will not be so easy." Shen Lian gazed at her, her complexion still not having regained its former hue, her lips quivering. Yu Jiu remarked, "Though the professor is stern, one can acquire a wealth of genuine knowledge under his tutelage. Do you have any idea how many aspire to join this laboratory? Even if you do not wish to work under the professor in the future, you must still engage in research, correct? You enter the professor's lab as a freshman and contributed to significant projects. This experience will enhance your resume, making your job search considerably easier down the line." At this moment, Shen Lian felt somewhat disheartened. Yu Jiu's words elicited little response from her, her expression one of despondency. However, the subsequent comments from Yu Jiu reignited her spirit. If you continue to be so absent-minded, you risk being dismissed by the professor. The research community is rather small. If word gets out, gaining access to laboratories in the future will become quite challenging for you. If she were to be expelled, others would not consider her merely a freshman. They would think her overreaching and would be eager to witness her capabilities, leading to her own humiliation. Other professors might question her competence owing to her expulsion, and given that she had already been accepted into the professor's lab, others would perceive her as having a connection to him, thus refraining from involvement, especially since she was not on par with Yu Jiu. 15:15 Upon contemplating this, Shen Lian felt her already numbed heart begin to ache anew. The phrase remaining wine had seemingly morphed into a curse that restrained her. Uttering it caused her heart to throb faintly. She was not foolish. She understood fully what remaining wine implied. Not only would her future be fraught with difficulties, but this situation could also become a blemish on her history. Unless one day she surpassed the professor, she would forever be seen as a failure, expelled from the laboratory. "Senior, I understand," she said. Yu Jiu patted her shoulder, replying, "It's good that you understand." A faint smile appeared on her face. She resolved to strive harder from now on. Previously, she had aimed to impress the professor, to showcase her talents. However, with her own efforts laid bare and Yu Jiu shining like the sun beside her, the pressure had become overwhelming. She made frequent mistakes, but now she realized what she truly desired. She had become more reserved, treating Yu Jiu with a newfound warmth. While she had always kept a low profile and no one speculated about her family background, she now occasionally brought valuable gifts to the laboratory for Yu Jiu. Senior. When I saw this, I thought it suited you perfectly. Now that I look again, my judgment was indeed correct. It was a limited edition crystal hairband, adorned with a small crown, shimmering under the light and highlighting Yu Jiu's fair complexion. Yu Jiu took it off, saying, "How can I always accept your gifts?" Shen Lian insisted on giving it to her as if to make amends. Yu Jiu then called Bo Luning to discuss this matter, stating, "Shen Shuemi is too polite. I merely helped her solve a few problems, and she keeps giving me things. I don't even know what to offer her in return." Bo Luning felt exasperated by Shen Lian's constant presence, as she seemed to monopolize Yu Jiu's time, drastically reducing their phone conversations. It was already frustrating enough that they couldn't meet in person. Their daily calls lasted only a few minutes, and each time they reached the halfway mark, Yu Jiu would interrupt, saying, "Shen Shuemi is here. I must hang up." Over time, this incessant interruption became unbearable. Initially, he had dismissed it, thinking Shen Lian was simply overly clingy. He had previously warned her not to seek private tutoring and questioned her incessant pursuit of Yu Jiu. However, upon reflection, he suddenly felt uneasy. Was Shen Lian perhaps harboring feelings for Yu Jiu? Otherwise, why would she cling to her so persistently? The thought ignited a panic within Bo Luning. What if a woman snatched his wife away? What would become of his pride? Setting aside his pride, he certainly wasn't willing to share Yu Jiu with anyone. Neither Yu Jiu nor Shen Lian had left the laboratory. The experiment had reached a critical juncture, and the professor was becoming increasingly obsessed, losing track of time. None dared to remind him, and Shen Lian and her peers were too exhausted to contemplate anything else. After months of experimentation, they had all lost weight, merely clinging to the hope that once this project concluded, they could finally rest for 3 consecutive days. Yu Jiu was even more fatigued than them. She and the professor were the core of the effort. They had heard industry rumors about another laboratory conducting the same experiment, nearing completion, and whoever published their paper first would seize everything, while the laggard would fade into obscurity. Yu Jiu and the professor raced to finish the paper, striving to submit it before the other party. A slight delay could mean the difference between heaven and hell, and the ruthlessness of the research world lay in this reality. Shen Lian busied herself to the point of exhaustion, her fingers having turned from their original fair hue to a sickly yellow. The discoloration around her nails was impossible to wash away. She pondered, would her life always be this way? Having been crushed twice, and having personally felt the harshness of research, she realized that her previous over-reliance on Yu Jiu's notes had left her incapable of independently conducting a new experiment. With each attempt, she couldn't help but wonder how Yu Jiu would approach it, what thoughts she might have. Upon recognizing this troubling line of questioning, she understood that she was truly finished. She had lost her own thought process and creativity. Yu Jiu had become a binding spell, tightly ensnaring her. Unless she one day surpassed Yu Jiu, she would never be able to break free. Moreover, she had also lost the courage to surpass her. Having lost these essential qualities, she could only engage in basic, monotonous experiments, yet this was not what she desired. She was aware that Yu Jiu was simultaneously drafting 2 papers, both pertaining to this experiment, intended for submission to top-tier journals. Both papers bore her independent signature, while the professor merely appended an inconsequential corresponding author title. Once published, Yu Jiu would once again be in the spotlight, her aura shining even brighter. Shen Lian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You will achieve even greater accomplishments in the future. Publishing more papers. One paper is of little consequence to you, while for me, possessing it would allow me to exit with a semblance of dignity. She thought, I will make it up to you. Once Yu Jiu and the professor submitted their paper, this project could finally be considered complete. Upon receiving the news, Bo Luning rushed over, alarmed by Shen Lian's dramatic weight loss. Yu Jiu was not overweight to begin with. She had a well-proportioned figure. But now all the flesh seemed to have vanished from her cheeks, leaving only bones visible at her wrists. Initially, he had planned to inquire about Shen Lian, but now he was overwhelmed with concern. Yu Jiu explained, "This was a major project. I have 2 papers to write. A bit of hardship is worthwhile." Bo Luning observed her smiling countenance, seemingly unfazed by the strain, and thought, "Very well, the experiment is your true love. I am merely an uncherished concubine." Yet, he reveled in watching Yu Jiu shine on her stage, radiant and brilliant, possessing a brilliance unparalleled by anyone else. He thought to himself, a concubine is fine. Others would envy such a role. He was well aware of the infatuated men on forums who gawked at her candid photos. In his quest for Yu Jiu's happiness, he noticed her face had suddenly drained of color as she clutched a magazine in disbelief. Remembering her mention of 2 papers, he tried to console her, saying, "At your age, having 1 paper is already impressive. There will be more opportunities ahead." Yet, her pallor remained, tinged with a hint of panic. When their eyes met, he noticed the redness around her eyes and the remnants of disbelief within them. She exclaimed, "Isn't this paper mine?"
What?
He glanced at the page she was holding, where the authorship read, Lian Shen. Shen Lian? Yu Jiu's voice quivered with disbelief as she grasped his arm, as if clutching a lifeline, repeating, "This isn't my paper."
Is it?
The professor was also made aware of the situation, and soon the entire lab was enveloped in a heavy silence. As Yu Jiu entered, her pallid face elicited sympathetic expressions from everyone. At this point, they were no longer concerned about Bo Luning's presence. One individual placed their phone on the table, reporting, "Professor, Shen Lian's phone is unreachable." The only person missing from the laboratory was Shen Lian. The professor's face bore an expression of fury. He had never anticipated such a betrayal within his laboratory. While Yu Jiu was writing her paper, he had been right beside her, and many of the ideas had emerged from their collaborative discussions. Though many phrases had been altered, the essence of the work remained unchanged. And the experimental data was identical. It was a mere replica of the paper Yu Jiu had painstakingly crafted, yet now it bore Shen Lian's name. The research community was no different from other realms. Sometimes, despite laboriously gathering various materials and drafting a paper, the name that ultimately appeared was someone else's. The victim often found themselves with no recourse, forced to swallow their grievances in silence. However, the professor had never engaged in such practices nor permitted his subordinates to do so.
Call. Keep calling.
"If you cannot reach her, go find someone," he commanded. Can she really afford to disregard her degree? Seeing his pale disciple, the professor felt a swell of regret for not recognizing her worth, believing she had been wronged. "This paper was written before our eyes. We can all attest to that. Come, let us seek out the dean." Others were equally astonished that Shen Lian would engage in such actions. Was she not effectively cutting off her own path? Having committed such an act, and given the smallness of the research community, how could she ever hope to navigate her future? Bo Luning was infuriated. How dare they bully his people? It was truly the epitome of ingratitude, especially considering how much Yu Jiu had previously assisted her. His associates could not be so easily wronged. As they hurried towards the dean's office, he made a phone call. Their group moved swiftly, their expressions grave, and upon recognizing the professor and Yu Jiu, onlookers couldn't help but speculate about the unfolding events. Upon arriving at the dean's office, they were taken aback to find the previously missing Shen Lian present there. Professor O exhibited a palpable disdain upon seeing her, offering her not a glance as he strode directly to the dean's desk, stating firmly that he had matters to discuss. The dean's expression mirrored his own displeasure, for he too sought to address Professor O. His gaze swept over Yu Jiu, whose eyes were red-rimmed, while Shen Lian stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil around her. Despite Professor O's disregard, she respectfully greeted him, "Professor." With a heavy scoff, Professor O retorted coldly, while the dean urged them to speak without causing a rift among themselves. What further discord could there be at this juncture? He mused, reflecting on his years of mentoring students without incident. His eyes pierced through the room, yet Shen Lian remained unfazed, as if rehearsed in her response. "Professor, I have already conveyed everything to the dean. I did not expect you to go to such lengths for Sister Yu." She brandished a thick stack of documents from the table, declaring, "These are my thoughts during the writing process. This paper is mine. a product of my labor. You may wish to nurture your disciples, but that does not entitle you to seize my work. The incredulity among Professor O and the others was palpable. Could this truly be the Shen Lian they knew? I have informed the dean. No one can take what is rightfully mine. Even if it means I forfeit my place in this circle, I will ensure this matter is resolved with clarity. She stood resolute, reminiscent of a warrior poised for battle, though her eyes dared not meet Yu Jiu's. Taking a deep breath, she added, "We shall all face trouble if this escalates, which would tarnish the professor's reputation. Since my paper has been successfully published, shall we not bring this matter to a close?" Before Professor O could respond, the aggrieved crowd could no longer contain themselves. "Shen Lian, do you possess no conscience? Sister Yu has aided you countless times, yet you dare to steal her paper. How could you be so ungrateful?" They reminded her of the favors bestowed upon her, their voices rising in a cacophony of accusations. The dean, sensing the chaos, banged his fist upon the table, commanding silence. Professor O, devoted to academia, recognized the implications of a plagiarism scandal for their institution's reputation. It was the first incident of its kind in his lab, and now his own disciple was at the center of it. Just as he contemplated how to address the situation, Yu Jiu tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to look her way. He felt a surge of sympathy for her, whose hard work had been usurped, yet he noticed her previously tearful eyes now resolutely dry. "Professor, allow me," she stated, her voice unwavering as she stepped forward. Her presence commanded attention, halting the dean and her fellow students in their tracks, even drawing the attention of Bo Luning, who had initially sought to retaliate on her behalf. "Shen Lian," she called out clearly, devoid of malice, as if addressing a stranger. Shen Lian, who had previously withstood the barrage of insults, instinctively lowered her gaze in response. "It is merely a paper," Yu Jiu asserted. "Today I can write 2 more. In the future, I shall produce even more. Prior to this confrontation, I had no intention of doing anything. This incident has illuminated the true nature of those around me, which is quite valuable. It has spared me from greater losses ahead." Some individuals possess an innate confidence, their words grounded in substance, compelling others to listen intently. The dean, seasoned in the murky waters of academia, discerned the gravity of the situation. Yu Jiu's casual dismissal of the significance of publishing in a core journal captivated him. Could it be that Shen Lian truly had stolen her work? Yet, Shen Lian sensed an ominous shift. Was Yu Jiu now preparing to take action? Her complexion paled, heart racing, as she reminded herself that all traces of her misconduct had been obliterated, her paper already published. There was no turning back. Perhaps Yu Jiu was merely bluffing. Yet unease gnawed at her. "I can bear betrayal from my friendships, yet I cannot accept that the professor should face slander due to me," Yu Jiu declared, leaving Professor O and the others both astonished and relieved. Shen Lian forced a smile. "Sister, at this point, wouldn't it be best to let it go? You've stated you wish to withdraw from the academic circle." Before she could finish, Yu Jiu interrupted, "Shen Lian, do you truly dare to claim that paper belongs to you?" Shen Lian suppressed her rising anxiety. "Of course, I wrote it. You know that as well." The room fell silent, their exchange the sole sound resonating within. On the surface, it appeared they were evenly matched, but the dean and others saw beyond the facade. Casting discreet glances at Shen Lian, Yu Jiu's last words hung in the air. "Good." This left Shen Lian increasingly uneasy, wanting to speak. Yet Yu Jiu and the others began to exit. The disdainful glances from her former peers made her anxious about their potential retaliation. Bo Luning, wary of Yu Jiu's emotional state, understood that such matters could not be brushed aside lightly. Yet Yu Jiu, though composed, showed no signs of being overwhelmed. "Are you preparing to contact the review committee?" Professor O inquired. "What review committee?" Bo Luning was perplexed, but soon learned from online forums that their situation had attracted significant attention. Students, with their vast networks, had uncovered the unfolding drama, leading to a public divide. One faction accused the professor of favoring his disciple and attempting to claim Shen Lian's work, while another believed Shen Lian was merely deflecting blame. Debate raged online, and Bo Luning found himself incensed by the ignorance displayed by some, questioning how such individuals managed to gain admission to their esteemed institution. The idea of involving the review committee emerged, known for their rigorous standards over decades. In disputes over authorship, they would send representatives to investigate. "I will prevail," Yu Jiu proclaimed confidently, her succinct declaration brimming with unwavering assurance. Bo Luning, captivated by her poise, felt compelled to embrace her in admiration. She remained resolute amidst adversity, focusing on resolution rather than despair, her inner strength far surpassing their assumptions. Upon hearing that the review team would arrive in half a month, Shen Lian felt her entire being tremble. She never anticipated that Yu Jiu would be so ruthless, leaving no escape route for the two of them. Did she not reflect on her previous threats? Yet, at this juncture, it was inevitable that one of them would face disgrace. Having arrived at this critical point, she could not afford to make a mistake now. She spoke to her computer. "Yu Jiu, you have forced my hand." The memory of Yu Jiu's words lingered in her mind. If a paper meant nothing to her, why persist so tenaciously? In confronting Yu Jiu, Shen Lian always felt a lack of confidence and a tinge of regret. Had she erred in taking the initiative? It had been a long time since such significant news had surfaced in their studies, and with examinations still distant, the focus remained on the two renowned beauties of the school. Students, as if entranced, were fervently refreshing the forum, discussing the entangled relationships and rivalries within the laboratory. The parties involved remained absent, yet everyone quickly chose sides, eager to uncover details from their words and actions. However, Yu Jiu was nowhere to be found, leaving only Shen Lian visible, her pallor evident in photographs, frail to the extreme. A clear conscience clears itself, she thought, steadfast in her integrity. This revelation caused many moderates to waver. Shen Lian did not appear guilty, while Yu Jiu remained elusive, her whereabouts unknown. The previously stagnant situation began to tilt in Shen Lian's favor. Subsequently, an anonymous post on the forum exposed the dark realities within many laboratories, lamenting how one's hard work was often appropriated by others, while mentors feigned ignorance and peers turned a blind eye, leaving individuals to suffer in silence. Though the post did not mention Yu Jiu or Shen Lian by name, it astonished many to discover the grim realities of the laboratory, ultimately swaying public sentiment toward Shen Lian. While everyone rallied behind Yu Jiu, she found herself fighting a lonely battle, an unfortunate circumstance indeed. As public opinion sways in this direction, the opposing side inevitably finds itself in a precarious position. Those who linger beneath the experimental building, exchanging idle remarks, seem to multiply. Regrettably, Yu Jiu remains in the shadows, unable to reveal her face. Those who revel in misfortune lack a platform for expression. Yet, the review committee is on its way. And can she truly evade them for a lifetime? To achieve a publication at the pinnacle of academia, one must safeguard their reputation with utmost care, ensuring no blemish tarnishes their journal. This time, they have dispatched esteemed professors of global renown, some of whom she had encountered at prior conferences. However, this is not the time for nostalgia. The scandal has already permeated the entire research community. They summoned Shen Lian and Yu Jiu for separate inquiries, and the entire laboratory staff was also questioned. Shen Lian's laptop was surrendered, and initially, she was quite anxious, fearing exposure. Yet, as days passed without progress, she gradually relaxed. Indeed, she had meticulously eliminated all evidence, and she could recite the paper verbatim, over 10,000 words along with experimental data. She believed that even Yu Jiu could not match her familiarity with it. The stalemate indicated that the situation had tilted in Shen Lian's favor. The professors, burdened with their own responsibilities, had little time to waste here. Once they departed, the matter would be settled. At this moment, she found herself curious about Yu Jiu's expression. Although Yu Jiu had not openly scorned her, the slightest hint of red in her eyes had been a silent humiliation, as if to say, "Look, in this moment, you cannot surpass me, no matter how hard you strive." Such a reality was utterly despairing. And what of Yu Jiu's expression now? Though not on a stage, her radiance surpassed that of any prior moment. Bo Luning felt an urge to embrace her, even experiencing a sense of inadequacy. She appeared delicate, yet her strength outmatched that of anyone else. If he were ever to find himself in such a predicament, he could not guarantee he would maintain the same composure. But now, he could not intrude upon her thoughts. He could merely hold her, feeling for the first time that marrying Yu Jiu would not be a misfortune.
Outside.
Public sentiment was brewing, nearly reaching a consensus. Those who had previously supported Yu Jiu had vanished, all sympathizing with Shen Lian. The affair had even captured the attention of mainstream media. On camera, Shen Lian reiterated her stance. I believe that the innocent will clear their names. I have not committed any wrongdoing. Professor Smith and others, globally recognized in their fields, were her allies. Shen Lian's background was scrutinized. Born into a prestigious family, her mother a celebrated dancer and her father a professor, she had always been praised since childhood. In contrast, Yu Jiu's origins were unremarkable. She was an ordinary prodigy with no extraordinary talents to speak of. Given these comparisons, doubts began to arise about the authenticity of Yu Jiu's previous publications. A girl of humble origins, blessed only with beauty, seemed to have undergone a miraculous transformation upon entering the laboratory. Whispers began to circulate, questioning why Professor O would support her so fervently. Could there be an illicit arrangement? The accusations against Professor O and Yu Jiu came in torrents, causing those in the laboratory to seethe with indignation. They had no evidence for such slander. How could the media report on this without basis? Clearly, someone was orchestrating these events. Who could it be? Just look at those who are currently basking in success. Their thoughts turned to Shen Lian's face, invoking feelings of revulsion. How could one stoop so low? Finally, Yu Jiu emerged from the confines of the laboratory, softly declaring her intention to seek out Professor Smith. It was the second to last day before his departure, and with no progress made, her eyes bore heavy shadows, evidence of sleepless nights. They had assumed she was affected by the rumors, yet she was determined to confront Professor Smith. Have you found any evidence? They wondered, filled with anticipation. Shen Lian, too, felt a surge of anxiety, racing to catch up with Yu Jiu, who stated, I wish to engage in a discourse about our respective papers, intending to assess their grasp of the subject matter. A wave of relief washed over Shen Lian. She had initially feared something grave, only to realize it was merely a discussion about the paper. Observing the dark circles under Yu Jiu's eyes, she thought, Sister, why must you persist in this? Had she heeded Yu Jiu's advice earlier, this matter could have concluded swiftly, sparing her reputation from such degradation. Yet, Yu Jiu appeared undeterred, intently gazing at Professor Smith. He and other faculty exchanged glances, ultimately consenting to her request. As Yu Jiu and Shen Lian positioned themselves on opposite ends, Professor Smith and several school officials occupied the front row. The incident had escalated to a point where they had thoroughly reviewed the papers in question.
Now,
they could pose inquiries without referring back to the documents. As before, both women responded adeptly to every question posed. Time ticked away, and Shen Lian grew increasingly relaxed, envisioning victory on the horizon. Her gaze toward Yu Jiu began to carry a hint of pity. Student murmurs grew louder, all eyes converging on Yu Jiu, who stood poised in the face of impending defeat. Yet, she exhibited no signs of distress. As the session neared its conclusion, Yu Jiu suddenly declared, I cannot provide evidence to prove that paper was written by me. However, I have pondered how to vindicate myself. A chill swept over Shen Lian for reasons unknown. All eyes were fixed on the young woman, who exuded confidence and strength, displaying none of the disarray typical of a defeated individual. Instead, she radiated an unwavering self-assurance. Indeed, despite her waning appearance, countless gazes remained fixed upon her rather than Shen Lian, and these were not filled with schadenfreude. I have dedicated my time in university to conducting experiments and writing papers. This is my forte. While humans may betray you, science will not. She continued, Professors, you are likely already well acquainted with this paper. You must understand that it merely serves as an introduction. The subsequent argument revolves around the structure of this compound. As she mentioned the structure, the professors recognized her intention, their eyes widening in disbelief. Shen Lian, too, grasped the implication. Feeling as though she had been struck across the face, her complexion drained of color as she exclaimed, Impossible. Yu Jiu replied, This is a paper I hastily prepared overnight. Still in disarray. Professors, you may take a look. Before she could hand it over, several professors surged forward, eager to examine it. After hastily reviewing a few pages, Professor Smith exclaimed repeatedly, My God. Truly? Is it real? The other professors echoed his astonishment. Although the paper was rough, filled with numerous abbreviated formulas. Their expertise allowed them to recognize its significance, propelling scientific discovery forward. The paper did not appear on the screen, likely because it was too complex for them to comprehend. Yet they could read the professor's expressions. Was it possible? Had Yu Jiu genuinely produced such results? Despite the absence of concrete evidence, nothing could be more persuasive than true merit. Shen Lian's face turned pale as she grappled with the realization that she might lose at the last moment. This cannot be, she insisted. I refuse to accept it. Suddenly, a thought struck her like a lifeline. Professor, O must have given her his paper. You dare to accuse the professor. A furious voice interjected, revealing itself to be Professor O alongside senior members of the laboratory. They bore evidence, though Shen Lian could not discern it clearly, her body beginning to tremble with fear. How despicable of you! Not only did you steal junior sister Yu's paper, but you have also been secretly glancing at her notes. This is the evidence. The clang echoed through the room as the object in his hand fell onto the table. If it weren't for our efforts to assist junior sister Yu in gathering evidence, we would never have come across this, he exclaimed. She is nothing but a complete thief, a shameless wretch, standing here with such audacity. The mere mention of evidence sent a surge of adrenaline through Shen Lian, causing her heart to race and nearly faint. Her gaze fell upon the table, where a collection of videotapes lay before her. Who would have thought? While Professor O's laboratory was devoid of cameras, the lab we frequently occupied was indeed equipped with them. The students in attendance were initially surprised, but upon hearing that evidence had been found, they sprang to their feet, energized, straining to see. The professors, previously engrossed in reviewing papers in front of Yu Jiu, lifted their heads in unison. The tension was palpable. They had long been stifled by the criticism levied against them on forums, but now, at last, they had found evidence to vindicate themselves. Unbeknownst to many, Shen Lian was initially unqualified to enter their laboratory due to her poor foundational knowledge. However, when junior sister Yu required an assistant, she beseeched Yu, who, engrossed in her experiments, was oblivious to the undercurrents. Thus she agreed. As he spoke, he began to manipulate the equipment, and Shen Lian recalled her own actions within the lab, a wave of blood rushing to her head. She desperately told herself it couldn't be true. Yet the urge to dash forward and seize those tapes surged within her. If there truly was evidence. The lecture hall, filled with hundreds, fell into an eerie silence, all ears attuned to the agitated senior's narrative. Just an hour prior, they would have dismissed his claims as mere rationalizations. Now, the ground beneath their convictions seemed to tremble. Yu Jiu had already thrown down a substantial challenge, and now, the purported evidence surfaced, causing the previously unshakable beliefs of the audience to falter. A figure appeared on the screen, Shen Lian herself, struggling through her experiments while others executed theirs flawlessly. The footage rapidly flickered past, culminating in her incessant perusal of a notebook. At this revelation, Shen Lian's mind exploded with disbelief. The last vestige of hope vanished. How could this be? That notebook belonged to junior sister Yu. You can examine the handwriting, he continued. She relied on the contents of that notebook while in the lab. Had we not unearthed these old tapes in our quest for evidence, we would never have known that she not only plagiarized papers, but also committed such despicable acts. While the specifics of her theft remained elusive, it was clear to anyone with a modicum of intelligence who possessed the greater prowess. The footage revealed her lingering behind Yu Jiu, observing the formulas penned with remarkable fluidity, as if conjured effortlessly from thin air. In that moment, the audience comprehended that her guidance to the professors was derived from Yu Jiu's insights regarding catalysts. Though silent, the crowd, composed of individuals of high intellect, erupted in disbelief. The evidence of her thievery was yet to be fully revealed, but the fruits of Yu Jiu's labor and the current footage were irrefutable. How could one produce such scholarly work through theft? And what depths of depravity must one reach to simultaneously pilfer from others while portraying oneself as the victim? It was astonishing to reflect on how she had previously attempted to tarnish Yu Jiu's reputation by insinuating an inappropriate relationship with the professor. What audacity she possessed! The stark contrast between Yu Jiu's kindness towards her and Shen Lian's betrayal was chilling. Those who had once known Shen Lian now felt a shiver of dread. It was the real-life tale of the farmer and the snake. How could she still stand there with such shamelessness? reflecting on her earlier proclamations of virtue. One could only marvel at her terrifying transformation, engaging in such vile actions, devoid of remorse. While striving to cast another into the depths of despair, her heart must be as black as coal. A multitude of disdainful gazes converged on Shen Lian, and the snide remarks echoed around her. Previously, she had mercilessly criticized Yu Jiu on forums. Now, the tide had turned, and she felt the chill of their contempt seep into her bones. She was finished. Deep down, she understood her fate was sealed. Even if they failed to produce further evidence, the perception of her as ungrateful and shameless would endure, tarnishing her reputation irreparably. From that moment forth, no one would dare associate with her. Her name would elicit nothing but scorn. As this realization washed over her, her legs weakened, leaving her on the brink of collapse. She could hardly fathom how she had arrived at this juncture, why victory had slipped through her fingers so abruptly. Memories of her high school days, a time when she had felt like a dreamer, contrasted starkly with the present. It was as if invisible hands had guided her to this very moment. She stared blankly at Yu Jiu, who, despite her resounding triumph, bore no semblance of arrogance. She stood there unwavering, as if nothing could ever bring her down. The pivotal moment hinged on Yu Jiu. Had she not unveiled her new paper, the tapes would have remained silent, and the narrative could have shifted entirely. In that instant, a wave of profound shame surged within Shen Lian. The events that had transpired felt dreamlike, but reality crashed down upon her like a tidal wave, overwhelming her senses. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she could no longer withstand the weight of her disgrace, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers observed her dazed state, seemingly unaware of her plight. A wave of revulsion swept through the crowd. How could she remain so obstinate in her refusal to acknowledge her wrongs? When she suddenly fainted, everyone froze, their first instinct being to question whether it was an act. Upon confirming her genuine unconsciousness, their disdain remained unabated. She had brought this upon herself, the architect of her own downfall. Yet Yu Jiu, the true victim, had endured the torment of having her work stolen and her reputation besmirched, all while remaining steadfast under immense pressure. In a matter of days, she had produced remarkable research accomplishments, a testament to her resilience and fortitude. This was a striking contrast. Every gaze directed at Yu Jiu now brimmed with admiration. Professor O, who had been unaware of the developments until his arrival, felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. He had initially assumed she would crumble under pressure, only to discover she had persevered and proven her innocence through her own endeavors. Professor Smith and others also expressed their appreciation, acknowledging the unprecedented achievement of producing such results in a mere few days while bearing the weight of public disgrace. Her remarkable research acumen, coupled with her mental fortitude, foretold a future where she would shine even brighter. "I must thank you for granting me this opportunity," Yu Jiu said. Whether in past or present, she maintained her composure, unperturbed by the weight of her circumstances. The applause crescendoed, and voices rang out, "Yu Jiu, you are magnificent. From this day forth, you shall be my goddess." Listening to these accolades, Bo Luanning seethed with envy, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yu Jiu. He had never anticipated her capacity for such greatness. It dawned on him that he had perhaps never truly comprehended her depth. Sensing his gaze, Yu Jiu, who had been conversing with the professor, suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes sparkled like stars, their brilliance undimmed even by the light of day. A sharp pang pierced his heart, and he was abruptly reminded of a rather melodramatic saying. He was finished. News travel swiftly, and particularly in this instance, where everyone was aware of the matter at hand. The information spread from the lecture hall, causing a stir throughout the entire school. The volume of posts surged rapidly, with many expressing astonishment at Shen Lian's audacity. The more they had once sympathized with her during her glory days, the more they now loathed her. They resorted to vilifying the true victim for the sake of such a person. Was she not born into a scholarly family? The innocent will clear their name. My goodness. I have truly gained insight into the world. I almost wish to interview her. In the recorded footage, Yu Jiu was continuously supporting her. Yet she had the audacity to turn the tables. Did she not feel any pangs of conscience? This individual is fundamentally rotten to the core. Does she even possess a conscience? Have you heard about Yu Jiu's new paper? It has turned out to be extraordinarily impressive, showcasing an intelligence and mental fortitude that is nothing short of remarkable. The chasm between genius and the ordinary is stark. If it were me, I would be left in tears. You ought to produce a paper that is equally shameless. Nonetheless, she truly excels. I am in awe. The key point is that she remains unscathed. You cannot even imagine. Initially in the dean's office, she declared that it was merely one paper and that she could produce many more in the future. She was indifferent, and it was only because Shen Lian sought to involve Professor O that she became enraged and summoned the review committee. In a fleeting moment, the entire school became aware of the situation, all stemming from Shen Lian's relentless pursuit. Otherwise, Yu Jiu would not have resorted to such desperate measures, slandering the professor, stealing papers, and obstinately refusing to repent. The accusations against Shen Lian piled up, nearly reaching a point where she was universally condemned. She dared not attend classes, as she had become a notorious figure within the institution, recognized by students from every grade. Conversely, Yu Jiu, who had previously endured countless grievances, transformed into an object of admiration, especially after her paper was published a month later. The unfolding drama seemed more legendary than fiction, imbued with an almost theatrical quality that spread like wildfire. Some even took the initiative to elucidate the immense challenges involved, highlighting the stark contrast between genius and the average individual. Though they may not fully comprehend, the fervor in their voices was palpable. Now, everyone hailed her as a goddess. Bai Luan-ning, with a tinge of envy, remarked, turning to embrace her, reflecting to himself that those seeking to marry could only voice their desires. Yu Jiu had previously sacrificed her vitality for her experiments, and with the school's turmoil still unresolved, Professor O generously granted her a leave of absence. Bai Luan-ning's heart soared, transforming his previous grievances against Professor O into a clean slate. Yu Jiu gently patted his hand, signaling that he was holding on too tightly. Reluctantly, he eased his grip, resting his chin on her shoulder. They had heard others claim that he was unworthy of her, and such remarks only fueled their frustrations. Their relationship had become public, and while he had not concealed it, it was only now that alumni recognized their union. Previously, his flirtations had been excessive, and despite having mellowed over the past 2 years, few believed he had truly reformed. Compared to the exceptionally intelligent and talented Yu Jiu, Bai Luan-ning appeared considerably less impressive. Some even openly anticipated their breakup. Normally proud, Bai Luan-ning found himself nearly infuriated by the comments. Noticing Yu Jiu's silence, he embraced her more tightly. "Lil Jiu, Dad wants to meet us." "What?" Bai Luan-ning momentarily processed the statement, only to see Yu Jiu hand him a tablet displaying a physiological explanation. In a flash, he recalled the day, utterly taken aback to be exposed now. Sweating slightly under her penetrating gaze, he eventually conceded, "I was wrong." Yet, he could not take full responsibility. He had done nothing at the time, which only positioned him as more of a gentleman. Lowering his gaze, he continued, "You spoke first, and I saw it as an opportunity. Had I not agreed, we would not be together now." Thus, he owed it to his decisive nature back then. Bai Luan-ning intended to argue further, but, reflecting on their current status, produced a box from seemingly nowhere. He opened it before Yu Jiu, revealing a diamond ring. Lifting her hand, he kissed it tenderly, slipping the ring onto her finger. "Since Dad knows, let us officially plan our wedding for after your graduation." As for any online matters, Bai father had already been informed of the situation. Bai Luan-ning had previously contacted him regarding Shen Lian. How could he not understand his son? What did it matter that he made that call? After all, Bai father had subtly hinted countless times before, yet Bai Luan-ning had chosen to ignore it. Now, he took the initiative to discuss it. "It's time to settle down." This remark carried significant weight, awakening Bai father's curiosity. However, during dinner, he was taken aback upon noticing the diamond ring on Yu Jiu's finger. Bai Luan-ning cheerfully proclaimed, "Dad, this is your future daughter-in-law." "Bai father." "You mother." Bai Luan-ning continued, "Mom, I want to get engaged to little Jiu first, and we'll marry after she graduates." Previously, he had never addressed Yu Yan as mom, but now he did so without hesitation. Bai father's lips twitched, while Bai Luan-ning displayed no signs of embarrassment. "Bai father, Wishing to avoid further conversation with his son, turned to Yu Jiu. Little Joe, we are now family. If anything arises, feel free to call me. Bai mother was shocked. Yet Bai father, after his initial astonishment, felt a sense of joy. To be candid, he had little faith in his son. Though intelligent, he had strayed from the right path. He had anticipated that by his 30s, Bai Luan-ning would still be single, possibly marrying an unsuitable partner. Who would have thought he would win over Yu Jiu? A daughter-in-law like her would never bring shame and would only enhance their reputation.
Now.
It appeared Bai Luan-ning not only intended to settle down, but was also preparing to take over the family business. Bai father grew increasingly pleased with her. He thought to himself that for once, his son had done something commendable. Thank you, uncle. When they got engaged, Bai father directly gifted Yu Jiu 1% of the company's shares, a privilege Bai Luan-ning had not received. Bai father stated, I hope you both have a long and happy future. He then addressed Bai Luan-ning, if you ever wrong little Jiu, do not expect me to acknowledge you as my son. Everyone present understood Bai father's stance and his satisfaction with Yu Jiu. Previously, she had gained recognition, and those who had mingled with Bai Luan-ning envied his good fortune. Having drunk a bit too much, Bai Luan-ning, once the guest departed, swept Yu Jiu into his arms and tossed her onto the bed, his entire weight pressing down on her as his face nestled into her neck. After a moment of silence, Yu Jiu thought he had fallen asleep, but moments later, he erupted into laughter, cradling her face delicately. You are mine. Mine. For the first time in over a decade, he felt this joyous exhilaration. Observing his intoxication, Yu Jiu noted his silly grin and suddenly burst into laughter, raising her hand to push him playfully. Unprepared, Bai Luan-ning was toppled over, his alcohol-fogged brain momentarily slow to react. Blinking, he found Yu Jiu swiftly straddling him, gripping his chin, teasingly saying, Come on, smile for me. Bai Luan-ning. Little Jiu? She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. After a night of dreams, Bai Luan-ning awoke, momentarily disoriented, unable to grasp the passing of time. In his dreams, he had savored every moment with his passionate, uninhibited fiancée, her slender legs entwined around his waist. Yu Jiu was the first to ignite the thought of marriage within him, and while he believed he was drawn to this type, uncertainty lingered. If Yu Jiu truly embodied such fervor, he found himself quite enamored, especially in that vivid dream where she clung to him, whispering, Luan-ning, you are amazing. With sweat-drenched cheeks close together, their breaths mingling, her alluring gaze stirred his very essence. Covering his nose, he dashed to the bathroom, deciding it was time to indulge in some playful intimacy. Yu Jiu's thesis caused a greater international sensation than anticipated, leading to an influx of invitations, all of which she declined due to her engagement. Knowing she and Bai Luan-ning had solidified their relationship, Professor O worried that her focus on research might wane. However, her dedication remained unchanged. Professor, rest assured, I've promised Luan-ning that my work will always come first, and that won't change even after we marry. Had he imagined such a future 3 years ago? As Yu Jiu solidified her position, others perceived her as despicable, yet such contempt only served as a stepping stone for her ascent. Shun Lian, overwhelmed by mockery and pressure, nearly succumbed to madness, dragging the Shun family down with her. 2020 Notice of entry into V. The Shun family truly belonged to a scholarly lineage, often mingling with individuals of similar standing. Bai Luan-ning was eager to see the one who had bullied his wife face dire consequences. He would not let the matter rest easily. With a wave of his hand, he enlisted several well-known online commentators to ensure the incident became widely known, leading to the Shun family's public disgrace. As Mr. and Mrs. Shun ventured out for work, they could not escape the peculiar gazes of onlookers. Their superiors lamented that it was time to impart some lessons. Both were of delicate sensibilities, and upon hearing such remarks, they wished they could vanish into thin air. The older generation was no better. Upon learning of the situation, they nearly fainted. Now, when they spoke of Shun Lian, aside from her despicable behavior, it was inevitable to wonder if it was a case of poor upbringing, for one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Those who had previously maintained relations with them unconsciously distanced themselves. After Shun Lian fainted and later regained consciousness, she was left mute, resembling a lost soul. Seeing her phone or computer was akin to encountering a specter. Initially, her parents felt a pang of sympathy for their daughter, but that soon transformed into resentment, as she had brought disgrace upon the Shun family. Do we lack for your sustenance? What compelled you to act in such a manner? Even as her biological parents recalled Shun Lian's misdeeds, they were engulfed in embarrassment. Mr. Shen, a professor by profession, was particularly aggrieved by her slanderous accusations against Professor O, and now all his frustrations came to the fore. How are we to face others after this? After Mr. Shen departed, Shun Lian trembled as she retrieved her phone from behind her. If any of her classmates were present, they would likely hesitate to acknowledge her. Sitting on the ground, her hair disheveled and demeanor timid, she bore no resemblance to her former vibrant self. She was acutely aware that the online world was rife with vitriol directed at her. Yet she could not suppress her emotions. It was only now that she truly grasped the disparity between her abilities and those of Yu Jiu, not just in skill but also in mental fortitude. While Yu Jiu thrived amid gossip, she lacked the courage even to confront it. Shun Lian was utterly defeated by Yu Jiu. Several times, she attempted to call but faltered at the last moment, fearing to hear Yu Jiu's voice. She knew Yu Jiu would not speak harshly to her and might even forgive her, yet she could not overcome her own barriers. She dared not return to school or venture outside, as her parents had grown to resent her. Where could she possibly go? Grasping her phone, she felt utterly lost until she heard footsteps approaching. Mr. Shen opened the door, not sparing her a glance. Your mother and I have decided we cannot remain in this country any longer.
We are emigrating.
Upon hearing that the Shen family was relocating, Yu Jiu refrained from commenting, while her lab colleagues expressed their admiration for her character. The incident had led them to unleash their ire upon Shun Lian in the lab, with even the composed Professor O chastising her. Throughout it all, Yu Jiu maintained her dignity and refrained from speaking ill of Shun Lian, and her peers regarded her as saintly. They believed that if anyone dared to treat them thus, they would not merely retaliate verbally, but would take action. This incident only drew them closer to Yu Jiu, whose qualities and capabilities were truly commendable. As one matures, the challenges of being a good person become ever more apparent, and in the eyes of many, Yu Jiu epitomized goodness. For those who embody virtue, opportunities often arise. Yu Jiu achieved renown, and her path became increasingly smooth as Professor O wholeheartedly nurtured her. In a mere few years, her name graced numerous academic journals, and she gained experience speaking on behalf of Professor O at her first conference. The professor was generous with opportunities, and after several conferences, she became a familiar presence among the elite, receiving invitations to prestigious laboratories. Upon graduation, she did not need to voice her aspirations. The department head approached her about staying on. Now, Yu Jiu held multiple research achievements, and her presence was sought after wherever she went. The university was naturally reluctant to let her leave, offering her top-tier benefits. I haven't even graduated with my master's yet. How could I leave now? She replied. She had been directly admitted into the graduate program, pursuing both her master's and doctoral studies under Professor O. However, she did not indicate that she would remain at their university. Their concerns led them to consider assigning her a position. When Yu Jiu declined, they ceased to press the matter, trusting her integrity. The department head, having witnessed the events of 2 years prior, held great confidence in Yu Jiu's character. As they exited the lecture hall, they were suddenly showered with something from above. Upon investigation, they discovered it was a cascade of fresh flower petals. Looking up, they noticed several hot air balloons overhead, from which the vibrant petals drifted down, blanketing the ground, accompanied by banners reading "Marry Me." It was a scene of proposal, and the department head chuckled to himself, pondering who could be so extravagant as to litter the ground with petals, leaving the cleanup to him. Soon, gasps of astonishment erupted from the nearby female students, who instinctively covered their mouths. Dressed in a crisp white suit, Ballooning approached with a bouquet of white roses. Having been with the company for 2 years, he had shed much of his previous flamboyance, now appearing composed and handsome, with deep affection in his eyes. Embodying the romance of a fairy tale, Ballooning knelt before Yu Jiu. "Xiao Jiu, marry me." Just moments before, Yu Jiu had delivered a speech as an exemplary graduate, and she was a figure of admiration at the university. The younger students, who had previously been absorbed in their astonishment, now recognized him, and their exclamations filled the air. Here stood a true winner in life. Beautiful, intelligent, and now with such a handsome boyfriend. Yu Jiu hesitated momentarily, but Bo Luning quickly produced a ring to place upon her finger. I don't care. We agreed 2 years ago that we would marry after graduation. Although Bo Luning had achieved a certain level of success, it paled in comparison to Yu Jiu's accomplishments. He had heard murmurs suggesting that Yu Jiu might abandon him for someone more compatible in the lab, and so he devised this plan. Fearing the possibility of her changing her mind, Yu Jiu replied, "It feels a bit premature for us to marry right now." Bo Luning insisted, "We will end up getting married eventually. Why not sooner rather than later?" While others proclaimed Yu Jiu a winner in life, her friends contended that Bo Luning was the true victor, having progressed from their carefree days together to now securing a brilliant wife. Bo Luning was exceedingly confident, never considering that Yu Jiu might refuse his proposal. Upon her acceptance, he realized that he had even prepared the wedding dress, the banquet, and the honeymoon destination. Having requested a leave of absence for Yu Jiu from Professor O, the professor could not have imagined encountering such a situation, but privately expressed to Yu Jiu that he had previously thought Bo Luning too frivolous. Now, it was clear he was genuinely invested in her well-being. This revelation relieved Professor O, who often worried about his student's gentle disposition. Yu Jiu herself was astonished. Who would have thought Bo Luning would care for her so deeply? Over the past 2 years, her opportunities for leisure had been scarce, and her busy schedule had limited their communication. The fact that he had been so attentive was almost unfathomable to her. It was precisely because of his kindness that she felt a twinge of guilt regarding her future endeavors. On the eve of their wedding, Bo Luning embraced Yu Jiu, saying, "I thought I would have to wait until my 30s to marry. It seemed more likely that I would remain single for life, yet here I am, preparing to wed so soon." Noticing Yu Jiu deep in thought, he added, "I know what you're worried about. We are still young, and our careers are paramount. If you wish to work in the lab, do so. Nothing has changed." He assumed her recent silence stemmed from her workload, as Yu Yen had subtly encouraged her to consider her options. Even this matter had been on Bo Luning's mind. Yu Jiu sighed inwardly. With his striking looks and charm, he had attracted countless admirers in the past. Now, as he exhibited such thoughtfulness, imbued with a hint of vulnerability, it was enough to touch the hearts of any woman. Yu Jiu believed she had hardened her heart to iron, yet now a flicker of softness emerged within her. However, she remained resolute in her stance, stating, "May I show you the wedding dress?" Bo Luning had arranged 5 exquisite ensembles for her, each crafted by renowned designers, each worth its weight in gold. She eagerly led Bo Luning to the room housing the wedding gowns. Although he was keen to see her in the dress, today he yearned for a more invigorating diversion, a desire that dissipated as soon as Yu Jiu emerged. Bo Luning acknowledged that during their periods of separation, he managed to resist the temptation of seeking solace elsewhere. Increasingly captivated by Yu Jiu, her blossoming beauty played a significant role in this. With each encounter, he found her more enchanting than before, until she had transformed into a breathtaking vision. Beneath the dazzling crystal chandelier, she approached him, her gown trailing gracefully behind, her gentle smile outshining even the splendid lighting. Before she could reach him, he stepped forward, embracing her tightly, exclaiming, "You are truly beautiful," when suddenly a sharp scream pierced the air. A chill enveloped him. Xiao Jiu. Shun Lian could scarcely believe how smoothly this encounter unfolded. It seemed as though fate conspired in her favor. Inside the room, only Yu Jiu remained, already adorned in a fitting wedding gown that accentuated her striking demeanor. She appeared as stunning now as when he first met her years ago, like a fully blossomed magnolia. Previously a bud, now in full bloom. Beautiful and soft, she exuded an air of non-aggression, making her hidden malice all the more shocking. Reflecting on the tribulations of the past years, the hatred within her surged, transforming into a weapon that threatened to tear her apart. Gripping the knife tightly, she lunged forward.
Yu Jiu.
The blade pressed against Yu Jiu's neck, a mere inch away from drawing blood. Yu Jiu, taken aback, looked up. "Shen Shuemei?" Silence. Shun Lian screamed, her voice filled with indignation. The last time they met, she was a different person, now resembling a specter, her demeanor frenzied, as if she had escaped from a mental institution. Yu Jiu queried, Shen Shuemei, what has become of you? Silence. Shen Lian, consumed by rage, insisted, you are now in my grasp, and even now you pretend. I know everything, every detail. These past 2 years, I could not forget. You are the reason I have become this way. You are the reason for my downfall. Jealousy twisted Shen Lian's features as she glared at Yu Jiu. You have caused my suffering while you publish papers and flaunt your engagement and marriage. By what right? With the knife held against her throat, Yu Jiu dared not make a move. Shen Shuemei. That man revealed everything to me. He told me everything. You orchestrated this. You transformed me into this wretched state. Shen Lian lamented, her life a twisted fate. Forced abroad to start anew, she discovered that everything had been a scheme by Yu Jiu. As she watched Yu Jiu's reputation flourish and her boyfriend's grand proposal, her own life fell into disarray. Her parents harbored deep resentment, leaving her to feel as though her existence was over, while the architect of her despair continued to thrive. Shen Lian's features contorted as she spat, Kong Hui. Do you remember that name? It was you. You were the one who lured him to tempt me into such actions. Initially astonished, Yu Jiu suddenly smiled. Shen Lian, are you but a child? Do you need someone to entice you? Were you not the one perusing my notes? The one who stole my thesis? The one who publicly slandered the professor? She derided. With a mere hint of temptation, you acted so disgracefully. Your true nature is laid bare. Shen Lian had never witnessed Yu Jiu speak so venomously. She was taken aback by the realization that Yu Jiu was indeed capable of such malice. You. Shen Lian stammered in disbelief, ready to confront Yu Jiu and expose her as the wicked woman she was, only to find herself suddenly overpowered as Yu Jiu pressed her against the vanity. Yu Jiu held Shen Lian down, her voice a mere whisper. You owe me 2 lives, and you dare confront me? With a sudden force, she gripped Shen Lian's wrist, causing her to wince in agony. Shen Lian's eyes widened in shock. 2 lives? She looked up to meet Yu Jiu's gaze, which was now filled with an unfamiliar coldness. Dark as an abyss, her pupils glinting like predatory beasts. A chilling thought crossed Shen Lian's mind. She wanted to kill Yu Jiu. A shiver ran down her spine as the palpable malice and intent to kill enveloped her, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Just as the pressure on her wrist eased, she instinctively pushed Yu Jiu away. Yu Jiu staggered backward, letting out a pained cry, and Shen Lian felt warmth spreading from her hands. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized the knife had plunged into Yu Jiu's abdomen. Blood quickly stained the pristine wedding dress crimson. The bridesmaids, having been absent for a while, pushed the door open just in time to witness the shocking scene, letting out a terrified scream. Bo Luning was the first to rush in, his eyes turning a deep crimson upon seeing the unfolding horror. Call an ambulance. Shen Lian, in disbelief, stared at her own hands. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Xiao Jiu. Bo Luning felt an icy chill run through him as he beheld Yu Jiu, drenched in blood, his mind foggy with shock. As he turned to Shen Lian, his eyes glowed with fury. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. She threw herself at me. Many alumni had gathered, initially failing to recognize Shen Lian, but now, hearing her voice, they could hardly believe their ears. Shen Lian. It's actually Shen Lian. Whispers of shock spread among the crowd. What kind of grudge could lead to this? Years ago, she had attempted to tarnish Yu Jiu's name, and now, she was committing murder at a wedding. Shen Lian wanted to protest that it was not as it seemed, yet no one would listen. All she could hear were their accusations of her wickedness, and she felt herself unraveling. It's not like that. It's not like that. Yu Jiu, losing copious amounts of blood, had turned pale, her lipstick failing to conceal her waning vitality. In mere moments, her pupils began to fade. Bo Luning, who had hesitated to move her, suddenly scooped her up in a rush. Get me a car. His pristine white suit was soon stained crimson, his expression blank as tremors racked his body. The onlookers quickly parted to make way, a few stepping forward to restrain Shen Lian. Bo Luning, in such a state, dared not let anyone else drive. Fortunately, cars were plentiful that day. He held Yu Jiu close. Xiao Jiu, Xiao Jiu. He called out incessantly, gripping her hand tightly. Yet, misfortune struck. Road repairs forced them to take a detour. Yu Jiu suddenly felt a coldness wash over her face. She lifted her head, seeing Bo Luning in tears. His expression remained vacant, but tears streamed down his cheeks. She felt as though she could no longer see him clearly. She opened her mouth, Luning. Xiao Jiu. Please do not speak, he pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. Let us converse when you recover. He had never begged anyone before, nor had he ever shed such tears. The driver could hardly suppress his own emotions, feeling the weight of this tragic day, all caused by Shun Lian's malevolence. Yu Jiu whispered, forget me. The depth of Bo Luning's emotions was far beyond her expectations. She gasped and struggled to say, you, take care. Yet after a prolonged silence, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Through the rearview mirror, she saw Bo Luning tightly cradling Yu Jiu against his chest, blood dripping from his suit in a steady stream, transforming him into a figure of crimson. Yu Jiu, held in his embrace, had fallen utterly still. The driver sensed something amiss. He opened his mouth but uttered not a single word, stepping out of the car. Outside, apart from the doctors, classmates and guests hurriedly arrived, including Yu Yan and Bolu's father. Noticing the car's stillness, they anticipated the worst. As the driver emerged with a grave expression, shaking his head at them, Yu Yan felt darkness envelop her and fainted. Fortunately, they were at the hospital, and Yu Yan was promptly supported down. Bolu's father, anxious about his son, opened the car door, revealing the scene. Bo Luning cradling Yu Jiu, murmuring, Xiao Jiu, you promised to stay with me for 3 months. Your experiment isn't finished yet. I won't say anything. You can take as long as you need. Xiao Jiu. The sight was heart-wrenching, not just for Yu Jiu but even for Bo Luning, who realized his affections ran deeper than he had ever comprehended. Yu Jiu had once thought that death would grant her freedom, only to find herself tethered to her lifeless body nearby. She could hear Bo Luning's words, feeling an inexplicable pull. Ignoring whether he could hear her, she leaned closer, whispering, I'm sorry. She was merely a stowaway, with limited time in each world. Since she had to depart, she aimed to maximize her worth, and the thought of Lian Yan extinguished any lingering reluctance. Lian Yan, you have ruined my path to immortality and taken my life.
Now.
I shall seek revenge.
Wow, so handsome.
Why does it feel like our President Bo is ageless? While others grow older, he remains unchanged year after year. Year after year. He*s the top bachelor. TSK, I heard that Lu Qianjin and President Bo's relationship has soured again? A few newly hired employees chattered quietly, their screens displaying an exclusive interview of President Bo in a financial magazine. He was indeed a figure of renown, not only strikingly handsome but also exceptionally capable, having developed the Bo Group to its current stature in just a few years. Year after year, he was named the top bachelor, and it was astonishing that at the age of 35, he had yet to have a girlfriend. They speculated privately whether the president harbored any hidden ailments, but rumors suggested that he remained unmarried due to the tragic death of his former fiancée, leaving him unwilling to remarry. However, this rumor lacked substantiation, and they were skeptical. Of course, the president was no stranger to gossip. Although he had no confirmed girlfriend, he was associated with numerous rumored romantic interests, including the well-known Miss Lu, whom they had previously discussed. As if summoned, Lu Qianjin burst into the room, tears streaming down her face. Before they could stop her, she dashed toward the elevator. The secretary had just received word of her arrival, and she rushed in, shouting, Bo Luning. Her voice echoed through the corridors, wild and frantic, startling the secretary into silence. Bo Luning. She has been dead for 10 years. How much longer will you cling to her memory? She covered her mouth, sobbing. Her usual pride shattered. The information she revealed left the secretary aghast, exchanging worried glances. Could it be true? Did the president truly harbor an unforgotten first love? Lu Qianjin gazed at the closed door, knowing he did not wish to face her, and her desperation deepened. What do I lack compared to her? Inside the office, Bo Luning's icy voice rang out, call Miss Lu. Her fervent pleas finally prompted the door to creak open. Bo Luning glanced at her coldly. I have made myself clear. I hope you do not appear before me again. That rumor is true. Lu Qianjin exclaimed. Our dashing and exceptional president indeed has an unforgettable fiancée. Who is this stunning beauty that has captivated him for so long? Shun Lian, though barely past 30, now bore streaks of gray and deep-set wrinkles, her eyes devoid of life. Through the glass, Boluning spoke softly. "This is my last visit." When Yu Jiu died, the evidence was irrefutable. Yu Jiu was sentenced to death, but her family, unable to bear the thought of her demise, sought alternatives, even producing a psychological evaluation. Yet Boluning was not easily swayed. After considerable effort, Shun Lian received a death sentence commuted to life imprisonment, and now her end was imminent. "At one time, I wished for your immediate demise. But then I realized I could not allow you such an easy exit. Life imprisonment is far better. It allows me to bestow a parting gift." A decade had passed, and Boluning was no longer the grieving youth who had wept over Yu Jiao's lifeless body. Yet his words caused Shun Lian to convulse involuntarily. Those confined within these walls were heinous criminals. She was no match for them, enduring constant injuries and grueling labor. Despite the lack of attention from her captors, she could not suppress her trembling. "I am innocent. She framed me. She collided with me on purpose. I never intended to kill her." She repeated her earlier statements. "You can ask Kong Hui. Go ahead. You've been deceived. She is truly a vile woman." She had believed that these 10 years were worse than death. Yet upon hearing of her impending execution, tears streamed down her face. She did not want to die. Even enduring this life in prison, she wished to live. "Investigate it." Her rough hands clutched the bars. "Boluning, you've been misled. I am the most innocent one here. I have suffered because of her unfounded malice." She cried out in despair. "Please." She had surely planned this long ago. She was so sinister. Why did they know about me abroad? It was all her doing. Along with Kong Hui, she wanted to prevent my fresh start. She wanted me dead, to make my life miserable. It was all her fault. After 10 difficult years, she had unraveled the truth. Everything was a scheme orchestrated by Yu Jiu, and she had never intended to let her go. In the end, she was willing to sacrifice her own life for her vengeance. Listening to her madness, Boluning remained impassive, no longer the man who would have rushed to silence her. He watched her, a smile on his face, as she crumbled, as she went mad, as despair engulfed her. As visiting hours drew to a close, he stood and delivered a heavy blow. Farewell. As he turned to leave, Shun Lian, who had been slumped in despair, abruptly stood up and attempted to grasp him. However, her frantic movements were swiftly subdued by others nearby. In a moment of utter breakdown, Shun Lian declared that if Yu Jiu were truly as remarkable as everyone claimed, she would certainly not wish for her demise. At that instant, all remnants of her dignity shattered, and she found herself willing to elevate the person she loathed most to the role of a benefactor, simply to survive. Boluning, without pausing, thought to himself that indeed, she would. She had never been devoid of principles. Upon exiting the prison, he unexpectedly encountered someone, narrowing his eyes at the sight of Wang Yao. The brother he once drank and flirted with had now become a shadow of his former self, unrecognizable after a decade apart. Luning Wang Yao spoke. The 10 years had rendered him too afraid to face Boluning, especially after the latter had discovered that it was Wang Yao who had deliberately caused Shun Lian's imprisonment, resulting in a brutal beating and a warning to strike him each time they met. Wang Yao could hardly fathom how his initial jealousy had spiraled into this. "I never imagined it would end this way. I thought she was merely causing trouble." Boluning's thin lips curled, and so, the derision in his gaze nearly overflowed. Wang Yao felt a lump in his throat and suddenly knelt silently. "I will pay for Yu Jiu's life. Spare the Wang family." "Friendship?" Boluning's eyes reddened, and he abruptly turned to him, delivering a fierce punch to his face. "How dare you speak of friendship? My greatest regret in this life was inviting you." Had he not invited Wang Yao, Shun Lian would never have been imprisoned, and Yu Jiu would not have met her tragic end. Wang Yao staggered from the blow, a metallic taste filling his mouth. "I simply cannot accept it. We are the same, so why were you able to marry her?" It was not that he loved Yu Jiu, but rather a deep-seated resentment and jealousy. Why had Boluning's life diverged so drastically from his own? Boluning, having anticipated this, sneered, "Then take your jealousy and go rummage through the trash." As Wang Yao realized that Boluning had no intention of letting them go, he roared in anger and swung his fist. Boluning, unwilling to back down, was on the verge of madness. Little Joe, once so deeply in love, he now saw her shadow in every woman he encountered, yet none could compare. Having witnessed the brilliance of the full moon, how could one still regard the flickering fireflies? The Beau family was among the major enterprises in the country, employing graduates from prestigious universities, including C University. Amidst the fervent discussions about the president's gossip, someone finally divulged a revelation. The president's fiancée is our senior, Yu Jiu, quite renowned. Indeed, a genius. Before long, they unearthed Yu Jiu's past achievements. And while she was not in research, her impressive list of publications and accolades spoke volumes. The astonishment grew. They simply could not imagine that Beau Luning was so infatuated with someone from the research field. Many had initially deemed him unworthy of Yu Jiu, recalling the extravagant rose petal proposal that had sparked discussions for 3 months on forums. Who would have thought the president was once so romantic? Their chatter was stilled by the weight of unspoken words, and it took a moment before someone sighed. This attire speaks volumes. They seemed to understand why the president had remained unwilling to date since then. Having gazed upon the most radiant star, how could he now see any others? Beauty, intelligence, character, all were impeccably flawless, converging in one person, rendering her irresistible. Had he never possessed her, perhaps it would have been easier to bear. But having once been so close to forever, the meticulously arranged wedding had become his greatest nightmare and setback. The once seemingly invincible Beau Luning now fell silent, his plight far too tragic. This would likely remain a scar he could never forget. As news of Beau Luning weeping over Yu Jiu's lifeless body reached them, their gossiping spirits vanished. The employees of the Beau family could only regard Miss Lu with disdain. She paled in comparison to Miss Yu. It was no wonder the president looked down upon her. I have told you countless times. Be careful. Be careful. Do you treat my words as mere whispers? Wu Yun, exasperated, slammed a stack of photographs onto the table. The scattered images revealed a captivating young woman perched at a bar, her fingers teasingly brushing the bartender's chin, exuding an aura of flirtation. Yu Jiu clicked her tongue, examining the photos closely. Isn't this a rather good shot? Yu Jiu. Wu Yun fumed. Yu Jiu rose gracefully, stepping closer and speaking softly. All right, I understand my mistake. Such photos will not occur again. Sister, please lower your voice. It would be unfortunate to strain your throat. At this moment, Yu Jiu was one of the recently disbanded members of the girl group HIT, known for their remarkable success and a legion of fans. They should have had a bright future, but frequent reports of discord among members led to a significant decline in popularity. Coincidentally, a rival company launched another girl group, and the new president, having taken over from the previous one who had cherished this group, disbanded them. The future of all members seemed shrouded in uncertainty. Yu Jiu, being one of the most popular members, should have had a promising career. Yet her lack of emotional intelligence and frequent scandals regarding her personal life caused her popularity to plummet. In contrast, her former bandmate, Le Han, maintained her integrity and possessed exceptional acting talent, quickly rising to stardom. As Le Han flourished, Yu Jiu, once her rival, appeared increasingly downtrodden and became the subject of ridicule. If that were all, it might have been bearable. However, one day, during a drinking session, Yu Jiu discovered Le Han entangled with a man. Unable to restrain herself, she mocked them and snapped a photo, threatening Le Han, only to forget about it afterward. Fearing for Le Han's pristine image, the man sent someone to teach Yu Jiu a lesson, resulting in the devastating loss of her voice. The agency seized the opportunity to terminate her contract, demanding exorbitant compensation. To repay this debt, she was forced to work tirelessly, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in her sleep. Now, the remnants of their group had only recently disbanded. The timing was neither particularly fortuitous nor disastrous. Yu Jiu cast a glance at the corner of the newspaper, where a recent photo of Le Han was displayed. She had successfully landed a supporting role in a film. If it were an ordinary achievement, it would not warrant such coverage, but this was a renowned director, with a leading cast comprising top-tier actors and actresses, alongside a host of seasoned performers in supporting roles, having previously only acted in music videos. Securing this supporting role marked a commendable beginning for Le Han, signaling the onset of her ascent to stardom. Yet, Yu Jiu wondered how she could let this opportunity slip away. She had not anticipated that not only was the timing fortuitous, but she also encountered Lien Yen right away. If Lu Han aspired to fame, Yu Jiu was determined to thwart her wishes. Observing Wu Yun prepare for a lengthy discourse, Yu Jiu swiftly redirected the conversation. Sister, has my new album been confirmed? Wu Yun felt a pang of irritation, realizing that Yu Jiu was aware of her impending album release. I inquired for you. It's next month. Since you wish to forge a career in music, perhaps you should contemplate your future. Are you dissatisfied with your voice being too good for the bar scene? Yu Jiu adopted a humble demeanor. Sister, I'm just feeling a bit bored. Ever since the band disbanded, I haven't had much to do. Now that I'm embarking on my new album, I want to be going back there. Please don't be angry. I worry about your health. Wu Yun regarded her assurances with skepticism, fully aware of Yu Jiu's penchant for revelry.
Yet.
She was taken aback by Yu Jiu's unexpected sweetness. How much candy have you consumed today? Your words are unusually sweet. She found it amusing and exasperating simultaneously, considering Yu Jiu could easily be her daughter. Now, the younger woman sat before her, demure and beautiful as a flower, rendering Wu Yun utterly disarmed.
All right, I'll take my leave now.
I'll leave the album details here for you to review. Remember to check it, as I intend to conduct a surprise inspection. Yu Jiu blinked and said, Sister, I have some thoughts regarding this album. Wu Yun inhaled sharply, casting a warning glance in her direction. This was her first album post-disbandment, and it must not encounter any missteps. I wish to write a few songs myself, Yu Jiu declared. Wu Yun sighed in relief, having feared the worst. Very well, write them, and once you have them ready, present them to the producer. She pondered. She had never heard of Yu Jiu composing before. Lu Han, on the other hand, had some renown for her talents. You may write your songs, but do not allow it to interfere with your training, understood? You must avoid the bar scene. Should any compromising photos surface again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Seeing Yu Jiu obediently agree, Wu Yun's expression softened. She did not expect Yu Jiu's initial compositions to be remarkable, as long as they met the basic standards. She planned to persuade the producer to include the song, as having written her own lyrics and music would undoubtedly bolster Yu Jiu's reputation as a serious artist. However, she was unprepared for the fact that one of Yu Jiu's songs would lead the producer to summon her. Is this written by Yu Jiu?
Wu Yun inquired.
Having only submitted it to the producer yesterday. Is something wrong? The producer replied, contemplating, then called her in. Upon arrival, Yu Jiu greeted them sweetly, Sister, Mr. Jin. Her face was free of makeup, and her attire was strikingly simple, yet her features were captivating, with a delicate chin and alluring phoenix eyes, exuding a blend of innocence and seduction. Approaching Wu Yun with an endearing demeanor, she was a natural in this industry. Wu Yun had seen her countless times and recognized her innate talent for this line of work, still somewhat bewitched by her charm. She was a striking beauty in an industry teeming with competition, yet her allure was uniquely her own, difficult to replicate without veering into the realm of vulgarity. In her moment of distraction, the producer had already handed Yu Jiu the sheets and instructed her to proceed to the recording studio. Yu Jiu had been nurturing her voice, preparing to achieve nationwide fame with this album. She gestured to the two individuals beyond the glass and closed her eyes, beginning to sing. Migratory birds fly past the wudong trees, and the clouds in the sky have vanished. This was a song of heartbreak, intended to evoke deep emotion. Her slightly husky voice flowed like raindrops on a window as summer faded and the coolness of autumn ushered away the last vestiges of love's anticipation. At that moment, there was no sound engineer present, only the producer and Wu Yun. Though Wu Yun had limited musical knowledge, she could feel the emotional weight of the song. A quiet sadness that lingered after it concluded, revealing Yu Jiu's impressive vocal prowess. When the song ended, she noted the producer nodding in apparent satisfaction. Not bad. The old gentleman had since taken over Yu Jiu's career. He had initially agreed to offer occasional guidance, but was now ready to take full control. Although the producer's title remained unchanged, the dynamics had shifted. Wu Yun privately commended her. Well done. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Do you wish to pursue a career in the entertainment industry? Yu Jiu replied, I'll decide after the album is released. She neither affirmed nor denied the prospect. Wu Yun considered this. Yu Jiu's fanbase consisted primarily of music enthusiasts, and it would be prudent to solidify that demographic before contemplating an acting career. Yu Jiu immersed herself entirely in the album's production. Unbeknownst to her, the producer and company executives had discussed increasing her album's production budget by $3 million. Rumors spread rapidly within the industry, especially among those in the same company. Upon hearing the news, Lil Han's manager promptly informed her, perplexed by what had caught Mr. Jin's attention to warrant such a budget increase. This incited feelings of envy and resentment. He held reservations about Lil Han's relentless pursuit of an acting career. Recognizing that most of her fans were music lovers and the entertainment industry was fraught with uncertainties, Lil Han, however, remained stubborn, leaving him feeling helpless. Her musical talent has always surpassed mine. This is no surprise, she remarked. Yu Jiu's innate sense of rhythm and vocal ability was a natural fit for this industry, and she had privately felt a twinge of jealousy. Please don't always think about how my album fares. If I release albums consecutively, won't it highlight my inferiority to her? The manager did not expect her to undermine her own potential while praising another. Lil Han continued, album sales are declining. How many of those fans are willing to purchase albums? Just look at the ticket sales over the past few years. If one wants to enter the field, it's best to do so sooner rather than later. Besides, my singing ability truly pales in comparison to hers. The manager was not oblivious to this reality, but believed her stubbornness was misguided. Now, as she kindly attempted to clarify her stance, he felt a bit more at ease. He feared that an artist who was too headstrong and had their own ideas might be difficult to manage, yet Yu Jiu's talent made communication possible.
All right.
I want to press the matter further. Once the term Gemini emerged, he realized that Lil Han and Yu Jiu were destined to be rivals. The two were often compared, and there would always be a hierarchy. He would never allow his artist to be overshadowed. Yu Jiu had been a regular at the bar, but in pursuit of her album, she refrained from visiting for 2 months. The bar owner called her. What's wrong, young lady? Is there something amiss with my establishment?
How dare you ask?
Yu Jiu scoffed. Didn't you claim that your bar had excellent security measures, preventing reporters from entering? How did I end up with photos taken and sent to my manager? The owner replied, Is that so? I wouldn't dare go back there. Yu Jiu, currently practicing her dance moves, was glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Her fair skin had taken on a rosy hue from the exertion, now appearing irresistibly alluring in a delicate shade of pink. The choreographer, who had spent time with her during this period, often found himself mesmerized, not to mention Wu Yun, who had not seen her in a while. Initially, she intended to scold Yu Jiu over the recent phone call but found herself entranced, her irritation dissipating in an instant. Where there are celestial beings, there are also demons. Within the circle, many pursue the pure and innocent maiden archetype, yet none can genuinely be deemed a true celestial maiden. Similarly, none can be called a true demon. However, she now feels as though she has witnessed a living embodiment of a demon, with every frown and smile exuding charm. Even her silence betraying a hint of flirtation. Wu Yun closed her eyes, urging caution. She feared that if Yu Jiu continued to exude such allure, she might earn the dubious title of a seductress. Meanwhile, the photographer responsible for her posters was practically glowing, as if he had stumbled upon a precious treasure. His inspiration flowing abundantly. What was initially scheduled as a morning shoot extended into the afternoon, and even at the conclusion, there lingered an insatiable desire for more. The resulting photographs were evidently extraordinary. The investment in this album had already reached $10 million, rivaling that of a low-budget film. As the release approached, the company, with a steely resolve, injected an additional $2 million, adorning giant LED screens in prominent commercial centers with her grand posters. Countless layers of red roses encircled the maiden at the center, transforming her into an ethereal fairy conjured from petals. Her features were mesmerizing, partially obscured by the red roses. Her lips seemingly stained by the blooms, exuding an exquisite allure that still revealed a hint of innocent charm, as if she were a blend of angel and devil. Concurrently, as these posters adorned the LED screens, various websites and television channels showcased the promotional video, featuring the maiden emerging from the roses, petals delicately held in her mouth. Gliding closer to the camera, the almost hypnotic melody flowed from her lips, and with each step, petals bloomed in her wake, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat. Her beauty seemed to transcend reality. Is this really Yu Jiu? A demon? How could I have been unaware of her beauty? Was I blind before? Goodness gracious. Yu Jiu had long been absent from the public eye, and her fans, unable to contain their excitement, were just beginning to celebrate her return when they were taken aback by the stunning transformation. Up close, her features remained the same, yet she seemed entirely reborn. Previously, her beauty had been superficial, but now she appeared to possess a soul. Just watching the promotional video left hearts racing. The company's publicity department seized the moment, proclaiming that this album was entirely penned and composed by Yu Jiu, highlighting her significant transformation. This album would be released globally, marking not only her first solo venture post-departure, but also her inaugural bilingual record. As the winter break approached, a time rife with movie promotions, Luhan's film was initially anticipated to be the most talked about. However, Yu Jiu's sudden emergence overshadowed it, as she commanded attention with an album yet to be released. Following the promotional tagline for the album, discussion surged, with fans expressing their support, while some voiced concerns. And detractors mocked the possibility of the album's essence being confined to the promotional video, given Yu Jiu's previous lack of showcase songwriting talent. Regardless of whether they were fans or critics, all eyes were on her new album, capturing widespread attention. This is utterly outrageous, Luhan's manager exclaimed, tossing aside the newspaper, trembling with frustration. How is it that the same band members are treated so differently? 10 million. They actually have the audacity to spend that much. It's just an album. Doesn't anyone realize the music industry is struggling? Of course. His greatest ire was directed at the fact that Luhan and Yu Jiu were both touted as the rising stars of their generation. Yet they had to toil for even a minor role, while the company was willing to invest such a fortune in Yu Jiu. The disparity in resource allocation was glaring. Luhan herself bore a troubled expression. She was in a transitional phase and needed the company's support. While she didn't expect preferential treatment, she at least hoped for fairness. She bit her lip, wondering if news had yet arrived. Moments later, her phone rang, and her manager answered. Is that so? I understand, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. After hanging up, Luhan eagerly inquired, what did they say? Her manager, still in disbelief, replied, this is the president's decision. This president had disbanded HIT upon taking office, leaving the band members with mixed feelings about him, thinking he would harbor animosity towards them. To their astonishment, this decision had indeed originated from the president. Luhan's voice trembled as she questioned, does this mean the president is determined to fully cultivate her? That's undeniably the worst news for me. Her manager bit his cheek, trying to reassure her. Don't panic. I'll find out more. Sensing her distress, he comforted her. Since you've decided to pursue a career in showbiz, her presence in the music scene shouldn't concern you. Yet, as much as he tried to soothe her, how could she not care? Not only were they puzzled, but even Wu Yun shared their confusion. She skeptically asked Yu and, the president aren't connected, are you? Yu Jiu chuckled lightly, sister, if I truly had ties to the president, would I still need to work so hard? Not only were they perplexed, but the entire upper management of the company was bewildered as well, considering the president's previous decisive actions. They were reluctant to engage with HIT members. Is this investment a bit excessive? They mused, exchanging knowing glances. They had seen the promotional video, and indeed, Yu Jiu appeared more enchanting than ever before. Far more captivating than she had been. The president, a young and talented individual, could there be something more than meets the eye? It didn't take long for rumors to circulate, gaining traction with vivid details. If the company was so affected, it was easy to imagine how competitors would react. Such a significant investment. Had the president lost his mind? From a professional standpoint, the performance in the promotional video was commendable, though without hearing the complete album, it was hard to provide an assessment. Furthermore, with a global release in the works, HIT lacked substantial international popularity, raising questions about the wisdom of such a hefty promotional budget. Was the president truly not in over his head? While fans and casual observers expressed enthusiasm, the rest remained watchful. Yu Jiu perused the comments, occasionally scoffing in disdain. The album's release was imminent, and Wu Yun was growing increasingly anxious. While Yu Jiu remained remarkably composed, Wu Yun felt a sense of frustration akin to that of an emperor's advisor, anxious for the emperor's success. The company had invested heavily in this album, and if it flopped, her next endeavor could be indefinitely postponed. Initially, the additional funding brought her joy. But now it felt like cold water had been thrown on her excitement, leaving her anxious. The spectacle had been grand, but if sales were dismal, she would be the subject of ridicule. Reflecting on this, she thought it might have been better had they not increased the investment. Yu Jiu confidently declared, "That's impossible." She was resolute. The album comprised only the most classic songs, and her interpretations were impeccable. She refused to believe that the album would fail, though she knew better than to share this conviction with Wu Yun. "Even if we don't release an album, we can still venture into acting. Just look at my face. How could I possibly worry about landing roles?" Wu Yun was left speechless by her self-admiration, yet she felt a tad reassured. Yu Jiu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "If you're still worried, shall I record a video? On December 25th, see you there." In the video, a girl clad in simple attire cradled a guitar, strumming gently. The alluring pose from the promotional video was nowhere to be seen. In a sunlit room, she softly hummed an unfamiliar tune, her almost translucent fingers delicately dancing over the strings, creating an ethereal atmosphere as if an angel had descended. As the song concluded, she paused, tilting her head toward the camera, revealing a radiant smile that seemed to crystallize the sunlight into a blooming flower, petals unfolding in layers of beauty. A moment of silence ensued.
See you there. See you there. Continue.
"Oh my, is that Yu Jiu? The ethereal Yu Jiu?"
Eh.
Two completely distinct personas, starkly opposed. It's hard to believe they belong to the same individual aside from her features. Such a display, not even fans could contain their astonishment. Even passers-by were left in awe. Remembering her new album titled Thousand Faces, one wonders if it showcases these two contrasting styles as well. Though the lyrics are inaudible, one can still sense the melody. Yet, Lohan feels as if she has seen a ghost. How could it be possible? How could she have improved so drastically in just a few months? She understands Yu Jiu's level, which is superior but not by much, and yet in the video, when Yu Jiu hums, it flows effortlessly, evoking deep emotions with ease. How can this be? Meanwhile, the manager remains oblivious, merely perceiving Yu Jiu as overly ostentatious. Truly a fearless newcomer, hoping she maintains this momentum when sales figures are released. December 25th, Yu Jiu's new album Thousand Faces is released globally. This year has seen only a handful of album releases, and standout works can be counted on one hand. This album is undoubtedly the most captivating in the music scene this year, and they are well aware of the significant investment behind it. Upon its release, they closely monitor various metrics. In merely 2 hours, the titular song Thousand Faces has surged onto the front pages of major music platforms, with download numbers skyrocketing. Professional music critics, drawn by the album's undeniable prominence, listen intently, and upon hearing it, they are left questioning, is this truly Yu Jiu? Despite HIT's previous successes, their songs were merely market-driven pop anthems. Even with exceptional skills and talent, they could only convey a limited emotional range. Yu Jiu's singing was considered impressive within that context. However, this new song has entirely transformed their perception of her. Her seamless transitions between vocal registers and mastery of emotion can only be described as a rebirth, reaching a level akin to the pinnacle of professionalism. Their amazement is palpable, and the fans are even more ecstatic. Unaware of the song's intricacies and challenges, they simply find it delightful. After listening, they become almost entranced, replaying it endlessly. In the music video, they finally grasp why the album is titled Thousand Faces. Yu Jiu experiments with over 10 styles: divine, enchanting, innocent, and alluring. Each one evokes a rush of emotions, particularly in angel, devil, where the dualities of angelic and diabolical coexist beautifully within her, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The album's quality is utterly flawless. In an era on the brink of musical decline, no one anticipated an album could achieve such unprecedented acclaim. Critics have dubbed it an unreplicable miracle, while fans deem it an unimaginable masterpiece, with accolades and honors pouring in. It has remained at the top of trending searches without faltering, and even more astonishingly, this album has ignited a whirlwind not only nationally, but also abroad. Within a mere week, global sales have reached an unfathomable level. As the lyricist, composer, and performer of this album, Yu Jiu's fanbase has reached a terrifying intensity. Critics view her as a long-misunderstood genius, while fans regard her as the captivating thousand-faced enchantress. She has skyrocketed to global fame at an astonishing pace. At this juncture, there is no longer a need for the company to promote her. Discussions about the album and its miraculous impact are rampant. Have you heard? Those critics make no sense to me, but I simply find it delightful. An album isn't expensive. I plan to buy one for my collection. I've heard it comes with a poster. I've listened to it more than 10 times without feeling bored. Have you heard? Yu Jiu is holding a fan meeting. Really? Where? Tell me. I must go. In terms of recognition, films can never rival music. Yu Jiu is no longer merely known as a member of HIT, but has become synonymous with this album. After announcing the fan meeting, countless fans signed up, and a streaming platform secured the rights to broadcast it, allowing multitudes to witness this rising superstar from behind the screen. Yu Jiu emerged from the shadows, her hair cascading casually behind her, donned in a red dress, with fiery red lips and an enchanting figure. Suddenly, the LED screen behind her blazed to life. Mirroring the promotional posters, countless red roses bloomed in an instant. Yu Jiu waved to the crowd below, and the roses seemed to meld with her gaze, their fragrance transforming into her smile. With a gentle smile at the audience, the intoxicating aroma enveloped the fans, leaving them in a daze. Instinctively raising their light sticks and fervently shouting, I love you.
Here.
Here.
E.
Simultaneously, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. The thousand-faced enchantress Yu Jiu held her fan meeting yesterday, a scene of wild excitement, moments of chaos. Stay tuned for Yu Jiu's outfit analysis. Yu Jiu is a Pisces this month. If she remains relatively unknown abroad, her popularity at home is beyond imagination. Amidst this wave, discussions about films struggle to find their footing. Even the best actor and actress are overshadowed, let alone a supporting character like Luhan, who was mentioned only in passing regarding Gemini. One of the duo has taken flight, while the other remains in obscurity, revealing the harshness of their comments. She openly admits that her musical talent pales in comparison to Yu Jiu's, and her acting prowess has yet to reach remarkable heights.
She sighs.
Perhaps it's time to forget about her. They are no longer on the same level. At this moment, to claim indifference would be disingenuous. Since the release of her new album, Luhan has been in a state of stagnation. How could this be? It's now said that the company had previously stifled Yu Jiu's talent, that their group had held her back. Just after the band disbanded, she soared to new heights on her own. Luhan finds it absurd. How could that be? Yu Jiu undoubtedly had talent before, otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as a member of the group. Yet, it is inconceivable that she could achieve such fame from a single album. Luhan feels dizzy. Such occurrences would seem exaggerated even in a film, right? In contrast to their misfortunes, Wu Yun is riding high, striding with confidence. While she has a tendency to be buoyant at minor successes, the events of the past half-month have left her feeling as if she were in a dream. The company inquires about her next album. After finishing a song, Yu Jiu casually replies, "There's no rush. This album hasn't even been taken down yet. One album a year is sufficient." In reality, even top-tier artists struggle to release an album annually, and second-tier artists often take 2 years. The company had previously shifted resources towards film and television, but now, the landscape has changed. In recent years, where can one find another artist like Yu Jiu? One album has granted her global recognition, and critics are lavishing her with praise. Endorsement offers are flooding in, and Yu Jiu is selectively choosing to. The boss, who had previously called, reached out again, this time with an even more solicitous tone. "My dear, when do you plan to grace us with your presence again? We in this industry have been eagerly awaiting your return." Yu Jiu, who had been pondering the lack of recent engagements, casually agreed. After rejecting the new agent assigned to her by the company, Wu Yun had decided to turn a blind eye to her affairs. She had scarcely arrived at the bar when the boss approached her, drawing the attention of the few patrons present. She had become the center of conversation lately. Yu Jiu scoffed softly to herself, pondering whether they yearned for her or her music. In the past, she would occasionally perform as a resident singer. Now that her fame had skyrocketed, the boss was even more eager for her presence. She made it clear that if she were to be photographed again, it would be her last appearance. The boss assured her, "Rest assured, no reporters will infiltrate this time. Some individuals possess an innate ability to shine." And although Yu Jiu had always been striking and charismatic, these qualities were merely conventional beauty and charm amidst ordinary people. In the entertainment industry, however, something vital was often missing, the elusive factor that leaves a lasting impression. Now, she possessed it all. Even those seasoned in the industry found themselves momentarily dazzled. A collective thought echoed in their minds. What an enchanting beauty! This sentiment was shared by two newcomers who had just entered, their hearts nearly stopping upon witnessing the scene. One of them involuntarily exclaimed, "What a captivating siren!" She exuded an irresistible allure, and as she sang, her half-closed eyes and slightly upturned lips, along with her relaxed demeanor, evoked the image of a beguiling enchantress, akin to a siren perched on rocks, luring countless ships to their doom. Amidst her enchanting charm, there lingered an air of innocent naivety, as if to say, "I am merely being myself, not attempting to seduce you." As the song concluded, Yu Jiu let out a soft laugh, shattering the spell she had cast, yet she retained that beguiling innocence. With each step she took, the hearts of those present skipped a beat. Approaching the bar, she found the bartender had already prepared her favorite drink. She lifted the glass, swirling it gently, her slender fingers illuminated by the light penetrating the glass, resembling an exquisite piece of art. Just as she settled into her seat, another individual joined her, remarking, "Miss Yu, I see you have a penchant for this drink." Yu Jiu glanced at him, letting out a gentle sigh. "I've been rather weary lately. My agent advised me to keep my distance from men." She took a sip of her drink, her voice laced with an unintentional allure. "Sir, you're encroaching too closely." The man had never faced such a direct rebuff, yet in the presence of such beauty, he felt inclined to be forgiving. "Why not make an exception?" he implored. "Why not?" she replied. "Because you do not fit my type." Her gaze shifted to his left, and he felt a pang of discouragement mixed with suspicion. "You wouldn't happen to know his identity, would you?" "What identity?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Are you perhaps of noble lineage?" Yu Jiu chuckled softly. "However, should someone fail to appreciate subtlety, you might yet have a chance." The man, clearly a charming rogue, glanced eagerly at his companion. Just as his eyes turned, the other had already pushed a freshly prepared cocktail toward her, gesturing gallantly, "Miss, may I have the honor of treating you to this drink?" He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair slightly long, and his chiseled features exuded an austere elegance reminiscent of a gentleman from a mist-shrouded city, embodying its essence. Yu Jiu extended her hand, brushing against the stem of his glass with just 2 fingers, while the others formed a delicate gesture, captivating as the wings of a butterfly. In a moment of intimacy, Yu Jiu leaned closer, her voice teasingly soft. "I expected you to be just as gentlemanly in bed." His breath hitched, his body slick with sweat, as her words stirred something within him, tightening his grip around her waist. Leaning down, he rasped, "I assure you, I am quite the gentleman, at this moment." The next morning, Yu Jiu awoke, feeling the aches throughout her body. Frowning, she closed her eyes again upon hearing the bathroom door open, muttering a silent wish that he would keep his lips sealed, otherwise, a second encounter would be improbable. With that thought, she finally sat up, adding, "And I hope you refrain from contacting me." Yu Jiu found that she need not visit the company daily. She only required to keep an ear to the ground regarding Luhan's news while contemplating new songs. Luhan had performed commendably in a film, earning the director's admiration. Had she been merely a newcomer, she would have garnered numerous opportunities by now. Unfortunately, the moniker Gemini star overshadowed her. As harsh critics would not hesitate to juxtapose her achievements in music against Yu Jiu's, dismissing her commendable performance as mediocre. Amidst this tide of public opinion, it was challenging for anyone to view the situation with genuine objectivity. They merely concluded that her performance lacked exceptional talent. With these circumstances, Luhan found herself struggling to navigate her career. After facing repeated setbacks, she regretted not countering the Gemini star label when it first emerged, instead of passively accepting it. She had once believed there was no way she could lose to Yu Jiu, and it was this very belief that had led to her current plight. Her agent shared in the regret, contemplating various possibilities, yet failing to predict Yu Jiu's meteoric rise to fame, which had left contemporaries far behind. Lil Han closed her eyes, recognizing the futility in such thoughts. My reputation precedes me. My acting isn't too shabby either. Just find out which production team needs talent, and I'll audition for each one. There must be opportunities among them. If given a chance, she could quickly ascend. As she asserted, she had a fan base, prior big-screen experience, and her acting skills were among the best in her age group. With a humble demeanor and sincere attitude, she knew opportunities would not elude her. However, the struggles only fueled her growth as an actress. After a year of perseverance, she finally secured another opportunity, a film directed by a prominent director featuring 2 award-winning actors. Although her role was limited to that of a supporting character, she stood as the sole female, which could easily lead to her being labeled the lead. After signing the contract, she and her agent breathed a sigh of relief, reminiscing about the past year with mixed emotions, sensing a hard-won triumph. Yet, this feeling lasted only a night. Just as their press release went out, Yu Jiu announced the release date for her new album. She too had been in hiding for a year, without releasing any work. The moment this news broke, it surged to the forefront of discussions, all centered around her new album. At that moment, Lil Han, regardless of her composure, felt dizzy with indignation. This is utterly outrageous. What a coincidence. They just announced their press release, and she follows suit with her album news. Such coincidences are impossible in the entertainment industry. The agent was nearly driven to the brink of fury, astonished that within the same company, they would audaciously seize the spotlight. He had exerted considerable effort to secure this press release, and Lil Han had tirelessly labored for nearly a year on it. Yet, due to her seemingly trivial news, all their hard work seemed to dissipate into thin air. Could popularity truly justify such bullying? Lil Han took several deep breaths to suppress her emotions and managed to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. Forget it. She had already secured the role. As long as she proved herself within it, her situation would improve, her worth would rise, and she could vie for the leading lady title. The status of a movie star far surpassed that of a singer, and many endorsements were reserved exclusively for film stars. As long as she continued to pursue this goal, she would undoubtedly surpass Yu Jiu in the future. It was merely one headline. There would be ample time ahead. If Yu Jiu were present, she might commend Lil Han's remarkable patience. Were their positions reversed, she might even admire her, but they had become adversaries. Upon confirming that there was no response from Lil Han, and having swallowed this silent grievance, she chuckled softly. Currently enduring this situation was predicated on her belief that she would eventually rise to prominence. But what if she never did? Her phone on the table vibrated. Glancing at the screen, she answered, only to hang up and immediately blacklist the number. She had already informed him not to contact her. Yu Jiu's new album was released amid widespread anticipation. Her previous album showcased a diverse range of styles, captivating countless musicians with its enchanting aura. The music seemed like a toy in her hands, effortlessly shifting and bending to her will, with each song a masterpiece in its own right. This new album continued the eclectic style of the last, featuring even more astonishing combinations and a plethora of instruments, all complemented by her impeccable playing skills. The daily sales figures reached astonishing heights. While many albums struggled in the market, hers surged against the tide, standing out prominently, with her position unassailable. The miraculous resurgence of the previous year seemed to repeat itself, silencing those who had deemed her a fleeting phenomenon. As discussions about the release of her 3rd album lingered across major social media platforms, fans fervently expressed their unwavering loyalty. They finally acknowledged that she was no longer the young girl from HIT, but rather the fastest-rising superstar of the new generation, her influence having transcended borders. As the public speculated on when her 3rd album would be released, and whether it would continue the storm created by her first 2, Yu Jiu discussed her desire to act with her agent. Meanwhile, Lil Han had secured her first true leading role. Overwhelmed with emotions, even the previous news could not dampen her joy. She had done it finally. Her agent beamed with pride. After all, this was Director Wang's project. Countless individuals had vied for this opportunity. The company still valued her highly. Director Wang was also part of the company. And although many from other firms showed interest in the role, it ultimately went to Lil Han. Even those who had previously harbored grievances against the company felt a surge of delight. 27. The phrase to lean against a big tree for shade encapsulated why so many sought to sign with large corporations. To be fair, Lil Han may appear lukewarm now, but that was only in comparison to the meteoric rise of Yu Jiu. Securing a leading role within 2 years of entering the industry was no small feat. If this film performed well at the box office, her status would be solidified. Lil Han nodded, pursing her lips. I owe you a great deal, Li Go. Without your mediation, I would never have had the opportunity to audition. Having endured hardships together, they now shared a knowing smile, their camaraderie stronger than before. Lil Han picked up the script to study it further when Li Go's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a senior executive with whom he had a good rapport, he quickly answered, "Hello?" Whatever was said on the other end drained the color from his face. Lil Han's heart raced, her throat dry. Could it be about the film? Li Go shook his head, his expression clouded. The film is still yours. The leading role hasn't changed. It's just Yu Jiu. The very mention of her name left a bitter taste in his mouth. She was set to act in a film. This was likely the shared sentiment of both. For the past 2 years, she had loomed over them like a dark cloud, ever present. Lil Han thought, isn't she in the music industry? The shadow Yu Jiu had cast over her was substantial, and now, with this news, Lil Han felt the pressure mounting once more. Li Go reassured her, "Don't panic. I'll inquire further. She has only acted in music videos. She's merely eager to act in a film. The company isn't foolish enough to give her a major role right off the bat." "I want this role," Yu Jiu declared, placing the script on the table, her fingertips pressing down on it. "The most beautiful woman in the world. Who could be more suited than I?" Her tone was one of absolute conviction, imbued with an air of entitlement. If anyone else were this self-absorbed, they would surely face backlash, yet not a single person present dared to contradict her. Over the past year, her reputation as a siren had only deepened, with fans revering her as a transcendent beauty. If she could simply smile, they would willingly part with their fortunes. The most ardent male fans had purchased thousands of copies of her new album, filling an entire warehouse. While her looks were undeniable, the reality remained. But Xiao Jiu, you lack film experience. They hesitated to voice their criticism of this burgeoning superstar. This was Gu Dao's film, and lacking experience, yet vying for the leading role, was a considerable risk. Even if they agreed, Gu Dao might not acquiesce. Yu Jiu furrowed her brow, defiantly stating, "I'm determined to have it." She ignored their concerns, adding, "If you can't secure it, I'll find someone who can." The others exchanged glances, apprehensive. Wu Yun, sweating profusely, realized that Yu Jiu was audaciously threatening the higher-ups. Was she implying she would switch companies if they did not comply? Although they should have been angry. Her demeanor resembled that of a child demanding a coveted toy, her voice laced with innocence rather than menace. They found it difficult to summon any ire towards her. One person promptly stood up to make a call. Gu Dao was not affiliated with their company, and as a renowned director, it would be no easy feat to snatch away a project. "Be courteous in your speech," Wu Yun advised. She had yet to meet the new president. But now that she had gained some recognition, she discreetly glanced at the president, immediately lowering her head, missing the fleeting surprise in Yu Jiu's eyes. Unknowingly, she recalled a previous remark. "You wouldn't happen to know his identity, would you?" So this was what it referred to. Yu Jiu sat across from the president, placing the script once more on the table, flashing a radiant smile that transformed her eyes into crescent moons. "I want this role." The president replied, "Shouldn't you be preparing your new album? There's no rush for the latter half of the year." "I want this role now," she insisted. Though the role had yet to be confirmed, Gu Dao had someone in mind. The president pondered, "It's a challenge. Why would I approach you if it were easy?" Yu Jiu countered, "I've generated considerable revenue for the company. I want this role. Is it absolutely necessary?" he inquired. "Absolutely," she affirmed. Wu Yun, listening nearby, felt her anxiety swell, fearing the president might react with anger. However, to her surprise, the young president merely chuckled lightly. "All right. Study the script thoroughly." The implication was clear. He had acquiesced. Yu Jiu immediately beamed at him, transforming her previous frustration into joy, even clapping her hands twice. "I knew the president would fulfill my modest request." As if everything emanated from her true self, Enveloped in genuine joy, a halo appeared upon her face. Observing her smile made one feel that whatever sacrifices had been made prior were entirely worthwhile. The president, who faced this temptation head-on, closed his eyes momentarily. Within a week, news spread throughout the industry that the rising star, Yu Jiu, had secured the role of the female lead in director Gu's new film, The Grand Palace. In the wake of this announcement, the news of the young actress Lu Ting being pushed aside was drowned in a sea of reports, known only to those truly in the know. Originally, director Gu had settled on Lu Ting, and negotiations were nearly complete. But who could have foreseen that Yu Jiu would intervene and displace Lu Ting? To be so domineering right at the outset of filming prompted much contemplation. Lu Han remarked, "Has she lost her mind?" At that moment, Brotherly found himself at a loss for words. They had anticipated that after this film, their hard work would finally pay off, but who could have guessed that Yu Jiu also aspired to act, and in such a grand production directed by Gu? When the promotional phase commenced, Yu Jiu's fans would undoubtedly rally behind her, while their own film, with its lesser production costs and cast, would inevitably suffer consequences. Lu Han's film included. Even before filming had commenced, a shadow loomed over it. Lu Han lamented, "The company is undeniably biased." Comparisons were incessantly drawn, and she found herself affected. After all her diligent efforts, enduring countless hardships, to see Yu Jiu effortlessly ascend to the lead role felt like a trampling of her sacrifices. The fact that Yu Jiu had not yet acted in a film mattered little. The roles she desired were within reach, supported by the company's financial backing. Surely, anyone in her position would feel a sense of injustice. Having exerted herself so diligently, she could not allow Yu Jiu to overshadow her. Yet she began to doubt whether she could truly catch up with someone so lavishly supported by a major corporation. It was only by standing behind such a formidable entity that one could comprehend its power. They aimed to elevate an individual using vast resources. And unless that person were utterly inept, they would undoubtedly achieve fame, and Yu Jiu was certainly no inept individual. Brotherly observed her despondent expression, devoid of her previous fighting spirit, and hurriedly reassured her, "The film isn't out yet. If a renowned director and an acclaimed actor could guarantee success, then films would never flop." Lu Han managed a feeble smile. "Bring me the script. I'll take another look. For this role, I invested 100 million. Don't you have anything to say?" The man laughed scornfully. "Without me, even 100 million wouldn't get you in." Yu Jiu chuckled lightly, playfully patting his face, completely disregarding the sudden darkness that enveloped his expression. "Is that a threat? If you leave today, don't bother returning." Today. She had taken the initiative to remove his number from her blacklist and sent a text. This was now her permanent residence in a luxurious apartment. His face turned a shade of anger, ignoring her threat as he turned to leave. Had he heard Yu Jiu's subsequent words, he would surely have been furious. Was it not merely lust he felt? Pretending not to know her while employing a game of seduction was a tactic she had long mastered. Did he genuinely believe her to be a naive girl easily swayed? The preparations for director Gu's film had progressed significantly, less than a month after she signed the contract. She was informed to join the cast, with the esteemed actor already present. The Grand Palace tells the story of an alternate dynasty in which the aging emperor of the Great Zhou is succumbing to the charms of his favored concubine, Yanji, causing turmoil in the court. Meanwhile, the second prince covets the throne, persuading the courtiers amid brewing storm clouds over the capital. It is a tale imbued with romance, power struggles, graceful dances, and grand siege scenes. Yu Jiu was to portray the first concubine, who bewitched both emperors, while the esteemed actor Xiao Qian would play the crown prince. Due to this role, Yu Jiu had been the subject of much speculation behind the scenes and online. Yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. Upon her arrival, she was accompanied by an entourage and 2 luxury vans, and just the sight of such a spectacle eclipsed even Xiao Qian. Upon witnessing this, director Gu's expression darkened. He had always disdained arrogant actors, and Xiao Qian subtly furrowed his brow. However, all discontent dissipated with the arrival of the enchanting beauty. Fans claimed there was likely no man in the world who would dare exhibit displeasure toward Yu Jiu. "Hello, Director Jiu." "Hello, Teacher Xiao." Dressed simply, Yu Jiu offered them a faint smile, prompting gasps from those nearby. Her crisp voice seemed to morph into an irresistible allure. She resembled a manifestation of desire itself, every inch of her crafted to stir the latent longings within one's heart. Director Gu, having aged and rarely following the news, found her presence strikingly different from the photographs he had seen, while she was not quite the Yanji he had envisioned, standing before him. She was indeed the living embodiment of the character. In his imagination, Yanji was beauty personified, capable of making even a prince hesitate to relinquish her amidst political upheaval. Unquestionably, she was also astute, as only a clever woman could navigate the intricacies between two emperors. Yet, at that moment, he believed she might not even need wit. A mere smile toward the crown prince could likely leave him utterly entranced. Director Gu had once bowed to capital, but this was his labor of love. He feared the arrival of a fool, and now, all his grievances had vanished with the wind. As long as she performed authentically, he was already halfway to success. Even the seasoned Xiao Qian found himself momentarily spellbound. His assistant whispered in his ear, "You see how many people steal glances at her while she practices? I've heard some even had nosebleeds. The crew keeps trying to get close, but her people won't allow it." The choreographer, Mr. Wang, mentioned her flawless skin. How can someone be so beautiful? If Yanji existed, she would surely resemble her. His eyes wandered, observing the throng of people surrounding her, attending to her every need, effectively blocking her from view. Xiao Qian struck his head with some force and glanced again, only to find it was not yours. The assistant winced in pain but chuckled.
How could I dare to think that?
A glance is merely a glance. Even before filming commenced, the entire crew was already captivated by the allure. Xiao Qian couldn't help but steal a few more glances, internally chanting, "A beauty brings disaster. A beauty brings disaster." While he managed to maintain his composure, the young actor portraying the second prince was completely entranced, gravitating toward Yu Jiu whenever he had a moment to spare. It wasn't that he looked down upon this young actor. Rather, the enchanting beauty was too overwhelming for him to handle. Outside of the scenes, even before Yu Jiu had done anything, the young actor wore a look of infatuation, which left Director Gu feeling frustrated. Focus on the script. Have you even read it? He managed to hold himself together this time, but before long, he was ensnared again. Director Gu called, "Come here." The young actor approached with a furrowed brow, listening to Director Gu's admonishments while sneaking glances at Yu Jiu and licking his lips. "Director, aren't you making it difficult for me? Unless the second prince is a closet homosexual, how could he remain unmoved by such beauty?" Facing a beauty without any reaction was unimaginable unless one was impotent or of a different inclination. Director Gu, exasperated, tapped the script against his head. "Reflect on your actions." The young actor took the script and went off to contemplate, while Yu Jiu seized the opportunity to rest in the van. Just as she settled in, a voice unexpectedly chimed in, "You seem rather pleased." The tone was laced with sarcasm. Yu Jiu chuckled, "President, when did you grace us with your presence?" The president replied curtly, "Do you know my name?" "Murong," she answered, surprised that he did not resort to mockery. He suddenly grasped her wrist, opened the car door, and said, "Come with me to meet the director." Yu Jiu squinted her eyes, lingering on the point where their hands connected, her lips moving slightly. "What if I disagree?" Murong smiled faintly. "I would prefer not to disrupt the atmosphere at this moment." His smile was formulaic, the curvature of his lips meticulously measured, capable of conveying both threat and charm without any overt display. They held each other's gaze for a moment until Yu Jiu shifted her eyes playfully. "You're the investor. Your word is law." Murong was not a public figure and had always kept a low profile, but his status was undeniable. Upon learning of the president of Xinghui's arrival, Director Gu and Xiao Qian immediately approached him, and even the young actor's assistant prompted him to look, shattering his heart in the process. Murong exuded a refined elegance, rivaling that of any star, and it was evident he was accustomed to high status, standing out wherever he went. Moreover, his hand rested casually on Yu Jiu's waist, an intimate gesture revealing their extraordinary relationship. Xiao Qian's smile faltered momentarily before he concealed it. Director Gu, seasoned in the industry, had long mastered the art of ignoring such distractions. "Mr. Murong, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Murong replied, "I've seen many of Director Gu's films. I'm actually a fan. I hope I might have the honor of your autograph later." He then pulled Yu Jiu closer. "She lacks filming experience, so I hope you can take good care of her for my sake." His visit was brief, lasting only about half an hour, during which he left instructions for Yu Jiu's assistant. The young actor, feeling dejected, clutched his script and resumed his solitary contemplation. An expression of profound despair etched on his face. Xiao Qian mused, "Doesn't he come here to assert his claim?" Any discerning individual could see that Mr. Moron was simply concerned that Yu Jiu might attract too much attention, thus making a statement that she was already taken. It wouldn't be long before word spread throughout the industry, and there would be no one foolish enough to pursue her again. The assistant whispered, "If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I wouldn't want her to be seen by others. What do they call it? Keeping a beauty hidden away? Mr. Moron must be quite generous." He muttered, no wonder he is willing to invest $1 billion. Everyone who had heard the previous rumors suddenly understood the situation. It was no wonder that he was making a significant investment in Director Gu's project, even pushing out Lu Ting. Lu Han's expression darkened. "Is this news true?" Brotherly nodded gravely, patting her shoulder. "Forget about her. You're developing well now. I'll make some arrangements with the media, and in a year or two, no one will mention Gemini anymore." Lu Han's face reflected despair. "Do you mean to say that my hard work pales in comparison to her sleeping with men?" She recalled the investment in Yu Jiu's first solo album, a venture that seemed uncertain at the time, but the company had invested heavily. She once believed the company had an eye for talent. Now, however, she felt disgusted, realizing she was being overshadowed by someone like her. What made her even more nauseous was the knowledge that as long as they remained in the same company and Yu Jiu was still Mr. Moron's lover, the company's valuable resources would never be hers. As contemporaries emerging from the same band, their competition had always been direct. Did that mean she would have to scramble for resources after her own success? Why should it be so? Brotherly, hearing her outburst, felt she was trapped in a narrow mindset. The company provides resources, but one must possess the talent to utilize them effectively. If having resources guaranteed fame, the entertainment industry would have long become a haven for the mistresses of powerful figures. However, she had been under immense pressure lately, both from Yu Jiu and the stress of filming, leading to an explosive outburst. Brotherly decided to let her vent for now, and would offer guidance later. The young actor, having been thoroughly disheartened, ceased his attempts at flattery, and Xiao Qian instructed his assistant to keep their distance. Yet, as the lead actors, they could not avoid interacting. During a scene, Yu Jiu suddenly remarked, "Mr. Xiao, do you dislike me?" Xiao Qian replied, "If Miss Yu is not likable, then there is no one in the world who is." Yu Jiu held a peach blossom fan to partially conceal her face, leaving only her eyes visible. "Yet, I feel like Mr. Xiao is always avoiding me." She blinked, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. Xiao Qian was momentarily taken aback until Yu Jiu burst into laughter. "I'm just joking. If you keep that stern face, I want to be able to portray the prince's infatuation later." After wrapping up the scene, Yu Jiu texted Moron, "So, are you jealous?" On the day Moron arrived, she had come to a realization. Among those she brought along, someone must have tipped him off, or else he wouldn't have appeared so possessive. She didn't drive those people away. Instead, she let them watch, poking at his nerves. Yu Jiu sneered, promptly adding his number to her blacklist. Her assistant, witnessing this action from behind, couldn't help but swallow hard. If not for Yu Jiu's impeccable track record, Director Gu might have thought she had filmed numerous movies already, as her positioning and sensitivity to the camera rivaled Xiao Qian's. She knew her best angles and how to adjust herself, which could only be attributed to her exceptional talent. Director Gu hardly remembered the frustration he felt when $1 billion was thrown into the mix. He now truly believed he had made a wise and decisive choice. Yu Jiu was far more suited for the role than Lu Ting. During the wrap party, a slightly inebriated Director Gu patted her shoulder, saying, "Little Jiu, I hope we can collaborate again in the future." Yu Jiu replied, "Then I shall benefit, as not everyone can star in your films." Her beauty and charm were indeed an unbeatable combination. Director Gu felt delighted, and once sober, he would lament how fortunate he was. The exquisite beauty of Yu Jiu serves as both her greatest asset and her most significant limitation. As an actress, it is challenging for her to shed the label of a mere flower, which inevitably narrows the scope of her career. On the night of the wrap party, Yu Jiu found herself embroiled in a dramatic confrontation. Moron pressed against her waist, his tone laced with frustration. "Can't you be a bit more honest?" Yu Jiu chuckled, "CEO. If I were honest, would you be here in my bed? Murong fell silent, yet Yu Jiu was not ready to relent. Murong, isn't this what you call an unspoken rule? Are you not going to offer anything in return? What do you desire? He inquired. Yu Jiu had no such intentions. It was he who seemed to impose a sense of obligation, adhering to the unspoken conventions of their interactions. To her surprise, she felt no embarrassment, nor did she view this exchange as shameful. Instead, Murong, who had numerous ways to protect her, chose to personally escort her to Director Gu. This was no clandestine affair. It bore the semblance of a relationship. However, he was unprepared for Yu Jiu's unconventional approach. Leaning toward him, she traced circles on his torso and declared, I lack neither wealth nor fame, nor do I expect anything from you. I simply dislike someone in the company. With a toss of her long hair, she added, Do you really think I fear your threats? Go ahead, see if your blacklist works. Murong felt a throbbing headache. He had been kicked while in high spirits. And before he could voice a word, she had threatened him. He regarded her with a stern expression, but Yu Jiu paid no heed, rising to head toward the bathroom. Murong had heard the bar owner refer to her as Andy, and at that moment, he wished to call her that as well. He reached for her. Who? Yu Jiu immediately shifted from anger to delight, teasing, if only you had been this straightforward from the beginning. She nestled into his embrace. I know, CEO. You are merely captivated by my beauty and allure. Otherwise, how could you remember me? Indeed, it was a case of desire sparked by beauty, followed by an inability to forget. Observing her flirtatious interactions with others, Murong found himself bewildered by the fact that he, too, had become entranced by her charm. He closed his eyes, suddenly pushing her away. At least you understand. He mused, aside from her looks and physique. What was it about her that he truly admired? Her vibrant personality, her capriciousness, the way she could turn on a dime. Murong mentally catalogued her flaws, yet upon waking the next morning, he had forgotten them all. He genuinely liked her and found himself unable to shake thoughts of her body, but he did not wish to seek others while maintaining their relationship. Leaning close, he whispered, From now on, do not attract unwanted attention. He referred to the young male star, who orbited her. Yu Jiu, with her eyes still closed, waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. The completion of this project would usher in the second half of the year, during which she had no films lined up but was preparing an album. Wu Yun had noted her listlessness, her neck still marked with his kisses, and the company was wondering when she would hold a concert. Yu Jiu sighed, I'm too exhausted. Let us discuss it in 2 years. She yawned, feeling achy all over, questioning if the CEO was under the influence of drugs. If this continued, she might just kick him out. How has Luhan been lately? She asked casually. Yu Jiu responded with a nonchalant oh, and that evening, she kicked Murong out again. Unfortunately, he was prepared this time, catching her ankle, but while he held one foot, he was caught off guard by the other. CEO, do you remember your promise to me? Murong closed his eyes. Her last film had been funded by the company. Yu Jiu remarked, so I am worth less than a few million in investments? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Murong had already agreed to her request. The timing was merely a matter of early or late, so why cling to this detail? In Murong's eyes, Yu Jiu was akin to a temperamental child, and rather than seeking a gentle and considerate partner, he had chosen her, which left him to bear the consequences. He took a deep breath. You will accompany me to a banquet tomorrow. Yu Jiu laughed, not a joyful laugh, but one filled with sarcasm. Murong, what do you take me for? Do you think I covet your status? Even if you wish to marry me, it hinges on my consent. Seeing the change in Murong's demeanor, she continued to provoke him. I am neither short of money nor admirers. Do you believe I could simply beckon someone to treat me like royalty? She relentlessly ridiculed Murong, dismissing him entirely, even tossing his coat out the door. Leave. Have some dignity. Murong had never been scolded by anyone other than Yu Jiu, especially not in such a manner. If he truly had any pride, he would not return, yet he stood at the door, suppressing his emotions, the first thought crossing his mind being, with her temper escalating, what will happen next? He found himself contemplating the future. However, Yu Jiu paid little mind to this incident. After kicking him out, she attended a charity gala the next day. She had specifically instructed to keep an eye on the situation, as she intended to make her entrance behind Luhan. Wu Yun finally discerned that she harbored a dislike, even a measure of disdain for Luhan. The previous rumors about discord among the HIT members, was this the underlying cause? Luhan was unaware that Yu Jiu would be attending. She had gone to great lengths to secure an invitation, having just wrapped up a film where she played the lead, with the director singing her praises. Her career should have been on an upward trajectory. Yet, the scripts she received, such as Domineering CEO, Don't Run, and Crystal Lovers, failed to pique her interest. Was this all merely a figment of her imagination? The reality was far less favorable than she had hoped. She had to make alternative plans. The charity gala was renowned, attracting many social elites, and she wanted to attend because she knew director Chu would be there. She had heard he was working on a major production, and the lead actress had yet to be selected. After checking her makeup to ensure everything was perfect, she memorized director Chu's profile and rehearsed what she intended to say. As time drew near, she remained unfazed. Once the usher opened the car door, she stepped out gracefully, having previously walked the red carpet with the crew. This charity gala felt like a breeze. She smiled as she ascended the steps. However, halfway up, a cacophony of frantic screams erupted behind her, raising concerns about the vocal strength of the screamer. The journalists, who had previously appeared disinterested, sprang to life, redirecting their cameras away from her. Over here. Over here. Though still on the red carpet, all attention had shifted from her. Luhan maintained her smile, wondering if the leading actor or actress had arrived early. Were they not supposed to be the grand finale? Yet, she was abruptly drawn to the sound of someone exclaiming, Yu Jiu? Yu Jiu? That name was Luhan's worst nightmare. While she could remain composed when hearing other names, this one shattered her facade, causing a crack in her perfect smile. In that moment, she felt the flash of cameras, sensing trouble. She turned to see throngs of fans rushing toward Yu Jiu, their faces alight with fervor, wildly waving at her. Today, Yu Jiu dazzles in her splendid attire, rivaling her appearance at the music gala. Adorned in a shimmering golden mermaid gown that sways gracefully, her face radiates brilliance, her hair elegantly piled into a sophisticated updo. She seems momentarily taken aback by the enthusiastic cheers, her exquisitely enchanting visage hesitating before breaking into a radiant smile. The flashes of cameras serve as the perfect embellishment to her presence, rendering her figure somewhat ethereal. Yet, this cannot obscure the joy, allure, and innocence reflected in her smile, akin to a breathtaking flower unexpectedly blooming before one's eyes, captivating all attention and admiration. The onlookers are entranced by her beauty, marveling at the creator's artistry, pondering how she could be so stunning. Even the photographers, snapping away with an incessant click, are momentarily entranced. The overwhelming screams and cheers pause for an instant. This scene seems to heighten her delight as she covers her lips with her hand, her eyes curving into crescents, as if recalling a sweet memory, blowing a kiss to the crowd. The collective gasp of disbelief reverberates as the crowd surges toward her, chanting, Yu Jiu 30. 030, recalling their past performances together, contrasting their current standings starkly. Was there discord? Hints of it surfaced in the red carpet photos. Early that morning, major media outlets had already published headlines. Domestically, Yu Jiu has amassed awards galore, overshadowing not only her contemporaries, but also the seasoned veterans of the music industry. She boasts an immense fanbase, yet she maintains a low profile, rarely appearing in public outside of album promotions or brand endorsements. However, when she does, it creates a sensation. Yesterday's red carpet was indeed a spectacle, and under her brilliance, few would remember Luhan's presence. Unfortunately, they walked the red carpet in quick succession. Once part of the same band, and now known as the Gemini Stars, Luhan inadvertently found herself photographed, a scenario the media relished. Despite Luhan's attempts to have brotherly mediate, the media showed no mercy. Luhan spent a restless night, awakening to this news, her vision fading momentarily. Compared to Yu Jiu's radiant glow, her choice of understated attire left her feeling disheveled, as everyone flocked to Yu Jiu, leaving her isolated in the front. Some media outlets cruelly remarked on the Gemini Stars, laden with sarcasm. Yu Jiu's fanbase is vast, and Luhan's already considerable following seemed trivial in comparison. Following the news, Yu Jiu's fans inundated her social media. She dares to compare herself to our sister? If you're going to hype yourself up, at least have some self-awareness. Our sister is beyond your reach, they exclaimed. The once-ignored Gemini stars found their notoriety reignited, with Lu Han facing a torrent of criticism. Reading the comments, she nearly bit her lip in frustration. Had she known Yu Jiu would attend that day, she would have stayed away. Am I not low-key enough? She lamented. The red carpet turned into such a debacle. Had the charity gala yielded any rewards, it would be one thing. But like the red carpet, Yu Jiu remained the center of attention, with all eyes on her, leaving Lu Han feeling humiliated and empty-handed. Now, with her manager's harsh words ringing in her ears, tears welled in her eyes. I believe she did this on purpose, intentionally attending this charity gala just to overshadow me. Lu Han even speculated that her recent career woes were somehow linked to Yu Jiu. It wasn't mere intuition. Yesterday, Yu Jiu had not approached her for a greeting. They belonged to the same band and company, yet the lack of camaraderie was palpable, and Yu Jiu's indifference only deepened Lu Han's sense of rivalry. Brotherly countered. What if she is deliberately being distant?
What can you do about it?
Will you condemn her? Or the fans and reporters? In the entertainment industry, popularity is everything. If you voice your grievances, they'll only say you're unable to cope with defeat.
Lian fell silent.
After a moment, realizing she was now aligned with the president, she pondered the implications if Yu Jiu truly disliked her. What does this mean for our future? She mused. We're still in the same boat. Brotherly paused. Then remarked Lulu, you know Director Zhang has always held you in high regard. Lu Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Director Zhang? I've said before that I have no interest in such matters. She quickly conjured an image of a rotund, balding man, feeling a wave of nausea. Brotherly, oblivious to her discomfort, continued, I recently received some intel, but wasn't sure how to convey it to you. It seems there are some concerns from above. His words trailed off, and Lu Han's face drained of color. Yu Jiu's disdain for Lu Han had already been noted by Wu Yun. When Brotherly called again, he cautiously inquired about Lu Han's desire to meet. If she wishes to see me, does that mean I am to accommodate her whims as if she were a president? Yu Jiu mused, her expression suggesting a hint of amusement. Very well, if she wishes to meet, let us meet. Lu Han's last conversation with Yu Jiu had occurred as their band faced dissolution. Dubbed the Gemini stars by the media, they had never once encountered each other amidst the constant comparisons. As Lu Han walked in with her assistant, she felt a sense of disorientation. In recent years, housing prices had skyrocketed. A villa with a swimming pool was astronomically priced. Lu Han knew these villas had long been sold out, yet here was Yu Jiu, brazenly inviting her to this location. The villa was bustling with activity, people milling about, some draped in elegant attire, others serving refreshments. Luxurious brands adorned the space. In the center, Yu Jiu sat, reveling in the attention, and as Lu Han drew closer, she noticed Yu Jiu's arms were flawless, devoid of any imperfections. Resembling a delicate sculpture, yet exuding a vibrancy beyond mere beauty, a tantalizing allure. Long time no see, Yu Jiu greeted, waving her juice-filled glass. Have you missed me? She seemed to forget that they had seen each other just days prior, and despite the harsh comments from her fans, she smiled unreservedly. Look at my new nails. Do you like them? If you do, I can have the nail artist do yours as well. Lu Han, always one to prepare thoroughly, had rehearsed her lines before arriving, yet she never anticipated this scenario. In that moment, she found it utterly absurd. Yu Jiu's expression bore no trace of insincerity. It was childlike. Her features unchanged from years past, her skin smooth and radiant. They were merely months apart, yet in this moment, it felt as though years separated them. Don't you like them? I have various styles, and you can choose whichever you prefer, Yu Jiu offered, just as someone handed her a portfolio of designs while inquiring about her beverage preferences. Yu Jiu effortlessly passed the half-drunk juice to a staff member behind her, her eyes half-closed in blissful relaxation. Finally regaining her composure, Lu Han bit her lip and said, Little Jiu, I have something to ask you. In her imagination, the two had already unraveled everything in a private space. However, upon hearing her words, Yu Jiu showed no intention of letting these people leave, and tilted her head to look at her. The words were on Lu Han's lips, yet at that moment, she found herself utterly speechless. Yu Jiu clearly had no desire to engage in conversation with her. Forget it. I just remembered. I have other matters to attend to. We can talk about this another time. There's no rush. Having made her decision, she was reluctant to linger, as every minute spent there served as a painful reminder of her failures. As she exited the villa, a car slowly came to a stop before her. The door swung open, and a handsome man stepped out, his gaze lingering on her for just a moment before moving past her. The door, which had just closed, swung open again, and Lohan heard someone call out, "President Mu. President Mu." She recalled that the president of their company was named Mu Rong. Upon seeing her, Li Gu immediately asked, "How is it?" Lohan shook her head. "She has no intention of speaking with me at all." Li Gu responded, "What will you do then? There's always a way out." She had 2.5 years until her contract expired, and if she failed to produce any work, she would inevitably become one of the forgotten faces in the entertainment industry. Seeing Li Gu about to speak, she shot him a glance, signaling him to refrain from mentioning Zhang Dong. "I don't want to jeopardize our relationship from these past 2 years. Li Gu fell silent, muttering, "I'm only looking out for your best interests. The glitz of being an actress lasts only a few years. You lack a solid background, and Starshine is clearly targeting you. Just think about it." Mu Rong, observing the commotion within the villa, felt a flicker of annoyance, but ultimately chose silence. He gestured to Wu Yun, and the crowd surrounding Yu Jiu quickly dispersed. "I just saw Lohan outside. Didn't you say you disliked her? Why did you call her over?" Yu Jiu retorted, "What are you doing here?" Mu Rong chastised himself for allowing a trivial matter to rattle him, pondering if he should extend his stay at the villa. Yu Jiu abruptly opened her eyes. "This is clearly my rental. 20,000 a day. Did I not pay you?" Mu Rong certainly did not care for the 20,000, reflecting on the recent overwhelming media coverage which prominently featured her at the center, akin to a star surrounded by admirers. To him, it was merely a lure for attention, and he had been left exasperated by it. With a deep sigh, he relented. "You don't like her, do you? You want to have to see her again." Yu Jiu remained unyielding. What was the point of doing this earlier? Mu Rong, losing his patience, bent down and scooped her up, striding towards the bedroom on the second floor. "Tomorrow, accompany me to an elder's birthday banquet." She truly was a siren. Mu Rong bit down on her lip fiercely, mumbling, "Are you some creature of enchantment?" Despite her not meeting his criteria for a partner, and possessing a fiery temper, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. He asked again, his grip tightening, and Yu Jiu felt a sharp pain on her lip, perhaps drawing blood, prompting her to bite back. "Mu Rong, did you not realize? I am not just a siren. I also delight in draining life essence. Would you care to experience it?" Blood adorned her lips, and her eyes glimmered with a seductive sheen as she forcefully pushed him down, a playful smirk on her face, exuding an intoxicating allure. Mu Rong's throat tightened, the words enchantress caught in his throat, captivated by her presence, ultimately ensnared by his own desires. The following day, Mu Rong's invitation for her to attend the elders' banquet was not mere jest. He had arranged for a lovely dress and matching jewelry. Noticing her languid demeanor, he approached and lifted her, asking, "What do you truly want?" Grasping his collar, Yu Jiu responded, "What benefits do I gain from attending?" Leaning closer, Mu Rong kissed her. "Whatever you desire." She scrutinized his face for a moment, seemingly weighing the sincerity of his words before biting her lip and revealing a faint smile. "That's your promise." Today marked an elder's birthday celebration, not a contest of magnificence. Mu Rong intended to dress her modestly, yet her beauty was undeniable, no matter how conservatively she dressed. Her allure permeated the atmosphere. As they entered the hall, he distinctly heard gasps behind them. All eyes, regardless of gender, turned towards her. Yu Jiu playfully tossed her long hair and smiled at a young man in his 20s, making his face flush crimson as he quickly averted his gaze. Mu Rong tightened his grip around her waist. "Try to be subtle." He realized that Yu Jiu had an innate ability to attract attention, which intensified in crowded spaces. Their interactions sparked whispers among the guests. Although they were aware of Mu Rong's claim over her, bringing her to such a public event was an entirely different matter. This was not a hidden affair but a legitimate relationship. Observing Yu Jiu's mesmerizing charm, they thought, no wonder Mu Rong was so enchanted. But how could someone like her gain entry into the Mu family? The thought of old man Mu discovering this would surely send him into a fit. Regardless, it was clear that even if he didn't faint from the news, he would be overwhelmed by the embellishments from others. "Do you realize how much trouble you've caused for Mu Rong?" If you truly care for him, you should know your place and avoid causing him any trouble. Upon hearing the self-righteous woman, Yu Jiu stifled a laugh, which only served to infuriate the woman further, who felt insulted. Yu Jiu quipped, who said I liked him. She was unapologetically defying expectations, leaving the woman speechless. Yu Jiu lazily stretched, I only have affection for myself. If you're capable, take him away. If not, refrain from making empty threats. The woman's face turned pale with rage, her fingers trembling as she felt insulted. If you don't like him, why are you with him? Of course. Yu Jiu's eyes twinkled mischievously, her lips curling into a teasing smile, her voice elongated, causing the woman to shudder. The woman cursed her inwardly. A vixen. All for his wealth. Yu Jiu's brazen confidence left the woman powerless as she watched the vixen saunter past her, leaving a trail of fragrant allure. Mu Rong regarded the woman before him, acknowledging that while she was decent-looking, she paled in comparison to Yu Jiu, whose exquisite features were unmatched. Not to mention the undeniable aura of charm and sensuality that no one could replicate. Too much gaudiness, too little flavor. Realizing he had lost focus, Mu Rong pressed his fingers to his temples. What is it? He could remember her face only due to Yu Jiu. Without her insistence on targeting Yu Jiu, he would never have bothered to review a small star's profile. Lu Han, clutching her handbag tightly, felt a surge of anxiety. President Mu, I have something to give you. Aside from their previous encounter at the villa, this was her first close interaction with Mu Rong. Sensing his impatience only heightened her nervousness as she retrieved an item from her bag and handed it to him. Looking up, when I signed with Starshine, I inquired and was told it is the cleanest agency in the industry, never suppressing anyone under false pretenses.
I still believe that.
Mu Rong raised an eyebrow at her words, and Lu Han quickly bowed and darted away. Back in the car, he opened the recorder she had handed him, and soon, Yu Jiu's voice echoed, all for his money. Yu Jiu felt no guilt whatsoever, and certainly, her youth and charm played a significant role. Otherwise, would I ever find you appealing, even if you possessed immense wealth? Mu Rong would actually prefer if she were solely interested in his money. But if Yu Jiu truly had any inclination towards his fortune, or if she harbored a desire to marry into the Mu Rong family, her demeanor would not reflect such indifference. Mu Rong was acutely aware that the words Yu Jiu uttered held a semblance of truth. Should he propose a separation, she would likely rejoice and swiftly seek the company of another. What a captivating enigma. A heartless, charming enigma. Mu Rong grasped her waist, and as she perched upon his thigh, he issued a clear warning. Should you dare to flirt with others, I shall reveal my less than gentlemanly side. Having nurtured such a beguiling creature, he found it troublesome to expect her to restrain her claws and remain docile in his embrace. Even Mu Rong felt a pang of headache at the thought. Moreover, the old Master Mu Rong had indeed received word that summoned him forth. He contemplated how to persuade his grandfather, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Lu Han. However, he overlooked the fact that Yu Jiu had not forgotten. The moment Mu Rong departed, she promptly donned her attire and, accompanied by her entourage, made her way to the company, causing those who beheld her to recoil in trepidation, instinctively avoiding her presence, for it was clear that she did not come in peace. Yu Jiu instructed her assistant to ascertain Lu Han's whereabouts and proceeded directly to her destination without hesitation. Upon receiving the news, Lu Han instinctively sensed trouble. She reached for her phone to contact Brotherly, but just as she dialed, Yu Jiu arrived. Lu Han's expression shifted slightly. Little Jiu. Yu Jiu signaled for her followers to halt and strolled toward Lu Han. Without the crowd around, Lu Han felt less tense. But just as she opened her mouth to speak, a sudden blur of motion darted before her, followed by a sharp pain across her face. Darkness clouded her vision, and she stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yu Jiu. The slap was deafening, shocking even those who had been observing from afar. Was this an open confrontation? In comparison to the aloof and domineering Yu Jiu, Lu Han appeared utterly pitiful at that moment. People instinctively empathized with the weaker party, and Yu Jiu's rapid ascent to fame had undoubtedly stirred jealousy in many. They remained silent, yet their accusatory gazes were unmistakable. What gives you the right to strike me? Are you truly unaware of your own actions? Yu Jiu scoffed, tossing the recording device onto the ground. Retrieve your belongings. I will speak as I please. Do you have any say in the matter? Recording covertly at a banquet. How amusing. I warn you, should I discover any further schemes on your part, this slap will be the least of your worries. Yu Jiu arrived swiftly and departed even more quickly, leaving behind her impactful words that left the onlookers in shock as they processed the implications directed at Luhan. It became evident that Luhan's clandestine actions had been uncovered. What sort of mischief could have provoked such a furious response from Yu Jiu? And Luhan's performance was impeccable. She was indeed an actress, caught red-handed in her scheming, yet she feigned innocence and questioned the justification for her treatment. Having been struck, Luhan felt utterly humiliated, her pride shattered by the recording device that left her speechless. As she stood there, tears streamed down her face, and fortunately, her manager arrived just in time to close the door. However, Brother Li's first words were not of concern for her well-being, but rather of frantic inquiry. What have you done to provoke her again? Luhan, already despondent, felt a surge of defiance at his words. She shot up her head, her eyes ablaze as they locked onto his, startling him into taking a step back. What's wrong? Luhan gritted her teeth. I will not let this slide. It was she who had been oppressed, who had endured countless obstacles that nearly extinguished her years of hard work and dedication. Yet here stood Yu Jiu, brazenly bullying her in public.
Why?
Merely because of her rising fame? Merely because she had latched onto the powerful tree that was the president? If she can, then so can I. Brother Li was taken aback by the ferocity in her gaze. The previous fury had vanished, replaced by an unsettling calm. You do realize that President Mu is attending the banquet with Yu Jiu? She is his acknowledged girlfriend now. Luhan retorted. Am I supposed to stand idly by and let her strike me? She licked the blood from her lips, her gaze dark and intense. In the past, the company had been filled with gossip, and Yu Jiu had shown no restraint. Many held disdain for her. Before long, videos had surfaced, and the news spiraled out of control, reaching the headlines with astonishing speed. Both Luhan's and Yu Jiu's fans were left in shock. Even the dwindling band of supporters for Luhan were drawn into the fray. Luhan had always given off an understated vibe, and her previous work had garnered positive reactions, earning her a loyal fanbase. In contrast, Yu Jiu's fans were predominantly young and impulsive, eager to assert themselves and attack others. The video lacked sound, and as it circulated, they quickly aligned themselves on opposing sides. No matter how many fans Yu Jiu had, they could not outnumber the many bystanders who questioned the need for such a public display of aggression. Luhan's supporters cried foul on her behalf, while Yu Jiu's fans believed there must have been a reason for her outburst. As Luhan watched the online frenzy unfold, Brother Li's phone rang shortly thereafter. He answered a few times, glancing awkwardly at Luhan, who remained silent.
Lulu.
Luhan narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting I should take the initiative to clarify? Starshine, being such a large company, could not allow such a scandal to fester, especially since both were their artists. With public sentiment shifting in favor of Luhan, the best course of action would be for her to proactively explain the situation. She had anticipated this turn of events, but seeing Brother Li's apparent acquiescence left her breathless with indignation. It was clear the company aligned itself with Yu Jiu.
No.
It was the president who sided with Yu Jiu. She had endured significant humiliation, yet no one had come to her aid, and now they were calling her. Observing her demeanor, Brother Li worried she might confront the company directly, and ultimately, it would be her who suffered. Yet, she took a deep breath and declared, fine. I agree. Brother Li exhaled in relief, but before he could retrieve his phone, she added, however, I have conditions. Muron was busy explaining matters to the old master when, just as he sensed the elder's expression softening, the housekeeper presented a tablet. Upon viewing it, the old master's countenance shifted dramatically. As Muron exited the family residence, his assistant reminded him of the uproar in the news, causing an instinctive headache to blossom. She must be doing this on purpose, choosing this moment to create chaos. And now, he was left with this mess to clean up. When he called, the voice on the other end was Wu Yun, who cautiously reported, President Mu. Xiao Jiu said she struck too hard and hurt her hand. She has gone for treatment. Murong. The wild spirit of Yu Jiu, combined with her beauty, was utterly irresistible. This was certainly a quality he admired. Yet now, he wished he could sever her claws entirely. After receiving news from Luhan, He pondered and instructed someone to head to the company. What do you wish to discuss? Lu Han refrained from mentioning how her recording device had ended up in Yu Jiu's hands. President Mu, as an artist, it is my duty to collaborate with the company to resolve issues, as the company provides resources for me to generate profit. This is only natural. This passage speaks of the resources she has acquired, which have significantly diminished due to his directives. Now, Lu Han is utilizing this situation as leverage in negotiations with him. His brow furrowed slightly, yet tears suddenly cascaded down Lu Han's cheeks. Mr. Mu, where did I go wrong? I can change, but I cannot accept it just like this. She bit her lip, her tears falling like beads from a broken string. Before long, her face bore two distinct tear tracks. To this day, I still do not understand how I offended Miss Yu. Just because she dislikes the title Gemini does not mean I instigated it. She cried, breathless yet beautiful, lacking any semblance of a disheveled appearance. Much like a begonia in the rain. Though her words were incomplete, they conveyed everything. Ultimately, she had committed no wrongdoing and asserted that she bore no deep-seated animosity towards Yu Jiu. It was likely merely due to a title. The imprint of a slap on her face had not fully faded, indicating the severity of Yu Jiu's actions. Despite enduring such grievances, she could still acquiesce for the sake of the company, which only highlighted Yu Jiu's immaturity. He had always favored those who were sensible and compliant, yet regrettably, his judgment now seemed clouded. Yu Jiu was currently in the limelight. The company could not afford to abandon her, their golden goose. Previously, Mu Rong had deemed her demands somewhat unreasonable, and as the chaos had originated from her, he now had an explanation. He instructed that a script for a movie be prepared for Lu Han for the following year. He found himself appreciating Lu Han. Her tenacity and talent suggested that, given time for refinement, she would surely rise to prominence. After issuing his orders, he recalled that Yu Jiu was utterly unreasonable. No matter how many justifications one might present, if they did not align with her desires, she would turn hostile. Should one neglect her, she would remain unfazed, flitting about and attracting attention wherever she went, which she likely relished. Threaten her, and she would retaliate. Appease her, and she would only demand more. If this continued, she would likely become even more uncontrollable. Before he could devise a plan, Wu Yun's call interrupted him. Mr. Mu, Xiao Jiu has flown to America. Mu Rong was taken aback. Yu Jiu appeared completely unscathed by scandal. Upon arriving in America, she posted a selfie on Weibo, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil back home. Mu Rong snapped the pen in his hand in frustration. Yu Jiu was invited to the recording studio of a global pop icon, where she praised him on Weibo, claiming he was even more handsome in person. They would engage in musical exchanges, and she hoped this collaboration would inspire her new album. The two were photographed cheek to cheek. Attempts to call her went unanswered. Lu Han had also seen the news. Her video was ready to be released, and upon seeing this, she called Mu Rong to inquire. Mr. Mu, is it inappropriate to release the video now? This photo brought unexpected joy. Compared to Lu Han, the global star was immensely popular, with fans worldwide curious about their connection, which managed to overshadow the previous scandal. Mu Rong responded, let us hold off for now. Liana's kid. When should I release it? Just let me know. She paused before adding, I apologize for my emotional outburst that day. Do you truly understand why she despises me? I cannot fathom the reason. Her gaze dimmed, her voice lowered. You know her better. Do you comprehend why? She is too willful. If she learns that you have given this script to me, she will not easily let it go. I believe I have not offended her. If we can clear up this misunderstanding, Mr. Mu, you would not have to be caught in the middle. Lu Han had put considerable effort into her lines, and her voice had a pleasant timbre that soothed the listener. After finishing, her heart fluttered slightly, and upon hearing his affirmation, she sighed in relief. Liga, what is this? Lu Han replied nonchalantly, one must look out for oneself. Since she has pushed me to this point, I shall not be blamed. Noticing his peculiar expression, she chuckled. If I am to seek support, it must be someone of considerable stature. Moreover, compared to Mu Rong's refined handsomeness, Chairman Zhang was simply off-putting. Lu Han believed she could not rival Yu Jiu's breathtaking beauty, yet she possessed her own strengths. Yu Jiu's disposition. If one were to speak kindly, was childlike innocence. If unkindly, it was unruliness and capriciousness. Such a temperament was a sheer waste of her beauty. She was confident that Mu Rong could tolerate her momentarily, but not indefinitely. In time. She touched her face, a flicker of humiliation passing through her eyes. No one had ever dared to treat her this way. In contrast to Yu Jiu's ostentatious demeanor, Lu Han was her complete opposite, thoughtful and gentle, never causing trouble for men, nor embarrassing them. She was well-read, having delved into various esoteric subjects, and she had a knack for steering conversations toward topics of interest. Even more delightfully, her appearance was charmingly graceful. Such a beauty was truly hard to resist. After several invitations, Mu Rong had acquiesced once again. This time, she slightly raised her gaze to meet his eyes, a blush adorning her face. The remnants of the wine she had consumed lingered, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of intoxication. "Mr. Mu," she said, with a tinge of tipsiness, "you might not realize how grateful I am. I have always loved acting. At one point, I almost believed I would never have the chance again. I do not understand why one can so casually shatter another's dreams over trivial matters. I have always been amicable, yet I did not expect to encounter such an ordeal." Her voice grew softer, almost as if she were drifting into slumber, but the next moment, it rose in fervor. "My agent even tried to exploit me. It felt like a nightmare. Fortunately, it was you." Her bright eyes looked at him, a mix of joy and shyness illuminating her features. "After this incident, I have come to realize that rather than anyone else, I would prefer it to be you. You understand, do you not?" Mu Rong nodded, and Lu Han's joy intensified. "I do not seek anything from you. I only wish to act well. Aside from that, I ask for nothing." As discussions surrounding Yu Jiu and the pop star circulated, the initially fervent crowd began to cool. Lu Han released her pre-recorded video, clarifying that the previous day's incident was accidental, with no veiled insinuations intended. Once it was posted, Xinghui guided the sentiments below, allowing the matter to pass smoothly. Yet, at this crucial moment, Yu Jiu's Weibo post ignited yet another explosion. Though she had claimed to be in America seeking inspiration, she was spotted on the streets of Europe, accompanied by the world-renowned pop star. To everyone's astonishment, they were performing on the streets. With guitars in hand, they sang and danced at a fountain square, drawing countless spectators. Even more astonishing was their seamless chemistry. As one transitioned to a new song, the other effortlessly followed suit, and they exchanged smiles that could blind onlookers with their brilliance. Yu Jiu beamed at the camera, lifting her shirt to reveal a glimpse of her waist, marked with two handprints, one large and one small, a memento. Meanwhile, the pop star clumsily declared in Chinese, "I love you, Jiu." Oh my! Who still cared about Lu Han's identity? This was love, was it not? This was undeniably love. Not only did it overshadow domestic headlines, but it also sent shockwaves across the globe. Fans were incredulous, weeping and cursing, their emotions laid bare. The entire online realm erupted in excitement. Countless journalists scrambled to book flights to Europe, while local reporters frantically searched for them. The starry brilliance left Xinghui in a state of confusion. They were somewhat bewildered by the situation. Wasn't Yu Jiu the person connected to their president? How could she publicly associate with someone else? In the president's office, Morong, in a fit of frustration, snapped yet another pen in half. Perhaps in a bid to amplify the scandal, Yu Jiu declared her intention to collaborate on a single with the dashing king of the music scene, consequently delaying her return home. With a few drops of water splashed onto hot oil, news of their romantic involvement spread like wildfire, leaving Yu Jiu's male fans reeling, their ire directed squarely at Xinghui. With letters pouring in like snowflakes, Lu Huan remarked, "We need to communicate with Yu Jiu about this." Is she still unreachable? Murong's expression turned icy as he glanced at Lu Huan, suppressing the urge to have her taken back. "I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." President Morong. Lu Huan stood up and took a few steps to follow, but she could not catch up. She gazed at the lavish spread before her, suddenly devoid of appetite, even feeling a touch of nausea. To her, the relationship between Morong and Yu Jiu seemed merely a matter of mutual interest within their circle. At most, Yu Jiu had garnered a slight affection from him. Yet, Now Morong appeared on the brink of fury over Yu Jiu's predicament, indicating there was much more at play. Once invested, it was hardly easy to extricate oneself. She clicked on the news, the headlines still glaring down at her. Let it be. She should have been pleased with Yu Jiu's audacity. Which man could withstand such antics? This should have facilitated her own objectives, yet her heart felt constricted. Why were so many eager to stir up scandals? Surely, it was the quickest route to ascendancy. Yu Jiu's foundation was still too fragile. Merely a name whispered in international circles, vastly overshadowed by the towering figure of the king. However, the burgeoning scandal catapulted Yu Jiu's international fame at an astonishing rate, akin to a rocket launch. Contemplating this left her sleepless, perplexed as to why the king would willingly allow her to bask in his limelight. Surely, his team must have foreseen this? Yet, the events unfolded as they did. How could she be so fortunate? Lu Huan was not typically prone to jealousy. If she were to envy those more prominent than herself, she would have no place in this industry. But Yu Jiu openly flaunted her affection for Jerry online and even invited him to the country, unreservedly notifying the company to prepare for their collaboration in Xinghui's recording studio, with Yu Jiu composing and Jerry penning the lyrics. Had Xinghui not been restrained by Morong's authority, they would have jubilantly prepared for this news. Initially annoyed by the scandal, they soon found themselves elated as the company's renown surged, though they dared not show it openly. Morong, reflecting on his 30 years of existence, never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. The sympathetic gaze of his secretary did not escape him. Had he not been diligent in fitness and self-care, he might have been at risk of spitting blood. All right, he said in a measured tone, prepare for the reception. Disembarking from the plane, Yu Jiu, wearing a mask alongside the masked Jerry, felt a surge of energy after a brief slumber during the flight. Let us go. I'll take you to enjoy some delicacies. Jerry's eyes sparkled with excitement. I researched. Your country has so many delicious dishes. Jerry's assistant turned pale. Ever since he had become acquainted with this Eastern singer, Jerry had gained 2 pounds. The manager had issued strict orders. No more weight gain. Yu Jiu blew a kiss to the assistant, assuring him, don't worry. I'll make sure he exercises. They headed straight to a private restaurant which, while not upscale, was discreet. Upon their arrival, Yu Jiu spotted another couple approaching. The four found themselves at a narrow intersection at the door. Jerry seemed oblivious, urging Yu Jiu to move along, while Morong's gaze swept over Yu Jiu's face, impassive as a stranger. Lu Huan, taken aback, exclaimed, Xiao Jiu. It seemed she recalled something, glancing at Morong, biting her lip, and obediently falling silent by his side. Yu Jiu raised an eyebrow, displeased. Who gave you permission to call me that? Enough, enough, I don't wish to converse with you. Jerry, come on. I was just about to tell you about a dish. Jerry, under the impression that Yu Jiu had encountered an acquaintance, was about to enthusiastically invite them to join when Yu Jiu swiftly pulled him away. Lu Huan, ears perked, heard Yu Jiu say, that woman is not to be trusted. Keep your distance from her. Though Lu Huan had no intention of engaging with her, such words ignited a spark of anger within her, especially being spoken of in such a manner right before her. Contemplating Yu Jiu's claims of her untrustworthiness, Lu Huan nearly disregarded her own image and charged at her. She turned to Morong. President Morong, you heard that, didn't you? Morong interrupted. Let us eat. Wow, this is indeed delicious. Jerry exclaimed. Isn't it? I know of a few other fantastic restaurants. When you come back, I'll take you to try them all, he continued eagerly. Throughout the meal, Morong could overhear whispers from the adjacent booth, the tone indicating their relationship was far more intimate than he had anticipated. This was a stark contrast to Lu Huan's notion of Yu Jiu groveling before a superstar, with the latter bestowing favors from a lofty position. While the adjacent table buzzed with excitement, the two at his table felt as if they were chewing on cardboard. Finally finishing their meal, as the chatter next door subsided, Yu Jiu unexpectedly invited Jerry to stay at her place. I'm all alone there. Why not come live with me? After all, I stayed at your estate before. Lu Huan discreetly assessed Morong's expression, which revealed no clear emotion, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts. Ultimately, Jerry declined Yu Jiu's invitation. His assistant had already booked a hotel for him. That means I won't be able to game with you, Yu Jiu lamented. Once I convert one of the rooms into a media room, you can come and play next time. As Jerry boarded his awaiting transport, he beamed at Yu Jiu and waved goodbye, to which she generously sent him 2 air kisses. Murong remained still, while Yu Jiu's ears perked up. "When did my affairs become your concern?" she scoffed, curling her lip. "I wouldn't dream of riding in the same car you have." Yu Jiu was taken aback. "How have I insulted you?" "I merely stated my decision." Her gaze shifted back to Murong, then returned to Lu Huan, "And clearly you are the one who initiated this."
Right?
"Just because you spoke first, does that mean I must treat you with kindness?" "You are overthinking it." Lu Huan felt her face pale. This was audacity taken to the extreme. Did she truly not care about her image before Murong? Yu Jiu then turned her focus to Murong. "It seems you have failed to uphold your promise to me. I've long known I couldn't rely on you." The driver, contemplating whether to greet Murong, noticed Yu Jiu's raised eyebrow and quickly stepped on the gas, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. "Last time, I let it slide out of respect for you. But I cannot be expected to tolerate this every time," she declared, showing no sign of restraint. Anything she said could eventually be reported, putting the company in a difficult position. Moreover, if she treated him this way in Murong's presence, how would she behave when he was not around? Lu Huan believed that Yu Jiu had been spoiled to the point of losing touch with reality. Her life had been too easy. Finally, Murong spoke, understood. Lu Huan chose to refrain from further comments, unable to fathom how Murong could endure such behavior, who could tolerate a lover wielding power over them. She felt she need not lure Murong at all. It sufficed to wait for Yu Jiu to reap the consequences of her actions. However, now she found herself unwilling to concede. As Murong escorted her downstairs, she tentatively remarked, "You enjoy black tea, don't you? I just received some. Would you care to sample it upstairs?" Her hand subtly rested upon Murong's, her eyes glimmering with expectation and shyness. Her fair complexion resembling a gardenia bud perched delicately upon a branch. Lu Huan's face shifted from pale to flushed, unable to comprehend where it had all gone awry. Yu Jiu slept soundly until midday the next day. Upon opening her bedroom door, she ventured out to fetch water from the refrigerator, only to find Wu Yun already seated there. "Awake?" "I ordered porridge from Weiwei restaurant. Come and have some," Wu Yun said. "Are you still concerned about this matter?" She was more distressed than Murong had been at the time. "Do you know what has recently transpired at the company? That insufferable Lu Huan has attached herself to the president." Wu Yun was nearly at her wit's end. Lu Huan had posted that video, and Yu Jiu found it hard to believe she had genuinely forgotten about it. It was merely a case of bowing to circumstances. Their enmity had been established, and Lu Huan must not be allowed to rise again. Otherwise, if their positions were reversed, who knew what actions the other might take? The adversary was far more formidable than Yu Jiu could imagine. Had she not seen how quietly Lu Huan had ascended to the president's side? Yet Yu Jiu continued to sabotage herself, ruining a splendid hand of cards. Wu Yun's frustration exceeded Lu Huan's, urging her to devise a plan. "What plan?" Yu Jiu replied, taking a sip of porridge. "I saw them dining together with Jerry yesterday." "What? They dined together?" Wu Yun sprang to her feet. Yu Jiu responded, "Your anxiety is futile. If they enjoy each other's company, so be it." She spoke nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Wu Yun's suddenly grim expression. "Am I to beg him?" Wu Yun's meaning was clear, but she retreated under Yu Jiu's gaze. Once the single was recorded, Jerry reluctantly boarded his flight, having promised Yu Jiu to return after his concert. However, upon her arrival from the airport, she was met with rather unpleasant news.
Oh.
The director is off filming a drama and won't be available for my MV. This director had been the go-to for her previous 2 albums, renowned for his international style, and Yu Jiu had been quite pleased with his work. Having confirmed his involvement for the current album, it was surprising to learn he was now occupied with a drama. Wu Yun found the situation absurd, but Yu Jiu seemed unperturbed. "If he has other commitments, I shall find a replacement." "Is he the only director?" Wu Yun believed this was not merely a matter of one director. 10 minutes later, the company deemed that the quality of the album would suffer due to the absence of both the producer and director, leading to a budget cut. The dire predictions had come to fruition. 1 incident could be deemed an accident, 2 a coincidence, but 3 was simply self-deception. Wu Yun's face darkened as she paced in front of Yu Jiu, her anxiety palpable. "Your position is not yet secure. The quality of this album is too poor. The fans will surely not support it, and all your prior efforts may go to waste." She had pinpointed the culprit. It had to be Lu Huan. Whispering in the president's ear and still harboring resentment over past events. This was only the beginning. Wu Yun was in a frenzy, while Yu Jiu appeared indifferent. Are you even listening?
Yu Jiu asked.
What good does my worry do? They cannot change their minds.
Why not?
Wu Yun nearly exclaimed. If you would just plead with the president, this could easily be resolved. The president likely thinks you have been too ostentatious and intends to teach you a lesson. And what of your album? You were supposed to prepare for it, yet you spent a month abroad. Now, with the year's end approaching, time is running short to start anew. Then I shan't do it. Wu Yun's mouth fell open, frozen in disbelief. Upon seeing her reaction, Yu Jiu burst into laughter. They can have their money. I am not inclined to exert myself. I shall inform them I am withdrawing. Absurd. Wu Yun exclaimed, her head spinning. The news has already been released, and you now declare you will not proceed? Are you toying with your fans? Wu Yun could hardly fathom that an artist could be so indifferent, neglecting her career entirely. Words caught in her throat. She could not voice her thoughts and instead reached for her phone to contact her connections in high places. Those who had once been exceedingly warm towards her now seemed indifferent. After only a few exchanges, the call ended abruptly. Another call yielded a more cordial response, offering subtle advice that only deepened her dismay. Moments later, scripts arrived, alongside endorsements. Upon seeing them, her complexion turned pale. The low-tier endorsements and subpar dramas were merely devaluing her star power. I want to accept them, Yu Jiu declared. The slightest disturbance within the company could give rise to countless rumors, let alone such blatant occurrences. Are you perhaps being too hasty? Li Gu inquired, already suspecting Lu Huan was behind the president's displeasure. Nevertheless, it seemed overly rash. Yu Jiu was enjoying a period of great success, and patience would serve her well. Lu Huan would struggle to justify herself, claiming, it was not me. The president likely bore a grudge against Yu Jiu for previous matters. Yu Jiu was undeniably resistant to discipline. The company must ensure she learned a lesson. Lu Huan understood this well. With Yu Jiu at the height of her career, there was no reason to forsake such a lucrative asset. Li Gu was skeptical.
All right.
Within a day, he returned with alarming news. Is Yu Jiu out of her mind? She intends to go head-to-head with the company? She has declared she won't be making the album. In summary, she had thrown down the gauntlet. Lu Huan shared his disbelief. Really? Sometimes, she thought it foolish to view Yu Jiu as a rival. Her reckless nature would surely lead to her own undoing. Yet at times, she pondered why someone like Yu Jiu could eclipse her own fame. It was a blend of joy and sorrow, an intricate complexity, but none compared to the current moment. Since that awkward evening, Lu Huan had refrained from contacting him, not merely due to pride but also because she believed that appearing too eager diminished her worth. Very well, she replied. Li Gu, overhearing, offered words of encouragement. You are the leading figure of the new generation. The company will certainly invest in your development. As for Yu Jiu, her resources were still in limbo. In Li Ji's estimation, Yu Jiu was nearing her end. The company would not indulge her behavior. This was Lu Huan's opportunity. Lu Huan meticulously prepared her appearance, opting for understated elegance, her accessories carefully selected. With her outstanding poise, she would not bring shame to Murong among the elite. Standing beside Murong signified a status symbol and a chance to meet more influential individuals. She had spared no effort. During a lull in the festivities, Lu Huan could no longer endure the discomfort of her slightly tight high heels and decided to step out onto the terrace for a respite. Suddenly, she overheard a tearful voice. Why not me? First it was Yu Jiu, and now this little star. What do they possess that I lack? I have always had feelings for you. Lu Huan froze, utterly unprepared for such a declaration in this setting, especially from someone familiar. This was the same individual who had previously sought trouble with Yu Jiu. As she contemplated retreating, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing a girl with red-rimmed eyes who dashed out upon seeing her, her face flushing with embarrassment as she forcefully bumped into Lu Huan before hastily departing. What just happened? Lu Huan wondered aloud. She nonchalantly remarked, I was just about to come here and sit for a while. Murong responded with a hum. Li Han relaxed, sensing no dissatisfaction. The next day, news of Li Han accompanying Murong to the banquet was reported by some media outlets. Wu Yun, frustrated by the lack of ambition, exclaimed, "You refuse to apologize, and someone else has beaten you to it. If Yu Jiu had been more vigilant, there would have been no need for Li Han's involvement." This served as a signal. Previously, Yu Jiu was the sole companion of Morong at such events, making her position unique. However, with Li Han now in the picture and a direct order from Morong, Yu Jiu's relevance was swiftly diminishing. Observers, who had previously been hesitant, quickly took action. The incident involving Yu Jiu's altercation had resurfaced. Unlike the previous silent video, this time, witnesses vividly recounted the events, detailing Yu Jiu's arrogance and the plight of other artists. The absence of Starshine's public relations team left Yu Jiu's social media a battlefield. Wu Yun, losing clumps of hair, exclaimed, "Auntie, you still haven't made any statement?" Yu Jiu pondered for a moment and reluctantly replied, "All right." Wu Yun thought she was finally ready to concede, feeling relieved that if she could just persuade Mr. Mu to soften his stance and offer some assurances, there might still be a way out. But upon refreshing her Weibo, she saw a new post, Yu Jiu v. Live in half an hour. Wu Yun. At that moment, she finally lost it. "Yu Jiu, are you even listening to me?" The pent-up frustration spilled out. "I never told you to provoke Mr. Mu. That was your choice. Now that you're in trouble, do you think this is just your issue?" "Sister," Yu Jiu softly called after Wu Yun finished her tirade, already picking up her guitar. "I know the company wants me to concede, but unfortunately, I simply refuse." Since she had no intention of yielding, she would have her own way. Her lips curled slightly. Was there really anyone in the world who didn't want her? They were rather presumptuous. Wu Yun caught on to her implication and paused. "Are you suggesting?" Yu Jiu didn't elaborate, slowly tuning her guitar. She was currently at the center of controversy, and her announcement of a live stream immediately sent her trending. As the time approached, Yu Jiu opened the live stream, but due to the overwhelming number of viewers, the video lagged, causing many to be ejected, resulting in a cacophony of complaints. In the background, the programmers were in a cold sweat. Just moments ago, Weibo had nearly crashed, and those who were kicked out couldn't re-enter. Watching the chaos, onlookers were stunned, finally witnessing what it meant to be a super popular star. Those who managed to get in were frantically typing, "Is this her bare face?" They felt as if they were experiencing a cosmic joke. Yu Jiu's beauty was universally acknowledged, which explained the legion of adoring fans. Yet, they had never seen her without makeup, thinking that such beauty must be enhanced by cosmetics. Now, that notion was crumbling. Her face showed no trace of makeup, and she appeared quite casual. It took them a moment to realize, is she at home? The flood of comments was overwhelming, too rapid to keep up with, and comprised a diverse array of viewers. Yu Jiu chose to ignore it, announcing that there were issues with her new album, likely delaying its release, and decided to sing a song for everyone today. With that, she began to strum and sing, fingers dancing on the strings, releasing a melodious flow akin to a gentle stream. Her sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, the exposed skin almost translucent in the sunlight. Her eyes half closed, and the corners of her mouth subtly uplifted, radiating sweetness. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a prism of colors around her. The audience was entranced, feeling as if her voice was playfully tickling their ears. Once the song concluded, Yu Jiu waved at the camera. "All right, that's it for today.
See you next time." "What?
It's over?" The dazed audience snapped back to reality, ready to protest, but the screen faded to black. What the hell? Everyone felt utterly betrayed. Was that all for just one song? Wasn't she supposed to address the previous scandals? And what about the issues with her album? She left quietly. Yet her fans were left in a frenzy. In the half-hour following the less than 10-minute live stream, 3 topics surged into the top 10 trending searches, bearing the prior scandals. Yu Jiu proved to the company that she could succeed on her own. By the time the company received the news, it was too late. Her live stream had ended. And Wu Yun was the one on the line, continuously dodging questions. This was just the beginning. Yu Jiu began to stream every other day, sometimes performing new songs, sometimes revisiting tracks from her previous albums, creating a joyous celebration for her fans. A week later, she suddenly declared, "I remember saying on the first day that there were issues with my album. It seemed that the problem could not be resolved. She wouldn't be streaming the day after tomorrow, as she intended to terminate her contract with the company." What? Fans onlookers. She casually dropped that bombshell before shutting off the stream. Wu Yun, who had been waiting for her big reveal, was left dumbfounded as Yu Jiu decisively called her lawyer right in front of her. Starshine's official website was instantly overwhelmed. Li Han saw the news first and couldn't believe it. Yu Jiu had flipped the table, placing Starshine in an incredibly awkward position. The timeline revealed that her album's issue was directly linked to Starshine, prompting her to terminate her contract. Conspiracy theories began to emerge. Starshine's public relations crisis had commenced, with Yu Jiu's vast fanbase vehemently criticizing the company. It was undeniably exhilarating. But what about the future? After such a bold move, who would dare sign her? Public opinion would eventually settle, and Starshine was deeply rooted. This incident wouldn't cripple them, but her future remained uncertain. Li Han contemplated how to suppress her in the future, unaware that Yu Jiu was already plotting her own downfall. She considered calling Morong. I saw the news. Does the company need assistance? The best response would be to cling to the negative press surrounding Yu Jiu, and she was a suitable candidate for that role. Morong replied, no need. At that moment, he stood at Yu Jiu's doorstep, his expression betraying far more than his calm demeanor suggested. Yu Jiu greeted him. Oh, former boss. Wu Yun felt lost as Morong instructed. You can leave now. Wu Yun was eager to go, but Yu Jiu firmly said no. Morong warned, don't provoke me today. Get lost. Yu Jiu spat back, a cold smirk gracing her lips.
Who do you think you are?
Do you think I'm a fool? I simply can't stand her. How could I be entangled with her? Mr. Mu, you're overthinking it. Coming to find me now? Remember what I said that day? I wouldn't even want to ride in the same car she did, let alone be associated with her. She reached to shut the door, but Morong swiftly grabbed her wrist, forcing his way inside and steering her towards the bedroom. Yu Jiu kicked and clawed, and soon enough, his face bore a mark of her defiance. Feeling the sting on his cheek, Morong inhaled sharply. Are you a cat? Taking advantage of the moment, Yu Jiu aimed a kick at his calf. Morong's eyelids twitched as he finally pinned her down on the bed, panting. Have you contacted the American record label? Upon receiving the news, he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. She was not jesting at all. Morong addressed Yu Jiu, questioning her lack of emotion. Despite his prior kindness towards her, she had swiftly departed for another country to engage intimately with someone else. When she saw him with another woman, she exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Now, she spoke of terminating their agreement without any regard for Xinghui's reputation. Yu Jiu, equally incredulous, retorted, Morong, how old are you? You treated me well? You took Lahan to the banquet as well, didn't you? Spare me your expectations. After you've treated me like this, why should I endure it? I had once held you in higher regard, yet you resorted to such tactics. Morong's ire flared at the thought of her possibly reuniting with Jerry abroad. The mere image made him contemplate eliminating this enchanting, yet vexing woman. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that she only responded to gentleness and determined to approach the matter delicately. I acknowledge my wrongs. I was envious and let my emotions cloud my judgment. Reflecting on my actions now, I can hardly believe I behaved so foolishly. You should take pride in your allure. I sincerely apologize for my previous conduct. He found himself devoid of anger. She was beyond the realm of rationality. Unlike Lahan, who weighed her choices carefully, Yu Jiu seemed to possess no such discernment. He felt resigned, realizing he had been blind to her true nature. Though his face stung from the slaps he had metaphorically received, he found himself comforting her instead. Morong swallowed the bitter fruit of his own making, closing his eyes. Yu Jiu, I am truly lacking in gentlemanly conduct. He recalled the night he attended the banquet with Lahan, where she had performed flawlessly, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Many women of similar stature impressed him, being more considerate and obedient than Yu Jiu, yet none could compare to her, her audacity, her capriciousness, and her tempestuous nature. Taking another deep breath, he resolved that as long as she refrained from closeness with other men, he would acquiesce to her wishes. He felt as though he was conceding everything and was overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Noticing his phone incessantly ringing, he chose to ignore it, leaning closer to her. Pleading softly, will you forgive me this once? Yu Jiu pondered, but you were with Lahan, her face twisted in disgust. I refuse to associate with what you have touched. Calm down, he urged, observing her relentless demeanor. and then decisively silenced her. People naturally gravitate towards the weaker party, and without a doubt, Yu Jiu was the one at a disadvantage in her conflict with Xinghui. The media, ever eager to exploit the situation, began to rally against her. Xinghui's stocks were already beginning to plummet. Meanwhile, Lu Han, after careful consideration, resolved to reach out to former band members. Compared to the smooth sailing she had experienced with Yu Jiu, others had not fared as well. The agent was apprehensive, recalling Morong's assertion that they no longer needed to pursue this matter. "Shall we wait and see how the company responds?" Lu Han was resolute, willing to gamble for riches. When the time came to stand with the company, she could showcase herself. Morong had yet to make any advances towards her, and she felt compelled to look after her own interests. Yu Jiu had irreparably severed ties with the company, leaving no room for reconciliation. The opening had been made. Anyone could exploit it. Now, stepping forward on behalf of the company would be her opportunity to shine. The agent, however, sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The PR department had yet to take action, and in this industry, caution was essential for survival. But Lu Han could not afford to wait any longer. She vividly recalled the humiliation of that slap. Now that Yu Jiu had closed off her own avenues, she could not be blamed for stepping over her. She was not as naive as the agent presumed. She had contacted not only the band members, but also the leading figures at Xinghui and several second-tier artists. A cold glint shone in her eyes. If these individuals firmly sided against Yu Jiu, Morong would find it impossible to retract his stance. The PR department was frantically trying to reach Morong, while Lu Han had already disseminated a statement. "I was shocked to see the news online, struggling to grasp the unfolding events, and attempted to contact Yu Jiu. But to no avail. I could not fathom why she would push the company, which had nurtured her, into such disarray." Soon, former members of the HIT group began to voice their support, recounting how domineering and willful Yu Jiu had been within the group. While other Xinghui artists refrained from direct comments, they shared the Weibo post, causing the narrative to snowball, ultimately overshadowing any condemnation of Xinghui. The scandal surrounding Yu Jiu had erupted into a frenzy. Wu Yun, witnessing the chaos, was frantic, but unable to reach Yu Jiu. To others, it appeared that Xinghui had abandoned her. Those who had previously harbored disdain turned sympathetic, taking matters into their own hands. When Yu Jiu finally came to her senses and saw the situation, she would undoubtedly kick Morong out of bed, exclaiming, "What do you take me for?" Morong was bewildered by her sudden outburst. Hadn't they just reconciled? Upon glancing at his phone, he quickly flipped through several pages, his expression darkening as he read Yu Jiu's furious message. She had lunged at him, seizing his throat, demanding he resolve the issue, and bit down hard, leaving a bloody mark. Morong winced in pain, nearly shedding tears from her ferocity. He was unceremoniously expelled from the room, his clothes in disarray, blood from her nails staining his back. Initially, he felt nothing. Now, he could only feel a burning sensation. He touched his face, dressed hastily, and summoned the quaking Wu Yun, demanding to know where her passport and visa were. He needed them for the flight she had booked for today. Had it not been for this pressing issue, he would never have rushed over to create such a disastrous situation. Wu Yun hesitated, but Morong's piercing gaze compelled her to comply, and she reluctantly handed over the documents. After instructing her to fetch medicine for Yu Jiu and prepare her congee, he hurriedly left for the company. Entering the office amidst the astonished and bewildered looks of the receptionist and staff, he was met by his secretary, who faltered momentarily, her gaze drawn to the unmistakable bite mark on his chin. If she wasn't mistaken, there were also vivid hickeys on his neck. "Did you just roll out of some siren-esque bed? Summon Lu Han and the PR department to meet me," Morong commanded. Having posted the video, Lu Han monitored the online reactions closely. Upon witnessing the anticipated developments, she finally exhaled in relief, eager to see how Yu Jiu would extricate herself from this predicament. A long-lost smile graced her lips. Li Gu watched apprehensively, but upon seeing the events unfold, he too felt a sense of relief. As long as matters progressed in this fashion, the company would surely remember her contributions. Perhaps he had been overly timid. "Lu Han, the president requests your presence," someone announced. To the onlookers, Yu Jiu was now a relic of the past. Lu Han, as one of the few who had accompanied the president to the banquet, stood out. Her ability to persuade those artists stemmed from this very experience. As she made her way to the president's office, everyone smiled and nodded in her direction. Previously, Lu Han had merely been an inconspicuous presence at Xinghui. No matter how renowned she became, she had received no special treatment. Yet now, things were different. By taking the initiative to release the video, she had acted independently, but others were oblivious to this fact. They assumed it was the company's directive, and her prominence indicated that she was being favored, prompting everyone to try to win her favor. She had not anticipated this outcome. As she walked, her legs felt weak, and she thought to herself, is this what it feels like to be in the limelight? Just like the comments beneath her Weibo post. Everyone lauded her for her bravery and assertiveness. As she approached the president's office, poised to knock, the sound of high heels clicking behind her echoed like a sudden tempest. The urgency palpable. In the silence of the top floor, the noise seemed rather excessive, raising the question of who it could be. That resounding slap was no less forceful than before, and she felt stars bursting in her vision as she clutched her face, uttering that gritted name, Yu Jiu. It was astonishing that Yu Jiu, who had already severed ties with Xinghui, appeared here. This time, she was devoid of her entourage. Yet her presence radiated a power akin to legions behind her. Even more startling were the dark bruises of kisses adorning her neck, her lips swollen from passionate encounters. The redness around her eyes still lingering. In this moment, she was not only imposing but also strikingly alluring. Lu Han could never have anticipated such a turn of events. Yu Jiu was audaciously insulting her in front of so many witnesses. Do not overstep your bounds. Before she could finish her sentence, the door behind her swung open forcefully, causing her to stumble. Morong, upon seeing Yu Jiu's appearance, felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "How did you get here?" As his gaze swept across the room, those who had been fixated on Yu Jiu hastily averted their eyes, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. They recalled the numerous shares and retweets, and an overwhelming dread washed over them. Yu Jiu retorted, "Why should I inform you how I arrived? On what grounds do you seize my passport and visa? You are merely my..." Morong, sensing the myriad of scrutinizing gazes, swiftly grasped her arm, insisting, "We shall discuss this in half an hour." With that, he slammed the office door shut. Lu Han's face turned as pale as a ghost, and the sympathetic glances from others were unmistakable. No one was blind. They were all intelligent enough to recognize the dynamics at play. Morong had never displayed such disarray, and the earlier tension as he pulled her into the office clearly indicated a romantic entanglement. Lu Han had relentlessly targeted Yu Jiu, all for the sake of Xinghui. Could Morong truly remember her kindness? Moreover, was her motivation genuinely for Xinghui? In such dire straits, who among them lacked connections? The shocking gossip spread like wildfire, causing a stir. Previously supportive artists now wore expressions of fear. If it was merely a spat, the reasons for dissolution seemed far more complex than they had assumed. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that these actions did not originate from the Public Relations Department, nor were they directed by Morong. Rather, they stemmed from Lu Han's own impulsive decisions. These prominent stars, accustomed to being catered to, possessed tempers as volatile as their egos, and could hardly endure such indignities. Lu Han, who had appeared to be in a favorable position, revealed herself to be cunningly deceitful, wielding trivial matters as weapons against her peers, leading them into a trap. It was rumored that Yu Jiu had publicly slapped her. One could only wonder if she harbored resentment towards them. They would not blame Yu Jiu. All their ire was directed at Lu Han. Brother Li's phone was inundated with calls, ranging from hollow threats to overt mockery. Even the Public Relations Department erupted in anger, demanding, "Who gave you the authority to act unilaterally? Look at the mess you've created." Lu Han's video had garnered no responses, nor had the artists who had shared it. But suddenly, the phones began to ring, indicating that news had broken. Previously, Lu Han had mobilized half of Xinghui's artists to suppress Yu Jiu. Now, she had alienated them, and they had clearly concluded that Lu Han had manipulated them as pawns. Offending these artists was tantamount to antagonizing a significant portion of the entertainment industry. His face was now paler than paper. It was over. At this moment, Lu Han seemed to have detached from reality, maintaining the ghostly pallor she had when she first heard the news, with a stark handprint visible on her face. Her mind was in turmoil. How could this be happening? The earlier suppression of Yu Jiu had been genuine, her rage towards the company equally real, even affecting stock prices. Morong, a rational man, had shown her a different side, and yet he had not yielded. Yes, Luhan was astute. She was not foolish. She sensed Morong's intentions, but she believed such sentiments could not endure. Yu Jiu was beautiful. Yet what did that mean? Morong was a logical man, and in his quest to make decisions, she had taken a reckless gamble. In her view, Yu Jiu had placed the company in a precarious position, and for both emotional and logical reasons, Morong could no longer tolerate her. Yet, she had ultimately faced utter defeat. She was baffled, unable to comprehend where she had faltered. Brotherly, witnessing her silence, erupted in fury. Did you hear me? Respond. Notifications flooded in from Weibo, and as he opened one, he staggered back 2 steps, maintaining his composure amidst the shock. The artists who had previously shared the post were now deleting their Weibo posts, with one bluntly calling out Luhan, "You are not who you pretended to be." Due to the preceding drama, the entire internet was captivated, and Brotherly could foresee that if Xinghui sided with Yu Jiu, Luhan would plummet into the abyss, with no hope of recovery before other artists could take action. More furious than the artists were the band members. While the artists merely shared posts, the band had video evidence. Luhan, may you meet a dire fate. We have no enmity, yet why have you sought to harm us? Your cruelty shall not go unpunished. Luhan, utterly fatigued, felt a profound weariness envelop her. Succumbing to the weight of their collective animosity, collapsing to the ground. The accusations hurled at Luhan came from but one individual. Others remained cautious, refraining from further comment until they had more concrete information, simply opting to delete their posts. Yet, the band members, feeling duped, were not prepared to let the matter rest. After the group's dissolution, their prospects dwindled daily, while Yu Jiu basked in nationwide acclaim and Luhan appeared to be on an upward trajectory.
Meanwhile,
they struggled with diminishing fan support and dwindling opportunities, leaving them despondent. When Luhan approached them, it felt like a lifeline. This desperation made it effortless for them to agree to Luhan's proposals. Yet now, as they witnessed their fellow artists deleting their posts, their agents reprimanded them, and panic ensued. They hurriedly messaged to clarify that they had been coerced into making such statements. But who had threatened them? Was it necessary to elaborate further? Luhan was taken aback by how easily they had turned against her, pouring dirt upon her reputation. She opened her mouth, her heart aching, unable to fathom how her painstaking efforts had been so easily dismantled. All her previous endeavors seemed to have been in vain. In the office, Yu Jiu straddled Morong's waist, her tone fierce as she demanded, "What did you summon her for?" Before Morong could begin to reprimand her, she preemptively accused him, launching into a tirade. "Let me remind you, what you did before is far from over. You're still in a probationary period. Should you engage in any further mischief, do not blame me for turning against you." Morong felt that Yu Jiu was a divine punishment for him, and he could only imagine how the outside world perceived the situation. He wrapped his arms around her waist. All right, you may dismount." If they continued in such a position, he would soon find himself unable to work, as he was presently dealing with the mess she had left behind. All while she wore a disgruntled expression. He still could not believe she had come to the company and had slapped Luhan. Previously, it had only been a video. But today he witnessed just how audacious she could be. Yu Jiu remarked, "Others may wish for me to sit this way, yet I refuse to comply." Morong, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorted, "Then whose lap do you wish to occupy?" Without pushing her away, he used the momentum to pull her down, adding, "You may do as you please, but seeking a lover is out of the question. For instance, that Jerry. You do not fancy Luhan, do you? Very well. I shall grant you this request, but you must behave." Yu Jiu, restless, fidgeted around his waist, her hand daringly slipping beneath his shirt. Morong, aroused by her teasing, barely managed to restrain her wrist with the last vestiges of his self-control. "What takes precedence, my work or you?" She pressed, leaning closer, revealing her small canines. Morong, already aware of her tendencies, responded, "You are important." Before she could utter another word, he lifted her from his lap, stating, "How can I support you without a company?" After finally sending her to the lounge, Murong felt more exhausted than after a business negotiation. The secretary entered, casting a discreet glance at the closed lounge door, then at the disheveled desk, feeling as though her worldview had shattered. Those who came to report the situation tried their best to maintain composure. Internally, they grumbled. "Could you inform us when you two are having a spat? We are left in utter chaos with no clue." When the public relations manager inquired about the contract termination, Murong belatedly realized he had forgotten to address that matter. He rubbed his forehead, muttering, "Let us postpone this for now." However, they couldn't help but think, glancing back at the lounge. Indeed, a beautiful disaster. Luhan continuously refreshed the page, finding nothing, absolutely nothing. Brotherly was also refreshing, remaining calm. For he had already made a decision in his mind. The public relations team had exited the president's office, yet after more than half an hour, there was still no word. Evidently, they were not inclined to intervene. Luhan had become a pawn. Tears streamed down her face. Yet she bit her lip to stifle any sound. Just over an hour ago, she had been brimming with ambition and aspirations. In such a short time, she had been reduced to this state. Yu Jiu, having not eaten all day, intended to take her for a meal, but unexpectedly encountered Luhan in the parking lot. "Mr. Mu, was everything you said before merely a facade? You've seen the online discourse haven to you? If this continues, I will be ruined. I was considering the company, and I do not wish for you to be troubled by this."
Why?
Tears trickled down Luhan's cheeks. "I have done nothing wrong. Have I? Why treat me so?" Yu Jiu replied, "Enough, do not flatter yourself." With a cold laugh, she continued, "Do you think I or Murong are fools? Your intentions are transparent. You are simply envious of me, feeling inadequate, and you wish to destroy me in this manner. As for the company, is it your family business, or will you inherit it? You claim to care for the company, but it is really for Murong. You just want to gain his favor."
What is the point of all this talk?
Luhan approached Murong with her last glimmer of hope, determined to avoid any interaction with Yu Jiu, lest she be distracted. Yet, Yu Jiu's words peeled away her bravado, leaving her speechless. Yu Jiu triumphantly seized Murong's face and planted a forceful kiss, declaring, "You still haven't realized that he does not fancy your type, he prefers my candor." With confidence that bordered on arrogance, she continued, "What confidence do you possess? Your appearance pales in comparison to mine. Your figure is lacking. Your character does not measure up." She even went so far as to pinch Murong, asking, "Is it not me you prefer?" Her narrowed eyes conveyed a clear threat. Though Murong was prepared to appease her with falsehoods, Luhan could no longer bear such humiliation. Yu Jiu had belittled her at every turn, leaving her utterly devoid of dignity, her schemes to ensnare others having failed miserably. As her innermost thoughts were laid bare, a myriad of emotions swirled within her, rendering her expression completely blank. Seeing Murong now willing to humor Yu Jiu's words extinguished her last flicker of hope. Staggering, she cast a distant glance at Murong before covering her face and walking away. With a bitter smile, she lamented her own dismal defeat. She had underestimated the capriciousness of Yu Jiu. The likes of Murong, who she thought would never stoop so low, had allowed her to be brought to such a state. Exiting the parking garage in a daze, she lost track of time and destination. Suddenly, her foot stumbled, and she fell to the ground, scraping her knees and arms painfully. Rising in shock, she hugged her knees and sobbed. Behind her, a cautious voice called, "Miss Lu?" Murong remarked, "Are you satisfied now?" If I had spoken to Luhan, she likely would have exploded again. I truly do not understand the depth of her animosity towards her. Yu Jiu tilted her chin, stating, "I am satisfied," before planting a kiss on his cheek. "Are you happy now? Since you are, accompany me somewhere." Yu Jiu, slightly reserved, nodded and, considering his earnestness, reluctantly agreed. Murong's lips twitched. This was truly a moment that warranted his gratitude. He promptly took her to the old residence, where the elder had been waiting. Upon seeing Yu Jiu, the elder's emotions were inscrutable. Murong instructed, "Address him as grandfather." Yu Jiu sweetly smiled at the elder, "Grandfather." She complained, "Why did you bring me here, without a word?"
I didn't get to buy a gift.
Murong replied, "Aunt Zhang, prepare a bowl of vegetable porridge for her." After settling her in, he turned to the elder and said, "Grandfather, Please find someone else to take over the presidency of Xinghui. I can no longer manage it. His actions today could be deemed as clouded judgment. A single misstep could incite unrest, as Lu Han had asserted. She had not erred significantly, yet others might wonder, if he could suppress Lu Han for Yu Jiu today, would they be next? The elder nodded, then shifted his gaze back to Yu Jiu. Upon exiting the old residence, Yu Jiu remarked, now that you are no longer the president, how will you support me? Morong could not help but embrace her waist, replying, that matter can wait. I have sacrificed my position for you if you dare to. He paused, contemplating the meaning of the phrase, a fish dies when the net breaks. Morong resigned as president, and the new president assumed office. Yu Jiu officially entered the contract termination process alongside Lu Han, who is currently being vilified online, her reputation in ruins. To everyone's astonishment, she managed to find a company willing to hire her and cover her penalty fees. However, this did not create much of a stir. For shortly after her contract termination with Xinghui, Yu Jiu boldly announced her signing with Gene Records. Her new album would be produced in its entirety in English. The matter had reached its conclusion, with Lu Han being the principal culprit. Fans sympathized with their wronged idol, expressing their support and vowing to purchase her new release. To all observers, it appeared that Yu Jiu's career was poised to ascend to new heights. At this time, the long-anticipated film also entered its promotional phase. Several months had passed, yet everyone felt the duration was not overly long, especially given the numerous juicy tidbits that had surfaced in the interim, which they savored with delight. Daimon signifies grand productions and illustrious directors. When the promotional period arrives, the spectacle is nothing short of spectacular. In stark contrast, Lu Han's film is modestly produced, with the lead actor embroiled in scandal. Even now, individuals frequently visit Lu Han's Weibo, questioning whether her promotion will only incite further resistance. Conversely, abstaining from promotion is tantamount to financial loss. They find themselves ensnared in a dilemma. At this juncture, Lu Han unexpectedly released a video. Following a hiatus of several months since her last post, which had been met with mockery, she did not delete it despite her dwindling fanbase. Upon the release of this new video, the first to congregate were naysayers. Lu Han appeared gaunter than before, her eyes and demeanor exuding a profound, cold intensity. Yet her spirit remained unbroken, akin to a warrior preparing for battle. The past 6 months have been the most tumultuous and challenging since I entered the entertainment industry. I wish to refrain from elaborating on the tribulations I faced, yet some have been excessively oppressive. Though my influence is limited and my voice feeble, I am not one to cower. The animosity between Yu Jiu and myself is well known. She harbors significant malice towards me. Yet I remain oblivious to the source of her offense. I have always sought to clear the air, but her arrogance prevails, compounded by her connections within the company. Lu Han began recounting the circumstances surrounding Yu Jiu's first album, which, despite its uncertain prospects, received an additional investment of 1 million. At that time, the former president of Xinghui had just assumed office. Countless netizens flocked to the scene as Lu Han was thoroughly prepared. Not only did she speak, but she also presented evidence, igniting a frenzy across the digital realm, and once more, Xinghui found itself at the epicenter of controversy. In Lu Han's narrative, Xinghui relentlessly pressured her, rendering her promotional efforts for her new film untenable. Unable to endure any longer, she retaliated with revelations, marking a direct confrontation. Although Yu Jiu had severed ties with Xinghui, Lu Han's repeated mention of her name insinuated that Yu Jiu's rise was facilitated by unspoken rules. With her film still in the promotional phase, the news was bound to create a stir. A journalist cornered Yu Jiu, asking, Lu Han claims you ascended through unspoken rules and have a close relationship with the former president of Xinghui. Do you have anything to say? In front of the camera, Yu Jiu broke into a smile, responding, Am I not beautiful? The journalist acknowledged, Beautiful. Is my music not appealing? It is. The reporter understood her implied message. Indeed, Yu Jiu asserted, is my success not due to such attributes? Are you suggesting I have seduced all my fans? Upon the video's release, the comments swiftly transformed into pleas for intimacy, with viewers blaming her for Lu Han's predicament. Lu Han found herself in a position where not renegotiating her contract could lead to her being sidelined. Fortunately, someone was willing to extend a helping hand. Yet she still struggled, as no one dared to cast her as the lead. While Ling Xian was willing to assist her, the company was not solely under his dominion. His recruitment of Lu Han had already stirred discontent among the higher-ups. Without the right opportunity, she might remain in this situation indefinitely. At merely 20 years old, she pondered the prospect of enduring such a fate for decades to come. Despair loomed as she resolved to create her own opportunities, especially given the humiliation inflicted by Yu Jiu. Could she passively witness Yu Jiu's ascent? Lu Han decided to go all in. After the news cycle, she released another post, this time an audio recording. It was the recording she had submitted to Murong, which she had instinctively backed up. She had no inkling it would prove pivotal at this moment. Yu Jiu's voice would be unmistakable to her fans. This evidence ignited a fervor among her supporters, with comments and shares skyrocketing. Previously lacking substantiation, this new evidence was now irrefutable. The revelations continued as Lu Han posted additional messages, blurring the lines between truth and fiction, targeting Yu Jiu with unrelenting fervor. Not only was Yu Jiu entangled with the higher-ups of Xinghui, but she also had a close relationship with a globally renowned singer. Lu Han recalled an instance where she overheard Yu Jiu inviting the singer to her residence, and it was rumored that this singer facilitated Yu Jiu's recent contract with a major record label. What would be the consequence of exposing her ties with Murong? If Murong acknowledged their relationship publicly, everything could collapse like a house of cards. Lu Han pressed on, recounting the incident involving the singer. The executives at her company were irate and sought to teach her a lesson. I was merely following orders, yet she managed to placate the other party, leaving me as the scapegoat, the target of everyone's ire. The revelations kept rolling in, each more shocking than the last. Lu Han lamented, "It is because of her that I was compelled to terminate my contract, resulting in my current plight. I believe I have never wronged her. During our time in the group, I tolerated her volatile temperament. After our disbandment, we pursued different paths, and I failed to comprehend her relentless pursuit of me. My innocence is profound. Her inexplicable hostility has obscured my future and sullied my reputation. I am uncertain of what lies ahead, while she continues to revel in her success. I refuse to accept this fate. With my back against the wall, I stand forth, hoping for justice. I trust that justice will prevail, and all that has transpired will eventually be revealed. I await your response here." With the amalgamation of these truths and fabrications, some will inevitably believe, creating a substantial faction of support. The public sentiment would no longer be as one-sided as before, and she would find a way to survive. Murong frowned, asking, "What are you planning to do?" He had seen correctly. Lu Han was indeed shrewd. Her silence belied her strategic prowess, unlike Yu Jiu's previous impulsive live stream. Lu Han was fully committed, while Yu Jiu had significant leverage but had chosen to upend everything. Murong was witnessing a level of determination he had never seen before. As Lu Han teetered on the brink of losing her composure, he noticed Yu Jiu staring at a photograph, and upon glancing over, his expression darkened. "What are you looking at?" The photo depicted a refined gentleman, Ling Xian, Lu Han's current employer. It truly was a deep-seated affection. "She has profound feelings for him," he mused. Noticing the tightening grip around her waist, Lu Han rolled her eyes. "Do you think I would be interested in someone like him? I wouldn't accept him even if he were offered to me." Murong smiled gently. "That's for the best." Yu Jiu retrieved the phone she had previously purchased and sent Ling Xian a message. "Be cautious. Yu Jiu is preparing to strike at Lu Han." After sending the message, she cut the SIM card into pieces and discarded it into the toilet. She then made several calls, leaving no room for subtlety, seeking to teach someone a lesson. Ensuring Ling Xian received the information, she lazily stretched, aware that Murong had vanished, leaving her alone at home. She contemplated drafting a will, naming Murong as the inheritor. Sharing the stage with Lu Han? Very well. I accept. Please inform my manager of the specifics. When Lu Han received the notification, she was taken aback. Yu Jiu had indeed agreed to perform alongside her. However, upon reflection, this was consistent with her character. She is impulsive. I will surely provoke her into a display of ungracefulness. As she pondered how to navigate the following day, she failed to notice Ling Xian's unusual gaze. His eyes locked onto her, a fleeting emotion passing before he steeled his expression. Suddenly, he embraced her, whispering, "Lulu, I have deep feelings for you." The following day, she prepared herself with fervor, yet was taken aback when Ling Xian chose to attend as an audience member. The venue was packed, a sea of spectators filling the seats. The stage resembling a courtroom, with both parties positioned on opposite sides, each backed by LED screens. As soon as the host announced the commencement, Lahan launched her attack. Her articulation was clear, and her discourse was appropriate as she recounted previous events, tears welling in her eyes. She lamented, "What is it between us?
Please, just say it.
Why not only suppress me but also strike me multiple times in private? I know you wish for my demise." Ling Xian held his breath, his expression icy. His gaze fixed intently on Yu Jiu. He observed her rise, her hand making a covert motion. Just as he realized what was happening, the host instructed both parties to switch positions.
What?
A surge of panic erupted within him, shattering his previous composure, while Lu Han remained oblivious, advancing towards Yu Jiu. His peripheral vision caught the LED screen behind Yu Jiu tilting ominously. He sprang to his feet. "Don't go." She looked up, bewildered, but felt a force pushing her back, causing her to topple. With a crash, Yu Jiu's body was engulfed by the fallen LED screen. Lu Han, pushed unexpectedly, was momentarily dazed. Memories of previous incidents flooded her mind. The shadow above her head resembled a slap. Her face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Yu Jiu, have you gone mad?" Before she could finish her sentence, a deafening roar drowned her words. Countless shards erupted from the ground amid the cacophony of screams. Her mind went blank as she witnessed the scene unfolding before her. Yu Jiu's body should have been obscured, yet she seemed to see her lifting her head, struggling to move her hand. Two fragments hurtled toward her, and a surge of danger compelled her to retreat, but her body remained frozen in place. Helplessly, she watched as the shards pierced her eye sockets. The excruciating pain rendered her momentarily senseless, and she felt a warm liquid trickling down her face, the heart-wrenching agony following closely behind. She cradled her head, curling up, "Yu Jiu, may you suffer a dire fate." How could she dare to utter such words? Her vision blurred, rendering her unaware of the astonished and incredulous gazes around her. Yu Jiu had risked everything to save her, and now she dared to curse her? As the crowd began to react, chaos erupted. "You lack a conscience. Shut up. Call an ambulance. Hurry. Disgusting woman." Ling Xian staggered to Lu Han's side, at a loss for words, nearly speechless.
Lulu.
Someone forcefully shoved him. "Step aside." Morong was at home, leisurely sipping tea with the old man, who grew increasingly agitated upon witnessing her demeanor. He sarcastically remarked, "Are you planning to retire and keep this old man company, nurturing flowers and amusing birds?" His most favored grandson had succumbed to the allure of beauty, nearly provoking a heart attack, as he coldly observed what would transpire next. To his surprise, the grandson seemed to have lost all ambition, spending each day at home with that femme fatale. Initially, the old man watched, but now he preferred to keep his distance. "Miss Yu is in trouble. You must go check on her, or it may be too late." The callers' panic was evident, their volume uncontrolled. The old man heard and watched as his teacup toppled, spilling its contents. "What did you say?" The color drained from his face, resembling a ghost, his hand trembling as he clutched the phone. He turned and left without donning his coat or bidding farewell to the old man. For once, he refrained from grumbling, instead watching his departing figure with concern.
Call the driver.
At that moment, he appeared no different from usual, but the other person dared not breathe, bowing their head in fear, having already alerted the authorities. They could not bring themselves to disclose that Yu Jiu's vital signs were fading, her body drenched in blood, making it difficult to explain. Morong responded with a non-committal indicating that he awaited results. The production team lingered outside, hesitant to approach, for his expression was alarmingly fearsome. They anxiously awaited news from the operating room, praying that Yu Jiu would emerge unscathed, while reporters and fans had already gathered outside the hospital. The corridor was eerily silent.
Not a soul spoke.
Morong stepped out to make a call, and then sat in the cold plastic chair of the hospital, his eyes dark and unfocused, lost in thought. A few individuals arrived, clad in sterile surgical gowns, and Morong succinctly stated, "I entrust this to you." Time passed without anyone keeping track. Murong's assistant approached quietly, whispering, Lu Han's surgery is complete. One eye has been removed, and the other is ruptured, resulting in blindness. Her face has also been lacerated, the wounds too deep to avoid scarring. Her career is effectively over. Murong remained motionless, leaving the assistant uncertain if he had heard. As time dragged on, his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. The corridor lacked heating, the temperature low, and Murong wore only a shirt. The assistant worried he might catch a chill and contemplated offering him a jacket, but hesitated to approach. The surgical lights finally extinguished. The assistant took a couple of steps forward, fearing Murong might collapse or act irrationally, yet he seemed oblivious to everything, exhaling softly. May I see her? Mr. Mu, we have identified the culprit. It is Ling Xian. This incident unfolded under the scrutiny of the public eye, with the victims being celebrities. The police responded swiftly, and fortunately, the scene was well preserved, likely due to Ling Xian's panic, leaving some evidence untouched. The staff who had been bribed, along with Ling Xian, were apprehended. According to Ling Xian's confession and corroborating evidence from the investigation, he had harbored feelings for Lu Han and viewed Yu Jiu, who opposed her, as a target to eliminate. One of the staff members was in the late stages of cancer, yet had a wife, children, and an ailing mother to support, which led him to accept Ling Xian's money out of fear for their future. The case was resolved with remarkable speed, yet it could never compensate for the trauma endured by the fans. Upon learning that Yu Jiu had departed from their lives forever, they erupted in curses, exhausting every means to condemn the instigator. Ling Xian's company stock plummeted, and fans besieged their offices daily, while the family of the staff member was unable to leave their home due to the fans' fury. However, this was insufficient to quell their anger. Lu Han became the primary target of their wrath. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. They replayed the harrowing moment repeatedly, witnessing the LED screen poised to crush Lu Han, yet it was Yu Jiu who pushed her away. Could any evidence compare to their own eyes? She truly wished for her death. She need not have sacrificed her own life. Even the harshest of netizens could not speak ill of Yu Jiu. She perished in an act of selflessness, saving another, a person who had previously malignantly slandered her. In a moment of instinct, she pushed her away. How could someone with such a noble spirit commit the acts Lu Han described? Even if she had, the sanctity of life should take precedence. She had already paid the ultimate price at a mere 20 years of age. What more could they demand of her? Lu Han's actions left her remaining supporters disheartened. Realizing her blindness and disfigurement, she succumbed to madness, furiously cursing Yu Jiu. I saw it. I witnessed everything. The shards would not have struck me had it not been for her. She deliberately threw them at me. I knew she wouldn't let me go. Her reaction mirrored that of the audience present at the scene. What immense malice must one possess to slander a person who saved their life? Any individual would recoil at such betrayal. How credible could the words and evidence of such an ungrateful person be? A deluge of condemnation rained down upon Lu Han as they hurled the most venomous words at her. Some extreme fans even infiltrated the hospital room with the intent to take her life, but fortunately, their plot was discovered in time. In prison, Ling Xian learned of this and felt a profound heartache. It was his doing, and he challenged them to confront him instead. Yet, she remained oblivious. Murong merely commented, "You did well." The assistant understood his implication. Ling Xian had to endure something in return for the pain he felt. Since Yu Jiu's death, Ling Xian had become more taciturn, his demeanor seemingly unchanged yet distinctly different. The elder had grown so concerned that he summoned Murong several times, alluding to his worries. Murong reassured him, "Grandfather, rest assured. Do you truly think I would contemplate ending my life?" As a mature man, he possessed an extraordinary capacity to bear burdens, yet the elder remained apprehensive, hesitating to voice his concerns further. Yu Jiu was laid to rest in the largest cemetery, which was adorned with an abundance of flowers. Many fans wept inconsolably, and Murong witnessed her cremation, believing that was perhaps the point of his deepest sorrow. However, as the crowd dispersed, he lingered, gently caressing the photograph on the gravestone, his eyelashes fluttering downwards. His assistant observed his silhouette from a distance, suddenly overwhelmed with sadness. He was likely crying now. Just as he had stood motionless before Yu Jiu's lifeless body in the hospital for hours, clad in that same shirt. His expression had grown as pale as the corpses around him. Though his face bore no traces of tears or emotional turmoil, he felt as if he were weeping within. It was akin to a surreal yet sweet dream, with Yu Jiu as the all-powerful, enchanting fairy of his reverie. He had made numerous improbable decisions for her, as reason and principles seemed to abandon him. He often thought he should have left her sooner. She was a fairy after all. Yet instinct compelled him to draw nearer. Once she departed, the dream shattered, and he was expected to return to normalcy. Yet Mu Rong felt that all remnants of passion had left with her, leaving him with a lingering sense of tedium regarding the life that lay ahead. Mu Rong had never believed himself to be in love with her. Their connection had been primarily physical. He reveled in the thrill and satisfaction her body provided, which allowed him to tolerate her difficult personality. Had he not harbored any particular affection, he would have married a refined woman of equal standing. However, upon encountering someone he liked, he felt no obligation to pursue a union. Yet, amid this, love was conspicuously absent. He found her disposition utterly intolerable. While it was manageable before marriage, it became unbearable afterward. He had already begun contemplating ways to dull her sharper edges, favoring a calculated approach. He had envisioned everything meticulously, yet he had not anticipated the unforeseen. It was then that Mu Rong truly felt pain. The absurd dream had ended, yet he had to continue. Now devoid of the enchanting fairy who had captivated him, taking with her the last vestiges of his fervor. One of his blind dates remarked, "Mu Rong, you are as cold as the glaciers of the Arctic, inside and out. I'm afraid I cannot thaw you. Let us part ways." She was a well-bred and intelligent woman who held a genuine affection for him, but upon realizing that she could not penetrate his heart, she made the decisive choice to leave. His rather unremarkable past at Xinghui did not impede his standing within the conglomerate. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work. By the age of 35, the elder officially designated him as the heir. He was esteemed, charismatic, exceptionally capable, and maintained his integrity. Countless suitors sought to forge alliances with him, and the elder expressed his concerns, though Mu Rong did not reject their advances. However, they soon withdrew. The elder queried, "Can you not forget her?" Recalling their solitary encounter, Mu Rong could not help but sigh. As the days turned into years, his regret intensified. Had he known the profound impact she would have on Mu Rong's life, he might have opposed her departure less vehemently. Though Mu Rong appeared more accomplished, the elder understood that his heart had withered away. Mu Rong lowered his eyelashes and murmured, "Grandfather, I sometimes feel an immense regret." He was not one to warm up quickly. Rather, he was methodical, contemplating every decision. His infatuation with Yu Jiu did not deter him from pursuing his plans. Resigning from his position as CEO of Xinghui was merely a strategic retreat. Yet now he pondered, if only he had not overthought matters. Had he known their time together would be so brief, he would have indulged her every whim, supporting her in all her grievances. Unbeknownst to him, the anniversary of Yu Jiu's death had arrived once again. Each year, a grand memorial was held nationwide, the cemetery overflowing with flowers. Despite her passing, her fans had not forgotten her. After her death, the sales of her final album surged to an astounding 10 million copies, while the box office of the Grand Palace reached miraculous figures. She was posthumously awarded Best Actress, and the audience wept openly at the mere mention of her name. Yet, this was all for a woman perceived as vicious and ungrateful. They often cursed Le Han, with some even visiting her rehabilitation center to insult her in person.
Indeed.
Ling Xian had been sentenced to death, yet Le Han remained alive, albeit blind and disfigured, cursing Yu Jiu daily. Doctors diagnosed her as mentally unstable, and she was confined to a rehabilitation center where her sanity seemed to fray. Only Mu Rong knew the extent of his involvement in these events. He instructed his assistant softly, "Let her live. May she have a long life. This is not merely her fate." Yes, it was a life exchanged for Yu Jiu's. Yet Mu Rong would not allow her to perish. Whether she was mad or disabled, she must continue to live. Even in her insanity, Lu Han continued to curse Yu Jiu, inflaming the fury of her fans. They could not fathom why such a person could continue to exist while their idol had perished. Fate seemed unbearably unjust to them. Lu Han too felt the weight of this injustice. Why had she been reduced to such a state? Everyone deemed her insane, and sometimes she doubted her own sanity. Yet she remained lucid, bearing the brunt of the world's condemnation and malice, even from her caregivers, who occasionally revealed their disdain in conversation. She wept, raged, and despaired, as all proclaimed her deserving of her fate. She had once so ruthlessly defamed Yu Jiu, and yet, Yu Jiu had saved her, without harboring ill will. Lu Han grappled with the notion that perhaps her past was fabricated, that the memories were false, and that what others said was the truth. Yet her indomitable will repeatedly affirmed that her understanding was the reality, while their words were deceitful. Only she comprehended the depth of Yu Jiu's malice and disdain toward her. As for why she had saved her, she remained clueless. Her animosity lacked justification, and her salvation was equally inexplicable. Yet her life had undeniably transformed because of Yu Jiu, ultimately leading her to a state that was neither human nor ghostly. Lu Han could only curse her repeatedly, seeking solace in her own vitriol. Mu Rong watched her from a distance, occasionally hearing her invectives. Though he could not discern the names, he understood who she was cursing. His assistant cautiously inquired, "Shall I have someone silence her?" As Mu Rong took a step forward, he shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Let her continue her incessant tirade. This would ensure she would never forget, for she was the tumor festering in her own heart, tormenting her even as she raged. Mu Rong has never publicly acknowledged his relationship with Yu Jiu. Initially, Lu Han's statements and the released recordings were dismissed as fabrications by enraged fans after Yu Jiu's death. As time passed, no one bothered to revisit those claims. Mu Rong, known for his reticent nature, never intended to disclose anything, yet he never anticipated that the truth would eventually come to light. A blogger referred to their bond as a perfect love story, with delicate and lingering prose intertwined with Yu Jiu's narrative and the rumors of yesteryears, causing view counts to surge dramatically. Perhaps true love exists in this world. When you were present, we shared a profound intimacy, and now that you are gone, I find it impossible to accommodate anyone else in my life. I have always believed that a single lifetime is excessively long, filled with countless encounters. The notion of love enduring through the trials of time seems deceptive, as even the passing of one's parents brings sorrow only for few years before life resumes its course. This was my perspective until someone challenged my beliefs, revealing that there indeed exists love that transcends life and death, and individuals who remain unwaveringly devoted. It merely requires one to encounter such love. I am a devoted fan of Miss Yu Jiu. I have purchased every album she released. Each year, on the anniversary of her passing, I visit her grave to lay a bouquet of flowers. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, but each year I encounter a man I initially thought was another fan. Only later did I learn that he was, in fact, Miss Yu Jiu's lover. Accompanying this revelation were several photographs of him, chronicling his romantic endeavors over the years, including a remarkable image of him outside the operating room during her final moments. To my knowledge, since Miss Yu Jiu's demise, Mr. Mu has remained solitary, having ended several relationships, each dissipating as his heart remained desolate. I can assure you that these women were all exceptionally talented and charming, yet none managed to ignite any passion within this affluent and handsome gentleman. Instead, he continues to visit her grave annually in remembrance. It has been a year since his last breakup, and there are no signs of him seeking love again. Gazing at his images, he still possesses an elegant and refined demeanor, yet the phrase heart like dead ashes comes to mind. There may indeed exist a person who captivates one's heart so profoundly that after their departure, the world falls into a hushed stillness, leaving no room for another. A fleeting dream, she wove a grand illusion that ensnared him, only to vanish abruptly upon awakening, leaving him to wander aimlessly between dreams and reality, gradually losing himself in the void of existence. What? The reporter fails to comprehend, unable to grasp the meaning behind a fleeting dream. How does this relate to his inquiry? Heart like dead ashes. As two individuals crossed paths in the imperial garden, the chief palace, made beside the virtuous consort, frowned at the audacity of the person obstructing the consort's path. Who could be so bold as to hinder her? Everyone knows that although the virtuous consort holds merely a consort's title, she manages the palace in the absence of an heir, wielding authority nearly equivalent to that of the empress. Who is this audacious individual? The virtuous consort felt the palanquin come to a halt. What is happening? The chief maid replied, "It appears someone has blocked the way. Your Highness, please wait. I have sent someone to inform them of your presence, and they will surely clear the path shortly."
What?
The consort gasped in disbelief. The Empress Dowager? Isn't she rarely seen outside Changla Palace? How could she suddenly appear in the Imperial Garden? She quickly recognized the impropriety of the situation. "Hurry, assist me down." The late emperor had 5 empresses, and the current emperor Jingwen is the son of the first empress. This Empress Dowager, born of humble origins, had just ascended to the position of empress a year before the late emperor's passing. Following his death, she became an invisible presence in the palace, almost as if she did not exist. How could she suddenly emerge? Regardless, she is the Empress Dowager, and the virtuous consort must show her respect. The chief maid's audacity in allowing the Empress Dowager to yield the path to her would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. The virtuous consort declared, "I am but a junior. The Empress Dowager is my elder. It is inappropriate for an elder to give way to a junior." She hastily advanced, insisting, "Mother, please pause." If the Empress Dowager were to proceed without acknowledgement, the consort's reputation would suffer greatly. Realizing this, her complexion turned pale. In the palace, the virtuous consort held a position of prominence, with more attendants than the Empress Dowager herself. As she hastened forward, her entourage followed closely behind. With so many people in such a narrow passage, chaos ensued. The fastest individual collided with the person ahead, causing an uncontrollable chain reaction that sent several tumbling to the ground, accompanied by cries of distress. The virtuous consort immediately spotted the individual at the center of the commotion. But before she could fully comprehend the situation, that person was knocked aside into a nearby flower bed. "Empress Dowager. Physician. You are bleeding." The chaos escalated further, and the virtuous consort felt her vision blur, unable to spare even a moment to berate the attendants. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and summon the physician." Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead as she pushed past the chief maid to assist the Empress Dowager. "Mother, are you all right? It is entirely the fault of these attendants for daring to collide with you. They have caused you injury. Hurry, take them away and administer punishment to teach them a lesson." No matter how the situation unfolded, her attendants were responsible for the Empress Dowager's injury within the Imperial Garden, and she could not evade accountability. The virtuous consort was acutely aware that should the noble lady learn of the incident, there would be consequences. However, as she reached out to help, she unexpectedly encountered a hand as delicate as jade. The virtuous consort, raised in a prestigious family, had been pampered her entire life. Initially chosen as a secondary consort for the crown prince, she managed the inner palace with ease, never having endured a day of hardship. Her hands, always maintained with care, were flawless. Yet, she was taken aback to find herself outshone by another. Her hands, adorned with vermilion, stood in stark contrast to this otherworldly hand, highlighting an undeniable disparity akin to the difference between a mere artisan's work and that of a master. No commentary was necessary. The mere sight of it invoked a profound sense of humiliation. In that moment of shock, the Empress Dowager was supported back to her feet by palace maids. The soothing voice that followed was enchanting, a melody that could only be described as celestial. The virtuous consort looked up to see the Empress Dowager frowning, a hint of restraint crossing her face. The pale fabric of her attire now graced with a few splashes of crimson plum blossoms, which did nothing to diminish her beauty. As a woman, witnessing her in such distress compelled an instinctive urge to smooth her brow, wishing to alleviate any source of her worry. Not only the virtuous consort, but even her attendants stood momentarily dumbfounded. The Empress Dowager was nothing short of breathtaking. Caught in a state of profound astonishment, the virtuous consort missed her final opportunity as Yu Jiu, supported by palace maids, proceeded toward Changla Palace. Given the previous incident, she dared not pursue. As the consort scanned the area with an authoritative gaze, she commanded, "Hurry and assist me. I must apologize to the Empress Dowager." Reluctant to let a minor incident be used against her, she dispatched someone to the Imperial Medical Office while she personally made her way to Changla Palace. Kneeling outside to express her apologies to the Empress Dowager and punishing the small eunuch involved with 20 lashes. Upon receiving the news, the noble lady remarked, "Truly, the virtuous consort lives up to her reputation." Without hesitation, the decision was made. At this moment, there was fear that no one would speak of the Empress Dowager's grievances against the imperial concubine, but rather commend her benevolence. The Empress Dowager murmured something, and the concubine Shu displayed a look of disdain. Coming from a prestigious family herself, she had always been proud and arrogant. Before ascending to the palace, the Empress Dowager was merely the daughter of a hunter, a commoner at heart. How could she be expected to bow down? Concubine Shu believed the matter should have ended there, assuming the Empress Dowager would not allow the Empress to have any leverage against her. However, the following day, she received alarming news. The Empress was kneeling outside Chanla Palace, pleading for forgiveness. To her surprise, the Empress Dowager personally went out to assist her to her feet, but inexplicably fainted midway. The palace physicians had been summoned in haste, and rumors spread that the Empress had forced the Empress Dowager to rise despite her injuries. Upon hearing this, concubine Shu nearly burst into laughter. It was indeed a case of losing the hen while trying to steal the eggs. Nodding to the palace servants, she indicated they knew what to do. Within a day, rumors of the Empress's oppressive behavior circulated throughout the inner palace. Upon learning this, the Empress nearly crushed the cup in her hand, certain that concubine Shu was behind it. Yet, she felt powerless to retaliate. To Chanla Palace, she commanded. Since entering the palace, she had never encountered such humiliation. Now, she found herself in a situation where silence was her only option, suffering in silence. Her kneeling outside Chanla Palace was indeed to clarify her position, leaving no room for others to take advantage. Who could have anticipated that the Empress Dowager would wish to see her personally, only to faint? Now, she could neither speak nor act. If she dealt with those who spoke ill of her, it would only solidify her reputation for tyranny. She had stumbled, but must rise from this fall. Yesterday, she had decisively expressed her surprise at the severity of her mother's injuries, assuring that she would never dare to intrude again. For now, she could only remain at the Empress Dowager's side until her recovery. "Your Highness, the Empress has arrived," announced Yu Jiu. She coughed lightly, urging, quickly, "Let the Empress in." Upon entering, the Empress again offered her apologies, sincerely expressing her ignorance of the Empress Dowager's frail condition and asserting that she had never intended to compel her. "I hope for your understanding, Mother." Yu Jiu regarded the Empress with a curious expression. Sensing the scrutiny, she quickly resumed her composure. "As I have mentioned, this was merely an accident and has no bearing on the Empress. You need not be so concerned." At this moment, she should have helped her to her feet or had someone assist her, but it seemed she had momentarily forgotten this duty. "Why hasn't the Empress risen yet?" The Empress's face stiffened. Was this her fault for not standing? After so many unexpected events yesterday, she had taken the Empress Dowager's previous transparency for granted.
Now,
it felt as if the Empress Dowager harbored some disdain for her. With the conversation reaching this point, Yu Jiu had no choice but to say, "As long as the Empress does not mind my somewhat dull demeanor, we shall be fine." Realizing her overthinking, the Empress understood that it wasn't that the Empress Dowager was unaware of her need to rise, but rather that she simply had no consciousness of it. If she understood etiquette, would she have spoken in such a manner? When concubine Shu heard of the Empress's frequent visits to Chanla Palace, she could not help but scoff. After changing her attire, she went to seek out Emperor Jingwen, not so much to find him as to wait for him outside the palace gates. Upon seeing the Emperor and his entourage, her eyes lit up, and she approached, calling, "Your Majesty." Indeed, upon hearing her, Emperor Jingwen furrowed his brow. Concubine Shu's smile grew sweeter as she seized the moment, leaning closer. "Your Majesty, it has been so long since your last visit. I have missed you dearly." It had been nearly half a month since Emperor Jingwen last graced the inner palace. Concubine Shu had been confident of her hold over him, yet to her astonishment, he replied, "I have matters to attend to. I shall come again another time."
what?
Concubine Shu stared incredulously at the Emperor's retreating figure. Was he truly leaving just like that? Her charming countenance paled. Concubine Shu had assumed that the Emperor was merely off to visit another concubine and felt her temper rising. Determined to uncover the identity of the rival by the next day, Emperor Jingwen, however, was well aware of the situation but had lost interest in appeasing her. A dream had haunted him for over a month, leaving him utterly exhausted, and he had no desire to indulge concubine Shu's whims. The scenes in his dreams had started out chaotic and vague, but over the past 2 weeks, they had grown increasingly vivid. In his dreams, he was referred to as elder brother by someone, and extraordinary treasures appeared, unlike anything he had ever seen. The details were so clear that he could hardly believe it was a dream. More importantly, there was a figure in his dreams. Upon awakening, he found himself once again atop the sea of clouds, surrounded by swirling mist, reminiscent of the legendary celestial river. The peaks appeared to vanish within the clouds, as if he could reach out and touch them. Yet none of this beauty could compare to the enchanting figure within the sea of clouds. Though he could only see her back, it was enough to envision her exquisite beauty, not to mention how breathtaking she appeared when dancing gracefully. The stunning scenery that had once left him in awe reappeared in his dreams. He found, inexplicably, a white jade flute in his hand. The flute's melody summoned phoenixes, and as the clouds surged violently, a resounding phoenix cry echoed. He looked up to behold a magnificent, multicolored phoenix soaring through the air, showcasing its resplendent wings as it danced amidst the clouds. Then, a beautiful maiden clad in white leaped into the sea of clouds, moving as if treading solid ground. Her garments bloomed like petals, and her hands twirled elegantly in the air, transforming in various poses. She resembled a rare orchid, poised and graceful, existing apart from the world. The clouds and phoenix followed her every movement, and even the most exquisite sights of the mortal realm paled in comparison. As the melody came to an end, the winds and phoenix cries ceased entirely. The maiden's skirt, akin to a fleeting flower in bloom, suddenly folded, merging seamlessly with the clouds. She turned to him with a smile, appearing as though she had sprouted ethereal wings, gliding into his embrace. "Elder brother, have I improved today?" Her soft and delicate presence was captivating, and her smile was enchanting, making it difficult to look away. Before he could respond, she tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, "Elder brother, I have found a wonderful place. Let me take you there." Emperor Jingwen had spent countless days in dreams with this girl, gradually understanding her nature. She was spontaneous and carefree, never considering the consequences. At this moment, a wave of helplessness washed over him as he recognized this feeling, and he found himself momentarily stunned. Initially, he had been wary of her, discontent with her advances, but over the past 2 weeks, he had grown accustomed to her closeness. How curious! Lost in thought, he was suddenly pulled onto the back of the phoenix. The girl, full of vitality, declared, "Let us go." The phoenix lifted its head and trumpeted, unfurling its magnificent wings, taking flight. The vast sea of clouds thinned as the phoenix soared into the distance, revealing the scenery below. From this vantage point, he could see the breathtaking expanse of mountains and rivers. They soon landed atop a snow-capped peak, where the sky appeared to have torn open, with snowflakes cascading down. Despite the absence of snow, the mountaintop was adorned with pure white blossoms, a truly magnificent sight. With a triumphant smile, the girl asked, "Do you like it?" "I searched for a long time to find this place. I have already decided that once we marry, we shall find a secluded spot to live together. I've scoured the peaks of Zixia Mountain, yet I still favor this place. There is also a peach blossom valley filled with peach blossoms that I adore, but alas, it's claimed by my second senior sister, and I cannot contend with her, so I had to settle for this." Upon hearing her words, Emperor Jingwen replied, "If you cannot contend with her, I shall." With a cheer, the girl leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Elder brother, I knew you would treat me the best. We cannot abandon the Peach Blossom Valley either. We can alternate between the 2 locations, as I cherish both the flowers and snow here." Emperor Jingwen found himself saying, "Fine. Whoever refuses to comply, I shall make them submit." Emperor Jingwen pondered the tempestuous nature of the maiden in his dreams, whose capriciousness was largely a result of his own indulgence. Yet, this whimsicality rendered her irresistibly charming, as he overheard his companion's lament, "Master brother, you have changed. You now forsake your brethren for the allure of beauty." The second sister, aggrieved by the loss of the Peach Blossom Valley, fumed in frustration before breaking into laughter. This peculiar sensation was foreign to Emperor Jingwen, who felt as if he had truly become the elder brother. a wave of sweetness washing over him as he imagined a girl standing by his bedside, smiling at him with a playful chin resting in her palm. He mused. Perhaps this was the essence of divine companionship. The chief eunuch recounted the events with meticulous detail, refraining from embellishment. "I understand," replied Emperor Jingwen, reflecting on the enchanting scene of the Peach Blossom Valley, which resembled a celestial paradise. He glanced out the window, wondering if the blossoms had begun to bloom. The chief eunuch inquired, "Your Majesty, do you wish to admire the flowers?" Initially a casual remark, the notion piqued his interest, prompting him to gather a retinue to behold the blossoms. Before they reached the orchard, they encountered a gathering outside, and the keen-eyed eunuch recognized the attendance of the virtuous consort. Was it mere coincidence? Rumor had it that the game had persisted for nearly an hour. The virtuous consort was famed for her chess prowess, unmatched save for the emperor himself. So how could the Empress Dowager contend with her? Curiosity stirred within Emperor Jingwen, for he knew the virtuous consort would not yield to the Empress Dowager, as that was not her nature. He recalled that the Empress Dowager was merely the daughter of a hunter. Her skills in arts and letters were likely lacking. So, how could she engage in a game of chess? Upon entering the orchard, he beheld the vibrant peach blossoms, their intoxicating fragrance filling the air, and a carpet of petals cushioning his steps. Following the young eunuch deeper into the fragrant grove, the aroma intensified, and he was enveloped by a sea of brilliant blossoms, rendering him momentarily disoriented. After an indeterminate time, he finally spotted figures ahead. Without announcing his arrival, he observed the virtuous consort, who was intently focused on the chessboard, where black and white pieces were locked in a fierce struggle. The match had clearly been underway for some time, and a single misstep could lead to defeat. She was taken aback, perplexed by the depth of Yu Jiu's chess skills. As he approached, her tension was palpable, but he could not evade her acute awareness. "Your Majesty," she gasped as she stood. Emperor Jingwen interjected, "Finish this game first," waving his hand nonchalantly. Just as he intended to scrutinize the board, the figure turned, revealing long lashes and exquisite features, a chess piece delicately held in her hand. A peach blossom petal serendipitously floated down from above, landing upon her lashes. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, pouting in mild displeasure. Before he realized it, Emperor Jingwen had reached out to pluck the petal from her lashes. In that moment, the lines between dream and reality blurred. Her expression was all too familiar, and he could almost predict her imminent reaction. As he anticipated, her brows unfurled, and a smile danced at the corners of her lips. "Your Majesty?" The virtuous consort's astonished voice jolted him back to reality. He glanced at the petal in his hand, then at Yu Jiu, whose expression was a complex tapestry of emotions he had seldom witnessed over the years. Yet, in mere seconds, Emperor Jingwen regained his composure. "The Empress Dowager?" he inquired. "Your Majesty," Yu Jiu replied, rising gracefully, the petals upon her shoulders cascading as she did so, acknowledging him with a demure nod. "It seems today's game will yield no victor. We shall continue another time. I must take my leave." With that, she departed with her attendants, the throng of petals enveloping her. Emperor Jingwen closed his eyes briefly, contemplating her earlier surprise. "I never anticipated you would seek me out." Had she not been the Empress Dowager, he would have sensed her underlying sentiments. Yet, a solemnity clouded his expression. The virtuous consort, initially elated, gradually sensed something amiss. "Your Majesty?" she ventured. "I was reflecting on matters of state." His words trailed off as he surveyed the chessboard. "Let us resume our game." He settled into the seat once occupied by Yu Jiu, the warmth of the cushions still lingering, a remnant of her presence. The virtuous consort, interpreting his demeanor as one of melancholy, obediently took her seat. She had heard of the turmoil surrounding the noble consort, and the fact that the emperor sought her out instead was a testament to her status. Meanwhile, the noble consort, upon hearing the news, had nearly erupted in fury, threatening to shatter the palace's porcelain in her wrath. How vexing it was that the virtuous consort, even as the crown princess, had always been a step ahead of her and continued to do so. After a game with the virtuous consort, Emperor Jingwen found himself disenchanted. How could she be the Empress Dowager? Or rather, why would the Empress Dowager appear as the figure in my dreams? Shortly after his evening ablutions, he lay in bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. The virtuous consort, listening to the rhythm of his breathing, quelled her suspicions, attributing his behavior to exhaustion. In the realm of dreams, he found himself once more in the Peach Blossom Valley, the scenery scarcely differing from the daylight. Brother, hurry up. Why the delay? A figure tugged insistently at his sleeve. Is this not my first time? He replied. You always wish for me to perfect my work, otherwise, you will complain if I am unsatisfied with the outcome. Do not move. If you do, it will be askew. He held a brush. Its tip dipped in pink paint, as the girl, eyes closed, tilted her head back, completely unguarded. Her features mirrored those he had just encountered, save for one thing. As he contemplated, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the blossoms to sway, petals cascading like confetti, the accompanying bells tinkling melodically. He understood this was her idea, to create an intimate space just for the two of them, and she had spent the entire day adorning each tree with bells. A petal fortuitously landed on her lashes, and with deft hands, she removed it, cupping her face in his palm. Stay still, or it will be crooked. Amidst the symphony of bells and petals, a vivid blossom began to bloom on her forehead. As soon as the brush lifted, her eyes fluttered open, hands cradling her face as she leaned closer. Is it beautiful? She asked, brimming with pride. I already know it is. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she seized the brush from his grasp, pinning his shoulder down with one hand. Now I shall paint you a perfect pair. His immediate instinct was to resist such an absurdity on his face. Yet his body seemed to act independently, merely putting up a symbolic struggle before being seated firmly in the chair. The girl inched closer, her breath brushing against his face, her lips, soft and petal-like, curling upwards. Do not move, or I'll take you to the second sister. At such proximity, he could clearly see the reflection in her eyes, his own visage, yet more youthful. Perhaps no older than 20, adorned with an expression of playful exasperation and overflowing affection. As he remained mesmerized, the girl suddenly broke into a wicked smile. Leaning in even closer, and he felt a gentle kiss, as delicate as a petal, land upon his cheek. All right, let me give you a kiss and allow me to draw. Emperor Jingwen. Since that day, the virtuous consort had not returned to the Changle Palace. Her reasoning was straightforward. Now that the Empress Dowager had recovered, there was no need for her to intrude. The true reason remained known only to her. With the virtuous consort's absence, Changle Palace fell back into its former desolation. The maid, Xiaoqing, suggested, Why not teach me to play chess, Your Highness? Then I may join you in the game. Yu Jiu remarked, You should stick to making your peach blossom sachets. This year's peach blossoms bloomed particularly splendidly, their fragrance intoxicating. Emperor Jingwen had recently taken to visiting the peach orchard frequently, and among the palace maids, the crafting of peach blossom sachets had become all the rage. Changle Palace boasted dozens of peach trees, thriving even better than those in the orchard, and the maids were enthusiastically engaged in their creation. As they conversed, a throng of individuals suddenly arrived, bearing gifts. We pay our respects to Your Highness. Long live the princess. I have been commanded to deliver these items to you. It turned out that this year's tribute from Jiangnan had arrived, including several special batches of embroidered satin, crafted by the finest embroiderers who had worked day and night. In previous years, such luxuries were not allocated to Changle Palace, but this year, during an audience, the emperor had suddenly inquired, What about Changle Palace? And commanded that the embroidered satin be sent there. Xiaoqing, having served in Changle Palace for 6 years, was taken aback by this turn of events. Yet she quickly regained her composure and urged the eunuchs to enter. The procession, laden with gifts, could not remain unnoticed, especially as word had already spread throughout the palace that the Jiangnan tributes had just arrived. The noble consort was incredulous, while the virtuous consort appeared even more astonished, recalling the moment when Emperor Jingwen plucked petals from the Empress Dowager's eye. Such an intimate gesture. Meanwhile, Emperor Jingwen felt a twinge of regret. He had just dreamt of buying her numerous gifts, and upon awakening, he instinctively commanded their procurement, particularly a hairpin that resembled one he had seen in his dream. He pressed his fingers to his temples, having ordered a thorough investigation into the Empress Dowager's background, which confirmed her lineage as a hunter's daughter, devoid of any suspicion. Yet, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman in his dreams. "What did the Empress Dowager say?" he inquired. The chief eunuch replied, "The Empress Dowager instructed the maids to convey that the Emperor is thoughtful." Just this brief message? In his dream, she had leapt into his arms with fervor. Emperor Jingwen's expression stiffened as he conflated his dream with reality. "Your Majesty, shall we visit Changle Palace?" he decided, rather than overthinking, to see her directly. Before he even reached Changle Palace, he was greeted by a haze of pink, vibrant like a red cloud. He realized with astonishment that the palace was indeed filled with peach blossoms. Having ascended to the throne for 6 years, this was his first visit to Changle Palace. And all the palace attendants knelt in trepidation, leaving only the two of them standing. She held a peach blossom sachet in her hand, appearing somewhat taken aback. After a pause, she spoke, "Your Majesty." Sitting upright and composed, she asked, "Is there something you require?" Emperor Jingwen replied, "I have been contemplating the chess game between the Empress Dowager and the virtuous consort. I have been pondering strategies to break the stalemate, but I have not yet arrived at a resolution. How about a game of chess with the Empress Dowager?" He noticed a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, indicating her displeasure. In his dream, she would have jumped up in protest. He had come to understand that everyone pampered her, as if demanding the moon while denying the stars, and he himself had cultivated such expectations. She could not endure the slightest grievance. Yet, she composedly nodded very well. Emperor Jingwen furrowed his brow, witnessing her mouth twitch again, this time more pronounced, signaling her growing displeasure. Perhaps it was due to his unenthusiastic response despite her acquiescence. He could almost envision her incredulous expression, as if she were asserting, "You cannot possibly dislike me. Is there anyone in this world who does not like me?" Emperor Jingwen fell into a reverie, realizing that indeed, it seemed improbable that anyone could dislike such a girl. Understanding her disdain for him, he found himself caught between laughter and tears, and as he gazed at her, the girl from his dreams became more vividly intertwined with the present. Silently, he picked up a chess piece, signaling her to proceed. Reluctantly, Yu Jiu lifted a piece as well. As the chessboard began to fill, their pace slowed. A gust of wind swept through, causing peach petals to flutter down, and at that precise moment, her delicate fingers placed a black piece on the board. Almost instantaneously, the dynamics of the game shifted, leaving a section of white pieces surrounded and vulnerable. Emperor Jingwen instinctively remarked, "Have you played unfairly again?" In his dream, she had been taught by him, an abysmal player who delighted in chaotic moves, refusing to acknowledge defeat and occasionally resorting to trickery. Upon uttering this, he sensed the tension in her demeanor. "Unfair?" Emperor Jingwen quickly clarified, "I was lost in thought." He noticed her fingers tapping rhythmically on the board. Although it was plausible for two similar-looking individuals to share such characteristics, what of her little habits? They spent the entire afternoon playing chess, and Emperor Jingwen lingered in Changle Palace for the same duration. The virtuous consort felt increasingly uneasy. What could possibly require an entire afternoon of discussion? In his dreams, she had declared, "How could I possibly lose again?" Her second sister chuckled, "Can't you see? Yes, merely trying to tease you. With your skills, do you truly believe you could win against us?" The girl, brimming with confidence, sought to redeem herself but ended up losing even more decisively. She turned, fuming. "It's all your fault. You deceived me into thinking I had a gift, winning against you after just a month of practice." Emperor Jingwen could hardly contain his mirth. Chuckling heartily, "You were the one who insisted on learning, and you expected to win within a month. I could think of no other approach. You infuriate me." "You're laughing," she retorted. "Try laughing again and see what happens." Upon returning, she resolved to study every chess manual available, vowing that she would not be defeated again. "Just wait. I will emerge victorious and leave you all in disarray." Awakening from his reverie, Emperor Jingwen muttered to himself, "It seems she truly has learned." Suddenly, he stiffened, recalling the present moment, his expression growing cold once more. The individuals in the imperial study sensed that the emperor had been rather moody of late, lowering their eyes in a manner that suggested they wished to render themselves invisible. Emperor Jingwen began to visit Changle Palace every few days. Indifferent to the purpose of his visits, this became a significant indicator within the harem. Previously, he had treated Changle Palace as if it were non-existent, allowing the attendants to follow suit. Now, with his sporadic visits, they all obediently sought to pay their respects at Changle Palace. Those of lower rank were less affected, but higher-ranking individuals, such as the noble consort, felt a sense of unwillingness. Why had the emperor suddenly remembered her after 6 years? Was it not possible to forget once more? Ultimately, it all seemed to trace back to the virtuous consort. Were it not for her, the emperor might have entirely forgotten about Changle Palace. Why should she, the legitimate daughter of a marquis, now be obligated to pay her respects to the daughter of a hunter? If she had not entered the palace, she would have never had the chance to meet her. Now, she found herself compelled to show deference. The noble consort harbored a profound resentment towards the virtuous consort. Upon seeing the virtuous consort approach, she feigned a smile and said, "Sister virtuous consort, we have yet to meet the Empress Dowager. You were previously in attendance during her illness. Now, we must go to pay our respects. Do guide us." The virtuous consort cast her a meaningful glance, which incited the noble consort's ire. What sort of look was that? After the noble consort encountered Yu Jiu, she finally grasped the meaning behind the virtuous consort's glance. The noble consort was strikingly beautiful, arguably the most exquisite in the harem. Yet beside Yu Jiu, she appeared as mere common beauty. Upon observing her demeanor, the consort Xian could not help but smirk coldly within her heart. However, the first words uttered by Yu Jiu sent a chill down her spine. "Has the consort Xian arrived? His Majesty mentioned you to me earlier." Upon hearing this, Consort Shu immediately snapped back to attention, her gaze sharp as a dagger. The emperor must have an extraordinary fondness for her to mention her even while in the Changle Palace. Unperturbed by such scrutiny, Consort Xian found herself pondering the peculiar attitude of the Empress Dowager towards her. Was it intentional or merely casual? Under normal circumstances, Consort Shu would not have harbored such suspicions. Yet rumors had circulated among the palace maids regarding the possibility of a new empress being appointed. Consort Shu, unable to repress her thoughts, began to contemplate if these rumors were indeed validating her assumptions. Consort Xian began her daily visits to Changle Palace without fail, and whispers of her benevolence and filial piety began to circulate throughout the palace. At this juncture, what else could she be striving for but her reputation? While others had refrained from visiting, her frequent appearances inevitably highlighted her presence, allowing her to encounter Emperor Jingwen from time to time. Consort Shu secretly cursed Consort Xian for her cunning, deeming her relentless in her pursuit of the empress position. With the sight of Consort Xian and Emperor Jingwen together, the likes of Lady Li and others dared not linger. Thus, Consort Shu found herself isolated. Fuming, Consort Shu felt as if she were on the verge of spewing blood. The thought of approaching Changle Palace was utterly repugnant to her. Little did she know that Consort Xian felt equally uncomfortable, often recalling moments when Emperor Jingwen would gaze intently at Yu Jiu during their encounters. Consort Xian harbored no desire to suspect Emperor Jingwen. She merely resolved to visit even more frequently. "Dear sister Consort Xian, do you neglect palace affairs with your daily visits to Changle Palace? Those who understand will commend your devotion to the Empress Dowager, while others might misconstrue your attentiveness to His Majesty's assignments," Consort Shu remarked. Struggling with her own misgivings, Consort Shu proposed, "I see you weary, sister. Why not allow me to share your burdens? Being younger, I admit my understanding of filial piety is limited, yet I could assist with palace duties, thereby enabling you to better serve the Empress Dowager." Consort Xian was nearly choked by Consort Shu's audacity. Her brazen appeal for power was astonishingly straightforward. She believed Emperor Jingwen would never acquiesce to such a request, yet to her astonishment, he replied, "You have not managed palace affairs before, Consort Xian. Please provide her guidance." Both Consort Xian and Consort Shu were taken aback. This unexpected opportunity left Consort Shu agog with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she exclaimed, "I will not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." Observing her expression, Emperor Jingwen found her demeanor increasingly reminiscent of his earlier affections, and he reached out to pat her head, urging her to learn diligently. Such an informal gesture was unprecedented in public, filling consort Shu with unbridled joy. She momentarily questioned her prior doubts regarding His Majesty's affections, convinced that he genuinely favored her. In a fleeting moment, she cast a triumphant glance towards Consort Xian. With newfound authority, Consort Shu felt as if she were soaring, no longer resenting Consort Xian's incessant visits to Changlu Palace. In fact, she wished for Consort Xian's daily attendance, having endured her subordinate position for 7 long years. Seizing the opportunity, she inundated Consort Xian with an array of tasks. Each time she approached Emperor Jingwen to voice her grievances, inexplicably, he would side with Consort Shu, further inflating her arrogance and leaving Consort Xian increasingly fraught and distressed. As a result, her visits to Changlu Palace noticeably dwindled, leading her to wonder if this was a deliberate act by the emperor. Reluctant to entertain such thoughts about Emperor Jingwen, Consort Xian swiftly banished them from her mind. Yet, the Empress Dowager's subtly unsettling demeanor, coupled with Emperor Jingwen's frequent visits to Changlu Palace and his endorsement of Consort Shu's authority, only deepened her unease. With Consort Xian's absence, Consort Shu also refrained from visiting, while other concubines, including Lady Li, were less frequent in their appearances. Only Lady Li continued to visit daily. Regardless of past or present circumstances, Yu Jiu maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected by the comings and goings of others, a stark contrast to Emperor Jingwen's dreams. In her dreams, a young girl lamented, "Have I become less beautiful?" gazing forlornly into the mirror.
Who told you that?
Came the response. No one. But I feel you have been rather cold towards me lately. You used to compliment my beauty daily, yet now you have not done so for 3 consecutive days. Her voice was filled with a mix of despair and indignation, leading to an absurdly comical exchange. In the chaotic harem of the late emperor, where concubines rose and fell like waves, it was inevitable that he encountered those who were either domineering or scheming for power. Growing up in such an environment was like walking on thin ice, and upon ascending the throne, he had to restore order to a tumultuous court while mending a fractured empire, never experiencing a moment's respite. Yet, within his dreams, he felt a taste of an alternate existence, a pure and fervent bond forged in childhood that no one could help but yearn for. But how'd she found herself in this situation? Yu Jiu questioned. Your Majesty truly wishes to proceed here? Emperor Jingwen replied, since the Empress Dowager is not inclined to allow me to reconsider, why waste a question? It felt as if she were teasing him deliberately. Yu Jiu remained silent, her demeanor poised, exuding an air of confidence. Emperor Jingwen recalled a recent game of chess where he had posed a similar question, which had led to a catastrophic blunder on her part, resulting in an extraordinary loss of 100 points, an exceptionally rare defeat. Could this be an act of retribution? He raised his gaze to her, noticing a glimmer of self-satisfaction in her eyes. Instinctively, he smiled, reaching out to lightly tap her, but her swift movements caught even the palace maids off guard as she fled with a hint of playful retreat. All the palace attendants lowered their heads, oblivious to the unfolding scene, while the Grand Eunuch exclaimed, Your Majesty? Taken aback to find Emperor Jingwen's countenance adorned with a frosty rage. He had merely sought to validate his suspicions, yet he found himself increasingly unable to distinguish between them. If she were merely an ordinary maid, it would be manageable, however. She was the Empress Dowager. What about His Majesty? Shao Qing inquired, having witnessed the change in Emperor Jingwen's demeanor that made the Changlu Palace come alive. In the past, the inner palace had not been so warm towards them. She mused that had they known earlier of the Empress Dowager's skill in chess, they would have revealed it sooner. Yet now, why did the Empress Dowager maintain such distance from His Majesty? Yu Jiu clearly had no intention of providing an explanation. She half closed her eyes, her breathing gradually steadying. Shao Qing signaled to the others, draping a cloak over her before they all exited in an orderly fashion. Emperor Jingwen appeared to grow busier, ceasing his visits to the harem, and naturally, he no longer graced Changlu Palace with his presence, leading to other concubines being denied audience as well. Consort Xian kept a vigilant eye on the happenings within Changlu Palace, and as Emperor Jingwen ceased his visits, her earlier suspicions began to waver. After much contemplation, she summoned Lady Li for questioning. Lady Li, the only concubine persistently visiting the Empress Dowager, felt a twinge of disappointment at not having seen her recently. When asked by Consort Xian, she recalled her previous visits to Changla Palace and said, "I heard from the maids that the Empress Dowager has not been well these past few days. Given her ill health, why not summon the imperial physician?" Consort Xian inquired. Lady Li replied, "I suggested the same, yet the Empress Dowager seems disinclined to call for one, claiming it is merely fatigue and a lack of appetite, small ailments that will resolve with rest. These indeed are mere trifles, and it is understandable if one refrains from summoning the imperial physician. It seems rather inconsequential, yet who would have anticipated that Lady Li would suddenly mention, 'But I once saw Her Majesty the Empress Dowager vomit.' It is said this was not the first occurrence, and the maidens of Changla Palace spoke of it with palpable concern. She intended for the Xian Fei to manage palace affairs, being quite close to the Empress Dowager. Perhaps she could persuade her." However, to her surprise, the Xian Fei's expression changed drastically, turning pale. It was the first time Lady Li had witnessed such a loss of composure in the Xian Fei during her time at court, leaving her utterly astonished. "Your Highness?" The Xian Fei felt her hands and feet grow cold, wishing she could faint right then. She truly had not anticipated the sudden dizziness that threatened to overwhelm her. "It is nothing, you may withdraw for now." She longed to visit Changla Palace to clarify the matter. Yet she understood the necessity of discretion until the truth was unveiled. "I shall proceed to Changla Palace at once. How could we neglect the health of Her Majesty?" "The Empress Dowager?" Lady Li sighed in relief. "That is good. I hope Your Highness can persuade Her Majesty to take care of her health. I observe that you seem quite fond of the Empress Dowager. Might I inquire why?" Lady Li, feeling a bit shy, replied, "I fear Your Highness may laugh at me, but I have always had a penchant for those who possess beauty. The Empress Dowager is more exquisite than the fairies depicted in paintings. I simply adore her." The Xian Fei chuckled softly. Indeed, she was beautiful. In this harem, there seemed to be no one who could rival the Empress Dowager. She felt as though she might bite her tongue in frustration. Dismissing Lady Li, she instructed a chief maid to summon the physician, and they made their way toward Changla Palace. Upon their arrival, the attendants were about to declare that the Empress Dowager was not receiving guests. But the Xian Fei would not allow them to speak, unleashing her ire. "Is this how you serve Her Majesty? The Empress Dowager is unwell, and instead of urging her to rest and recuperate, or advising her to summon the physician for proper treatment, should anything happen to her health, can you bear the responsibility?" Having governed the palace for 6 years, the Xian Fei's authority was formidable enough to instill fear in them. She pushed past them, entering as if in a realm devoid of opposition. At that moment, despite her calm exterior, the Xian Fei's heart was tumultuous, consumed by countless thoughts of possible outcomes. "What if it is true? What shall I do?" The Xian Fei regarded Yu Jiu with uncertainty, perplexed by the individuals behind her. She appeared significantly more haggard than before, yet her beauty remained ethereal, with a delicate veil seemingly shrouding her gaze. Clad in simple attire, she radiated an almost otherworldly grace. In such a captivating scene, the Xian Fei felt as though she might collapse, recalling Lady Li's words, "Who wouldn't admire such beauty?" Indeed, such beauty could enchant anyone, and the late emperor had been adamant about making her empress. "I have heard that the Empress Dowager's health has been poor of late, and this weighs heavily upon my heart. I have brought the physician to examine her pulse." She stepped forward, addressing the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, as the Empress Dowager of the realm, your well-being is paramount. You should have summoned the physician at the first sign of discomfort." At this moment, she was but a step away from Yu Jiu, observing every nuance of her expression. She distinctly noted that upon her utterance, Yu Jiu instinctively placed her hand upon her abdomen. To anyone else, it may seem a casual gesture, yet for the Xian Fei, it was laden with meaning. She even perceived a fleeting glimmer of panic in Yu Jiu's eyes, as if she wished to rise, but was held back by an unspoken thought. "There is no need," Yu Jiu said. "I am well aware of my own condition. I shall recover with a few days of rest." The Xian Fei insisted, "I have already summoned the physician. His examination is merely a formality, and Your Majesty need not refuse." As she took that final step closer, Yu Jiu rose, visibly displeased. "Xian Fei, I have already stated that I wish to rest. You disregarded my prior instructions and barged into Changla Palace with such an entourage. Now you seek to undermine my wishes. Do you not regard me? In the eyes of both the maidens and the Xian Fei, the Empress Dowager was known for her amiable temperament, seldom displaying anger. Yet now, her sudden outburst was entirely unexpected, leaving the maidens bewildered as they knelt in apology, perceiving it as an affront to her dignity. Yet, the Xian Fei could not help but question why such a simple examination should evoke such a fierce reaction. If there were no clandestine matters at hand, why resist the physician's scrutiny? The Xian Fei felt a chill creep up her spine as she regarded Yu Jiu, who seemed to be growing increasingly displeased with her presence. You should depart at once. I have chosen to overlook your intrusion this time due to your previous respectfulness. After speaking, she turned to leave, but after just 2 steps, she suddenly halted, covering her mouth and retching. The Xian Fei had come with the intention of confirming her suspicions, never intending to expose any unsavory truths. Yet, witnessing such reprimand from Yu Jiu only intensified the humiliation she felt. What right did she have to chastise her so? Despite the turmoil within her, the Xian Fei ultimately allowed reason to prevail, forcing herself to respond. It was but a moment of panic. I was genuinely concerned for your Majesty's health. Since the Empress Dowager is resolute in her refusal, I shall take my leave. Shao Qing supported Yu Jiu, whispering her grievance. You did not witness the Xian Fei's formidable presence. She did not even allow us to finish speaking before entering with such a throng. This was no display of concern for the Empress Dowager's health, but rather an invasion. Previously, she had perceived the Xian Fei as more approachable than the Shu Fei. Yet now, she realized the Xian Fei was not so different after all. Observing Yu Jiu's pallor, she expressed her worry. Your Majesty, will you truly not see the physician? You appear to have lost weight over these past few days. Yu Jiu replied, It is merely a lack of appetite. I shall wait a couple of days and reassess. The Xian Fei's grand entrance into Changle Palace had not gone unnoticed by the Shu Fei, who upon hearing of the reprimand, rejoiced. Has the Xian Fei lost her senses? She seized the opportunity and instructed her servants to spread the word of the Xian Fei's aggressive entrance into Changle Palace. Your Majesty, you have often remarked on my formidable demeanor, yet you have not witnessed the Xian Fei's true ferocity. I hear that the palace maids fled at the mere sight of her, while the maidens of Changle Palace remained silent as she pushed her way through. The Emperor Jingwen caught wind of this and expressed his disapproval of the Xian Fei's actions. He had heard the embellished tales from the Shu Fei and felt compelled to admonish her. The Empress Dowager is your elder. Such an intrusion into her palace is unbecoming. If word spreads, you shall lose face. Though he had always held a favorable view of the Xian Fei, this misstep prompted him to advise caution, not wishing to dwell on the matter further. However, the Xian Fei, known for her understanding, failed to grasp his intent. Instead, she fixated on him with an intense gaze, a hint of self-mockery gracing her features as she murmured, Do you truly not comprehend why I brought the physician, Your Majesty? The harem is replete with beauties. Why must I approach the one whom I am forbidden to touch? Not only have I crossed that line, but I have also left behind such potential complications. If a child is born. As this thought crossed her mind, she froze in place. The Emperor Jingwen still had no offspring. If the child were a girl, it would be manageable. However, if it were a boy, he would be the crown prince, and without an empress, the crown prince would possess an inherent advantage. Did the emperor truly intend to allow this child to remain? She stood there, stunned, as Jingwen's frustration began to surface. She had erred, yet what did her words imply? What did he understand? Your Majesty, what precisely do you wish to convey? Am I to discern what I ought to know? The virtuous consort had come to a realization. She must ensure that the Emperor Jingwen remained unaware of her knowledge, at least for the time being. Hadn't His Majesty frequently encountered the beautiful Li in the Changle Palace? According to Li, the Empress Dowager's health had deteriorated severely. Yet she stubbornly refused to summon the imperial physician, growing increasingly emaciated. The consort assumed that those in the harem were not tending to the dowager with the utmost care, fearing that if they were late, further complications might arise. In her urgency, she had neglected other matters. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall visit the Changle Palace to plead my case another day. This child must not be allowed to remain. At that moment, Emperor Jingwen scrutinized her for a few moments before responding in a nonchalant manner. It is good that the virtuous consort is aware. He had no desire to see Yu Jiu for the time being. Upon hearing the severity of the consort's words, he immediately made his way to the Changle Palace. Upon learning of his visit, the virtuous consort's face turned ashen. The emperor inquired, "Is it truly unnecessary to summon the physician?" He, too, had noticed that Yu Jiu had lost considerable weight, appearing frail and delicate. His dissatisfaction grew towards those serving in the Changle Palace. Were they truly so foolish as to neglect the matter to this extent? Yu Jiu, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow and replied, "Let us discuss it again in a few days." Clearly, she still did not wish to call for the physician. In a flash of insight, Emperor Jingwen suddenly understood. It was not that the Empress Dowager feared the medicine, was it? "Empress Dowager, please take care of yourself," he said as he left the Changle Palace. Unable to suppress a smile at the absurdity of it all, refusing to see a physician simply to avoid taking medicine, he pondered for a moment before instructing the chief eunuch. Inquire if the physician can prepare the medicine in pill form. His command was such that, regardless of whether it was feasible or not, it must be made to happen. The Imperial Medical Bureau received the order and worked swiftly to produce the pills, which were delivered to the Changle Palace shortly thereafter. Within a few days, Emperor Jingwen was informed by the chief eunuch that the Empress Dowager was now in good spirits. The virtuous consort also received this news and discreetly sent someone to inquire about the nature of the pills. Upon discovering they were merely appetite stimulants, she inwardly scoffed, contemplating whether to confront the emperor directly about the matter. "Your Majesty is indeed quite considerate," she mused. She calculated that it was now April, and by October, when the Empress Dowager's birthday arrived, the truth would be undeniable. As the weather warmed, the palace grew quieter. The once combative Shufei had ceased her activities. Expressing her suspicions to a senior maid, "Do you not feel that she is plotting something?" This was not merely Shufei's petty thinking. The virtuous consort had previously outmaneuvered her, causing Shufei to lose her influence for 6 years. Now that the virtuous consort had adopted a more subdued demeanor, Shufei felt on edge. The senior maid responded, "That is a possibility. We should remain vigilant." Shufei agreed wholeheartedly and dispatched more individuals to keep an eye on the virtuous consort. This surveillance revealed peculiar behavior. The virtuous consort frequently summoned Li for discussions, despite their lack of rapport over the past 2 years. After reflecting, Shufei called for Li and directly asked, "What do you and the virtuous consort discuss?" Li, taken aback, replied, "The virtuous consort feels remorseful towards the Empress Dowager for previous matters and fears that the Dowager may harbor ill feelings towards her. Hence, she often asks me to converse with her since I frequently attend to the Empress Dowager in the Changle Palace." She failed to grasp the underlying reasons until news reached her that the virtuous consort had sent someone to inquire about the Dowager's prescriptions. Without hesitation, Li verified this. There was nothing secretive about it. The Empress Dowager was simply experiencing a common loss of appetite and had since recovered. The senior maid added quietly, "Your Highness, I have heard that the virtuous consort also inquired about the Empress Dowager's diet." This revelation left Shufei further perplexed. After pondering, she decided, "Let us visit the Changle Palace." Shufei felt an instinctive aversion to entering the palace. Upon crossing its threshold, she sensed something was amiss, a discomfort that she bore with difficulty. Upon meeting Yu Jiu, she found no outward signs of trouble, and after exchanging a few words, she excused herself to continue her watch over the virtuous consort. As summer approached, Emperor Jingwen issued an edict to retreat to Jing Mountain for the summer, an unprecedented occurrence. As the Empress Dowager had not accompanied him in previous years, the virtuous consort was not surprised at all. Shufei, however, voiced her frustrations, questioning the situation as the emperor began to show favoritism towards the Changle Palace, while the virtuous consort kept a watchful eye on it as well. The senior maid remarked, "Your Highness, you mustn't speak of it." Recently, for reasons unknown, Emperor Jingwen had been perpetually sullen, even punishing those in the imperial study, causing others in the palace to tread lightly. Shufei mused, "I see now. I shall remain silent." She pondered the lack of significant events in the court. Why was he so irritable? The virtuous consort shared her confusion, yet her thoughts drifted back to the Changle Palace. Had something transpired there? To preempt any potential fallout, she had already recalled her people, ensuring that whatever occurred would not implicate her. Has the physician been summoned to the Changle Palace recently? she inquired. The maid replied, once, but it was merely the courtyard supervisor who went. The virtuous consort contemplated this and said, "Accompany me to the Changle Palace. The Empress Dowager has never visited Jing Mountain while recuperating in the Changle Palace. I am unsure how to prepare. It is prudent to seek the Dowager's opinion." Her pretext was elaborate, and upon entering the Changle Palace, she immediately noticed Yu Jiu seated in loose-fitting garments. Her gaze instinctively fell to Yu Jiu's abdomen, which remained concealed beneath the fabric. Her waist still seemingly as slender as ever. Yu Jiu casually asked, "Is there something you require, virtuous consort?" Shortly after the consort's departure, Emperor Jingwen arrived, to which Yu Jiu inquired, "What brings your majesty here?" She appeared languid, her eyes struggling to remain open, yearning for rest. It mirrored a scene from her dreams. "I wish to know if there is anything the Empress Dowager requires in particular," he inquired. The emperor and the virtuous consort seemed to share an unspoken connection. As soon as one posed a question, the other followed suit. Yu Jiu blinked rapidly, her lashes glistening with moisture. "I have already informed the virtuous consort of my needs." Being of tender age, her struggle against drowsiness only accentuated her youthfulness. Noticing the emperor's intent to depart, she could no longer restrain herself. "If there is nothing else, then I." However, in her haste to rise, she inadvertently stepped on her gown and stumbled forward. Emperor Jingwen instinctively stood, grasping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, he felt a rush of emotions reminiscent of his dreams. Her form was as soft as he remembered. Yu Jiu, momentarily dazed, soon realized their proximity and instinctively pushed against him. The onlookers were left in shock. While it had been a moment of urgency, the impropriety of the situation was undeniable. Having recently tasted the bitterness of loss in his dreams, the emperor felt a sense of reclamation as he held her, tightening his grip in response to her resistance. Frustration welled within him. How could she remain so obstinate at such a time? Yet, as he looked down, he saw the disbelief in Yu Jiu's eyes. Her delicate lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of her tongue, and her body trembled. Without thinking, she raised her hand and exclaimed, "Let go." Yu Jiu glared at him, astonished by his reaction. "How can you be so startled? You are the emperor, after all. Surely, you have witnessed death before." The gravity of the moment was beyond mere embarrassment. The chief eunuch nearly stumbled, wishing he could erase the scene from his memory. At this moment, why has His Majesty suddenly taken an interest in the Changle Palace, visiting intermittently? There must be an explanation for it all. Could it be that His Majesty intends to silence them? Xiao Qing's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse to the floor. Supporting Yu Jiu, she entered the chamber, on the verge of tears. Has His Majesty developed feelings for the Empress Dowager? Is this not a forced invitation for her demise? If such news were to leak, how could a mere death suffice to convey the gravity of the situation? Emperor Jingwen never anticipated that he would lose composure to such an extent today. The scene he had just witnessed eerily mirrored one from his dreams. He closed his eyes, as if he could still feel the bloodied figure collapsing helplessly into his arms. In that moment, he could hardly discern whether the pain in his heart belonged to him or to the owner of that body. Emperor Jingwen had never denied his affection for that girl in his dreams. In those visions, he was free from the burdens of his imperial identity and the scheming that accompanied it. He even found himself bringing the emotions from his dreams into reality, blurring the lines between the two realms. In dreams, he could indulge. In reality, he could not. Thus, he distanced himself from the Changle Palace. Reflecting on it now, he believed that the couple in his dreams would ultimately find happiness together, as they were so deeply enamored and envied by those around them, all of whom offered their blessings. Yet, he had not anticipated such a sudden turn of fate. He seemed to personally experience the disbelief, and the sorrow of the other party was all too vivid. He closed his eyes again. Someone approached. Almost immediately, everyone within the room was restrained. He glanced towards the direction where Yu Jiu had departed and followed suit. Upon seeing him, Xiao Qing, who had been holding herself together, instantly crumpled like a noodle. "Your Majesty, did the Empress Dowager permit your entry?" Yu Jiu abruptly stood up, taking a step back, revealing her inner timidity as she gripped the armrest tightly. "Leave. I command you to leave." Emperor Jingwen replied, "Empress Dowager, I have come to explain. But no sooner had he spoken than a teacup sailed past his face.
Get out.
One hand seized another teacup. The clinking of the cups and lids resonated in the air. Emperor Jingwen took a step back, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Qing, causing her to shudder. Once he confirmed that he had indeed left, Xiao Qing turned to Yu Jiu, and that glance sent Yu Jiu into a state of panic. She fainted right then and there. The Xianfei soon received word that all the attendants of the Changla Palace had been dismissed due to inadequate service, except for the head maid. The Empress Dowager then communicated that she was unwell and would not be attending. The Xianfei immediately thought, has someone discovered the truth? Having visited the Changla Palace more than once, she had her own opinions about its inhabitants. She did not believe that everyone inside was aware of her misdeeds, but as her belly grew, concealment became impossible. Thus, had His Majesty decided to change all the staff? Or was there indeed a problem with her pregnancy? Had the child not survived? Lost in her thoughts, the Xianfei made her way back to the Changla Palace, but upon approaching, she encountered an unfamiliar maid who informed her, Xianfei, His Majesty has decreed that no one is to disturb the Empress Dowager while she recuperates. It was indeed a serious matter. The Xianfei replied, then I shall not impose. Please convey my regards to Her Majesty. Upon returning to the palace, she learned that Emperor Jingwen remained at the Changla Palace, nearly causing her to choke. Could His Majesty truly disregard his own dignity? The Xianfei had never felt the weight of the palace as acutely as she had in these past months. Although Emperor Jingwen stayed at the Changla Palace, he did not share the same chamber with Yu Jiu. He merely instructed Xiao Qing to care for the Empress Dowager, saying not a word more. No one told her to be silent, yet the unfamiliar faces around her made her complexion pale. The head eunuch had already assigned the newly appointed supervisor to calmly approach Emperor Jingwen. The emperor glanced at him. At that moment, even if he claimed to have no other intentions towards the Empress Dowager, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. The head eunuch, however, interpreted the emperor's gaze differently. Your Majesty, if Miss Qing were to persuade her, the Empress Dowager would surely agree to go to Jing Mountain. Emperor Jingwen rubbed his temples. The head eunuch continued, rest assured, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager simply needs time to accept this. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Given time, she will certainly come to appreciate your intentions. There is no man in the world more deserving of the Empress Dowager than you. Emperor Jingwen rubbed his temples again. Without my permission, do not speak of this matter again. Yu Jiu silently opened her eyes, a glimmer of amusement flickering within. She had not anticipated the effect of the medicine. Initially planning to conclude matters upon reaching Jing Mountain, she now found herself intrigued by His Majesty's profound impact. However, this was indeed entertaining. The Xianfei's plans included a trip to Jing Mountain, but sensing the Empress Dowager's reluctance, Emperor Jingwen seemed equally disinclined to go. The Xianfei then called upon the Shufei to jointly persuade the Empress Dowager. Initially hesitant, the Shufei eventually acquiesced after the Xianfei spoke to her. The Xianfei asserted, it is still early summer, yet the Empress Dowager is unwell. It must be due to the palace's oppressive heat. Once she reaches Jing Mountain, her health will surely improve. Yu Jiu sat silently, while the Xianfei and others knelt. In the past, the Xianfei knelt with reluctance, yet she would convince herself that it was a matter of propriety. No matter her origins, she was now the Empress Dowager. However, now filled with disdain, the Xianfei felt her anger rise as she looked up at Yu Jiu, who sat high above, exuding an air of entitlement. Furious, she thought, how dare she? The Xianfei's voice grew colder. Even if the Empress Dowager does not consider herself, she must think of His Majesty. His filial piety is commendable. He does not wish for the Empress Dowager to remain alone in the palace. Does the Empress Dowager truly want His Majesty to linger here? Filled with ire, she disregarded decorum and raised her head, locking eyes with Yu Jiu. Unlike before, her gaze was now filled with delight and mockery. Sensing this, the Xianfei felt as if her mind was about to explode. It was apparent that the other party intended for them to kneel beneath her. The strangeness she had sensed earlier was not an illusion. She harbored an extraordinary animosity towards them, envious of their ability to stand beside Emperor Jingwen with pride while she remained in obscurity, forever unseen. The Xianfei did not hesitate to speculate in the most unfavorable terms about Yu Jiu, Only this way could she refrain from rising in anger. Yu Jiu nonchalantly remarked, "Since the Xianfei has said so." Her gaze met that of the Xianfei once more, and all malice had dissipated, revealing her beauty akin to the radiant moon. Hearing her words, it seemed she was about to agree, and the Xianfei breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yu Jiu's tone shifted abruptly. "I have never been to Jing Mountain. I know not what it is like. If the Xianfei is free, please accompany me." The Xianfei was taken aback. Her heart filled with suspicion. Should she not be avoiding everyone's gaze? Why then would Yu Jiu request her company? Due to the previously overwhelming malice, she instinctively declined. But Yu Jiu did not insist, and instead suggested, "Then let Lady Li come." Thus, they were dismissed. After persuading Yu Jiu, the Xianfei promptly informed Emperor Jingwen, who was focused on the fact that the Empress Dowager had summoned Lady Li to serve her. He quickly grasped her intentions. Among them, only Lady Li likely felt genuine happiness. Previously, she had refrained from lingering for fear of displeasing Yu Jiu, yet now she longed to remain by her side, exclaiming, "Upon seeing Her Majesty, I cannot help but feel joy." It seems that Lady Li and Her Majesty are truly in harmony. As they journeyed onward, Li Marin vividly recounted the picturesque scenery of Jing Mountain to Yu Jiu, describing the annual temple fairs held in the town below, which reached their zenith during the Qixi festival. She reminisced fondly about her visits before entering the palace, recalling how she had not returned since. Most of the time, Yu Jiu remained silent, merely listening to her tales. Occasionally, they engaged in a game of chess, where Li Marin, despite her modesty regarding her skills, received compliments from Yu Jiu, who praised her talent. Li Marin, touched, responded, "Mother, you are truly kind. Back home, my mother hired a female tutor to mold me into a refined lady, yet I fell short. I can only write somewhat acceptably." Her sincerity was palpable. The background of the Empress Dowager was no secret, and among the harem, it was likely that none had a lower origin than hers. Yet now, she excelled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, far surpassing Li Marin's half-hearted attempts. When the Xianfei summoned her for inquiries, Li Marin candidly shared her thoughts. The Xianfei, growing impatient, was about to dismiss her when Li Marin added, "Your Highness knows that the only skill I possess is calligraphy. I believe I have some proficiency in it. Mother, I wonder where you acquired your calligraphy, as it bears a striking resemblance to His Majesty's." The Xianfei, intrigued, questioned, "Is that so? Such finesse cannot be achieved in a short time. Could it be that His Majesty personally taught you?" Doubts began to surface, making her ponder whether the connection between them was deeper than she had presumed. Indeed, Jing Mountain offered a refreshing respite from the oppressive heat of the capital, revitalizing everyone as they no longer had to trek beneath the scorching sun. Li Marin hesitantly inquired, "May I continue to serve you, Mother?" She felt a disconnect with the other inhabitants of the palace. The Empress Dowager, with her striking beauty and affable nature, was a sight that Li Marin could never tire of. Observing Yu Jiu take her medicine 3 times a day, she expressed concern for her health, advising, "Mother, you cannot remain seated all day. Since your arrival at Jing Mountain, you have scarcely ventured out. It is no different from before. Allow me to accompany you on a stroll." Not far from where they stood, the Bai Bo Lake was in full bloom with lotus flowers. Enthusiastically, Li Marin encouraged Yu Jiu to join her for a boat ride, asserting that only small boats could navigate the scenic routes, as larger vessels were unable to pass through. "Last year, I secretly took some palace maids to a splendid place," she reminisced. Although Xiao Qing felt uneasy about this, Yu Jiu had already agreed. The following day, they reached the lake center, where they disembarked onto a small boat, accompanied solely by a boatman. Xiao Qing, distressed, pleaded, "Your Highness, perhaps you should reconsider." Yet Li Marin reassured her, "Do not worry, Qing. I grew up in Jiangnan. Nothing will happen with me around." The attendants were anxious, as Yu Jiu insisted on taking the small boat, unable to restrain her. Some clever souls quickly informed His Majesty. Li Marin spoke truthfully. She was quite familiar with the area. If it were autumn, one could even harvest lotus pods, she mused. As they approached the floating bridge Li Marin had described, she explained that it had once been inhabited, but the residents had relocated for the construction of a palace. The bridge remained, and as summer arrived, The rising waters submerged its stone pillars, creating an illusion of walking upon water. Following the bridge inward, they encountered a waterfall enveloped in mist, where the lotus flowers flourished amidst the vapor. Upon her first sight, Yu Jiu felt as if she had stepped into a fairyland. This year's abundant rainfall meant that only a portion of the bridge was visible, and as soon as they stepped onto it, their shoes became soaked. Li Marin exclaimed, and before she could react, Yu Jiu swiftly removed her shoes, donning only her thin stockings, her movements graceful. Yu Jiu winked and confided, "I have done this before as well." This revelation startled Li Marin, who quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I previously thought you a celestial being. Too timid to speak loudly. Who would have thought we share such commonality?" Yu Jiu replied, "You are aware of my background. When I first entered the palace, any slight deviation in behavior was met with scorn, and the disdainful glances eventually shaped me." Li Marin empathized deeply, realizing that their connection was no mere coincidence. They were kindred spirits. "Your life must have been challenging," she remarked. With no one else present, Yu Jiu requested, "Please refrain from calling me your Highness or Mother. It feels awkward. I was born on the 9th day of the 10th month, and at home, they call me Joer." Having felt the pangs of loneliness in the palace for so long, Li Marin eagerly nodded in agreement. They traversed the floating bridge for what felt like ages, until they reached the lakeside pavilion described by Li Marin. The waterfall cascaded from the cliffs, enveloped in mist that blurred the lines between the lotus flowers and the pavilion, creating an ethereal beauty. The eunuchs who had accompanied them had vanished, and they boldly removed their stockings, sitting comfortably within the pavilion. Yu Jiu produced a flute from her waist and began to play a lively melody. Li Marin marveled, "Little Jiu, how do you excel in everything?" Initially, she appreciated the music, but soon her attention shifted, her eyes widening in astonishment.
Carp. Carp.
Outside the pavilion, a school of fish congregated, their tails swaying beneath the clear water. In that moment, the scene was breathtaking. She had heard that beautiful music could summon phoenixes, but this was the first time she had witnessed such a spectacle. "Today has truly opened my eyes," she thought, "to witness such a scene." Little did she know that not only the fish surrounding the pavilion but the entirety of Baibo Lake was drawn toward them. One fish after another began to appear, and as their numbers grew, it was impossible to overlook them. "Your Majesty, something is amiss," the chief eunuch, considering himself a trusted confidant of Emperor Jingwen, felt compelled to act. Despite the emperor's apparent forgetfulness regarding Changla Palace, he had not overlooked it. The chief eunuch swiftly reported the situation to Emperor Jingwen, who immediately ordered boats to be prepared. Emperor Jingwen, noticing the fish, continued on his way. Their pace far surpassed that of Yu Jiu and Li Marin, who leisurely paddled while taking in the sights. However, their unfamiliarity with the terrain delayed them. Soon, they spotted the small boat, now empty. The emperor's expression darkened, but he was relieved to see the floating bridge ahead. They followed the bridge, quickly catching up to the panicking eunuch, who had slipped into the water due to his haste. With urgency, they pressed on, and as they rounded a bend, they finally caught sight of the two women. At that moment, not only was Emperor Jingwen taken aback, but so were the guards trailing behind him. In the midst of swirling mist, Carp leapt from the water, vying for the lotus flowers in the young woman's hands. She leaned over the edge of the pavilion, her arms bare and exposed, her legs partially submerged, her face radiant with joy, more striking than any painting could convey. The guards, having caught a glimpse, flushed crimson and bowed their heads, while Emperor Jingwen felt a surge of long-forgotten vitality. Did she know what she was doing? Regardless of the lingering intoxication of Yu Jiu, who was teasing the carp, or the astonished presence of the beautiful Li, neither seemed to notice the sudden intruder. Li exclaimed, "Goodness, Xiao Jiu, you are truly remarkable. If you were a fisherwoman, you would not need to toil daily for fish. Wealth would come to you swiftly." The trio, including Emperor Jingwen, remained silent. Li felt profoundly inadequate in her expression. Her astonishment was beyond words. Just as she was about to ponder this, her gaze shifted, and she suddenly spotted Emperor Jingwen and his companions, who were observing her with an icy demeanor. Li's voice faltered. "Xiao Jiu, no, your Majesty, Mother, the Emperor has arrived." The sound of the waterfall had drowned out their previous conversation, but now, as Li raised her voice, Emperor Jingwen distinctly heard the name Xiao Jiu. Upon hearing this name, the sounds of water and wind seemed to still for a moment, and the scene before him merged with one from his dreams. The individuals present bore an uncanny resemblance to those from his memories, their astonished expressions identical to before. Emperor Jingwen sensed that this was the will of heaven. Li, scarcely daring to breathe, carefully followed behind, pretending not to notice Yu Jiu, who was clad in the emperor's garments. Once they returned to the boat, Yu Jiu was promptly escorted to bathe, leaving only Li and Emperor Jingwen. Overcome with weakness, Li knelt, devoid of any pride, and murmured, "Your Majesty, I was wrong." Throughout their journey, Emperor Jingwen remained silent, causing Li to feel as though fear itself was consuming her, especially as she perceived a frightening intensity in his gaze. Just when her throat felt parched, and she thought she could bear it no longer, Emperor Jingwen suddenly spoke, "Since you acknowledge your error, you may leave."
What?
Li felt a sense of disbelief. She had anticipated a dire consequence, yet this light dismissal left her in a daze. As she exited, a maid approached, saying, "Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed that you must copy the palace rules 100 times before you may leave." Li was taken aback. 100 times? Does he expect me to write until the end of time? Xiao Qing, a maid, replied, "Your Highness, you nearly frightened me to death. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Did you not observe the Emperor's expression just now? Having just undergone a tumultuous emotional upheaval, he appeared calm on the surface, but upon witnessing the current scene, the pressure of breaking taboos transformed into an impulsive thrill, causing his hands to tremble. Yu Jiu was no innocent maiden. She was a true enchantress, and in this moment, she sensed his suppressed desire. She thought to herself, surely, he is not so pure as to react this way. Regardless, the performance must continue. For a fleeting instant, her expression turned enticingly rosy, the hue swiftly spreading across her form, her eyes reddening as she instinctively recoiled, her feet firmly planted on the soft couch, a red mole adorning her otherwise flawless skin. The atmosphere was already charged with passion, and her movements only heightened the suggestiveness of the moment, creating an indescribable tension between them. She was already at the peak of allure, yet she extended her neck, striving to maintain her composure, unaware that her actions only served to intensify his desire to claim her. Her voice trembled as she uttered, "Let me out." Did she truly wish to leave? At this realization, Emperor Jingwen seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace with force, causing Yu Jiu to collide against him and fall back onto the couch. His body pressed against hers, leaving no space between them. "Your Majesty." Yu Jiu's eyes closed, her body quaking like a wounded butterfly, vulnerable to capture. "You get off me." Her long, delicate neck lay before him, seemingly breakable, while she resembled a freshly plucked flower, vibrant and tender, at the mercy of the man before her. Emperor Jingwen's eyes flickered with myriad thoughts, and instead of rising, he wrapped his arms around her waist, the warmth of his body seeping through the thin fabric that separated them. "I believe you have sensed my intentions, Your Majesty," he whispered. "I desire you. You have occupied my thoughts." Shameless. She finally articulated the words clearly, her eyes opening to reveal glistening orbs, resembling exquisite black pearls. As she moved, she found herself powerless to escape, unable to even lift a finger, merely gazing at him. To Emperor Jingwen, this was a form of seduction. He leaned in to kiss her eyelids, unable to suppress a smile. "Indeed, I am shameless. What will you do about it?" Yu Jiu began to squirm once more, her soft form writhing against him, igniting his frustration. "Be good. I do not wish to act upon you today," he whispered in her ear. "If you continue to squirm, I cannot guarantee what will happen next." Her body immediately stilled, and he gently asked, "Were you drying your hair just now? Allow me to assist you." Yu Jiu, who had transformed from a minor enchantress to a renowned figure, adhered to a cardinal rule: never provoke a pervert. The twisted mindset of such individuals was difficult to comprehend. The entirety of Changlu Palace was under Emperor Jingwen's dominion. Even if they were not, who could stand in his way? Some maids even covertly encouraged Xiao Qing, saying, "The Emperor is an extraordinary man. Whoever he favors is truly blessed. You should persuade the Empress." Though such words seemed shameless, They bore a kernel of truth. Their very lives depended on the emperor's whims, their honor and disgrace intertwined. Since he had expressed interest, they felt compelled to facilitate his desires. Xiao Qing felt conflicted. She had harbored doubts, yet after such a lengthy absence from Changla Palace, witnessing the intensity of the current scene left her utterly bewildered. The emperor genuinely harbored intentions towards the empress. Almost collapsing in despair, she felt that their mistress was doomed. If this leaked, it would spell disaster for her. Only those present at the time knew the truth of the events, and afterward, no one dared to speak of it. To outsiders, the incident appeared as merely Li taking the empress for a boat ride, only to have an unfortunate fall into the water, fortuitously rescued by the emperor. This event rekindled the emperor's previously indifferent feelings towards Li. Now, afflicted by illness from her fall, he frequently visited her, while the empress seemed quite fond of her, even allowing her to remain in the palace during her sickness. No one anticipated that she would soon bask in glory. Concubine Shu pondered, what is it that the emperor finds so captivating about her, that he visits her daily? Meanwhile, Xian Fei felt she had finally grasped their intentions. It was evident that sending Li to the emperor was a cover for their machinations. Were they truly intent on making their affair public? But what of Li? If she were to observe them daily, she would surely notice something amiss. It had been nearly half a month since Li last made an appearance. After considering this, Xian Fei decided, we must inquire if she requires additional medical attention. She stood and declared, I shall go personally. Once Pandora's box is opened, the contents cannot be contained. Similarly, Emperor Jingwen, who had previously restrained himself due to various concerns, would become unrestrained once he decided to abandon restraint, as if compensating for his past losses. He pinned her against the desk, one hand firmly gripping her waist, allowing her long hair to cascade over the surface. Tears stained her cheeks, and with one hand desperately clutching the edge of the desk, her expression transformed into an irresistible allure amidst her struggles, her eyes darting aimlessly. In her heart, Yu Jiu felt an urge to curse, exclaiming in frustration, if you're going to do it, then just do it. Are you trying to live or die? In that moment, she truly wished to end his life, yet her rationality endured, a complex contradiction reflected on her face. With a sudden motion, she slapped the desk's edge. You scoundrel! The anger in her eyes was palpable. How infuriating! You scoundrel! Jing Wendy leaned closer to her neck, whispering softly, do you desire this? The sight of her teetering on the brink of surrender, yet fiercely holding back, was utterly tantalizing. As his lips neared her skin, poised to touch, an unexpected voice interrupted from outside. Your Highness! Jing Wendy halted momentarily, only to be forcefully pushed aside. She braced herself, breathing heavily, and gritted her teeth, saying, you should leave quickly. He extended a hand toward her, but she struck it away. This time he caught her wrist. If you hit me again, it will leave a mark. Not wanting to trouble her further, he took a handkerchief from the desk to wipe his hands. Once he departed, Yu Jiu sank into the chair, her legs feeling weak. The interruption had left her still warm, and over the past fortnight, she had begun to notice something amiss about Jing Wendy. Truly, hearsay was unreliable. Was this what they called genteel elegance? And was he truly impotent? Each time, she felt he was on the verge of losing control, yet he consistently held back, merely teasing her, testing her mental defenses. A sudden realization struck her, narrowing her eyes. Was he attempting to teach her a lesson? Given her temperament, if Jing Wendy followed the usual course, it would take decades. It seemed unlikely they would ever succeed. Resorting to drastic measures, she thought of Stockholm Syndrome. How unfortunate that a man capable of ruling would be such a scoundrel. Though Jing Wendy had composed himself, the consort had been with him for a decade, and she already harbored suspicions. Upon noticing a mark on his neck, she nearly spat blood in shock, her hands shaking beneath her sleeves. Ever since the consort learned of this matter, she had been in a state of disbelief, her nerves taut. Any further provocation would leave her breathless. In broad daylight, they indulged in their lustful escapades within the confines of the room. Yes, the Empress Dowager was now pregnant. How could he not control himself? The consort felt as though she might collapse, wishing to shout at them. Do you have no sense of propriety or shame? Yet she could say nothing. Forced to feign ignorance, She was nearly on the verge of internal injury, saying, "I came to see Lady Li. It's been quite a while since I paid my respects to the Empress Dowager. I did not expect His Majesty to be here as well." Jing Wendy replied, "The Empress Dowager has caught a chill and is unwell. There is no need for you to come these days." She took a deep breath, concealing her emotions, and spoke gently, "Your Majesty, I understand your concern for Lady Li, but you must also consider your own health. Should you fall ill, it would surely trouble us." After a moment of contemplation, Jing Wendy nodded. The consort is thoughtful. Lady Li had been copying palace regulations for over half a month, her fingers swollen from the effort. Having only completed 10 copies, the thought of the remaining 90 made her feel faint. Suddenly, a maid appeared. "Your Highness, you need not continue. The consort is waiting for you outside." Lady Li was overjoyed, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve. She had been feeling unwell, her complexion pale, with dark circles under her eyes. The consort assessed her calmly, saying sisterly, "If you are unwell, you should understand the rules. Even if His Majesty is reluctant, you must still consider his health." Lady Li was perplexed. Was she unwell? How could she be unaware of it? The maid stepped forward. "Your Highness, Our Lady has grown weary. If there is anything to discuss, let us wait until she recovers." The consort agreed, her gaze sweeping over Lady Li. This maid had not previously attended to Lady Li. Lady Li must have known something. After Lady Li moved out, Yu Jiu speculated that he could no longer visit her daily. It wasn't he fear, but rather concern that one day he might leave her in a state of uncertainty, and she might be compelled to take drastic action. Indeed, he did not visit every day. Instead, he took her on excursions by the lake. Thus, their secret games transitioned from the indoors to the great outdoors, seemingly relishing her conflicted demeanor. On one occasion, he brought her onto a small boat, gliding deeper into the lotus blooms, traversing a long floating bridge to a pavilion in the lake's center, where she sat on his lap, enveloped in his embrace, and played the flute. The melody was fragmented, and she soon collapsed against him, nearly weeping, her head nestled in the crook of his neck, seriously contemplating the possibility of regicide. Her hands gripped his collar uncontrollably as she inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of frustration. It seemed too simple to end his life. "Fine. If you are impotent, then simply refrain from trying." With this thought, she buried herself deeper into his embrace, murmuring, "You scoundrel." Jing Wendy clearly understood the art of seduction, drawing her from his arms, planting delicate kisses on her face, his gaze filled with profound affection. "I cherish you." Through tear-filled eyes, she looked at him, suddenly biting down on his neck. "I hate you." This time, she exerted all her strength and soon tasted blood, desperately restraining herself from tearing flesh away. This was madness. Yu Jiu wished to escape this world, fearing that with time, she would become frigid. She summoned the consort, who upon seeing her, immediately focused on her abdomen before noticing her overly radiant face, flushed cheeks, and rosy lips, her eyes sparkling with an alluring charm. The consort, not a naive girl, understood perfectly. Yu Jiu spoke softly, "I called you here because I have matters to discuss." The consort replied, "Please command me, Your Highness. You oversee this palace. I need you to instruct the staff here on the proper decorum."
What?
The consort barely contained her surprise, realizing the implications. Under the watchful eyes of others, safety within the palace was a fragile illusion. Once everyone had departed, she alone held the reins of authority. Your Majesty truly goes to great lengths. Yet she was eager to put plans into action. "Prepares accordingly," he instructed. The consort felt a pang of frustration when a senior maid approached with an unusual expression. "What is it?" The maid signaled her to quiet down, and after dismissing everyone else, her facade vanished, and she knelt before the consort. The consort's heart raced. She had never seen such a display of distress. "What happened?" The maid whispered a few words, but the consort could not hear clearly. She leaned closer, and the maid repeated herself, yet the meaning felt elusive. "You say that again." "The Emperor and the Empress Dowager have engaged in an illicit affair." This revelation, which once left the favored consort in turmoil, has now caused a dramatic change in the demeanor of the virtuous consort. A palace maid crawled over, her voice trembling with tears. "Did you not instruct me to keep an eye on the favored consort?"
I
"I did as you asked." They dispatched someone to monitor the favored consort and soon uncovered her peculiar behavior, followed by even more astonishing discoveries. Upon hearing this, she felt her life was in jeopardy. Not only that, it seemed the Empress Dowager was now with child. Whose child could it be? One might wonder. The Emperor has yet to have an heir. If this child is a boy, he would be the crown prince upon birth. As long as Emperor Jingwen does not establish an empress or have a legitimate son, this child would be the de jure heir by law. The virtuous consort's complexion shifted from pale to flush. These two significant pieces of news nearly incapacitated her ability to think. The palace maid, not wishing to further provoke her, knew it was imperative to speak. I suspect the favored consort not only knows but is complicit in the concealment of this matter. This is utterly illogical. Furthermore, this child will require a legitimate identity. Is it possible that the Emperor intends to elevate the favored consort? The virtuous consort suddenly stood up, her eyes ablaze with fury. This is preposterous. Preposterous. In that moment, everything clicked into place for her. She realized why the Emperor's attitude toward the Chanle Palace had shifted, why he visited so frequently, and why that enchanting face of Yu Jiu was always present. The Emperor's daily visits to the palace were merely a fade, a ruse to disguise his true intentions. Yes, Yu Jiu. She spat the words through clenched teeth, demanding, "Call for Yu Jiu to come here at once." After a moment's contemplation, she ordered, "Send someone to keep watch over her." Yu Jiu, with a knowing glance, remarked, "It is coming to an end." When Yu Jiu first arrived, Chanle Palace was akin to a cold palace, with maids appearing lifeless and despondent. She had initially pondered how to find Lian Yen within the depths of the inner palace, never anticipating that she would become a consort in this lifetime. The favored consort possessed lineage, favor, and intelligence. To ensure her perpetual downfall, one must strike at Emperor Jingwen. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt like her very insides were tearing apart, she laid a subtle trap, one that lacked lethality, but, if utilized wisely, would yield unexpected benefits. Events unfolded as she had envisioned, yet little did she know that Emperor Jingwen was a man of hidden depths and peculiarities. "Jump down," he urged softly. The peach blossoms had long faded, but the trees still flourished with blooms. Emperor Jingwen, lost in thought, placed her atop a tree, standing below, beckoning her to leap. Such behavior was utterly insane. Yu Jiu felt no need to feign composure. Her expression had turned to stone, her hands gripping the branches tightly. "Do not fear. I shall catch you," he reassured. "I do not wish to jump," she replied. Deep down, she understood his motives. In dreams, Jiuer had jumped from the peach trees in the valley, with him waiting below. This familiar action felt all too practiced, and now, Emperor Jingwen sought to recreate that very scene. Did he intend to transform her entirely into Jiuer? Once more, he spoke, "If you do not trust me, I shall retract my earlier promise." The promise he hinted at was undoubtedly that of allowing her to remain in the palace. Even as he threatened her, his expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with warmth, ignoring the blossoms around them, focusing solely on her. Yu Jiu bit her lip, a whirlwind of frustration and helplessness coursing through her. "What do you truly desire? You brought me up here, and now you want me to jump down." Her emotions were evident, and as tears threatened to spill, she lamented, "If you wish for my demise, then do it straightforwardly. Why must you torment me so?" Emperor Jingwen gently inquired, "What have I done wrong to you?" Yu Jiu thought, "What have you done that is right? Why do you provoke me?" Taking a deep breath, she trembled as she replied, "Have you forgotten what you have done to me? You are forcing me towards death." Emperor Jingwen frowned. "Were you not happy then?" Yu Jiu's face flushed with indignation. "You have no shame. If you do not jump down, I shall come up," he warned. Rather than continuing their argument, he gazed thoughtfully at her, perched in the tree. "Do you prefer this tree?" Yu Jiu's hands began to tremble. Just days prior, he had asked if she liked the table, only to subsequently pin her against it. Now his demeanor mirrored that day, and she struggled to articulate, "It is outside." During the day, "I care not," he declared. Neither did she. Yet, he hesitated to take that final step. Closing her eyes, she finally leapt, but not toward him. Instead, she fell in the opposite direction. Emperor Jingwen's expression shifted as he rushed to her side, and thankfully, her descent was softened by his embrace. Before he could express his anger, tears streamed down Yu Jiu's face, her eyes still shut, leaving trails of sorrow down her cheeks. It was enough to break one's heart. Why must you be so disobedient? Emperor Jingwen murmured, tenderly caressing her face before leaning down to kiss her. I have not said I would punish you. Cease your tears. Noticing her trembling body, he sighed gently. Today is the Qixi festival. Consider it a punishment to accompany me to the market. If you continue to cry, we shan't go at all. Do you prefer the soft couch, the writing desk, or this tree? He held her waist. It seems you favor this tree, still not rising. Emperor Jingwen gazed into her eyes, which appeared even more radiant after her tears, resembling priceless treasures. Yet, he covered her eyes with his hand. I love your smile. Do not cry anymore. Yu Jiu understood. In her dreams, Zhou had never cried. Her sobs ceased abruptly. Emperor Jingwen did not allow her to linger in the tree. He genuinely brought her to change clothes, intending to venture out to the market. What if we are seen? Yu Jiu asked nervously. After a moment's thought, Emperor Jingwen replied, then let them see. Yu Jiu acquiesced. If this were to be discovered, her fate would be sealed, yet his reputation would also be tarnished. Regardless of his motivations, she found herself yielding to his audacity. The market was a bustling sea of humanity, alive with noise. The Moon Elder Shrine was so crowded that one could hardly enter. Yu Jiu was jostled about, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Just as she was about to be swept away, Emperor Jingwen wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her fully into his embrace, rendering the throngs of people non-existent. Peeking from the corner of her eye at the emperor, Yu Jiu's heart raced with anxiety, desperately speculating who this favored consort could be that warranted such attention from him. It was evident that the crowd had recognized Emperor Jingwen's identity. Yu Jiu's body stiffened, her head nestled against him, her limbs turning cold from fear of being identified. This was her first time so obediently resting in his embrace, akin to a dream. The corners of his lips instinctively curled upwards as he patted her back, guiding her through the crowd. Though Yu Jiu wore a veil, her facial contours were still discernible. Her trembling hands betrayed her nervousness as Emperor Jingwen firmly clasped her hand within his. Leaning close to her ear, he assured, no one has seen you. There were countless courtesans in the court who had never laid eyes upon her. Upon reaching an inn, the crowd thinned considerably. Their close proximity drew the attention of onlookers, who whispered, indeed, a favored consort. Yet, he had not heard of any recent consort gaining favor in the palace. It is incorrect, there exists one. Could this be the renowned Li Marin? The Qixi Temple Fair is set to continue throughout the day and into the night. During daylight, there are not many couples. But as night falls, lovers will abound, and the lights will form a river of illumination. It seems that Emperor Jingwen is in good spirits, inquiring if the young man intends to stay and observe. Emperor Jingwen appears to be in deep contemplation, while beneath the table, someone urgently tugs at his hand, their eyes anxiously seeking his attention, as if trying to convey a message through their gaze. He remains silent, his expression becoming more grave. Feeling that hand gripping him more fervently, he reciprocates by grasping her hand, refusing to let go, saying, no, I have matters to attend to, perhaps another time. Once the young man discreetly departs, Emperor Jingwen remarks, I believe you are more spirited in crowded settings, which brings me great joy. He gestures, and the chief eunuch presents a mask. He removes her veil and places the mask upon her face, suggesting, with this mask, let us wander a bit more. The mask, though somewhat rudimentary, is vibrant in color and holds greater significance, for it is the very mask that Jiu, from his dreams, once wore. As they descend the stairs, Yu Jiu suddenly asks, may I know who that person is? Your gaze often makes me feel as though you are looking at another, compelling me to undertake inexplicable actions. As if influenced by her past deeds, she gazes at him, puzzled. You are the emperor. Is there anyone you cannot obtain? Why must it be me? Emperor Jingwen fixes his gaze upon the one visible eye of hers, stating, there is no one else, only you. Yet, Yu Jiu remains unconvinced, albeit obediently following him down. It appears Emperor Jingwen has long known what he wishes to purchase, halting at stalls to select items of interest, while attendants follow, settling the accounts. Soon, they are laden with various goods. Emperor Jingwen remarks, Do you not fancy these items? Observing her silence, he sighs gently. Indeed. What you once cherished may no longer hold your affection. He glances at Yu Jiu, adding, and have someone summon the Empress Dowager. Emperor Jingwen harbors a strong aversion to domineering consorts. The Shu Fei manages her arrogance within acceptable bounds, never crossing the line. However, today, she approaches with a haughty disposition, intent on confronting His Majesty, which is decidedly unusual. He presumed Yu Jiu would be frightened, as she had previously been paralyzed by fear. Unexpectedly, she remains remarkably composed. Sensing his gaze, she replies, I trust your majesty. The Shu Fei, believing she has maintained her composure, finds her anger rekindled upon seeing Emperor Jingwen, as if the mere sight of him reignites her rage. Is it not but a pretty face? Emperor Jingwen is not a tyrannical ruler. In fact, he is exceedingly gentle. After enduring the chaos of the previous reign, ministers are elated to encounter an emperor of his temperament, especially as he is not only gentle but also remarkably sagacious. The Shu Fei, bold enough to confront him, believes he has succumbed to temporary folly, misled by the Empress Dowager. She asserts, Your Majesty, have you lost your senses? She is the Empress Dowager, the late emperor's queen. She once seduced the late emperor to ascend to her position. Now she employs the same tactics to ensnare you. How could you be so bewitched by her, not only engaging intimately, but allowing her to bear your child? What shall you do when the child is born? The Shu Fei, genuinely heartbroken, begins to weep, failing to notice the sudden shift in Emperor Jingwen's expression. Child? Where does this child come from? He inquires. Your Majesty. Today I may know. Soon others will too. Once the truth is revealed, what face will you have left? Emperor Jingwen narrows his eyes. If I refuse to comply, what do you intend to do? I cannot bear to see your majesty err repeatedly. The Shu Fei, consumed by rage, wishes to consume Yu Jiu entirely, convinced that the emperor is merely momentarily confused. Once the true culprit meets their demise, the emperor need not worry about his reputation. Should he continue on this misguided path, she will not hesitate to bring forth someone capable of persuading him otherwise. She is not foolish. Confronting him directly is merely part of her strategy. I have dispatched my chief maid from the palace. Should I encounter any difficulties, she will broadcast the news to the world. I know your majesty harbors deep resentment towards me, yet you will eventually understand that my intentions are for your benefit, compelling me to prevent your grave error. Emperor Jingwen interrupts. Does the Shu Fei possess any evidence? I fail to comprehend how you could intrude upon my chamber and openly slander me and the Empress Dowager. Are you unaware this constitutes a grave transgression? The Shu Fei is taken aback. Evidence? Is it not the child within the Empress Dowager's womb? She retorts. Or, do you claim this child is not hers? She has prepared herself for a do-or-die confrontation, having crafted more than one contingency plan. Even if she loses the emperor's favor, she can leverage this scandal to reclaim her position in the harem. Now, faced with Emperor Jingwen's counter, she is not surprised. It would be peculiar for her to easily concede. If it is not yours, then it is an abomination, and such a spawn must not be allowed to remain. How could one who commits such disgraceful acts maintain their dignity? The Shu Fei proclaims, if your majesty does not believe me, why not summon the Empress Dowager for a confrontation? I have brought a physician skilled in obstetrics. The truth will be revealed with a single examination. Emperor Jingwen commands. Fetch the Empress Dowager. The Shu Fei, taken aback by his swift agreement, is momentarily stunned. Emperor Jingwen continues, with such a grand spectacle, you dare to accuse me, even to the extent of defaming me? If it is confirmed shortly that your claims are unfounded, what will you do then? This cannot be. The Shu Fei retorts without hesitation, Your Majesty was with the Empress Dowager earlier, was he not? Today, being Qixi. What does it signify for you to be out with her? Jealousy flashes in her eyes. Emperor Jingwen has never devoted such attention to her. I would not have come if I lacked absolute assurance. Should it be proven that I have slandered your majesty, I shall willingly accept your judgment without complaint. Emperor Jingwen replies, This is what you have proclaimed yourself. The Shu Fei, who initially knelt, remains grounded as Emperor Jingwen does not bid her rise. Yet she feels the posture too submissive and stands up defiantly. Outside, the sound of soft footsteps approaches, and Yu Jiu, clad in palace attire, is escorted in. Upon seeing her, the Shu Fei's gaze pierces like a dagger, wishing to rend her with such intensity. The Empress Dowager was personally appointed by the late emperor, transitioning from commoner to queen through his grace. Instead of expressing gratitude and praying for the late emperor daily, she dares to seduce his majesty and commit such disgraceful acts. Do you not acknowledge your transgressions? The Shu Fei's disdain for her visage is palpable. The thought of finally being rid of her after today brings her immense satisfaction. Do not presume that being the Empress Dowager grants you impunity. Wrongdoing must be met with consequences, even for the Empress Dowager. Yu Jiu's complexion pales abruptly, instinctively taking a step back. In the Shu Fei's eyes, this gesture signifies guilt and acquiescence. Yet despite her expression, she remains as radiant as the moonlight. The Shu Fei had initially considered that if she knelt and pleaded for mercy, perhaps she could spare her life, but now she harbors no such thoughts. Such a person should never have entered the palace. With a false smile, the Shu Fei declares, "Empress Dowager, please. Let this be the last time I address you in such a manner." Yu Jiu said, "Noble consort, we harbor no enmity towards one another. I was aware of your disdain for me, yet I have never once summoned you to the Changla Palace, nor have I ever acted disrespectfully towards you. I fail to comprehend why you would slander my character in such a manner. Noble consort, I am still the Empress Dowager. Upon your encounter with me, not only do you fail to pay your respects, but you also utter vile words. What punishment does such insolence deserve? Should I not hold you accountable for this grave disrespect?" Seeing the expression on her face, the noble consort might have thought her adversary was overwhelmed with guilt, believing victory was in her grasp. However, the audacity of invoking rank left her momentarily speechless. It was true that until her guilt was confirmed, she remained the Empress Dowager. Yet it was utterly inconceivable for her to bow before a criminal. "I shall not offer my respects to a sinner. Should it later prove that I have misjudged the Empress Dowager, I will then offer my apologies." Yu Jiu remarked, "These are the very words spoken by the noble consort." Without casting a glance at Emperor Jingwen, she silently approached, taking her seat. The physician accompanying the noble consort placed his hand upon hers, and a smile crept onto her face, as if she envisioned the future throne already within her grasp. "Noble consort, why persist in this futile struggle?" "I am certain," the physician interjected, "this lady is not pregnant. She is merely in frail health and requires proper care."
What?
The smile on the noble consort's face froze. Disbelief etched across her features. As the physician stood, a chill enveloped her. She advanced, her expression twisted with rage. "What did you say? Speak again." She was convinced she was pregnant.
How could she not be?
Had she miscarried, or was he in collusion with someone? Her voice erupted in a desperate scream. The previous hint of a smile utterly vanished. All her confidence had stemmed from that child, and now she was told it did not exist? How could she accept this? She had investigated for so long. How could she have been mistaken? She refused to believe it, for if it were proven that there was no evidence, her previous claims would amount to slander. No ordinary slander. Without a doubt, she knew her fate would be dire. Emperor Jingwen inquired, "Noble consort, do you have anything to say?" The physician, dazed by the noble consort's fervent shaking, hesitated to speak further. "If you do not trust me, your highness, you may seek another opinion." His words were unwavering, and the noble consort realized that he could not have been bribed, nor would he speak recklessly. Tears streamed down her face as she fell to her knees once more, never having anticipated such a turn of events at what she believed was a certainty. Emperor Jingwen would not easily let her go. How had she fallen to such depths? "Noble consort, I have been entrapped," she cried, her tears now flowing with a sincerity far beyond before. "It was the wise consort who informed me there was a connection between the Empress Dowager and His Majesty, and only then did I believe it. Surely, she must have heard that His Majesty intended to elevate a new empress, and thus she sought to ensnare me." Emperor Jingwen simply asked, "Do you have any evidence?" "They are all gone. Not a single one remains." The noble consort's mouth fell agape, watching her last glimmer of hope fade away. A tempest of hatred surged within her, all directed towards the wise consort. It was indeed she who sought to ruin her. Emperor Jingwen pressed, "Do you have anything more to say?" At that moment, the noble consort was filled with regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never acted so. regret and hatred intertwined within her, and she tasted blood in her throat as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Your Majesty," truly the wise consort catching sight of Yu Jiu's skirt, she lunged forward as if grasping at a lifeline. "Empress Dowager, no, mother. Mother, save me. I was only deceived by the wise consort. If you forgive me, I shall honor you as I do my own mother." Yu Jiu replied, "If I were to forgive the noble consort today, would it not set a precedent for anyone to slander me in the future?" Emperor Jingwen commanded, "Take the noble consort away." "Your Majesty." The noble consort desperately tried to cling to Emperor Jingwen, but Yu Jiu's words made it clear that she had no chance of mercy this time. She fought fiercely to grasp even the slightest thread of hope, yet it was all in vain. As she was dragged away, the noble consort screamed with all her might, "Wise consort, I will haunt you even in death." The wise consort had just arrived, and upon hearing the scream and witnessing the noble consort's disheveled state, her face paled. The noble consort, already exhausted, found her fury rekindled upon seeing her enemy who had brought her to this state. With newfound strength, she pushed away her captors and lunged at the wise consort, her hands gripping tightly around her throat. "You wretched woman!" The wise consort was thrown to the ground, her back colliding painfully with an unseen object. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen, and she felt something warm trickling down. The wise consort was no naive girl. Upon sensing the warmth, her spirit began to waver, her voice trembling. "Quick, someone!" The noble consort, sensing the scent of blood, burst into maniacal laughter. "This is retribution. Retribution for the plot against me." The wise consort could not even spare a thought for her own well-being, as all her focus shifted to the child within her womb. This was not an illegitimate spawn of the Empress Dowager. This was a rightful heir. Yu Jiu, hearing the commotion outside, asked, "Your Majesty, will you not go and see what is happening?" She gazed thoughtfully into the void. The wise consort and the noble consort had served the emperor for nearly a decade, appointed by the late emperor himself, with rightful legitimacy. They still had their standing, so why should she not? "To be honest, Your Majesty, when I arrived today, I believed it would be my last. Today was merely a stroke of luck, but in time, the truth will be revealed." She sighed. "I shall go and see the wise consort." Emperor Jingwen reached out to stop her, his brow furrowed in concern. Yet Yu Jiu stepped back. "Your Majesty, grant me a path to safety. You forced me before, motivated by my fear of death. However, today I realize that my life and death are no longer in my hands. If you continue to pressure me, I can offer you nothing. The only thing I control is my own existence." Her voice was soft, her expression gentle, yet her gaze was unyieldingly resolute. "I implore you,
Do not seek me out again."
The wise consort's child ultimately did not survive. Over the past month, she had been burdened with worry and immense pressure, secretly plotting while laboring tirelessly. Already in a precarious state, the collision with the noble consort had caused her to miscarry. Having served in the palace for several years, the wise consort had endured countless trials, including a harrowing incident that had left her feeling invincible. Yet now, she was engulfed by a profound despair, and the other maidservants dared not disturb her in this moment of silence. Yu Jiu entered, gesturing for the maidservants to leave. "I have come to visit the wise consort. You may withdraw for now." The maidservants filed out, and Yu Jiu approached the bedside, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Witnessing the wise consort's state filled her with a peculiar delight. The wise consort, hearing footsteps, initially assumed it was a maidservant and wished only to retreat from the world. Yet upon hearing such words, she turned sharply, locking eyes with Yu Jiu, whose gaze was poisoned with malice. Seeing her like this brought her more joy than witnessing the noble consort being dragged away. Prior to this, the Empress had encountered Yu Jiu in a state resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. However, that had been a fleeting moment, unlike now when she no longer intended to conceal her true self. Was she not astonished to witness the concubine Shu being dragged away? "According to your conjecture, I ought to have been diagnosed as pregnant under the imposing presence of concubine Shu. For the sake of his reputation, the emperor would require the child within me to vanish, and I too would need to be dealt with, while concubine Shu would surely fall from the emperor's favor. Without concubine Shu, Who else could ascend to the position but you? She even lightly clapped her hands, disregarding the fury in her eyes. Such a brilliant scheme. Yet you have obliterated all possible evidence. It should have been seamless. But little did you know I am not pregnant. She tenderly covered her with a blanket, a smile gracing her face, yet her words were like daggers laced with poison, stabbing mercilessly at the Empress. This was originally designed for you. Who could have anticipated that you, wise Empress, would so readily sacrifice concubine Shu? More than concubine Shu, I find myself more fearful of you, Empress. After all, you are far more cunning, and you even bear a child. It appears that fate is on my side. Concubine Shu is finished. Your child is lost. And do you truly believe the Emperor would not suspect you? The child is now your Achilles heel. As the Empress listened to her relentless words, it felt as if she were lying upon ice, while her innermost being felt doused in scalding oil, causing her throat to clench. The more she spoke, the more delighted Yu Jiu appeared, inching closer, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly allure, glinting with chilling malice. Empress, you know, our relationship cannot withstand the light of day. To preserve myself, you must perish. That death seemed to materialize, thrusting towards her throat, halting her breath for a moment as her pupils dilated. Observing her reaction, Yu Jiu's laughter resounded. You know, all that I speak is the truth. The only one who can save you now is me. The Empress managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth. What do you want? Yu Jiu smiled sweetly. Beg me. She stated with an air of certainty. You likely do not comprehend the joy I feel each time I see noble women like yourselves kneeling at my feet, especially when you had not witnessed the sight of concubine Shu, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded for my mercy. How pitiful! The Empress felt her head spinning, her mind echoing a singular thought. The Emperor has truly taken a liking to such a person? How malicious, despicable, and narrow-minded, willing to take the lives of both of them for her own sake? Yu Jiu remarked, Oh dear, I seem to have spoken too much. However, I am not in haste. Once you have contemplated this matter, you may summon me. As she departed, she even hummed a tune. The Empress, having been so provoked, felt the pain in her abdomen intensify once more, having already been weakened by a miscarriage. Listening to the palace maid screams, a singular thought reverberated in her mind. I will never let you go. She harbored no doubt whatsoever. This conjecture was one she had meticulously deduced and verified herself. She would only believe it deeply and never question it. Such a person would undoubtedly seek to take her life. Upon receiving this news, the Empress remained stiff for a full quarter of an hour. Even with a premonition in her heart, she could not have anticipated that Emperor Jingwen would truly possess such a ruthless disposition. If he treated concubine Shu in such a manner, how would he regard her? The Empress felt the breath of death drawing nearer. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. I have stated before, if the Emperor comes again, I would rather die. Her entire body burned with fever, turning a rosy hue, and she felt dizzy, yet her words were exceedingly clear. Resolutely, she drove a hairpin into her flesh, causing Emperor Jingwen's expression to darken. He certainly had means at his disposal. However, now that she was gravely ill, it seemed her life was hanging by a thread, and he could not afford to push any further. Regrettably, as he took a step back, Yu Jiu's condition did not improve. She grew increasingly worse, even beginning to vomit blood. The physician diagnosed her with heartache and mental exhaustion. He discreetly informed Emperor Jingwen that if this continued, the Empress might not see another year. Emperor Jingwen had not anticipated the severity of the situation. It seemed that concubine Shu's incident had stirred all her hidden fears and anxieties. Aside from this matter, what else could have burdened her heart? One could say he had nearly taken a portion of her life. Under such circumstances, Emperor Jingwen decided to wait until she had recuperated before addressing the matter further. The common folk often speculated about royal affairs, and with such scandalous events, the rumors were bound to spread far and wide. The Empress Dowager had originally been the daughter of a mere hunter, elevated to Empress by virtue of her beauty, soaring to greatness. Now, she had ensnared the Emperor's heart. What a beguiling beauty! Indeed, how stunning she must be. I long to see her with my own eyes. You are courting death. It is said that the Emperor cherishes her as he does his own eyes, lest you catch a glimpse and find yourself blinded. Matters concerning royal secrets could not be concealed, and those beneath dared not remain silent, while the court officials promptly reacted. They implored the Empress Dowager to go to the Anjou temple to pray for the late emperor, to pray for the well-being of the populace. The cabinet members knelt in unison at Emperor Jingwen's feet, the prime minister weeping as he spoke. I know that this must be a slanderous plot against His Majesty. Yet the rumors have spread too far to contain. The only course of action now is for the Empress Dowager to leave the palace promptly. This is the only way to silence the tongues of the masses before the rumors spread further. Upon the Prime Minister's conclusion, the second minister chimed in, urging His Majesty to prioritize the nation, the state, and the royal family. This too did not escape the notice of Yu Jiu in the harem. Upon hearing the news, she fell silent, dismissing everyone. Xiao Qing, in a state of concern, feared she might act rashly. Upon hearing that the officials were requesting the Empress Dowager to pray at the temple, her anxiety grew. While the people outside might merely be seeking excitement, those within Changle Palace were acutely aware of the Emperor's extraordinary affection for the Empress Dowager. If the Empress Dowager were forced out of the palace, what refuge would they have? They thought to themselves, the Emperor must at least recognize the need for caution. Yet to their surprise, Emperor Jingwen went directly to Changle Palace after leaving the court, recounting the matters discussed and inquiring, what thoughts does the Empress Dowager harbor? Yu Jiu replied, at this juncture, what thoughts could I possibly have? She reclined upon her bed, not in a fragile manner, but sitting upright as if in a grand chair. I request that your Majesty escort me. Emperor Jingwen asked, do you understand what life in a temple entails? She was evidently resolute, perhaps having never wished to entangle herself with him, only following him back to the palace out of compulsion. Now, this suited her perfectly, but Emperor Jingwen was unwilling. Ever since he had acted upon her in such a manner, Yu Jiu had not offered him a single smile, unless it was in the bedchamber, where she was compelled by his words. Her countenance turned as cold as ice. Yet Emperor Jingwen was no child nor an inexperienced youth. Having dared to engage with her, he had already considered the ramifications. Within this deep palace, she could oppose him in no way. Persistence would yield results, and one day she would soften, transforming into the girl who wholeheartedly adored him. Even if she did not love him with all her heart, she would at least rely on him completely. However, this incident had disrupted his plans, intensifying his rage towards the one who had thwarted him. Emperor Jingwen leaned closer, his fair skin and dark eyes exuding an eerie aura as he said, I once had a dream. In that dream, I became another person, witnessing many impossible sights and meeting numerous individuals, among them one who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Empress Dowager. He sighed, recounting how, in his dreams, she had perished at the hands of a monstrous beast to save him. Yu Jiu's expression turned icy. Are you implying that the person I see through you is indeed her? She scoffed. Your Majesty, I refuse to believe it. Suppressing her emotions, she finally allowed a hint of resentment to seep into her voice. If what you say is true, I should harbor even more hatred towards you. For the sake of an ephemeral figure, you have cast me into this predicament. Jingwen Emperor replied, she is not a mere illusion. She truly exists. This is our past life. We are destined. A faint smile graced his lips. One day, you will remember. Such a smile, far from providing comfort, sent shivers down her spine. This thought compelled her to leave. Who could predict the actions of a madman? Jingwen Emperor did not immediately acquiesce to the cabinet's request, but ordered a thorough investigation. Many who had hastily drawn conclusions in the streets found themselves imprisoned, and for a time, rumors were drowned beneath the tumult of the capital. Yet this was merely surface level. Without a reasonable explanation, they would inevitably resume their clandestine discussions. Amidst this turmoil, the news of the virtuous consort entering the palace was akin to a mere ripple, attracting little attention except from those with ulterior motives. At that moment, the virtuous consort knelt before Jingwen Emperor, her eyes brimming with tears. Your humble servant has served you for nearly a decade, and I dare say I have never faltered in my duties or shown anything but utmost respect. I merely wish to know whose slander has led you to think thus of me. Jingwen Emperor replied, I have already discovered the truth. Do you still refuse to acknowledge your faults? The virtuous consort asserted, the innocent shall clear their name. I am willing to confront that person directly. More astute than the gentle consort, the virtuous consort had anticipated various outcomes and was acutely aware of Yu Jiu's treachery. If she could not eliminate her in one fell swoop, her own life would be at stake. As she wept, the courtiers hastily arrived, even calling for Yu Jiu, from Changlu Palace. Having managed the court for many years, the virtuous consort had amassed a surprising number of supporters and was more adept at manipulating human emotions than the gentle consort. It was the gentle consort's people who had summoned Yu Jiu from Changlu Palace, and it was also her people who notified the courtiers, having no ties to her. Yu Jiu nearly collided with the courtiers upon arrival. Those courtiers knelt, beseeching the Empress Dowager to pray for the late emperor. The chief censor spoke, "Your Highness, you must have heard the recent rumors. Should we allow them to persist, the imperial family will be shamed and your reputation will suffer as well. I now beseech you to pray for the late emperor. If you refuse, I am willing to kneel indefinitely." Jingwen Emperor could dismiss them due to his royal status. But the Empress Dowager, merely a woman of the inner palace, was already in considerable turmoil. Pressured thus, she felt akin to being forced into exposure. Upon witnessing her pale visage, Jingwen Emperor heard her acquiescence. "I shall comply." They had not anticipated her ease in agreeing, and they promptly bowed, sealing the matter with gratitude for her benevolence. The virtuous consort was taken aback, "Your Majesty." She then turned to Yu Jiu, "Mother." The virtuous consort implored, "Esteemed lords, you may be unaware of the circumstances within the palace, but I have managed palace affairs for many years. If there were truly a matter at hand, would I remain ignorant? I assure you, there is no truth to these rumors. I have been recuperating at Jing Mountain, unaware of such gossip. Had I known, I would have ensured it did not escalate to this extent. As for the gentle consort, she has committed grave errors. To be candid, the child I carry was lost because of her actions. This is why His Majesty ordered her punishment. Who could have anticipated the matter would escalate to such proportions? How can you compel the Empress Dowager to pray in the temple? And what am I position as her junior? This will only incite further gossip among the people. Your Majesty and esteemed ministers, I am willing to pray on behalf of my mother." Yu Jiu had long recognized the virtuous consort's cunning, and now she could not help but admire her. Every word was imbued with genuine emotion, devoid of deceit. Even if she held suspicions, witnessing this fervor assuaged her doubts. Glancing at the silent Jingwen Emperor, she mused, "This is no palace. It is a stage, and everyone within it plays the leading role." If Yu Jiu were truly, as the virtuous consort believed, she would have agreed to the proposal without hesitation, for her entanglement with the emperor was merely a means of escaping her previous existence. Life in the temple would surely be far more arduous than in the cold confines of Changlu Palace. Yu Jiu declared, "My resolve is firm, and I commend your filial piety, virtuous consort. Both His Majesty and I are aware of this matter, which originated with me. If I do not attend, there may be repercussions." The courtiers, having achieved their goal, were finally willing to depart. Yu Jiu extended a hand to assist the virtuous consort, but the latter, wary, rose before her hand could reach. "Do you truly believe His Majesty cannot uncover the truth?" The virtuous consort maintained her composure. "I do not comprehend what the Empress Dowager means." Yu Jiu chuckled lightly, "Whether you understand or not, only you know, but do you truly believe you have triumphed?" The virtuous consort, initially suspecting Yu Jiu had a hidden agenda, felt an ominous premonition as she spoke with such conviction. Her mind raced through various possibilities. As she had said, it was impossible to silence the multitude. In this round, Yu Jiu was destined to lose, and she could not conceive a strategy to turn the tide. Just as the throbbing in her head subsided, a palace maid hurried in to report, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has coughed up blood and fainted. His Majesty has summoned the imperial physician, and he is already rushed over." In that fleeting moment, the virtuous consort suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Empress Dowager was gravely ill. Who would dare compel her to go to the temple? Should she perish en route, Jingwen Emperor would bear the shame of ingratitude, and those who pressured her would certainly face dire consequences. If she could endure this trial, once the matter settled, would it not be her decision whether to go or stay? This incident had escalated their conflict to a point of no return. Any confrontation would be lethal. The The virtuous consort's complexion fluctuated from red to white, then to a sickly pallor. To let this matter rest would be a persistent threat. She muttered to herself. Yu Jiu's illness coincidentally struck at the most opportune moment, neither too early nor too late. But precisely as she agreed to retreat to the temple for contemplation, rendering her bedridden, not only the virtuous consort but even the courtiers began to question her intentions. Her illness made it increasingly difficult to insist she undertake the pilgrimage, for the Empress Dowager represented the dignity of the nation. Without irrefutable evidence, her guilt could not be established. The virtuous consort had not anticipated such treachery. It was indeed a challenge to counter, but for her own survival, she could not allow Yu Jiu to remain unchecked. Alerting Jingwen Emperor would be futile. The virtuous consort had long relinquished that hope. After contemplating for a moment, she summoned a chief maid and whispered instructions into her ear, delegating her attire change. Since Jingwen Emperor had gone to Changla Palace, how could they not attend to her illness? On the second day of the Empress Dowager's critical condition, a woman threw herself before the drum of injustice in front of the capital magistrate, vehemently accusing the current Empress Dowager of driving the gentle consort to her death and sowing discord in the harem. That demoness is surely feigning illness. She is the master of pretense. The gentle consort believed her, and thus met her untimely demise. The turbulence that had not yet settled was once again stirred, and the hesitant courtiers returned to the palace. Meanwhile, Yu Jiu spat blood before Jingwen Emperor, offering a sorrowful smile. "Your Majesty, please send me away." Then her eyes closed forever, never to open again, leaving Peach Blossom Valley and the peak of the snowy mountains devoid of their mistress. Now she is also coughing up blood, as weak as she was in her dreams, seemingly on the verge of collapsing at any moment. When the Emperor Jingwen lost her in his dreams, he still felt a sense of detachment. At this moment, he truly felt heartache. He sat at the bedside and declared, "From now on, I shall not seek you out, nor compel you to engage in those matters. Do recover swiftly." The body in his arms was extraordinarily compliant, reminiscent of those times when she was lost in her emotions, yet he now wished to sense her resistance. Yu Jiu let out a couple of soft laughs, so gentle that they seemed to vanish if one were not attentive. When the Emperor Jingwen attempted to speak again, Yu Jiu had already closed her eyes and slipped into a deep slumber. Gazing at her, he experienced the essence of helplessness. Had he known she was so fragile, he would never have resorted to such extreme measures. However, there are no ifs in life, nor any remedy for regret. Only the Emperor Jingwen understood the depths of his feelings. His mood was utterly dreadful, and at this moment, the court officials were adding to his troubles. They had brought physicians to examine the Empress Dowager, all of whom were somewhat renowned in the capital. The ministers naturally believed in the Empress Dowager. Yet with the current rumors swirling in the city, they had deliberated and concluded that this was the best course of action, which would clear the Empress Dowager's name and also gather insights to hasten her recovery. The Emperor Jingwen let out a few cold laughs and said icily, "Am I not aware that such rules exist in this world?" He rarely lost his temper, and since his ascension, the court had scarcely witnessed his fury. Thus, both inside and outside the court, it was said that the Emperor Jingwen had a good temper, though he did not explode in rage at this moment. His demeanor was starkly different from usual. This not only sowed seeds of doubt among the officials, but also startled the virtuous consort who followed closely behind him. Yet, it also reinforced her belief that her actions were justified. If the Empress Dowager were truly gravely ill, why would the Emperor be angry? He rarely lost his temper over significant matters in the court. This must be because he harbored guilt, seeking to disperse the officials. The virtuous consort, being intelligent and adept at patience, was burdened by excessive suspicion and worries. Had she suspected Yu Jiu of being pregnant and tested the Emperor Jingwen, the situation would not have escalated to this point, yet she did not. Now, she would not doubt her conjectures. After the Emperor Jingwen cast a chilling glance her way, the virtuous consort thought similarly. She turned on her knees and said, "I believe the esteemed officials have a point. It would not harm to let them take a look through the curtain, and it could help clear the Empress Dowager's current reputation." The virtuous consort was well aware that her words would displease the emperor, yet the pressing matter was to drive Yu Jiu away. She could discern the gravity of the situation and knew this could not be repeated. She had to seize this opportunity. The Emperor Jingwen replied, "Indeed. The virtuous consort is profoundly insightful." The virtuous consort forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, I act for the good of the Empress Dowager. She would surely not wish to bear such a stain on her name." The officials knelt once more, beseeching the emperor to consider the Empress Dowager's reputation. Driven to such a point, the Emperor Jingwen laughed bitterly in anger and said, "Very well, I shall comply with your wishes." His gaze fell upon the dozen or so physicians, hoping their skill surpassed those of the imperial physicians. His eyes then rested on the virtuous consort. "Since you care so deeply for the Empress Dowager, let us enter together." The officials could only wait outside for news. The virtuous consort had anticipated a lengthy discussion, yet the Emperor Jingwen unexpectedly acquiesced so easily. Having achieved her objective, unease welled within her, and her head began to ache. She attributed it to her poor sleep the previous night. Upon entering the Changla Palace, she was immediately struck by a heavy medicinal scent. The aroma was nearly overpowering, causing her to instinctively cover her nose as she followed the emperor inside, where she saw the pallid palace servants, moving hurriedly, with vacant expressions. At that moment, the virtuous consort reflected on how the Empress Dowager had indeed spared no expense to avoid the temple. The scent of medicine alone suggested a severe illness. Yet upon seeing Yu Jiu lying on the bed, her thoughts shattered into a million pieces. "How is this possible?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her expression morphing into one of sheer horror. Yu Jiu lay on the bed, her face ashen, devoid of color save for the pale white of her skin. Anyone who beheld her would recognize that she was not only gravely ill but likely approaching death. The virtuous consort had envisioned countless scenarios upon seeing her, yet never such a sight. To the virtuous consort, Yu Jiu was nothing but wicked and debauched. Such a person deserved to be condemned to hell. Yet she was also cunning and formidable, a powerful adversary who would not easily succumb. She could not fathom Yu Jiu in such a feeble state. The conviction she had held so steadfastly crumbled, akin to how the Shushi consort had once believed Yu Jiu's unborn child to be her greatest leverage. The virtuous consort's assurance rested on the belief that Yu Jiu could never fall gravely ill. Had she not threatened her just days prior? Realizing that Yu Jiu was not pregnant, the Shushi consort had collapsed, and now the virtuous consort found herself in a similar predicament. What if Yu Jiu were truly ill and not merely feigning? The virtuous consort's face turned ashen, for she was the sole consort who had persuaded the emperor. Should anything happen to Yu Jiu, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The Emperor Jingwen declared, "What is impossible?" The curtain fell, and one by one, the physicians approached, each shaking their head. The virtuous consort, hidden behind the screen, felt colder than winter. Yu Jiu, at some point, opened her eyes, fixing her gaze on the virtuous consort. "Mother." Tears streamed down Yu Jiu's face, sending the virtuous consort into a panic. She was already aware of the situation, yet it was too late. Yu Jiu choked out, "Did you truly wish for me to die?" She shifted closer, blocking the Emperor Jingwen's line of sight, and the virtuous consort beheld those eyes once more, reminiscent of her nightmares, glinting with malice. She watched Yu Jiu's lips move. "I will not let you go." The virtuous consort, already on edge due to this matter, felt as if she had burned her bridges. Such circumstances were particularly fearful, especially when her life was at stake. Stressed and chaotic, she saw Yu Jiu's lifeless eyes regain a spark, her face flushing with color once more. The throbbing pain in her head reached a breaking point, and she instinctively jerked her hand away from Yu Jiu's, rising abruptly. After this motion, her face drained of color, her trembling hands revealing her agitation, her pupils dilating in shock. As Yu Jiu was pushed away, her head tilted, her eyes closing, her chest no longer rising and falling. Dead? The virtuous consort wished to consume her alive, yet never desired her demise, especially following such a gesture. It felt as if the world had collapsed. Not even the misfortunes of her parents could evoke such a reaction in her. She envisioned the consequences of this moment, calculating every outcome, yet never anticipated Yu Jiu's severe condition. Her mind spiraled into chaos as she collapsed to the ground. "Your Majesty, I did not mean to." The virtuous consort broke down in tears, and the palace attendants, witnessing the scene, knelt in unison, filling the Changle palace with cries. The Emperor Jingwen stood frozen, unable to move, while the virtuous consort, in her confusion, caught sight of his icy gaze. It was devoid of warmth, resembling a glance directed at a lifeless object. The virtuous consort felt as though her throat had been constricted, her cries abruptly silenced. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yu Jiu's profile, and in that moment of confusion, a light pierced through her darkness. Yu Jiu had been waiting for this moment. Even the events preceding this were merely a prelude to this very instant. Upon this realization, the virtuous consort was enveloped in darkness. Desperate to understand whether Yu Jiu had calculated against her upon sensing her impending demise, or if she had risked everything to ensnare her. She longed to be the first to conjecture, for this would suggest she might still have some leeway. However, the latter thought sent a chill through her. Could she truly orchestrate a reversal of fate if someone was willing to sacrifice their life to scheme against her? She felt utterly disoriented, as though the ground beneath her feet had vanished. The cries of lamentation from Changle Palace echoed like thunder, and before the ministers could await the physician's response, the dreadful news reached them. The entire cabinet was as astonished as the noble consort. How could she have died so suddenly? If they were to articulate their thoughts, they would surely reflect on this very question. Their aggressive demeanor stemmed from someone within the palace who had leaked information. Their suspicions had indeed been correct. The Empress Dowager had feigned illness to avoid attending the temple, which explained their belligerent approach, yet none could have anticipated such a dire outcome. Their intentions were not to humiliate the sovereign, but rather to safeguard him from being ensnared by the allure of feminine beauty.
Now,
upon learning of the Empress Dowager's untimely demise, they were tormented by guilt, even if her fate was beyond their control. The chain of events led them to feel as if they had been complicit in her death. The Empress Dowager had been wronged, unable to defend herself, and their actions had only compounded her suffering. The more they contemplated, the more profound their remorse grew. Regardless, in the face of death, they could not utter harsh words. Emperor Jingwen remarked that the Empress Dowager had been unwell for an extended period. That day, she had merely mustered the strength to endure, having lapsed into unconsciousness since yesterday. This bore no relation to the esteemed ministers. Yet, the more he insisted, the more uneasy the ministers became, urging His Majesty to thoroughly investigate the matter. Previously, they had suspected a secret connection between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Should any evidence emerge, where would the Emperor's dignity lie? Yet now, the circumstances had changed. The Empress Dowager was deceased, leaving them with no fears of repercussions, and they were determined to vindicate both Emperor Jingwen and the Empress Dowager. In private discussions, they harbored some resentment towards the noble consort, as she had been present that day. Had she disclosed the severity of the Empress Dowager's condition, they would never have acted so rashly. It was precisely because she had subtly sided with them that they had been led to believe the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. They could not enter the inner palace, but the noble consort could. Aware of her precarious situation, she treaded carefully, fearing the slightest misstep. Yet her actions that day had become common knowledge. The noble consort knew of the Empress Dowager's grave illness, yet continued to speak as she did. Rumor had it that during the Empress Dowager's passing, she had even pushed her. Previously, it was said that the demise of the virtuous consort was connected to the Empress Dowager, but now it was rumored that the virtuous consort had called for the noble consort. How malicious this seemed. In almost a single night, the noble consort's reputation plummeted to the depths. Regardless of how the former Empress Dowager had ascended to power, she was still the reigning Empress Dowager, deserving of respect and protection from the noble consort, who had never been wronged by her, even having received her favor on many occasions. Yet, before her death, the noble consort had positioned herself in opposition to her. The only one capable and motivated to orchestrate such a turn of events was Emperor Jingwen. In the palace, if the emperor desired someone's demise, how could that person possibly survive? Thus, the noble consort had long endured, unwilling to entangle herself in the palace's clandestine affairs. Yet she had not anticipated that her efforts would ultimately fail at the last moment. Nevertheless, she was determined to survive. Seeking out Emperor Jingwen, she assumed he would be reluctant to see her, requiring her to exert considerable effort. To her astonishment, the eunuchs permitted her entry. Upon encountering Emperor Jingwen, She felt somewhat dazed and could not help but laugh self-deprecatingly, as if she had never guessed correctly. "Your Majesty, I have something to convey to you." At that moment, the noble consort felt it unnecessary to conceal her thoughts any longer. The Empress Dowager had not wished for this. Emperor Jingwen interrupted her, seemingly speaking to himself, confessing that he had been the one to force her, leading to her deterioration. What? The noble consort felt as if she had misheard. Forced? Did the Empress Dowager appear to be coerced? I indeed cherished her, more than anyone else. I even contemplated having her bear my heir. The noble consort's face turned pale at this revelation. Such secrets were not meant to be spoken aloud. In her view, Emperor Jingwen's words indicated a firm resolve to see her demise.
Why?
She could not help but inquire, genuinely perplexed. The Empress Dowager was undeniably beautiful, yet surely there would be other such beauties in the realm. If the Emperor desired, he could easily select from among them. Why must it be so? She is undoubtedly unique, Emperor Jingwen replied. She belonged solely to me, devoted entirely to me, relying on me wholeheartedly. Yet now she was gone, driven to her end by your hands. Had it not been for you, she would have willingly accepted her fate in due time. The noble consort could bear no more. She felt she had failed to truly understand Emperor Jingwen. She had believed him to be gentle and sentimental. Yet he had granted the virtuous consort a swift death without a blink. The look in his eyes on the day of the Empress Dowager's passing was one she would never forget. Are you truly speaking of the Empress Dowager? Do you genuinely comprehend her true nature? She recalled the chilling gaze of the Empress Dowager, which seemed capable of dragging one into the depths of hell. Had it not been for that gaze, she would not have so readily wished for her demise. After pouring out her heart, she realized that Emperor Jingwen only regarded her with a calm demeanor. Are you suggesting that the Empress Dowager's death was solely to ensnare you? The noble consort fell silent, finding the notion absurd, and knew others would too. Yet what she said was irrefutably true, undeniably so. Your Majesty, she implored, her words inadvertently instilling a chill in her heart as she sought to plead for her life. Emperor Jingwen declared, I now deeply regret the way things have unfolded. Had I known, I would have never allowed such rumors to spread. I would have cherished her as if she were a precious gem in my palm. Therefore, I shall not allow you to perish. This seemingly incongruous statement only served to deepen the noble consort's dread. Your Majesty, at such a juncture, would I still deceive you? You must trust me. Every word I speak is genuine.
Truly,
she insisted. Your Majesty, you have been deceived. Yet Emperor Jingwen had lost the desire to see her, waving his hand dismissively for her to be taken away. That very day, the noble consort was demoted to a common palace maid. Once exalted, the noble consort now found herself in such a dire state. Those who had held grievances against her now flocked to her, for it was evident that the emperor had grown weary of her. The court's nature of elevating some while casting others down was all too familiar. The noble consort's suffering became unbearable. She had once regarded death with terror, yet now she perceived that living in such torment was far worse. Emperor Jingwen had become utterly heartless, rendering a decade of affection worthless in his eyes. Though Emperor Jingwen spared her life, no one else dared to do so. Before long, the noble consort began to lose her sanity, frequently exclaiming, Your Majesty, you must believe me. She is not what you think. You have been deceived. She is nothing but a wretched woman. The more she grasped the image of the Empress Dowager in Emperor Jingwen's eyes, the more certain she became that the Empress Dowager had targeted her all along, relentlessly pursuing her with the intent to bring her to ruin. Yet she could not fathom what deep-seated animosity could drive someone to such lengths, even to the point of risking their own life to scheme against her. One could argue that her greatest failure lay in underestimating the lengths to which the Empress Dowager would go to achieve her aims. The former beauty, now the Defay, had taken charge of palace affairs, and her disdain for the noble consort was palpable. Without her lifting a finger, countless sycophants rushed to curry favor with her. Noble consort, do you not realize that she and the emperor once shared a bond? Are you still attempting to use that same rhetoric to deceive others? The Empress Dowager is dead. Will you not let her rest? The Empress Dowager displayed a look of disdain as she gazed upon the once illustrious consort Xian, her heart enveloped in tranquility. She had never committed any wrongdoing against her, Had it not been for that day, when Consort Xian insisted on summoning those physicians, she would not have found herself in this predicament. In her eyes, that moment was the final straw that broke Yu Jiu's spirit. The incessant rumors had already tormented her, depriving her of peaceful slumber night after night. These tormentors had pushed her to the brink of despair, and even as she approached death, they still refused to grant her respite. The Empress Dowager thought to herself, at that time, she must have pondered how, in such a dire state of illness, those people still demanded her to prove her innocence. To such an extent had they lost faith in her that she would rather embrace death than endure their scorn. The mere recollection of this caused her heart to ache. She vividly remembered the time at the pavilion by the lake, when she was so radiant, so vibrant, almost ethereal. And yet now, she had been reduced to this state. Consort Xian remarked, "Do you truly believe she is innocent? Have you forgotten how they used you as a guise in the palace?" The Empress Dowager retorted without a moment's hesitation, that too must have been forced upon her. The Emperor Jingwen harbored doubts about her, and even the Empress Dowager herself did not believe in her. In their eyes and words, her image was a far cry from the truth she held in her heart. At times, she questioned her own sanity. Was it madness that drove her to utter such nonsensical thoughts? She felt increasingly deranged, with only fleeting moments of clarity. The one thing she could not shake off was the vicious glare that occasionally invaded her mind, akin to being ensnared by a serpent, leaving her restless and tormented. Emperor Jingwen murmured to the peach blossoms, "Why can't I dream of you?" Having spent years within the palace, witnessing countless sordid affairs, he had seen many a beautiful woman unmask their true selves. The more he witnessed, the more indifferent he became. He trusted no one, until in that dream, he encountered someone willing to sacrifice themselves for him. It was the first time he yearned for something, and once again, he experienced the pangs of loss. He had been the architect of his own sorrow, and every thought of it pierced his heart like a dagger. "Little Joe, hurry up. If you don't get moving, we'll be late," Zhang Xiaoman urged, glancing at her watch with mounting frustration. "Do you even have a sense of time? Look at the hour, everyone is waiting for you." Yu Jiu replied, "I'm not going." Zhang Xiaoman furrowed her brow in disbelief. "Yu Jiu, do you really want to throw a tantrum at this moment? It's a gathering in the dormitory and Xiao Ran's boyfriend will be there. Yao Yao is already here, and you want to join us? Rest assured, you want to have to pay this time." "Apologies, but even in my poverty, I can afford a meal," Yu Jiu said, her expression unchanging. "I told you last night that I wouldn't go, and my stance remains." Seeing that Yu Jiu showed no inclination to rise, Zhang Xiaoman erupted in anger. Fine. You're not going, and I'm not begging you." With that, she stormed out. In this world, Yu Jiu was a girl from a remote mountainous region, striving to escape her impoverished surroundings through relentless study. Eventually, she gained admission to a prestigious institution, a feat that shone brightly upon her family's name. However, it seemed that this success had exhausted her entire fortune. Upon entering this esteemed academy, a new world slowly unfolded before her. She felt akin to an ugly duckling amid swans, wholly out of place. Lacking extraordinary talent, her progress was solely due to diligence. Here, the intellect of her peers matched her own, and her hard work merely allowed her to keep pace. Moreover, the girls from the big cities were all stunning and skilled in the arts, which only deepened her sense of inadequacy. Unable to secure a scholarship, she toiled to earn her living and tuition fees, her existence a stark contrast to the vibrant lives of her dormitory mates. They engaged in numerous activities while she, devoid of funds and time, gradually became an outcast in the dormitory. This existence felt like a beautiful, yet illusory dream. Though fraught with thorns, it brought her joy. The expressions and attitudes of those around her were painful, yet as long as she had the young master, that sufficed. But suddenly, the young master grew cold towards her, treating her as if she were invisible. Those who had previously envied her began to mock her, and she found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend her perceived transgressions. In her confusion, she approached them for answers, only to discover the young master in a close relationship with her roommate, Yao Yao, appearing as a couple. Her roommate, Zhang Xiaoman, ridiculed her. "Did you really think he had feelings for you? Have you looked in the mirror? What makes you worthy of him? You should be ashamed to enjoy this. It was all a misunderstanding. He mistook you for Yao Yao." Now that he has realized the error, if you had any conscience, you would leave him be. Li Ran chimed in. Going would only bring humiliation upon yourself, and you've already gained enough from this. Be content. If it weren't for the mix-up, do you think your plans would have gotten anywhere? This incident somehow leaked online and the public shared in the derision, mocking Yu Jiu for daring to compare herself to the campus goddess, Yao Yao. The crushing weight of this humiliation drove her to the brink of despair, leading her to contemplate suicide. Yu Jiu initially questioned how one could be so blind as to confuse her with Yao Yao, for they bore no resemblance. However, in the days that followed, she came to understand that they were both engrossed in the latest popular online game. Their acquaintance was with a legendary player known as Wu Feng, and Yao Yao was indeed ranked among the elite, married to Wu Feng. It was Wu Feng who mistakenly perceived her as the enchanting Yao Qi fairy, thus treating her with unusual regard. The reason for this mix-up was intriguing. She surmised that Yao Yao had intentionally misled him. Being the campus goddess, Yao Yao had countless suitors and carried herself with pride. Given Wu Feng's fascination with the seemingly ordinary Yao Qi fairy, he likely felt more fervently attached to her in the online realm. Consequently, he may have sought Yao Yao's information, and to avoid unwanted attention due to her looks, she might have provided him with misleading details, perhaps even her photograph. In retrospect, everything fell into place. Yao Yao must have given Wu Feng Yu Jiu's picture, believing that this would confine his affections to the virtual world due to her perceived ordinariness. To her surprise, Wu Feng was not deterred by her appearance and continued to regard her with favor. Perhaps Yao Yao hadn't anticipated Wu Feng's striking handsomeness, leading her to regret not revealing the truth. Nevertheless, they ultimately found happiness together, while Yu Jiu became an ignoble side character in their destined tale, paying the ultimate price. She powered on her newly purchased laptop, clicked the game icon, and awaited the loading screen. Yao Yao. Yu Jiu never imagined she would share such a connection with Lian Yan. In a previous life, they were both in a palace, and now they found themselves in the same dormitory. The exquisite graphics were one of the reasons many players were captivated, featuring 9 factions and 18 professions, with rumors of 2 more factions on the horizon, including demons, humans, and immortals. Yu Jiu chose the demon race, opting for the sorcerer profession and male gender, creating her character under the ID Qianmian Yaowang. Once her character was established, she contacted a leveling service to elevate her character to level 60, as the current maximum was 70. Upon reaching level 60, she would need to undergo her first job change, a process laden with intricate tasks. Finding a leveling service required spending several hundred yuan. After purchasing her laptop, her savings dwindled to a meager amount, leaving her with insufficient funds. Once she transferred the money to the leveling service, she gathered her belongings and prepared to step out. Her immediate priority was to acquire some money. She made her way directly to the antique street, leisurely wandering along the stalls. Her attire was unmistakably that of a market vendor's wares, which caused the snobbish stall owners to regard her with disdain, displaying an air of indifference as if to say, "You can take it or leave it." In total, she spent less than 200 yuan on 3 trinkets, a small wooden box, palm-sized and coated in a dark, sticky substance of unknown origin, a half-strand of wooden prayer beads, also somewhat tarnished, and a small figurine, crudely carved in the shape of a mouse, utterly devoid of charm and rather sordid in appearance. After her purchases, she did not exit the antique street, but headed directly to the largest antique shop, placing her items on the counter and inquiring if they accepted goods. At that hour, the street was sparsely populated, and even fewer were meandering from stall to stall. Most patrons of the antique street were familiar with one another, and the shop assistant had previously observed her rummaging through the stalls, even witnessing her acquire one of her purchases. He nearly burst into laughter upon seeing her enter their shop. "Miss, we only accept genuine artifacts here," he stated. "How can you ascertain their authenticity without even inspecting them?" She retorted. "Why, I saw you purchase these from the street vendors. You can't fool us," the assistant replied, bemused. "How do you know that items from the street vendors can't be treasures?" She countered, a slight smile gracing her face. "If you are unwilling to accept them, do not blame me for seeking other options." Though she appeared ordinary, with a notably dark complexion and plain clothing that clashed starkly with her surroundings, she exuded an undeniable aura of distinction. The assistant pondered for a moment before summoning the owner. She laid her 3 items on the table, and shortly thereafter, the owner and a craftsman approached, each taking turns examining her wares. Before long, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in their eyes. The assistant had conveyed her unusual presence, emphasizing that she was not like the ordinary patrons. Is it not remarkable? How could an average person uncover such treasures amidst the commonplace stalls? In no time, she exited the antique shop with a 30,000 yuan sum. Surprisingly, the grimy wooden box turned out to be a royal artifact, intricately carved from the rare golden silk Nanmu wood, valued at 200,000 yuan alone. The half-strand of prayer beads, although made from common materials, bore the hand-carved Sanskrit of a renowned Zen master, which, if it were a full strand, would double its worth. They failed to recognize the peculiarities of the mouse figurine, yet the 2 significant items were enough to earn her newfound respect. Her ability to discern such treasures from the mundane revealed her extraordinary insight, an invaluable asset in their line of work. The street vendors now regarded her with a different gaze. They were half-experts themselves, and to find a gem among their wares was no trivial feat in the dormitory. Zhang Xiaoman was still chiding Yu Jiu. We share a dormitory. You invite your boyfriend to dinner, and we graciously pay for it, yet you can't even be bothered to include her. Did you not see her expression? How could I possibly share a dorm with her? Li Ran was equally displeased, asserting that Yu Jiu's refusal to invite her was disrespectful. Forget it. We're in our 3rd year now, and come next year, we will be interning. Let us not concern ourselves with her. Lu Xiaoman remained indignant. Yao Yao went too. What does she count for? Upon mentioning Yao Yao, she ceased her reading, expressing, perhaps she has other commitments. You know she has been seeking work and might have missed her chance this time. Li Ran pouted. Who would dare invite her next time? Yao Yao mused. It's already nearly midnight and the dormitory supervisor will lock the doors soon. Why hasn't she returned? Surely nothing has happened to her? She said, worry creeping into her voice. Zhang Xiaoman rolled her eyes. Yao Yao, you're overthinking this. With her looks, who would even bother? If someone were to rob her, they would still consider appearances. She's neither attractive nor stylish, still wearing that outfit from her freshman year. When we go out together, it's embarrassing. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Yu Jiu strode directly to her bed, clad in an army green trench coat, jeans, and a white shirt. Her feet adorned with white sneakers, an ensemble quite ordinary for the campus. Yet, her demeanor possessed an unmistakable rhythm, and her once long, thick hair had transformed into a stylish bob, exuding confidence and charm. Yu Jiu? Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed, as if someone had gripped her throat. It was only when Yu Jiu began to change her clothes that she managed to call out her name. Both she and Li ran looking as though they had seen a ghost. You went shopping? Yu Jiu raised an eyebrow. Isn't that obvious? Her movements were not only stylish and casual but also imbued with a hint of allure. Compared to her previous self, she seemed utterly transformed. Zhang Xiaoman and Li Ran, who had just been speaking ill of her, were now both rendered speechless, struggling to believe that this was indeed Yu Jiu. Where did you get the money for all this? Zhang Xiaoman queried, her keen eye recognizing the new items from several low-luxury brands. Knowing that Yu Jiu's monthly allowance could hardly cover the cost of a single trench coat. Of course, I earned it, Yu Jiu replied. That's hardly informative. Li Ran retorted. Yu Jiu, you declined my invitation to dinner today to go shopping alone. Do you even consider me your roommate? Yu Jiu replied. Weren't we ever really close? I recall that in the past 2 years, we have dined together no more than 5 times. Should I abandon my own affairs to align with your schedule? Li Ran was momentarily taken aback, her expression souring as she realized her underestimation of Yu Jiu's sharp tongue. Who knows where she got that money? She's become rather arrogant. It seems she's grown accustomed to poverty. Zhang Xiaoman interjected. Ran was merely asking why you're in such a foul mood. Enough of that. We see you are no longer the same. The two began to chatter excitedly again, as Yu Jiu, who would typically sit quietly in the corner, now engaged freely, her gaze seemingly dismissive of their previous banter. The following day, Zhang Xiaoman remarked, I saw the skincare products you used. They cost over 2,000 yuan, and I even have the receipt. Where could she have acquired such funds? Li Ran replied, her tone sour. Who knows how she got it? I suspect it wasn't earned honestly. Yao Yao interjected, regardless, we are roommates, and we still have 2 years until graduation. We ought to show some tolerance. Yao Yao. We would like to be accommodating, but did you not hear her tone? Zhang Xiaoman countered. The two paused, contemplating move out? Not stay in the dorm anymore? A girl who thought they should know some inside information attempted a probe. I would like to move out too, but the surrounding housing is far too expensive. If my boyfriend and I were to rent, we'd struggle. Could you help me inquire if there are any affordable options? Zhang Xiaoman replied, we have no idea. The girl mused, did she win the lottery or something? It wasn't that they were reluctant to let her go, they simply had little emotional attachment. What was there to miss? They could still utilize the extra bed for storage. They found it difficult to accept the change, and upon noticing the two still whispering, Yao Yao declared, the battle of wits is about to commence. Are you two not going to participate? The world is vast, but the game is paramount. Glancing at the time, the two groaned and swiftly climbed into bed, retrieving their laptops, casting aside thoughts of Yu Jiu. The power leveling studios are undoubtedly efficient, managing to elevate an account to level 60 within a mere day. However, the gear remains shabby, merely comprising items dropped in the novice village. They offer to provide premium equipment, yet at an additional cost, and the items they supply are of ordinary attributes, which Yu Jiu finds unappealing. Having previously consulted strategies on the gaming forum, she resolves to venture to a location to grind monsters, intending to complete her job transfer quest only after acquiring more respectable equipment. After some contemplation, she visits the appearance shop to purchase an outfit, a white-haired demon sorceress. Adorned with semi-transparent wings, demonic runes gracing her visage, and a yaoqin in her grasp, exuding a charming yet sinister aura. This ensemble is rather costly, a must-have for the affluent. Wherever she goes, she draws countless onlookers and even attracts the attention of female players seeking to flirt, all of which Yu Jiu dismisses. She finds herself in a high-level monster zone, where the average monster level exceeds 65. Although she is at level 60, her tattered attire leaves her with limited health, and her skills are not fully honed. If she encounters a single monster, she can barely manage, but facing two would surely spell her doom. Upon entering this area, she dies twice, reviving once at a cost of 50% of her experience, with a maximum of 3 attempts before being sent to the underworld. Fortunately, she reaches her intended grinding zone, her level now at 59. The area is not heavily populated with players, as while the monsters yield a significant experience, their thick hides require excessive time to defeat, making it less efficient for solo players. Most players here tend to form teams that match their levels with those of the monsters. Upon spotting a level 59 sorceress, several messages appear in the nearby chat. Butterfly effect. Hello, handsome, do you need a party? Foxtail. Wink, hey, handsome, want a sugar mommy? Butterfly effect. Dude, did you misclick? That's a large area attack. Their targeted monsters suffer a bit of damage, but the aggro remains intact, causing chaos as they scramble to restore their formation. One frustrated teammate exclaims, do you even have common sense? Before they can finish their reprimand, Yu Jiu finds herself lifeless in the wilderness once more, taking a few minutes to revive. This time, Butterfly effect disregards her appearance. Butterfly effect. Handsome, if you seek death, the road to the cliff of longing awaits. Butterfly effect. Please have mercy on us. Their remaining monsters, now merely a sliver of health, seem utterly defeated. Yet, within half an hour, the white-clad sorceress reappears before them. Butterfly effect, no way. Little fox. Why are you doing this, handsome? Iris. Crying, handsome, what calamity have you faced? Please tell us. We will help you take revenge if you spare us. As she finishes speaking, the monsters surge toward the white-haired sorceress. The first encounter was unexpected, the second infuriating, but by the third, they were utterly resigned. Instead of grinding, they decide to remain in place, speculating about the handsome sorceress' plight. Was it heartbreak or betrayal that drove him to seek death so relentlessly? After 2 more deaths, Yu Jiu's character level plummets to 57. The surrounding players discuss how much longer she can endure this futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Yu Jiu, seated before her computer, finally reveals a confident smile. The white-haired sorceress retrieves her Yao Qin once more, and an identical white light radiates outward, drawing the attention of the monsters as before. Butterfly effect seems to anticipate a repeat of the sorceress's previous misfortunes, but suddenly, they widen their eyes in astonishment as the sorceress soars into the air. Her movements exceptionally nimble. She swiftly darts around the monsters, her Yao Qin emitting various effects as the monster's aggro remains firmly fixed on her. They watch in disbelief as she gracefully evades their attacks, her health dwindling dangerously low, only to suddenly ascend, causing the monsters to crash against the rocky wall. Their health diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, Yu Jiu consumes a health potion, instantly replenishing her vitality. She promptly resumes her maneuvering. Butterfly effect.
Wow.
Foxtail. This sorceress is something else. What had once been a scene of tragic demise transformed into a mesmerizing display of agility. As the white-haired sorceress danced amidst the trees, her wings scattering glimmers of light. What she orchestrated was undeniably cruel. Under her guidance, the monsters repeatedly slammed into the walls and trees, their health gradually eroding. Each time Yu Jiu's health neared depletion, she would promptly consume another health potion, while the Yao Qin unleashed attacks that decimated the monsters before their eyes. As the last of the monsters fell, a brilliant light erupted from the white-haired sorceress, and in the blink of an eye, she leveled up twice. It is known that as one progresses in this game, leveling becomes increasingly arduous, demanding greater experience, which is why the onlookers had initially perceived Yu Jiu's earlier actions as reckless. Watching the sorceress recuperate, the stunned spectators conferred, contemplating how to approach this enchanting demon. However, as they took a few steps forward, the white-haired sorceress rose once more, her Yao Qin radiating the familiar white light, prompting the monsters to charge at her again. Butterfly effect. She asked back. Initially, they sought amusement, but now they were captivated, intent on witnessing her prowess, their expressions growing increasingly rigid as they fixated on the screen. They anticipated high-stakes maneuvers and unforeseen twists, only to witness the sorceress executing her skills with ever-expanding ranges and shortening intervals. They watched in awe as she led her throng of monsters in a ballet-like dance through the air, the creatures crashing to the ground like fallen martyrs. In a mere few hours, Yu Jiu's level soared to 65, her equipment revitalized. Technically, she still remained at level 60, as she counted the experience overflow. Once she completed her job transfer quest, she would officially ascend to level 65. Checking the time, she decisively logged off. Butterfly effect. Wait, great deity. Little fox, are you taking apprentices, great deity? Yet, they were a moment too late, watching helplessly as her character faded from view. Half an hour later, a new post appeared in the forum's discussion section. Grinding monsters in the wild, unexpectedly encountering a godly player. Their skills are miraculous. Just want to kneel in admiration. Video proof included. Such a title was undeniably captivating, drawing in numerous bored individuals. Initially, upon seeing an unfamiliar character, they scoffed, questioning how a not-yet max-level character could be deemed a deity. However, as they clicked to watch, confronted by a horde of monstrous foes, they were left speechless, exclaiming in disbelief. Is this even human? Is there a new method for grinding monsters? It looks rather simple. Where's the miraculousness? The moment this comment was posted, it was met with backlash. If it seems simple to you, go try it yourself. Who hasn't visited this leveling area? We couldn't even enter the central zone at level 60. This maneuvering, this positioning. Where did this fierce character come from? The thousand-faced demon king? Who is this? Has a certain master changed their name? Subsequently, a technical post surfaced, asserting that the thousand-faced demon king could only achieve such mass farming through the strategies outlined within. Although the post is logically sound and appears highly feasible, not a single individual has succeeded. This is because, according to the methods described, the operator must possess first-rate agility and awareness. Any slight misstep could result in being besieged and ultimately slain by the surrounding monsters. The master did not opt for this method of leveling up, rendering the post deemed useless and sinking into obscurity. However, due to a video, this post has regained its popularity. From the footage, the visuals are nothing short of magnificent. Equally stunning, as monsters repeatedly collide with trees and rocks, their health diminishing rapidly. Some undeterred by the apparent simplicity, bravely ventured forth, only to leave behind a trail of corpses. Most were encircled by monsters in the center, left with no place to fall, and within a brief period, this area was mockingly dubbed the graveyard. Astonishingly, none among the multitude of players succeeded. Their corpses became the very foundation upon which the reputation of the thousand-faced Demon King was built. The thousand-faced Demon King emerged out of nowhere, previously unknown, yet upon entering the player's sight, showcased exceptional gaming prowess and skill. Such adept maneuvering leads no one to believe this is the work of a novice. They speculate it must be the alias of some esteemed master. Among the renowned masters in the game, the most famous warlock is Xiao Su from the Falling Flowers in the Jianghu, yet her warlock leans more towards healing, making her one of the best healers in the game. In contrast, the thousand-faced Demon King style remains enigmatic, leaving suspicions and disbelief evenly divided.
Meanwhile,
Yu Jiu began her transfer quest. The transition tasks must be completed individually. Only upon passing can one continue to level up and learn subsequent skills. While everyone receives different tasks, they generally fall into a few categories, either exceedingly tedious chain tasks or high-difficulty tasks requiring exceptional skill. Those with less luck may draw the more challenging ones, while the fortunate may obtain a few moderate tasks. Unfortunately, Yu Jiu drew one of the most difficult tasks, dubbed the mission to slay the Tree Granny in the Water Moon Cave. The Tree Granny not only possesses substantial health and numerous skills, but also comes equipped with summoning abilities, capable of calling forth tree children and grandchildren at will, making her one of the most troublesome bosses at level 60. During the peak of level 60, countless teams were left in tears as they faced her. With the opening of level 70, the once crowded Water Moon Cave has now turned desolate. Task to confront a boss alone is undoubtedly an extreme challenge. Fortunately, the game designers have not descended into madness. Upon receiving the task, she would enter the dungeon with buffs, which seal the Tree Granny's summoning skills, and have her health. Nevertheless, this remains an arduous task, currently, without any successful completions. Just as Yu Jiu arrived at the Water Moon Cave dungeon, she encountered two parties that had also come before her. Coincidentally, she recognized both individuals. Butterfly Effect. Master? Butterfly Effect. Master, do you remember me? I'm the Butterfly Effect who once watched you farm monsters. Wanran Xiao. Master? A level 60 master? Grass color green. Thousand-faced Demon King? Has anyone heard of that name? Wanran Xiao and Grass Color Green are none other than Li Ran and Zhang Xiaoman. While the video gained traction, it had not reached the point of universal recognition. There are those who do not frequent forums and others who simply lack interest. Their ignorance is understandable, but the connections drawn tend to suggest otherwise. Foxtail Exposed. If you haven't heard of it, you're simply ignorant. If you're ignorant, then don't embarrass yourselves here. Foxtail Exposed. Master, please allow me to connect with you. Li Ran was furious. In the game, the few who could be called masters were indeed few, and among them, none were named Thousand-Faced Demon King. Yao Yao was exceptionally skilled, a standout among ordinary players, yet she could hardly be called a master. Who was this person? Wanran Xiao. Connect? Don't tell me you wish to curry favor with the wealthy. Foxtail Exposed. Speak more respectfully. Yao Qi Xiao Xian. Ran. Let us just go farm in the dungeon. Battle. The thousand-faced Demon King sword, his aura overwhelming, entering a state of slaughter. To put it simply, he entered a killing mode. No one anticipated that he would silently activate the state. Everyone was momentarily stunned, except for Yu Jiu. The white-haired warlock ascended, wings unfurled, glimmering with a hint of crimson. This was one of the telltale signs of the slaughter mode activation. Her snow-white hair danced in the air, her eyes gleaming with a blood-red hue. The zither appeared in her hands, and a white ribbon shot towards Wanran Xiao. Not to mention that Wanran Xiao was already frozen in place. Even if she weren't, her awareness and speed paled in comparison to Yu Jiu's. This attack landed squarely on Wanran Xiao, reducing her health by a significant portion. Wanran Xiao, Thousand-Faced Demon King. You ambushed me. Just as she finished typing that line, another white ribbon flew toward her, and her health diminished yet again. Li Ran, now occupied with more pressing matters, didn't he even think to type, quickly retreating. Yao Qi Xiao Xian and grass color green finally reacted, rushing forward. Yao Qi Xiao Xian was level 70, while grass color green and Wanran Yi Xiao were level 69. The other two, Su Jia Xiao Si and Jianji Tian Xia, were level 68, whereas Yu Jiu was at level 60. Foxtail exposed, bullying the weak. A group of fully level players is picking on a level 60. Butterfly effect, shameless. Little fox. So this is what members of the Wushuang Alliance are like. From their perspective, the thousand-faced demon king suddenly attacking Wanran Yi Xiao was clearly to defend them, despite startling them with his slaughter mode. He did not direct his attacks at them. Instead, the members of the Wushuang Alliance began to besiege her. Naturally, they sided with the master. They were moved to tears, overwhelmed by the master's willingness to stand up for them against the Wushuang Alliance. They believed that, even in defeat, they could not lose face, though previously, Yu Jiu's stunning performance against the level 65 monsters was noteworthy. After all, those were monsters, not players, who would also use potions. Moreover, they were all nearing maximum level players. Additionally, Yao Qi Xiao Xian ranked high on the power leaderboard. However, the unfolding events left them utterly astonished. Despite being besieged by players of significantly higher levels, the white-haired warlock did not panic. In fact, she appeared quite at ease, maneuvering with extreme finesse, white light streaking past, accompanied by various effects. Before long, a combat message flashed. Battle, Wanran Yi Xiao has fallen. 59:059 Following this, another death notification appeared. Jianji Tian Xia has fallen. Even while besieged by 5 players, the white-haired warlock remained composed, sending Wanran Yi Xiao to the netherworld, with Jianji Tian Xia following shortly behind, all within 10 seconds. Butterfly effect, and the others were left dumbfounded. My goodness, not only did she withstand the siege for so long, but she also managed to take down 2 players. What a remarkable individual. Though they had not heard of Wanran Yi Xiao, they were familiar with the Wushuang Alliance's Yao Qi Xiao Xian, reputed for her exceptional skills. However, witnessing her in action now raised doubts. How could someone who seemed to be faltering under combined attacks still be deemed nearly master level? They began to suspect that her reputation was merely inflated by her association with the Wushuang Alliance. Was it merely the case that her skills were exaggerated due to her status as the mistress of the Wushuang Alliance? With such performance, can she truly be considered close to a master? While they questioned Yao Qi Xiao Xian, the members of the Wushuang Alliance were also left doubting their own perceptions. Was this person truly a level 60 account? Was she genuinely a warlock? Indeed, she is a sorceress, each of her skills evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet her onslaught resembles a tempest, scarcely granting them a moment's respite. The little demon from the Yaoqi suffered the most severe blows, prompting her to question whether her proficiency was genuine or merely an illusion fostered by the seamlessness of her adversaries, leading her to overestimate her own prowess. Otherwise, if the external evaluations were to be believed, why was she rendered utterly defenseless before them? Yes, utterly defenseless. Within mere exchanges, she became acutely aware that no matter her actions, her opponents always seized the initiative, as if they were intimately acquainted with her capabilities. While her attacks proved futile against their relentless assault, they dismissed her efforts with indifference, for what threat could a multitude of ants pose to an elephant? Presently, they were but small elephants, and she was not a match for them. Ultimately, it was the little demon from Yaoqi who perished, when she was left alone. The thousand-faced demon king exhibited unparalleled ease, while the little demon resembled a novice, seemingly unfamiliar with the mechanics of the game. After her demise, the remaining 4 transformed into white light and ascended. The butterfly effect, great deity, spare the knees of the humble. They were all so excited that they could hardly articulate their thoughts. As casual players, they shunned player killing. Yet witnessing this spectacle compelled them to reconsider. It truly appeared magnificent. The little fox exclaimed, "Great deity, you have slain the lady of the unmatched alliance. Surely, they and Seamless will not let you escape. I recorded a video, and if they dare pursue you, I shall post it on the forum." No sooner had she uttered these words than a message emerged in the world chat. Seamless, thousand-faced demon king, shall we meet in the arena? Seamless was indeed a formidable figure, not only the leader of the unmatched alliance, but also reputedly a genuine high-class individual, garnering countless admirers in the game. Upon his appearance in the world chat, players erupted into fervor, capturing screenshots, promoting their guilds, and recruiting members. Only a few noticed the thousand-faced Demon King. Who was this person? Why did Seamless mention him? Little Potato, thousand-faced Demon King, since you dared to slay our alliance leader's wife, you must face the consequences. Righteous Spirit, have the courage to challenge our leader one-on-one. Members of the unmatched alliance began to surface, and after their elucidation, the onlookers finally grasped the situation. Someone had slain the wife of the alliance leader, prompting Seamless to seek retribution. They reveled in the drama, immediately rallying behind the thousand-faced Demon King. The butterfly effect could no longer tolerate the unfolding events. Are the members of the unmatched alliance truly this shameless? A level 70 alliance leader's wife, accompanied by 2 level 69 and 2 level 68 players, attacking a mere level 60 individual, and yet they were all annihilated? Now they seek to gang up on him? The little fox added, the video has already been posted on the game forum. The link is xxxxx. Iris. They boasted so highly before, believing themselves formidable, yet they turned out to be nothing more than a paper tiger.
What?
The renowned expert Yaoqi Xiaoxian was defeated while ganging up on a level 60 novice? There's even a video? The onlookers, eager for gossip, swiftly switched to the forum, where they immediately encountered the newly posted video thread. Upon viewing it, they shared the same skepticism as the butterfly effect. Such a person is considered an expert? With no means of defense, possessing a higher level, superior equipment, and more skills, yet under the onslaught of the silver-haired sorceress, she appeared as a novice. This applied doubly to those like Wanrand Yixiao, who seemed utterly inept. Oh my goodness. World. Cherry Morocco. Oh heavens. I wish to change my profession. Sorcerers are so cool. Field Cabbage. Witnessing the birth of a new deity. But too, that hand speed and skill must be at least professional level, right? Is this a professional player disguising as an amateur to play online games? Many had faced Yaoqi Xiaoxian, and they were all aware of her PK prowess. While she was not far from being an expert, the gap was not insurmountable. Yet, despite her advantages, she suffered a devastating defeat, which could only indicate that her opponent was extraordinarily strong, rendering the little demon from Yaoqi a mere fledgling in the realm of online gaming. Such a person could not possibly be a mere nobody. But who exactly was this individual? The once boisterous members of the unmatched alliance fell silent, yet the world did not quiet in their absence. Discussions about the thousand-faced Demon King flourished. Compared to the previous minor figure, this time, the thousand-faced Demon King had become widely recognized. World. Congratulations to player thousand-faced Demon King for completing the class change quest. World. Congratulations to player thousand-faced Demon King for being the first to complete the solo headhunting class change quest, earning the unique title of Unmatched Hero. The world buzzed with speculation about the identity of the thousand-faced Demon King and why he had yet to reveal himself. When these two announcements appeared, silence ensued. After a moment, someone trembled and inquired, "Is this the class change quest I think it is?" The challenge of facing the Tree Granny was notorious as one of the most brutal class change quests. Those who drew it either returned defeated or abandoned it altogether. Those who drew it were branded as unfortunate, suffering a 3-day period during which they could not accept new quests. While everyone else rushed to level up to undertake class change quests, they were left with nothing to do. Was this not the very definition of misfortune?
Now.
Someone had actually completed this grueling task. Wind whispered, "Can it be that someone truly managed to complete this quest? I thought it would remain unachievable for a lifetime." This revelation was more potent than any words. A task that countless could not accomplish had been completed by him, alongside that stunning video. Such a person could only be deemed a deity. At this moment, no one cared about Yaoqi Xiaoxian. They were all in awe of the rising star of a new deity. Unmatched alliance. Wanrand Yixiao. He ambushed me unexpectedly. Yao Yao only joined them afterward. Who would have known? Upon seeing the butterfly effect had posted the video, she was nearly driven to fury. Why did they record and share the video? Once the world messages appeared, she finally quieted down. Few had drawn this quest, and Wanran Yixiao was among them. She had been infuriated for days at the time, claiming it was a deliberate setup by the game designers, asserting that no one could complete this quest. Now, after what seemed like an eternity, perhaps no one remembered. Yet she still felt a flush of embarrassment. Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, "What remarkable skill! What prowess is there in professionals bullying amateurs?" Everyone speculated whether he was a professional player. Wanran Yixiao had already concluded that he was. Observing Yao Yao's despondent demeanor, she remarked, "Yao Yao, do not heed their reckless words. We all understand your strength. He is a professional. No amount of skill can change that." Yao Yao gazed at the video posted by the Butterfly Effect, where Yaoqi Xiaoxian appeared like a clumsy jester under her opponent's graceful and fluid maneuvers. Zhang Xiaoman consoled her. "Yao Yao, do not let this weigh upon you. Many of these players are uneducated. Gaming is a youthful pursuit. Once they age past their prime, they will be cast aside. We hail from prestigious universities. How can they possibly compare to us? Their prowess in the game holds no value against our academic achievements." In the game, Seamless was quietly comforting her as well. "Seamless, Yao Yao, you are merely an amateur. Do not dwell on it too much." "Seamless, I shall challenge him." "Seamless, Yao Yao?" Yao Yao shook her head and replied to Zhang Xiaoman, "I am fine. I just feel a sudden surge of challenge." A spark ignited in her eyes. She warned Seamless, "His hand speed is swift, and his awareness is keen. You may not necessarily be his match." Her words were cautious. In her view, Seamless was not a match for the thousand-faced Demon King. After all, she frequently engages in seamless battles, and her opponent's strength surpasses hers, leaving her utterly defenseless. Contemplating this, she privately messaged Yu Jiu. "Yao Qi Xiao Xian, I apologize for what happened before on behalf of my friend." "Yao Qi Xiao Xian, are you a professional player?" The moment the transfer task was completed, Yu Jiu had already reached level 66, with the experience bar for level 67 nearly full. World Qianmian Yao Wang. Arena. Room number 11345. The protagonist suddenly appeared, instantly becoming the center of attention, much like when Wu Feng had first appeared. Although she did not name names, simply providing a room number, it was easily interpreted as a challenge due to Wu Feng's earlier statements. Upon seeing this, Yao Yao's brows furrowed slightly. This was Wu Feng, right away. 60. These two words were crisp and decisive, carrying an indescribable momentum. Merely gazing at these characters seemed to convey the aura of the person behind them. The arena was already crowded with spectators, eagerly awaiting the showdown between the two deities. Moreover, since the arena room was not password protected, players could enter to watch. By the time Wu Feng rushed over from the Wu Shuang Alliance, the place was already teeming with people. "Yu Feng, you are level 66. I will suppress myself to level 66 for this match." Yu Feng is a swordsman by profession, a berserker, exceptionally skilled in close combat, renowned within the game as the foremost berserker, often trapping enemies in his whirlwind of attacks. The sword effects are extraordinarily splendid. Every time he strikes, it's as if fireworks suddenly blossom, creating a breathtaking spectacle. His character is slender and ethereal, and this stark contrast only heightens the excitement among his fans. Qianmian Yao Wang's appearance is equally impressive, exuding a devilish charm and nonchalance. Hearing Wu Feng's words, he graciously accepted. Thus far, Qianmian Yao Wang had left an impression of a cool figure, succinct with words and somewhat aloof, which seemed at odds with his devilishly charming exterior. Yet, a true master always possesses unique traits. Wu Feng initially intended to let him take the first move, but unexpectedly, he was invited to do so. There was no reason to decline, and he dove towards the white-haired warlock. Given that he was a melee attacker, and the warlock was clearly a fragile ranged character, if a master like Wu Feng got in close, it was evident that the warlock would be at a significant disadvantage in this PK match. The players in the channel, who had been chatting, immediately fell silent, focusing intently on this duel. Yu Feng's prowess was well known, and the newly ascended Qianmian Yao Wang showed no signs of fear. A white light encircled him as he swiftly maneuvered backward, unleashing sword effects that dazzled the onlookers. No one expected the match to start with such intensity. They held their breath in anticipation. As the light effects dissipated, they discovered that the two combatants were merely a meter apart. Was Qian Mianyao Wang at a slight disadvantage? In the next moment, they were astounded, unable to believe their eyes. A warlock and a swordsman in close combat? The swordsman's thin skin and the warlock's fragility, especially given the swordsman's explosive power and the warlock's emphasis on control techniques, clearly favored the swordsman in melee combat. Any seasoned player should know never to allow such proximity. However, the next moment, they realized they had never truly understood the warlock class. The warlock's high agility was pushed to its limits. They could scarcely see her form, only fleeting shadows, reminiscent of an assassin lurking in the dark. The warlock's moves were inherently the most dazzling among all classes, and when unleashed, they covered an extensive area. Yu Jiu's speed was astonishing. The effects from the previous round had not yet faded when the next burst of effects emerged, the beams of light appearing and disappearing like a giant flower, with petals unfurling continuously. From above the arena, it was a breathtaking spectacle. How magnificent! Wu Feng felt a wave of pressure. The opponent's maneuvers were impeccable, her speed rivaling his, perhaps even surpassing it. He had anticipated this. But what he found troublesome was the unpredictable nature of her attacks. It was impossible to predict her next move. In stark contrast, she seemed intimately familiar with him, as if she had studied his habits closely. He unleashed his attacks, and she deftly retreated. His skills cooled down, and she advanced once more. While the warlock's special moves were limited and her attack power somewhat restricted, any successful combination would instantly double her damage. She clearly understood this principle. Wu Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the next moment, he attempted to retreat, but before his move could complete, he found himself immobilized as the phoenix charged straight towards him. The myriad lights and sword shadows transforming into raging flames. When the phoenix vanished, it was Wu Feng who was left in tatters, while Yu Jiu denied him a chance to recover, delivering a simple attack that sent him to the underworld. Although it felt prolonged, the entire encounter lasted less than 3 minutes, and the victor was clear. They had harbored high hopes for this battle, yet Wu Feng's defeat was swift, especially in a realm where he was supposed to excel in close combat.
To them,
it seemed as if the white-haired warlock had surrendered her greatest advantage by engaging in close quarters. Even if she only employed skills suitable for level 66. Her health points would remain unchanged. Ultimately, she even unleashed a level 70 skill, and yet she still lost. A sense of disillusionment washed over the crowd. However, they were more than willing to crown the victor. Although Qian Mianyao Wang had previously been an unfamiliar ID, having defeated the renowned master Yao Qi Shaoxian and now the deity-level figure Wu Feng, her strength was indisputable. She had undeniably ascended to the status of a new master. They would henceforth refer to Qian Mianyao Wang as the one who defeated Wu Feng of the Wu Shuang Alliance. This would undoubtedly diminish the reputation of the Wu Shuang Alliance, especially while Qian Mianyao Wang was active and until no one of Wu Feng's caliber had fallen beneath her. Once the results were revealed, a smile emerged from the corners of his mouth as he pondered, who exactly is she? Yao Yao shook her head, feeling a twinge of regret. Although she had previously been defeated by him, her impression of him was not entirely negative. He had ignited her passion for the game. However, now, the Wu Shuang Alliance and he had become adversaries. Wu Feng intended to investigate Qian Mianyao Wang's background. His real name was Zhou Yimin, the heir of the nation's largest game development company, Rui Shui. In addition to this game, Rui Shui managed numerous others, several of which had become immensely popular and had begun professional tournaments. He had once shown interest in gaming and trained alongside professional esports players. He possessed some talent, but unfortunately, he could not compare with the true gaming deities. Even so, his level was professional, easily overpowering amateurs. The recent match brought back memories of his encounters with those genuine top-tier gaming deities, leaving him feeling both wistful and helpless. Who could he be within the professional circle? Thus, he missed the information about Yao Qi Xiaoyao. By the time he looked again, the conversation had been ongoing for quite some time. He replied, "I'm fine. I was just preoccupied with some matters." He sent a friend request to Qian Mianyao Wang, only to regret that it was not accepted. Such coldness and detachment. Who could it be? There are indeed aloof masters in the esports realm, yet none matched her unpredictable and elusive style. Following this setback, Li Ran and Lu Xiaoman, unlike the resilient Yao Yao, found their enthusiasm for the game waning, particularly Li Ran.
Now,
The members of the Wu Shuang alliance were somewhat resentful of her for stirring up trouble. Had she not spoken out, the Wu Shuang alliance would not be under pressure from others. Previously, they had been well regarded in the Wu Shuang alliance due to their association with Yao Yao and their status as girls, but now that their treatment had shifted, the disparity became unbearable. Consequently, the two began to reduce their gaming time. As they are now in their junior year, considerations regarding graduate school, employment, and other matters have begun to weigh on their minds. They have heard that some individuals have already started submitting their resumes. The two of them, with average performance in their specialized subjects, spent their freshman year engrossed in various activities and became enamored with gaming in their sophomore year. As they enter their junior year, they find the prospect of pursuing further studies unappealing and prefer to seek employment instead. Thus, they've started drafting and sending out their resumes. This year, Ruishua Games is conveniently recruiting interns, which instantly caught their attention, as the game they are passionate about is under Ruishua's banner. Having invested so much time in this game, they feel they possess considerable knowledge about it, which should serve them well in securing a position at the company. After some deliberation, they decided to submit their resumes. Following the conclusion of the first battle, numerous players, known for their prowess in player-versus-player combat, began challenging the enigmatic figure of Qianmian Yaowang. Almost welcoming every challenge, Qianmian Yaowang defeated them all, further solidifying her status among the players. Amidst this tide of failures, the Wushuang alliance found itself less humiliated. Nevertheless, Wu Feng continued to attempt communication with Qianmian Yaowang but to no avail, leading to his frustration. He had surmised that Qianmian Yaowang was not a veteran in the current gaming scene, but rather a remarkably talented newcomer. Such talent was precisely what their club desperately needed. Ye Xiaoyao, sensing that Wu Feng's endeavors were tied to the gaming world, offered him a word of comfort, suggesting he might be mistaken and that Qianmian Yaowang could potentially be a retired player. Wu Feng insisted on making an attempt. He shifted the topic, inquiring whether Yao Yao would still refuse to meet him. Yao Yao paused, pondering why he seemed so intent on translating their virtual interactions into reality. Apologetically, Ye Xiaoyao replied, leaving Wu Feng feeling dejected. He genuinely harbored feelings for her, yet she remained skeptical of his intentions. Just then, his secretary entered, holding a stack of documents. General Manager, here are the resumes of this year's interns. Would you like to take a look? It seemed trivial, and he was about to decline when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the photo atop the pile. Wu Feng recalled meeting Yao Yao when she first entered the game. Back then, she was merely a novice. However, he recognized her potential and offered her some guidance. As they undertook quests together, their bond deepened. Over time, he found himself spending increasing hours within the game, realizing his growing affection for her. He began to test the waters. But Ye Xiaoyao appeared resistant to the idea of reality, prompting him to slow his pace, which seemed to provide her with a sense of security, leading her to share a photo with him. The girl in the photo was not unattractive, yet one could hardly describe her as beautiful. Her features were unremarkable, and there was an inexplicable sense of awkwardness in her demeanor before the camera. Naturally, Wu Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, as any man might, but he found no aversion towards Ye Xiaoyao upon seeing her image. He reassured her that her appearance did not concern him. He yearned to transition their relationship from the digital realm to the tangible world. However, she remained enveloped in doubt, leaving him disheartened, unable to fathom her resistance. He even entertained the notion that she might exhibit symptoms of social anxiety, disliking face-to-face interactions. He envisioned countless scenarios of their first meeting but never anticipated it would unfold in such a manner. Upon examining the photo on her resume and comparing it with one he had previously treasured, he noted their striking resemblance. The girl in the resume appeared slightly fairer and more refined, with an alluring presence, exuding confidence and poise. This was the image he had of Ye Xiaoyao. One could often glean much about a person from their online discourse. To be candid, he had once questioned whether Ye Xiaoyao had used a photo to deceive him, as her conversations seemed at odds with her appearance. The resume's photograph aligned more closely with the impression she had left on him. He resolved to personally oversee her interview. As he perused the resumes, setting aside his complex emotions towards her, He finally understood why the secretary had placed her application at the forefront. It was undeniably due to her striking beauty. As he opened the first page, he found himself irresistibly drawn to continue reading. On the day of the interview, Zhang Xiaoman and her companion donned their newly purchased professional attire and applied light makeup, presenting themselves with a polished appearance. Eager to avoid tardiness, they opted for a taxi, only to encounter heavy traffic. They arrived mere minutes before their scheduled time, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Just as they steadied themselves, Zhang Xiaoman suddenly nudged Li Ran, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Look who that is," she exclaimed, as if she had seen a ghost. "What's the matter?" Li Ran asked, glancing over. "Is it someone you know?" "It's Yu Jiu," Zhang Xiaoman declared. "That was Yu Jiu. She's here for the interview too? Are you sure you're not mistaken? You know she's never heard of online games. What is she doing at Ruishua?" Li Ran retorted, tugging her along. They had to hurry, or they would truly be late. Zhang Xiaoman's confidence wavered, and upon reaching the waiting area, she was momentarily stunned. Yu Jiu? After Yu Jiu moved out, they had lost touch. They had never been particularly close, and after her departure, they were no longer roommates, rendering any forced familiarity unnecessary. The most vivid memory they had of Yu Jiu was from the night before she moved out, and now she appeared noticeably more mature, her features seemingly more refined than before. Dressed casually in simple pants and a shirt, she stood there with an air of relaxed composure that was strikingly impressive. Could she really be here for the interview, dressed like this? In the waiting area, most attendees wore formal attire, indicating their seriousness about the interview, while others who chose not to dress formally still aimed for a respectable appearance, yet only she appeared entirely at ease. "Number 1. Yu Jiu," the secretary called out, prompting Zhang Xiaoman and Li Ran to exchange wide-eyed glances, incredulous at the sight. Indeed, it was her. Yu Jiu walked in under the scrutiny of the crowd, with Wu Feng seated behind the desk, holding her resume. "Miss Yu, I see you play our game, Lu Jia? I have reviewed the project proposal you attached to your resume. To be frank, we are quite intrigued by your application." Yu Jiu's resume stood out among the multitude due to the impressive proposal she had submitted, spanning over 100 pages. It included analyses of the current game landscape, suggestions for character enhancements, map development, and narrative progression. Due to length constraints, many concepts were merely hinted at, yet they did not come off as boastful. Instead, they left an impression of freshness and clarity, illuminating the reader's understanding. Upon reviewing her resume, Wu Feng noted that she had not pursued a degree related to gaming, nor had she any background in the field, which was astonishing considering the professionalism evident in her work, akin to someone with at least a decade of experience in the industry. "Why did you choose the planning department, given that there are no openings?" Wu Feng inquired. "Because I aspire to become a chief game planner," she replied. "I am solely interested in the planning department. Should your company not agree, I will regretfully withdraw my application." Wu Feng furrowed his brow, taken aback by her extraordinary confidence. From her materials, her talent was evident, yet her demeanor was quite bold. "Are you playing Lu Jia? Could you share your game ID with me? What class do you play?" he asked, smiling. The depth of her character analysis was impressive, and her familiarity with various skills made him almost suspect that she had accessed their internal resources. "I do indeed play Lu Jia," she smiled slightly. "This game is what inspired me to become a game planner. Before this, I had never considered such a career. But life is full of surprises. I devoted considerable time to gathering this information, and I am truly honored to receive your affirmation, sir. If given the opportunity, I would still hope to become your colleague. After all, this is the first online game I have played. The initial experience is always unique." Seamless certainly understands this and gestures for her to leave. Recruitment is merely for interns, requiring no fanfare. After the interviews, the results will be announced collectively outside. Apart from Yu Jiu, who spent 10 minutes inside, the others remained no longer than 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaoman and another person wore anxious expressions, while the others shared a similar sentiment, collectively awaiting the news. The secretary emerged to announce the results. As expected, Yu Jiu was accepted, and Zhang Xiaoman also successfully entered the Human Resources Department. However, Li Ran was not selected. Zhang Xiaoman grasped Li Ran's hand, at a loss for words. Wanting to offer comfort, yet she had already been accepted, saying that not being accepted was inconsequential felt disingenuous. Li Ran, however, did not allow her to linger in awkwardness for long. Her focus was on questioning, what makes her superior to me? Why was she accepted while I was not? Li Ran always believed that while she could not compare to Yao Yao, the campus goddess, she still considered herself a winner in life compared to Yu Jiu.
But now,
Yu Jiu had succeeded, and she had not, and the frustration became unbearable. Upon exiting the Ruishua building, Li Ran, with a forced smile, confronted Yu Jiu, expressing her disbelief at Yu Jiu's capabilities, recalling their shared dormitory experience, and questioning how Yu Jiu had acquired such wealth and now secured a position at Ruishua. Her voice was not quiet, and those nearby began to regard Yu Jiu with suspicion. Yu Jiu responded, revealing that they had once shared a dormitory, indicating they were not rival factions. In rural areas, only incompetent dogs bark indiscriminately. Did you just call me a dog? Li Ran erupted in anger. Given her already fraught mood, this provocation made her want to confront Yu Jiu, who promptly stepped back and presented her work badge, stating, security. Zhang Xiaoman succinctly summarized the situation, lamenting Yu Jiu's cold-heartedness in directly calling for security. Li Ran insisted that Yu Jiu must have felt guilty to react so dramatically. She has never faced such humiliation before, she thought, wishing to claw at Yu Jiu's face. Don't you find it suspicious how she obtained that money? We've shared a dormitory for 2 years. How could we not know? Look at her now, who has such peculiar taste that even she can be admired. With her reality once again thwarted and her pride bruised, Li Ran lost interest in pursuing internship opportunities and rekindled her passion for the neglected game. Lu Ran, initially engaged in a PK, turned his attention upon hearing this, realizing that Li Ran had now deemed Yu Jiu her primary adversary. Yao Yao paused her activities as well. Zhang Xiaoman remarked, we all got into Ruishua, yet I haven't seen her. I inquired and discovered she entered the planning department, and she was the only one accepted. After a pause, her expression grew more peculiar. I also noticed she seemed familiar with the handsome interviewer. She mentioned this because Seamless had looked at Yu Jiu with a familiarity that suggested they were not strangers. What did I just say? Li Ran nearly jumped with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Her acceptance into Ruishua must be due to some hidden agenda. Otherwise, how could she have entered the planning department with her abilities? Has she even played games before? Does she know what a game planner does? The more she spoke, the more she seethed, convinced that Yu Jiu must have spoken ill of her to the interviewer, leading to her rejection. Why else would Yu Jiu be accepted while I was not? Li Ran held Zhang Xiaoman's hand, stating, I cannot confront her. The task of revealing her true nature must be entrusted to you. Zhang Xiaoman, now tasked with a significant responsibility, found herself increasingly curious about Yu Jiu. Unbeknownst to her, she learned of Seamless' true identity and wondered why Mr. Zhou would specifically interview interns like them. A colleague replied, I have no idea. Perhaps he values you particularly. Zhang Xiaoman was skeptical, suspecting that he had come to interview them because of Yu Jiu. However, how could people so disconnected possibly know each other? Her curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, Yao Yao noticed Seamless' diminishing presence in the game and perceived a growing detachment from her, leaving her puzzled about the situation, though her character prevented her from inquiring directly. Simultaneously, the recently ascended thousand-faced demon King's online presence dwindled, prompting reflections on whether the top players had become elusive. The reason for this was Seamless' necessity to work overtime due to game updates. The root cause of it all was Yu Jiu. The materials attached to her resume revealed her extraordinary talent, leading to her exceptional placement in the planning department. Initially expected to perform menial tasks, she quickly garnered the admiration of the chief planner of 6 realms. Not only was she promoted to his assistant, but she was also invited to participate in the planning of the next game update. Yu Jiu was both gifted and talented, proposing intriguing ideas that prompted a decision to postpone the game update. It was unclear what aspect of Yu Jiu had influenced him to make such a significant choice, which meant that much of the prior work would need to be overturned, requiring all departments to work overtime to meet the new schedule. Despite the exhaustion etched on the chief planner's face, he continued to praise Yu Jiu. Your familiarity with 6 realms is deeper than I anticipated, Seamless remarked, his eyes sparkling with a hint of amusement. You have come to compliment her numerous times. Yu Jiu replied, This indicates that my abilities align well with my current position. She raised an eyebrow delicately, sipping her coffee, creating an illusion for Seamless that this young woman was not from a remote area but rather akin to his sister. A cultivated socialite with an air of elegance in every gesture. Particularly striking was her exceptional competence. Even her ambition, beneath her remarkable qualities, appeared less off-putting. Seamless remarked, "Your abilities not only merit the role of assistant, do they not?" Her ambition was never concealed. Six Realms was a project driven by the chief planner, bearing his personal imprint. With him present, it was impossible for anyone else to ascend to his position. Yu Jiu replied, "Even if I cannot become the chief planner of Six Realms, I can still achieve that with another game." At this juncture, her eyes sparkled even brighter than before, resembling the most exquisite gems within the game, perhaps even more radiant. Isn't the ultimate aspiration of a chief planner to create a world with their own hands? She articulated her vision, emphasizing that it was not merely about a game, but about crafting a world, a realm meticulously designed by her, filled with characters, skills, and lore. Entirely her own creation, a reality divergent yet profoundly authentic. As she earnestly expressed her thoughts, Seamless found no trace of jest in her words. Games may yield substantial profits, yet the early stages often entail significant expenditures. Every game carries the potential for substantial losses. Yu Jiu's words not only represented lofty costs, but also signified innumerable risks. Instinctively, he began to calculate. Yu Jiu asserted, "One must always have dreams and goals. Everything I am doing now is a step toward that ambition. Who knows? Perhaps a benefactor will arise in the future." Seamless asked, "Do you intend to switch jobs?" She replied, "If the company is willing to invest, I certainly would not." In other words, if the company fails to provide her with funding, she would seek out new opportunities. "Is it absolutely necessary for you to utter those words in my presence?" She remarked with a hint of exasperation, aware that Rui Shui belonged to his family. "It's better to say it in front of you," he retorted. Yu Jiu feigned ignorance. "Zhou, you often seek my company. Do you not realize what they are discussing?" Both were acutely aware of the underlying tension. They had not crossed paths previously. His treatment of her not only invited speculation from others, but also stirred her own thoughts. She blinked, acknowledging the demands of work, but wishing for a lighter personal life. "Zhou, you coincidentally fit my preferred type," she flirted, her eyes twinkling. He nearly stumbled to his feet, surprised by her sudden boldness. "Could it be that I am so transparent?" he pondered, merely wishing to gauge if she was indeed a siren from the Jade Pool. Yet, she had deftly diverted the conversation toward this direction. Clearly, Zhou had no intentions of pursuing that line. Yu Jiu did not press further. Instead, she shrugged. "I didn't disclose everything. While I find you appealing, I harbor little interest in office romances, especially now, as it may lead to misconceptions about my capabilities. If you have other matters to discuss, please feel free to express them. I shall endeavor to address your queries, but I hope you will remember this moment." At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, taken aback by her sudden assertiveness. He had never anticipated such a confrontation. Her demeanor was unexpectedly aggressive. His thoughts raced. Words poised on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them back, leaving him with an indelible impression. He was well-born, possessed commendable abilities, and his looks and demeanor made him the center of attention wherever he went, particularly among women. Being rejected by Yu Jiu in such a manner was a novel experience for him, one that was both refreshing and disconcerting. However, the complexity of his feelings was burdensome and could not be verbalized. It remained a secret buried deep within him. "Jade Pool Fairy, I've been quite busy lately. I may not be able to log in every day," she had messaged him. Upon seeing her message as he logged into the game, he inquired cautiously, "Are you busy with work? Aren't you still in school?" "Jade Pool Fairy, I have an internship." He stared at those 3 words in silence, unable to resist asking, "Are you set to graduate soon? What do you plan to pursue after graduation?" "Jade Pool Fairy, perhaps a career in gaming. I had always regarded gaming as a mere pastime, never contemplating a career in it. However, recent events have shifted my perspective. I recall you mentioning your involvement in the gaming industry. Could you offer me some advice?" "Of course," he replied. "What specific area of gaming are you interested in?" "Game planning. I wish to explore game design." Yao Yao came from a prosperous background, which explained her excellence across various domains. She had meticulously mapped out her life, following what seemed to be the most stable path. Yet, first, the multifaceted Demon King revealed to her what true gaming talent entailed, and then Yu Jiu, as mentioned by Zhang Xiaoman, shone brilliantly. She was now eager to experiment with a different lifestyle. Zhang Xiaoman felt a sense of loss for her. Now that Rui Shui isn't hiring, if it were you would surely secure a position, she lamented. Li Ran added, indeed. You could easily land a role in the planning department, unlike those who must rely on connections. Upon hearing that Yu Jiu had been promoted to assistant, her feelings became even more imbalanced. They were merely interns, engaged in menial tasks, while Zhang Xiaoman was still entering basic information, an endeavor devoid of technical complexity.
Meanwhile,
Yu Jiu had made a meteoric rise that left them in disbelief regarding her true level of competence. Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed, by the way, the Zhou I mentioned has completely ignored her. I suspect she will soon be demoted from her assistant position. Having secured a spot at Rui Shui, Zhang Xiaoman's heart did not waver as much as Li Ran's initially did. However, upon hearing of Yu Jiu's promotion, her mindset crumbled. Her first thought was one of indignation. How could this be? Zhang Xiaoman spoke with a tone laced with schadenfreude, sharing her observations with both Li Ran in their dorm and her colleagues at work. You wouldn't believe how unremarkable she was when she first joined us. She wore the same outfit repeatedly and counted every bite during meals. Her colleagues were astonished, unable to reconcile the current Yu Jiu with the one described. You can't be serious, one exclaimed. Do you doubt my words? Zhang Xiaoman challenged. Yu Jiu retorted, ah. So there truly are those with skin thicker than a city wall, spreading rumors behind others' backs, and when caught, they remain unflinching. Perhaps they have encountered such situations frequently, thus developing a certain resilience. A colleague, who had not strayed far, halted momentarily before hastily exiting. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes burned with indignation.
What do you mean by that?
Was she implying that she often spoke ill of others? Ah, so you can turn the tables, Yu Jiu remarked. I find it truly unfortunate that Miss Zhang possesses such questionable character. Perhaps she should consider a career in law. Zhang Xiaoman found her loathsome, perplexed by her sharp tongue. Her chest heaved with frustration, and just then, laughter echoed nearby, though it quickly faded. Zhang Xiaoman struggled to disguise her embarrassment. Stepping outside, Yu Jiu spotted Wu Feng leaning against the wall. So, your sharp wit is not reserved solely for me. That young lady was utterly defenseless, he observed. Is this what they call sharp wit? She mused, Zhou, your experiences are evidently limited. Later that evening, while gaming, he asked Jade Poole, what would you do if someone spread rumors about you, and you caught them in the act? Those who gossip are hardly worth my concern, she replied. Wu Feng seized an opportunity to encounter Yu Jiu again. You truly do not care at all, do you? It was as if she had forgotten Zhang Xiaoman entirely. Aside from a couple of verbal jabs on that day, she carried on as if he did not exist, pouring all her energy into her work, her efficiency unaffected. Why do I feel as though Zhou is more concerned than I am? Yu Jiu countered. What is there to care about? The gaming industry is inherently lucrative. Presently, my abilities and talents are commendable, and looking ahead, my salary and position shall not be lacking. And her? I see no potential in her. One can only say she is average, she continued. Such individuals won't fare poorly, given their inherent qualities, but her talent has already set her ceiling. Is it worth investing effort in her? Wu Feng could only respond. That is quite a philosophical perspective. He had encountered such sentiments before, yet he never expected to hear them from Yu Jiu's lips. You must be aware of my humble beginnings, she stated. If I do not strive with urgency, how could I ever stand before you? He was left speechless. She lacked his privileged background and the superior education he had received from a young age. To compete for her place, she had to rely solely on her own diligence. Clearly, energy was finite. Thus, choosing to disregard certain matters for the sake of efficiency was entirely reasonable. Wu Feng began to reflect on whether he had grown complacent. This is not an unforgivable error on your part, she shrugged. Your background is evident, and your abilities are not lacking. At least since you attained your position, you have not made any mistakes. I have heard that you have many hobbies. Such a life is enviable for many. Without an overwhelming drive for success, Your lifestyle is indeed admirable. I strive and labor diligently in pursuit of the life I desire, while Mr. Zhou seems to attain it effortlessly. It could be said that no matter how hard I toil throughout my life, I might never catch up to Mr. Zhou's starting point. If that is the case, it is not an unforgivable error. However, if one hails from humble beginnings and still refuses to exert effort, they are destined to remain a failure throughout their existence. Seamlessly, at the age of 20, I did not possess such profound insights. Perhaps he has never contemplated this matter, as his position does not necessitate such reflections. He remarked that with my support, the likelihood of implementing this plan would significantly increase. Yu Jiu questioned whether this was a form of inducement. If you perceive it as such, then it is indeed so. Seamlessly suppressed a laugh, saying that the prospect of creating a world with my own hands is quite enticing. Yu Jiu evidently never engages in ventures without assurance. Given that she could produce hundreds of pages of documentation even when merely submitting her resume, she must have begun preparations for constructing such a vast world. However, he did not anticipate that Yu Jiu had nearly completed her worldview. She intended to create a future, an interstellar realm filled with diverse customs, varying planetary forms, myriad life forms, and a plethora of spaceships and mechs. Just the thought of these elements reveals her ambition. Yu Jiu joyfully recounted her first visit to an amusement park, where she experienced a simulation of space that left her in awe. Indeed, amusement parks feature such experiential attractions. Yet Seamlessly had never visited. Yu Jiu continued, stating that she had subsequently researched various materials and watched numerous documentaries, gradually nurturing this idea. Regrettably, it could only manifest in 3D, as holographic technology has yet to materialize. It remains merely a concept proposed by some. Seamlessly noted that this would require a considerable sum of money. The considerable sum he referred to was certainly not a trivial amount, as Yu Jiu evidently wished to create a realistic game world, complete with various spaceships and mechs, necessitating numerous artistic contributions. Thus, I require your assistance, Mr. Zhou. She smiled charmingly, winking at him. Seamlessly could not deny that he was captivated by her vision of diverse planets, distinct civilizations, customs, and races existing in gaseous or electronic forms. The grandeur was undeniably alluring. He resolved to focus on his work, consequently devoting more time to it, while delegating the affairs of the unrivaled alliance to his deputy. He also intended to speak with the little fairy of Yaoqi, but discovered that she had last logged in 2 days prior. She seemed to be quite busy as well. Seamlessly smirked. Once, after they had concluded discussions regarding the update plan for 6 realms, Yu Jiu's ideas and contributions were momentarily of little utility, prompting him to assign her as his assistant. Observing the darkness outside, Seamlessly suggested, "Shall we go? I'll treat you to dinner." Yu Jiu replied, "Is this the consolation of a capitalist after exploitation?" She picked up her coat, and Seamlessly could not help but chuckle. "You know, when you make such deadpan jests, it's quite entertaining." Yu Jiu responded, "Isn't this the truth? My current salary hardly reflects my workload." Seamlessly remarked, "Your request for a raise is rather unique." He chose not to dine at an expensive Western restaurant he frequently visited, opting instead for a Cantonese eatery. After sipping water, Yu Jiu sighed. "This is my first time in such an expensive place. This cup of water must cost several yuan." Seamlessly replied, "It's on me. Drink as much as you like." He had noticed that although Yu Jiu came from humble beginnings, she did not exhibit many of the flaws associated with such backgrounds. She was neither self-deprecating nor overly sensitive, making her pleasant to be around. Moreover, she had evidently read extensively, which he believed contributed to her ability to conceive such fascinating worlds. He suddenly asked, "What are your thoughts on online romance?" Yu Jiu tapped her slender, fair fingers on the table and Seamlessly admired her perfectly shaped hands. The internet is a fascinating realm, allowing individuals who would never intersect in life to meet on the same platform. You can encounter all manner of people, yet you may never uncover their other sides. Online romance could be a serendipitous encounter or a fateful bond, depending on one's luck. Personally, I do not believe in feelings that exist solely in the digital domain. Seamlessly inquired, "Is the internet merely the internet, while reality is reality?" This is not absolute. Yu Jiu pondered for a moment, given that the world is rife with surprises. "I currently do not possess a strong desire to know someone personally, to transition an online connection into reality. Furthermore, since I cannot ascertain that the person online is their complete self, I would not invest wholly. Very rational, seamlessly responded after a brief pause. He added, "Are you still playing Six Realms? You still refuse to divulge your ID?" Yu Jiu remarked, "I've noticed your unusual interest in my gaming ID." Seamlessly replied, "From a different perspective, are you quite renowned in the game?"
To some extent, she answered.
"It appears you are not just fairly famous." Yu Jiu simply smiled, remaining silent. Her smile was captivating. Seamlessly, she embodied resilience and strength. While she typically maintained a stoic demeanor, even in jest, her smile revealed a softness that rendered her even more attractive. A talented, exceptional, and intriguing individual, and potentially the one he had been romantically involved with online for some time, seamlessly felt his affections gradually shifting from the little fairy of Yaoqi to Yu Jiu. Upon realizing this, he logged in to leave a message for the little fairy, "Let us meet." He had hinted at his desire to meet countless times before, but never so explicitly, as he feared the embarrassment of rejection. However, with a recent game update introducing numerous new features, the planning department had begun to feel anxious as the event approached. To bolster their confidence, they decided to move the offline event scheduled for a month later to this month. The day after the decision was made, promotional content appeared on the game's homepage. Yao Yao happened to be online, and upon seeing this message, she assumed he had decided to participate in the meeting. This offline event was grand in scale, with invitations sent to the game's prominent figures. Yao Yao received an invitation as well, though she was not particularly inclined to attend. However, Li Ran was very interested, urging her to go. "Yao Yao, don't you want to try your hand at game planning? The chief planner will be present. You could consult him." She then turned to Zhang Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, aren't you an employee of Horatia? Will you be attending?" Zhang Xiaoman replied, "I'm not sure. If they need extra hands, I might just go. After all, if they need someone to assist, who better than me?" Li Ran seemed to ponder something. "Will Yu Jiu also be attending?" At the mention of Yu Jiu, a complex expression crossed Zhang Xiaoman's face. She probably won't go. She is no longer in the planning department. Reflecting on this, she felt a mix of emotions. Initially, she had been pleased when Yu Jiu had some free time, thinking she might be relegated to assisting as well. However, who could have predicted that she would be transferred to Mr. Zhou's office? Though still an assistant, this was undoubtedly a promotion. After clarifying, Li Ran exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't anyone saying anything? They're just allowed to be together openly?" Zhang Xiaoman replied, "Do you know who Mr. Zhou is? He is the heir of Horatia. Who would dare question his desires?"
"What?"
Li Ran gaped. Her family background was decent, but merely so, far from a seamless social class. If she was like this, one could only imagine how much less regard Yu Jiu would receive. She dryly remarked, "How could he possibly be interested in Yu Jiu?" Yao Qi Xiao Xian responded, "I will attend." Tian Yi Wu Feng glanced at this line of text, a slow smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The following day, he declared, "I received an invitation for the offline event. Did you receive it too?" Yu Jiu replied, "I did." Tian Yi Wu Feng, with a hint of meaning in his tone, added, "When you see me, don't be too surprised." Wasn't it the planning department that would be startled? He hadn't informed the staff about the game. In a good mood, Tian Yi Wu Feng chose not to dwell on it, already looking forward to their meeting. Li Ran had meticulously prepared for this event, even paying special attention to Yao Yao. She mused, "I wonder how many people will attend. You were previously criticized for your exceptional gaming skills, so they ought to witness your true prowess this time. Indeed, especially since the guild leader will be present." Zhang Xiaoman winked at her. "It's evident how the guild leader feels about you." Yao Yao replied, "I'm not interested in online romance." Li Ran sighed. Yao Yao truly had a heart of iron. However, with so many outstanding young men around, even if Tian Yi Wu Feng was dubbed a rich and handsome man, no one had truly seen him. What if he turned out to be a creep? How could Yao Yao possibly be attracted to someone like that? If he really is a creep, you should make an effort to present yourself well, so he understands the disparity between you, Zhang Xiaoman advised. Besides, in today's society, appearance matters. How could an ordinary player expect the chief planner of 6 realms to take notice of them?
You need to stand out in some way.
Yao Yao was swayed. When the day of the event arrived, Tian Yi Wu Feng donned a different outfit. Upon arriving at the venue, he was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd. Far busier than he had anticipated. He scanned the surroundings, searching for Yu Jiu. After a while, an excited commotion erupted ahead, and people surged forward. He casually grabbed a slender young man nearby and inquired, "Are you here to see the beauties?" Apparently, there's a stunning girl on the leaderboard, rumored to be from the top academy, possessing both beauty and talent. Yu Jiu is also from the top academy, he noted. Who is she? Yao Qi Xiao Xian. Previously, someone called her a genderbender. My goodness, the game's top beauty pales in comparison to her. The guild leader is truly fortunate. In the gaming world, beauties were always in high demand, and if they also had skill, their admirers were countless. Yao Yao possessed both qualities, and when she revealed her invitation, it created a sensation, evoking envy towards Tian Yi Wu Feng. Tian Yi Wu Feng stood stunned, struggling to believe his ears. Yao Qi Xiao Xian? He had met Yu Jiu before, and she certainly couldn't be described as a breathtaking beauty. He suddenly pushed through the crowd, ignoring their complaints, and finally reached the front where he spotted Yao Yao. She was frowning at the crowd, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her fair skin glowing, and her long, straight legs accentuating her beauty, even while frowning. As he gazed at her, Yao Yao looked up, their eyes locking. The astonishment reflected in Tian Yi Wu Feng's gaze was unlike anyone else's, accompanied by a myriad of complex emotions. Yao Yao suddenly had an epiphany. Tian Yi Wu Feng? She was already the center of attention, and now that the name of the guild leader was called out, the previously noisy environment fell silent as all eyes turned towards him. Although Tian Yi Wu Feng was dressed casually, his striking appearance and the aura cultivated since childhood set him apart from the crowd. Standing alongside Yao Yao, they made for an extraordinarily attractive couple. Others gasped in envy, lamenting their luck. Li Ran, standing beside Yao Yao, exclaimed in disbelief, "Zhou Zong." Yao Yao had heard this name countless times in the dormitory, often associated with Yu Jiu. Zhang Xiaoman had emphatically claimed that he was involved with Yu Jiu, previously indifferent. Now the thought of Tian Yi Wu Feng being linked to Yu Jiu tightened Yao Yao's frown. Shall we find somewhere to talk? Tian Yi Wu Feng, having regained his composure, was well acquainted with the area and led her to a quieter spot. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Was that photo randomly chosen by you? He asked, as many things began to fall into place, explaining why he regarded Yu Jiu so differently and why he treated her with such uniqueness. With that thought, Yao Yao's previous displeasure dissipated, replaced by a surge of complex emotions as she looked at Tian Yi Wu Feng, unsure of how to process everything. Meanwhile, Tian Yi Wu Feng's feelings were even more intricate. The image of Yu Jiu morphed into that of Yao Yao's. After a moment of silence, he suggested, "Would you like me to show you around?" Yao Yao replied,
Sure.
The event had invited a multitude of attendees, creating an immensely lively atmosphere, especially given the gossip surrounding their pair. Yet, both Tian Yi Wu Feng and Yao Yao felt somewhat distracted. Li Ran had already located Zhang Xiaoman, who was clad in work attire and excitedly shared the juicy gossip. "Zhou Zong is actually our guild leader." Oh my goodness. My jaw nearly dropped. Zhang Xiaoman was equally astonished, inquiring repeatedly, "Really? Zhou Zong is our guild leader? What about Yao Yao?" She trailed off, recalling Yu Jiu. What do we do now? The scenario was no longer as it once was. Tian Yi Wu Feng had grown weary of the mundane Yu Jiu, and the online persona that had once intrigued him was gradually fading. The stark contrast between the virtual and real worlds became increasingly apparent. Upon realizing he had mistaken Yu Jiu for Yao Qi Xiao Xian, he found the real Yao Qi Xiao Xian to be just as exceptional, if not more so. The surprise and a sense of rediscovery made him overlook the trivialities. However, the situation had changed. He had mistakenly identified Yu Jiu as Yao Qi Xiao Xian. Yet Yu Jiu had not disappointed him. Their work was progressing well, and although Yu Jiu may not have been as striking as Yao Yao, her personal allure surpassed it. Despite Yao Yao's brilliance, she was merely a university student yet to step into the workforce, while Yu Jiu had already gained experience. In comparison, Yao Yao evidently fell short. Tian Yi Wu Feng's casual remarks seemed to leave her at a loss for words. At that moment, he was undeniably conflicted, having discovered his subtle affections for Yu Jiu. mistakenly believing her to be Yao Qi Xiaoxian. But now, they seemed worlds apart. He could mask his feelings in front of Yao Yao. Yet, he was reluctant to delve deeper into conversation with her. When Zhang Xiaoman eventually found Yao Yao, she was alone. "Where's the guild leader?" she asked. Li Ran replied, "I truly didn't expect this." Yao Yao responded, "He has work." "Did he come specifically to see you?" Zhang Xiaoman queried. "He seems genuinely concerned about you. He is really a rich and handsome man and quite capable too. If you two were to date, you'd make a perfect match." Zhang Xiaoman winked. "Although you claim not to be interested in online romance, this hardly qualifies as such, does it?" Li Ran interjected, "But what about Yu Jiu? Don't forget about her." Yao Yao grimaced in disdain. "Why is she everywhere? Now she's acting like a third party. Is there no limit to her?" Tian Yi Wufeng had been married to Yao Yao in the game for quite some time. In terms of precedence, Yao Yao was indeed the legitimate one. She couldn't fathom how Yao Jiu had managed to capture the guild leader's attention, and recalling Tian Yi Wufeng's performance in the game, she adamantly asserted, "He clearly prefers you, and you're far more beautiful than Yu Jiu. Surely, he wouldn't maintain any connection with her." "Yao Yao, she mistook Yu Jiu for me." "What?" Imagining Yu Jiu dejectedly rolling out of the company, Li Ran nearly applauded in delight. Who would have thought that upon hearing such explosive news, Yao Yao would remind her, Rand, have you forgotten? You previously suggested that I send Yu Jiu's photo to him, and he has always mistaken Yu Jiu for me." Zhang Xiaoman and the others were momentarily stunned. Initially, they thought that the situation was akin to walking a tightrope, uncertain whether to advise Yao Yao to accept him. However, upon hearing this revelation, any lingering dissatisfaction evaporated instantly. Li Ran exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Zhang Xiaoman remarked, "He isn't superficial. He doesn't even mind someone like Yu Jiu. Yao Yao, such a good man, is rare. Ordinary people would feel disappointed upon seeing someone like Yu Jiu, especially a high-class elite with lofty standards." Yet this individual remained unfazed and continued to regard her with admiration. Such people are indeed a rarity, are they not? Nowadays, isn't it all about appearances? As for Yu Jiu, she had unknowingly occupied Yao Yao's place. No wonder I thought she was so fortunate. Yao Yao, she has taken your spot. If this situation hadn't arisen, wouldn't she continue to replace you? After all, he is the heir of Rui Shui. Li Ran suppressed her jealousy. After all, Yao Yao had always been outstanding. The prospect of having an exceptional boyfriend was not too difficult to accept. She swiftly shifted her focus to Yu Jiu, convinced that the alliance leader must have tested her. Yet she had not been exposed, indicating she was deliberately creating confusion. "Yao Yao, you cannot tolerate this." Zhang Xiaoman interjected. "Yao Yao, haven't you been studying game design? If you could join Rui Shui, it would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than learning alone. Yu Jiu was able to get in precisely because of you. Given her abilities, she wouldn't even pass the first hurdle. You should discuss this with the alliance leader. If they become a couple, as Yao Yao's roommate, her situation would improve significantly." However, Yao Yao hesitated, suggesting they wait a little longer. Yu Jiu looked at her quizzically, "But I didn't say I would definitely go." Tian Yufeng pondered, and indeed, she hadn't stated she would go. "What is your game ID? Why do you ask?" "I'm genuinely curious. But I am under no obligation to satisfy your curiosity." Yu Jiu replied expressionlessly, leaving Tian Yufeng momentarily speechless. She removed her blue light blocking glasses. "However, if you are indeed curious, I could make an exception. There is nothing that cannot be shared. I stumbled upon my gaming talent by chance, yet my reputation in the gaming world seems rather poor." "Qian Mian Yao Wang," Tian Yufeng responded. "Please repeat that." Yu Jiu remarked, "If your hearing is poor, you should see a doctor. I can help you make an appointment now." Yet, Tian Yufeng was utterly aghast, staring at her as if he had seen a ghost, almost at a loss for words. The one who had utterly trounced him in the game? The very Qian Mian Yao Wang he once considered recruiting for their esports club? He gazed at her, his expression more bewildered than when he looked at Yao Yao. He opened his mouth. "I am Tian Yufeng." Upon saying this, he noticed Yu Jiu watching him with keen interest. "Mr. Zhou, is that expression of yours anticipating something from me?" She mused. "I remember you. In the arena, you lost to me." The complex emotions within Tian Yufeng dissipated with her gaze. He glanced at the notebook in front of her, feeling somewhat disheveled. A multitude of words condensed into a single thought. Why did you choose to be a planner? Tian Yufafeng undeniably had a fondness for esports. Otherwise, he wouldn't have trained with the professional team for 2 years. He gave up esports not due to a lack of passion, but because he had realized that no amount of effort would yield the trophies he sought. He sometimes lamented his lack of remarkable talent, while Yu Jiu, possessing such exceptional ability, voluntarily chose to become a planner. Anger surged within him as he thought to express, "Do you not realize how extraordinary your talent is? Why not pursue a professional esports career?" Yet, in that moment of locked gazes with Yu Jiu, all his frustrations evaporated. Yu Jiu stated, "I believe that the choice of what to pursue should be." Tian Yufafeng let out a bitter laugh. "I apologize. I faced some issues today and may have lost my composure. Is there anything you require from me? I think not at the moment." However, the earlier complexity of emotions seemed to have lessened considerably. He rubbed his forehead, realizing he needed to clear his mind and reflect properly. Just then, Yu Jiu stood up, clutching the documents. "If that is the case, let us discuss this first. Was the game you played a shooting game? I have little experience with such games. If it's not too much trouble, could you provide me with some data?" Tian Yufafeng glanced at the stack of documents before her, which stood at least 3 centimeters tall.
All right.
He had tried numerous games across various genres, truly a gaming enthusiast. In contrast, Yu Jiu possessed boundless creativity and imagination, swiftly identifying feasible paths to realize her visions. Whenever they began discussing this grand plan, he often found himself marveling at her ingenious ideas. Initially, her concepts might seem unbelievable. Yet upon hearing her plans, one would feel that following her guidance would lead to the successful execution of this expansive project. In fact, during the initial phase of the game, particularly in the novice village, attempts could be made to incorporate educational elements, allowing players to grasp basic scientific knowledge through tasks. When it comes time for promotion, this would serve as an excellent marketing point and would likely endear parents. Tian Yufafeng pondered, recognizing the high feasibility of this approach, which could be considered. However, since this is still a game, tasks cannot be overly tedious. They might also incorporate elements of general interest, such as astrology. By the time their discussion concluded, night had unknowingly fallen. Tian Yufafeng stretched and loosened his muscles. "Let us go." After uttering this casually, he suddenly recalled the matter he had forgotten. Hadn't he resolved not to engage in private interactions with Yu Jiu until he had figured things out? Tian Yufafeng was eager to know. "Is what you said true? Why would I lie to you? Many people are aware of it." That somewhat familiar feminine voice continued. "But you can't blame your disbelief. I initially thought she just had some quirks and was rather sharp-tongued. I never expected her to do something like this. Replacing someone else? My goodness, who could even undertake such an act? If you trust what I say, go check out the game's 6 realms. They are well-known figures in the gaming community. Just inquire a little, and you'll find out. Yao Yao's photo has even been posted on the game forum. There's evidence. How could I deceive you? No wonder she could become Mr. Zhou's assistant. It turns out to be like this. You're really unfortunate to have such a roommate. Don't mention it. We called her yesterday to ask how she explained this matter, and she simply blocked us out of guilt." "Really?" As they spoke, they stepped outside and spotted Tian Yufafeng standing there, his face as dark as water, startling Zhang Xiaoman into a shiver. "Mr. Zhou," Tian Yufafeng asked, "is this how you usually work?" The two hurriedly left, but Tian Yufafeng remained in turmoil. What does this have to do with Yu Jiu? She had never been aware of this matter. After Zhang Xiaoman and her companion exited the restroom, a sense of unease lingered. Zhang Xiaoman remarked, "Look at her cunning and depth. It hasn't been long, and yet President Zhou is already defending her. We can't even speak the truth." Her colleague readily concurred. If there were no connection, why would President Zhou reprimand us? It was evident that his feelings for Yu Jiu were extraordinary. Zhang Xiaoman felt a pang of bitterness. Why was this happening? If the leader already knew she wasn't worthy, why hadn't he expelled her? Instead, he chose to defend her. What was so special about her? She felt she couldn't compare to Yao Yao in any way. Zhang Xiaoman called Yao Yao, exclaiming, "I think the leader has been captivated by Yu Jiu. I merely spoke a few truths, and President Zhou couldn't help but defend her. Yao Yao, I know you disdain competing with her, but can you truly swallow this indignation? If you let it go, the other party may not feel the same. You know what happens when the petty gain power. When Yu Jiu arrived at the company that afternoon, Zhang Xiaoman took a leave of absence from class just to confront her. Yu Jiu, aren't you feeling guilty? I never realized you were this kind of person. You know the leader has a soft spot for the fairy from the Yaoqi, and you've usurped her position to gain so many benefits. Why won't you step aside? If you had any sense, you'd leave quietly now. Otherwise, being expelled from the company would be utterly humiliating. Seeing her like this, Yu Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. So, Yao Yao is the fairy of the Yaoqi. Zhang Xiaoman retorted. Now that you know, you should understand the vast difference between you and Yao Yao. The leader's affections lie with her, and even if he's momentarily enchanted by you, his heart still belongs to Yao Yao. Do you not feel ashamed in acting as the third party? Having previously been mocked by Yu Jiu, Zhang Xiaoman now felt a sense of moral superiority as she looked down on her, relishing the moment. Just as she was about to speak again, Yu Jiu pulled out her phone. What, are you going to call for help? You truly are something else. Security, there's someone here suffering from delusions. Please escort her away for a proper evaluation. Zhang Xiaoman's mouth fell open, her face flushing crimson. She lunged forward to snatch the phone away, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her outstretched hand was seized by another, causing her bones to ache. Looking up, she saw Tian Yufeng, his expression laced with restrained anger. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaoman's mind erupted in chaos. Her eyes reddened as she turned to Yu Jiu. Is this what you wanted? You're even more insidious than I imagined. Tian Yufeng interjected. Have you finished? Between Yao Yao and Yu Jiu, he was still somewhat confused. But when it came to Zhang Xiaoman and Yu Jiu, he would undoubtedly side with Yu Jiu. Zhang Xiaoman shivered at his tone, while Tian Yufeng turned back to Yu Jiu, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? I'm fine. Upon hearing their familiarity, Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed, Leader, didn't you favor Yao Yao? You once regarded her as your preference, and now, you are aware of the truth. If Yao Yao learned of today's events, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Tian Yufeng had not yet discussed this matter with Yu Jiu, and with Zhang Xiaoman bluntly revealing it, he felt an unexpected awkwardness wash over him as Yu Jiu's gaze swept across his face. Miss, this is the workplace, he stated, trying to regain composure. Moreover, what happens between you, Yu Jiu, and Yao Yao is none of your concern. I witnessed you disparaging others in the restroom. And now you seek to assault my assistant in front of me, Miss Zhang. He glanced at her nameplate. I will report this situation to your superior. What? Zhang Xiaoman's heart sank at the thought of her superior being informed. She was still in her probationary period, and President Zhou was the heir of Ruishua. If he reported her, could she remain at Ruishua? This was tantamount to her dismissal. Leader, I am Kaos Qingqing. I am Yao Yao's roommate. Our bond is strong, having shared a dorm for 3 years. I acted out of concern for Yao Yao's sadness. Miss Zhang, this is a workplace, Tian Yufeng reiterated, feeling the heat of Yu Jiu's gaze. Please, be mindful of the occasion. He was, of course, aware of Kaos Qingqing. He had invested considerable effort into Yao Yao and was well acquainted with those frequently in her company. Previously, he had thought little of them, but now he pondered why Yao Yao would associate with someone like her. Yu Jiu announced, I shall take my leave now. You may continue. Tian Yufeng stared at her in disbelief. She was actually leaving? Zhang Xiaoman, however, felt her words were merely to provoke amusement. Yet, Tian Yufeng's frightening gaze compelled him to release her. Once she let go, Tian Yufeng strode towards Yu Jiu, walking side by side with her. Zhang Xiaoman, in tears, called Yao Yao. Yao Yao, I might lose my job. Can you plead with the leader on my behalf to let me stay? Yao Yao asked why, and Zhang Xiaoman launched into a frantic explanation. She did this on purpose, deliberately provoking me, claiming I was insane and needed to be sent to a hospital. I wanted her to stop, but the leader arrived. He took her side, wanting me out of the company. This opportunity had been hard won, and the thought of losing it made her weep. Yao Yao, are we still sisters? If so, you must help me. Yao Qi Xiao Yao. Let us go to the Moon Elder Temple. Let us get a divorce. Yao Yao, proud and unyielding, would never resort to weeping for a man. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoman's lament, she momentarily withheld her thoughts and simply sent a message in the game. Perhaps she felt a flicker of emotion for Tian Yufifeng from the previous day, but compared to her pride, it was trivial. Since he already had a girlfriend in reality, it was time to conclude their chapter. Tian Yufifeng, have you misunderstood something? His first thought was of Zhang Xiaoman. Her impression on him was overwhelmingly negative. Lacking exceptional ability, she resorted to slander. As for the Yaoqi fairy, Tian Yufifeng decided it was time to part ways. They would no longer be connected. After the message was sent, the World Channel's messages became a blur. Following the offline event, the supporters of Yaoqi Xiaoyao had multiplied several times, and her popularity surged. Countless individuals secretly envied Tian Yufifeng and wondered how he had managed to marry such a stunning beauty. And now they were divorcing? Heavens! Did this not imply they had a chance? Tian Yufifeng's admirers were not fewer than those of Yaoqi Xiaoyao, and their separation truly sparked joy. At that moment, a new message appeared. Wanyan Yixiao, leader, are you truly breaking up with Yaoqi because of that wretched woman?
What?
Tian Yufifeng's fans, jealous of those who got ahead, and Yaoqi Xiaoyao's fans, heartbroken for their goddess, suddenly realized that this beloved couple was torn apart by a third party. Wanyan Yixiao, leader, you know it was all a misunderstanding. She deceived you. Are you still defending her? The news was overwhelming, involving two prominent figures and a romantic entanglement. Who could focus on the game now? Everyone began calling friends to witness the spectacle, debating who the third party truly was. The inboxes of Yao Yao and the other two were instantly flooded. Meanwhile, Tian Yufifeng was not at his computer. Upon receiving that message, he instinctively made a phone call, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding in the game. During his offline activities, he also garnered quite a spotlight with numerous posts about him in the forum. As more people flocked in, his identity was suddenly laid bare. What is the epitome of a wealthy and handsome gentleman? This is it. He is, in fact, the heir to Ruishui. The games under Ruishui are not limited to 6 realms. Upon hearing the gossip surrounding the heir of Ruishui, even more people rushed to join in. The identity of the mistress was also uncovered, thanks in no small part to Zhang Xiaoman's relentless promotion. After Yao Yao's rejection, she could hardly hide her disappointment. After all this time as sisters, she wouldn't even speak up for her? But her greatest ire was reserved for Yu Jiu. If it weren't for her, could things have turned out this way? There were certainly employees of Ruishui in the gaming forum. Their vague comments revealed everything to everyone. The cunning roommate of Yaoqi Xiao Xian knew her true identity and, somehow, had learned that Tian Yiwufeng was the heir of Ruishui. Yaoqi Xiao Xian had never sent Tian Yiwufeng any photos, so she pretended to be her, which is why she was retained by Ruishui. After entering, she soared to new heights, and now she was Tian Yiwufeng's assistant, spending every day together, which made Yaoqi Xiao Xian determined to divorce him. The vast player base exclaimed, "My goodness, what a schemer. Her cunning is too deep. Yaoqi goddess, you must be cautious. Such a person harbors dark intentions. Who knows when she might strike?" Others lamented that Yaoqi Xiao Xian was already an exceptionally rare beauty, one who was both talented and attractive. Since she had acknowledged her mistake, why hadn't she distanced herself from that woman? Could the other woman possibly be as beautiful as Yaoqi goddess? Otherwise, why would Tian Yiwufeng choose her? Li Ran observed that the time was ripe and uploaded the photo of Yu Jiu from her admission, depicting her as thin and unremarkable, her clothing tattered and exuding a certain rusticity, as if she had emerged from a remote village. In stark contrast to Yao Yao's photo, one was celestial while the other was terrestrial. Netizens reacted. Is this blind? If Yu Jiu were truly as talented and beautiful as Yaoqi Xiao Xian, we could understand. But she appears just like a village girl. How could such a person possibly compare to Yaoqi goddess? How could Tian Yiwufeng choose her? Surely, he must be blind. Is his taste in aesthetics so flawed? And Yu Jiu, what a scheming individual. Yaoqi Xiao Xian remains the same woman he was nearly perfectly aligned with, wise and beautiful, having never disappointed his previous expectations of her. Yet, why is her friend such a person? He had initially intended to write a few lines in her defense, asserting that these people knew nothing of her and had no right to speak thus. Furthermore, Yu Jiu was entirely an innocent victim in this matter. He called Yu Jiu. Feeling immense guilt, "I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate this would cause you such trouble. Yu Jiu replied, earlier I forgot to ask at the company. Why did you think I was Yao Yao? We bear no resemblance, and many people play games. Why did you think I was her? I found it strange that you interviewed interns because of Yao Qi Xiao Xian. Tian Yi Wu Feng thought to himself that she indeed was Yu Jiu. So straightforward and to the point. Given the circumstances, there was no need for concealment any longer. I had previously received a photo, he revealed. Is it mine? Yes. The admission was somewhat difficult. I wasn't aware of this matter. Yu Jiu remained calm on the other end, to use someone else's photo, without permission. She didn't continue, and Tian Yi Wu Feng felt a twinge of shame, despite the issue seemingly being unrelated to him. The joy he once felt from talking to Yao Yao had begun to fade. Since this has happened, it must be addressed. Could you issue a statement? I've been browsing the posts, and many employees from the company are here. If this isn't resolved, I fear it will be quite awkward when I go to work tomorrow. He could indeed hear the sound of her mouse clicking. This was a perfectly reasonable request. Yet Tian Yi Wu Feng hesitated for a few moments, knowing that to clarify the situation, he would need to start from the beginning, which would necessarily involve Yao Qi Xiao Xian's unauthorized use of someone else's photo. Furthermore, Yao Qi Xiao Xian had already divorced him in the game. Her resolve was clear. If he were to issue such a statement now, Yao Qi Xiao Xian. It seems this matter places you in a difficult position. Yu Jiu's voice became somewhat muffled, as if she had moved away from the phone, and his instinct was to explain, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It seems you truly care for her. Xiao Jiu, the choice is yours. If you do not wish to issue a statement, I cannot force you. Her tone was neither frantic nor agitated, even as she browsed through the insults directed at her, not showing any signs of anger. Tian Yi Wu Feng realized he had never witnessed her lose her composure. Of course, if you choose to act in such a way, it would be disingenuous of me to claim I harbor no resentment. I am not a saint. Moreover, if I may be frank, someone capable of such actions while inciting their roommate seems to lack in character. She spoke slowly, however. This is your affair. No one can be flawless. And everyone has their flaws. You must understand what can be overlooked and what must be restrained. Once you cross a line, the remaining matters become insignificant. Tian Yi Wu Feng, Xiao Jiu, you should trust me. Yu Jiu responded, in work matters, I certainly trust you, for we are inseparable partners. However, once you have someone you care for, people tend to show favoritism. Yao Yao had also seen those messages. Her first reaction was to call Tian Yi Wu Feng, but the line was busy. Li Ran, what are you doing? Have you forgotten that I was the one who sent the photo in the first place? She spoke confidently. Do you think anyone would believe her if she tried to defend herself? She is someone who intrudes upon others' relationships. No one would choose to believe her. As for the guild leader, didn't he just call you? Is he seeking reconciliation? I can guarantee he regrets it now. As long as he wishes to pursue you, he would never let anything slip. She thought Zhang Xiaoman was too foolish. Since Yu Jiu had successfully become an assistant, she must possess some skills. The guild leader, unfamiliar with her, would naturally choose to help Yu Jiu. Yet now, bringing Yao Yao into this was a mistake. If he still harbored any hope for Yao Yao, he would never allow anyone to tarnish her reputation. Yao Yao sighed. Our situation is far too complex. She shook her head, deep in thought. With a serene smile, she gazed at the continuously refreshing posts, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. She mused on how Yao Qi Xiao Xian could still maintain her standing at Ruishui. Everyone knew she had manipulated her way in. However, her contentment faded when she refreshed the page and came across Tian Yi Wu Feng's statement. Her smile immediately froze. Her hand hovering over the mouse, filled with trepidation. With a quavering voice, she said, Yao Yao, the guild leader has released a statement. Yao Yao, who had always appeared as beautiful as a painting, now showed signs of severe agitation, as if a crack had appeared in the masterpiece. Forgetting her image, she rushed forward in a few strides, pressing Li Ran's hand to click on the post. Upon reading the first line, she instinctively bit her lip. Tian Yi Wu Feng. At that moment, Li Ran could hardly muster the courage to speak, his mind racing with disbelief. Could it be true that he truly had no interest in Yao Yao? Were all his previous affections mere pretense? Otherwise, why would there be such a statement?